Chapter 1: The Daughter's Demise. Outside the operating room, Lin Hao paced anxiously, his once resolute countenance now shrouded in profound worry, beads of perspiration forming on his forehead due to overwhelming tension. Just moments ago, his daughter, Gao Qingyue, had suffered a sudden cardiac crisis and was rushed into the operating room for emergency treatment. Meanwhile, his wife, Gao Qingyue, after receiving a phone call, callously abandoned their daughter in the midst of her critical condition. Lin Hao took a deep breath, whispering, "Ruo, you must hold on." He quickly retrieved his mobile phone and dialed his wife's number. However, as soon as the call connected, it was abruptly terminated. A wave of anxiety washed over him, and after inhaling deeply, he pressed the redial button once more. Yet again, disappointment awaited him. The phone rang only once before being mercilessly cut off. Resolute, he dialed his wife's number for a third time. This time, the call connected. Before Lin Hao could utter a word, Gao Qingyue's furious voice erupted from the other end. "Lin Hao, I am extremely busy with work right now. Can you refrain from incessantly disturbing me at such times?" Lin Hao retorted, "Qingyue, is your work truly more important than Ruo's life?" "You." Before he could finish, he was coldly interrupted by Gao Qingyue. "Ruo's heart condition is congenital. An old ailment, it's not a severe matter. You're already at the hospital. Why must you keep calling me? I beg you to stop bothering me with such trivialities. All right?" With that, she hung up. Lin Hao's face turned as pale as a frost-covered lake in winter, his hand gripping the phone, trembling uncontrollably, as if it might shatter at any moment. "Qingyue, so your work is more important than our daughter." Yet at that moment, Lin Hao could hardly afford to harbor anger towards Gao Qingyue. The paramount concern was ensuring their daughter emerged safely. He slowly approached the cold bench outside the operating room and sat down, striving to calm himself. Just as he attempted to regain his composure, the door to the operating room swung open, and Dr. Li, who had been performing the surgery on his daughter, emerged with a grave expression. Before Lin Hao could inquire about the situation, Dr. Li sighed. "Mr. Lin, I'm truly sorry. We did everything we could, but we were unable to save your daughter." Those words struck Lin Hao like a thunderclap, and he felt darkness engulf him, involuntarily stepping back 2 paces. In an instant, it was as if all strength had been drained from his body. His legs buckled, and he collapsed to the ground. Seeing this, I hurriedly approached, extending a hand to help Lin Hao up while offering comforting words. "Mr. Lin, please accept my condolences." But Lin Hao could not absorb a single word. His world had crumbled. The grief that had long been suppressed surged forth like a torrent breaching a dam, erupting into a heart-wrenching cry. "Ruo." Overcome by emotion, he forcefully shoved Dr. Li aside and recklessly sprinted toward the operating room. Upon witnessing the scene, the doctors in the operating room extended their arms in an attempt to restrain him. "Family member, you cannot enter the operating room." Yet at that moment, Lin Hao had completely lost his rationality. With all his strength, he pushed aside the obstructing physicians and rushed into the sterile chamber. Before him lay the lifeless body of his daughter, and tears streamed down his face like a torrential flood, instantly blurring his vision. Soon after, his legs gave way, and with a heavy thud, he knelt before her remains. Overwhelmed by grief, he could no longer contain the deep, soul-wrenching anguish within him, and he opened his mouth to weep aloud. His cries were haunting and desolate, as if he sought to unleash all the sorrow of the world. Reflecting on the myriad hardships and misfortunes he had endured throughout his life, he felt that fate had been exceedingly cruel and merciless. At the tender age of 18, a band of merciless masked assailants invaded his home under the cover of night, unleashing a horrific massacre. In the midst of that bloody slaughter, he witnessed the tragic demise of his parents and beloved younger sister in a pool of blood. Though he sustained multiple stab wounds, he managed to escape, only to be rescued by the passing Gao Qingyue just as he was on the brink of collapse. In that moment, he silently vowed to survive, not only to seek vengeance, but also to repay the life-saving grace bestowed upon him by Gao Qingyue. After nursing his wounds, Lin Hao chose to enlist in the military. In the army, through his indomitable spirit and exceptional strategic acumen, he repeatedly distinguished himself, earning numerous accolades for his valor. Ultimately, he was selected for the elite special forces of along with Wolf Fang and ascended to the rank of Wolf King. After his retirement, he returned to Jiang City. In gratitude for Gao Qingyue's past intervention, He concealed his true identity and married her, willingly assuming the role of a humble son-in-law. Despite enduring a life fraught with challenges and humiliation at the Gao household, often subjected to derision and scorn, he swallowed his pride and bore all grievances. Silently, driven by the memory of Gao Qingyue's life-saving act. After Gao Qingyue gave birth to their daughter, she paid her no heed, and Lin Hao was compelled to shoulder the entire responsibility of caring for their child alone. From that moment on, he embraced a dual role in life, being both a doting father and a nurturing mother. Through countless long nights, he fought against fatigue, gently rocking his crying daughter in his arms, patiently coaxing her to sleep. He meticulously changed her diapers and prepared her formula with great care. It is no exaggeration to say that Gao Qingyue had never even changed a single diaper for their daughter, let alone breastfed her. Yet now, the daughter he had raised with such devotion was gone. The once brilliant and sunny smiles of his daughter now played in Lin Hao's mind like a series of haunting slides, each image vividly clear, as if she were still alive and vibrant before him. But the harsh reality was unforgiving. His daughter had departed from this world forever. As these thoughts consumed him, Lin Hao wept inconsolably, his cries suffused within unending agony and yearning for his departed daughter. Suddenly, his phone chimed, revealing a WeChat message from Gao Qingyue. Lin Hao, Jingming has returned to the country, but he's running a high fever. I cannot bear to leave his side, so I must stay to care for him. I may not have the time to visit Ruo, so please look after her yourself. Upon reading this message, Lin Hao's countenance darkened profoundly, and a tempest of fury ignited within him. The Jingming mentioned by Gao Qingyue was none other than Gu Jingming, the enduring love she could never forget. With bloodshot eyes and clenched fists, Lin Hao exclaimed, "Gao Qingyue, are you at work? How can you be caring for Jingming again? I may not care about Gu Jingming's affairs, but the fact that you're absent while Ruo has passed is something I cannot forgive. This marriage is over." Chapter 2. The white moonlight is more important than my daughter. Subsequently, Lin Hao, as if burdened by an immense weight, slowly escorted his daughter's lifeless body into the morgue alongside several somber-faced staff members. He mechanically completed a series of formalities, subsequently contacting the funeral home to arrange for his daughter's cremation in 3 days. After accomplishing all of this, he returned to the Gao family's villa like a soulless wanderer. At that moment, the venerable patriarch Gao Qingyue sat solemnly in the center of the spacious and brightly lit hall, his eyes weathered by the passage of time, occasionally glancing toward the entrance. Just then, Lin Hao entered with heavy footsteps. Upon seeing Lin Hao return, Gao Qingyue's previously slumped figure suddenly straightened. The abruptness of his movement caused the grand chair to emit a faint creak. His voice, tinged with urgency and unease, inquired, "Lin Hao, how is Ruo doing now?" Although Lin Hao often endured various grievances within the Gao household, Gao Qingyue treated him with exceptional kindness, akin to that of a cherished grandson. Furthermore, Gao Qingyue himself suffered from severe heart disease and hypertension, rendering his health precarious. Therefore, when faced with such sincere concern from the elderly man, Lin Hao felt a pang of difficulty in his heart. He could not bear to reveal the harsh truth of Ruo's untimely demise to this loving elder, fully aware that, given Gao Qingyue's current condition, he might not withstand such a heavy blow. Thus, he forced a strained smile onto his face and replied in as calm a tone as possible, "Grandfather, please rest assured, Ruo is doing quite well. The doctors say that once she undergoes this surgery, she will recover fully in no time. So for the next few days, she will need to stay in hospital." Upon hearing this, Gao Qingyue's brow slightly relaxed, and he then asked, "What about Qingyue? She is quite busy with work, and I do not wish for Ruo's situation to distract her." Lin Hao quickly replied before hastily ascending the stairs, fearing that Gao Qingyue might detect the sorrow in his eyes. At that moment, as he turned away, the tears he had long suppressed erupted uncontrollably, cascading down his cheeks and falling onto the cold marble floor. These tears were a manifestation of his profound grief over Ruo's sudden departure, as well as a final farewell to this shattered marriage. Lin Hao had resolved that after Ruo's funeral, he would seek a divorce from Gao Qingyue. He returned to his room, gently picking up a photograph of his daughter. In the picture, Ruo beamed with such brilliance and carefree joy. It was his most cherished memory, and, at this moment, the sharpest blade, slicing through his already fragmented heart. He pressed the photograph tightly against his chest, silently weeping alone. After a moment, he retrieved his phone and dialed Gao Qingyue's number, preparing to inform her of Ruo's passing. Meanwhile, in the hospital's infusion area, Gu Jingming lay quietly in his hospital bed, a clear 4-tube inserted into his slender arm. Gao Qingyue sat on a wooden chair beside the bed, her gaze filled with concern and tenderness. She held a delicate porcelain cup in her hand, filled with warm water freshly poured from a thermos. Wisps of steam gently rising from its surface. She blew softly across the liquid, testing its temperature and finding it just right, cautiously tilted the cup to let the warm water flow slowly into Gu Jingming's slightly parted lips. As he took a sip, the soothing warmth seemed to instantly dispel the chill within him, softening his gaze considerably. He spoke slowly. "Qingyue, as you accompany me here, I worry that Lin Hao might misunderstand and become upset when you return." Upon hearing this, Gao Qingyue curled her lips into a slight, disdainful smile, imbued with a touch of pride and confidence. Dare he? Ever since our marriage, he has never raised his voice at me. It is I who have been vexed with him. Besides, if he were to harbor ill feelings simply because I am here out of concern for a friend, it would only reveal his narrow-mindedness. A barely perceptible smirk of satisfaction crossed Gu Jingming's lips as he continued. Then, would you not consider visiting Ruo? Perhaps her condition is quite severe. Otherwise, Lin Hao would not continuously be calling you. Gao Qingyue furrowed her brow slightly at his words, shaking her head. No need to check. I am well aware of Ruo's heart condition. It is hardly severe. In the past, a simple hospital visit sufficed. And with Lin Hao caring for her, she will be fine. By the way, since you just returned from abroad and have no place to stay, why not reside with us for the time being? Upon hearing this, Gu Jingming gently shook his head, a look of hesitation crossing his features as he replied. That might not be appropriate. After all, if I were to stay at your home, Lin Hao would surely not be pleased. However, Gao Qingyue scoffed at this notion, her face adorned with disdain as she retorted, "Humph. What does it matter if he is displeased? He is nothing but a worthless waste, capable of doing little beyond hovering around the kitchen. This household has thrived solely through my relentless efforts and hard work. What right does he have to object?" Over the past 5 years, under Gao Qingyue's meticulous management, the Gao Corporation had undergone a remarkable transformation from an obscure, third-rate enterprise to a first-class company. Yet, she remained unaware that it was Lin Hao's subtle influence and the connections he fostered that had rendered the larger corporations, which once deemed Gao Corporation unworthy of consideration, willing to engage in collaboration. In Gao Qingyue's eyes, the ascendance of the Gao Corporation was entirely a testament to her exceptional leadership and business acumen. Her gaze, infused with tender affection, gently settled upon Gu Jingming's handsome visage as she softly urged, "All right, Jingming, you need not say more. Right now, your health is what concerns me most. Please, close your eyes and rest peacefully. I will remain by your side until you awaken." Upon hearing such tender and considerate words, Gu Jingming's lips involuntarily curved upwards, resembling a delicate crescent moon, while also revealing his charming dimples, making him appear even more handsome and extraordinarily charismatic. He then obediently nodded and gradually closed his eyes. His long, thick eyelashes rested gently upon his eyelids like exquisite little fans, casting a soft shadow that rendered his countenance particularly serene and peaceful. At that moment, Gao Qingyue's phone rang, and upon glancing at the screen, she realized it was a call from Lin Hao. Furrowing her brows slightly, she unhesitatingly pressed the hang-up button, silently reflecting, this useless person never knows when to stop. Fearing that Lin Hao might call again and disturb Gu Jingming, she promptly turned off her phone. After completing these actions, she redirected her focus back to Gu Jingming. Gazing intently at his tranquil, sleeping face, her expression filled with concern and affection. Chapter 3. Let the moonlight reside at home. Lin Hao sat quietly in the dimly lit room, cradling a photograph of his daughter in his hands, his eyes reflecting boundless sorrow and longing. He gently caressed the radiant smile captured in the picture, tears involuntarily blurring his vision. After a deep sigh, he carefully tucked the photograph away, as if it were the most precious treasure in the world, into his bosom. He then rose to his feet, intending to take a stroll outside. Just as he reached the staircase, a sharp rebuke suddenly pierced through the air. His mother-in-law, Wang Milan, with a face full of fury and hands on her hips, bellowed at Lin Hao. Lin Hao, you useless waste. Look at the time, and yet you haven't even started cooking. Do you intend to starve this entire family? His father-in-law, Gao Qingyue, chimed in, equally enraged, reproaching him. Indeed, I cannot fathom what sins our family committed in a past life to have raised such a worthless being. This is simply outrageous. You can't even be bothered to prepare a meal. Facing the scorn of his in-laws, Lin Hao seemed oblivious, continuing toward the door. Witnessing this, Wang Milan trembled with rage, her eyes wide as she shouted furiously. Stop right there. If you dare to step outside this house today, you can never return. Yet, Lin Hao remained deaf to her threats, not even glancing back as he continued to walk outside. Seeing her warnings so blatantly disregarded, Wang Milan's fury surged. She rushed forward, raising her right hand to strike Lin Hao across the face. In that instant, Lin Hao abruptly turned, swiftly seizing her hand midair. His bloodshot eyes were as cold as ice, resembling two sharp daggers, as he spoke icily. I am in a foul mood. It would be wise not to provoke me. Confronted by the intensity of Lin Hao's gaze, a chill rushed through Wang Milan, causing her to instinctively take 2 steps back. She could hardly comprehend why the typically timid Lin Hao appeared so fearsome today. Trembling, she stammered, What do you intend to do? Beside her, Gao Qingyue, mustering his courage, stepped forward, his voice trembling yet aggressive. You cur, do you dare to strike your mother-in-law? Just then, Gao Qingyue emerged from the inner room. Leaning on his cane, he cast a serious glance at everyone and said in a deep voice, Enough. Hao has been hospitalized due to a heart condition. It is understandable that Lin Hao is upset, so do not make his situation any more difficult. Without him, would he not eat? Gao Qingyue glared at Lin Hao, muttering, Dad, why do you always favor this worthless waste? Upon hearing this, Gao Qingyue's already somber expression darkened further. Be silent. He is not a waste. He is your son-in-law. Gao Qingyue, however, wore a look of disdain and coldly retorted, Humph, I will eventually make Qingyue divorce him. Just then, Gao Qingyue entered, hand in hand with Gu Jingming. Their demeanor was exceedingly affectionate, full of laughter and conversation, resembling a loving couple. Gu Jingming hurriedly greeted, Hello, Grandpa, Uncle, Aunt. Gao Qingyue disregarded Gu Jingming, his piercing gaze fixated on Gao Qingyue. Qingyue, do not forget that you are now a married woman. How can you hold hands with another man? This is utterly unacceptable. Startled, Gao Qingyue quickly released Gu Jingming's hand and lowered her head, akin to a child who had misbehaved. Sensing the atmosphere shift to a tense one, Wang Milan promptly stepped in to mediate, her face adorned with a warm smile as she approached to grasp Gu Jingming's arm. It's Jingming. Come, let us sit at home. Seeing this, Gao Qingyue raised her head and seized the opportunity to explain to her mother, Mom, Jingming just returned from abroad, and he might be suffering from exhaustion and discomfort. He is currently running a high fever. Moreover, he has yet to find suitable accommodation, so I thought it would be best for him to stay with us for a few days. Gu Jingming cast a fleeting glance at Lin Hao, gently shook his head, and replied calmly, Perhaps it's best to decline. I appreciate your kindness, but I will manage at a hotel. After all, it seems Mr. Lin is not particularly pleased. Wang Milan, overhearing this, displayed a hint of disdain on her face, crossing her arms and asserting firmly, And what if he is displeased? This is my home, and I am in charge. If I have offered you a place to stay, then you shall stay. It makes no sense for you to go to a hotel. At that moment, Gao Qingyue hastily chimed in, beaming with a smile. Exactly. Jingming, please don't be so polite. Consider this your home. Stay as long as you wish and disregard Lin Hao's demeanor. Gao Qingyue approached Lin Hao with an air of arrogance, inquiring, Lin Hao, Jingming is my good friend, and I would like him to stay here for a few days. You have no objections, do you? However, in response to his wife's inquiry, Lin Hao merely chuckled coldly and replied, This is indeed your home. You need not seek my approval for who stays here. Yet, I am curious. While you're preoccupied with hosting your white moonlight, have you given any thought to Ruo's current situation? I am quite at ease knowing you are looking after her. Gao Qingyue promptly retorted, enough of this. I must tend to Jingming now. You should get started on dinner. By the way, since you will be at the hospital caring for Ruo these next few nights, make sure to tidy your room well for Jingming. Although Lin Hao and Gao Qingyue were married, they did not share a bed. Typically, Lin Hao would only sleep with her when she desired it. Lin Hao, with a sardonic smile, replied, I have no inclination to cook. You may do it yourself. As for your beloved, your connection with him is even more intimate than mine. Allowing him to stay in my room seems too dismissive. It would be far better for him to sleep in your bed. Upon hearing this, Gao Qingyue's expression transformed dramatically, and she directed a sharp rebuke at Lin Hao. Lin Hao, you incompetent fool. Just listen to the nonsense you are spouting. Jingming is merely a good friend of mine. He is unwell and without a place to stay. What harm is there in letting him reside with us for a few days? How can you, as a man, be so narrow-minded? I've even permitted him to sleep in your bed, yet you still accuse me of being petty. Lin Hao scoffed sarcastically before turning to leave. Enraged, Gao Qingyue swiftly stepped forward, raised her right hand, and delivered a resounding slap across Lin Hao's face. Chapter 4. Affection Severed. Bonds disintegrated. Lin Hao pressed his hands tightly against his cheeks, yet he felt no pain on his face, only an agonizing ache within his heart. He was the Wolf King of the Wolf Fang, once a formidable force on the battlefield, instilling terror in countless ruthless bandits and enemies. Had it been anyone else who dared to lay a hand on him, they would have long since become a cold corpse. Yet, the one striking him at this moment was his wife, Gao Qingyue, and he could only endure. He gazed at Gao Qingyue's face, both familiar and foreign, and his thoughts involuntarily drifted back to that moment years ago. At that time, she not only saved his life, but also encouraged him to persevere, to live well. He could never forget the beauty and kindness reflected in her eyes, nor her words urging him to survive. He simply could not comprehend how that gentle and compassionate girl had transformed into the person before him. At this moment, Gao Qingyue seemed to realize her impulsiveness, quickly attempting to explain, Lin Hao, it's all your fault for saying those things. I lost control of my emotions. However, you must apologize to me, or I will never forgive you. Upon hearing this, a bitter smile crept onto Lin Hao's lips as he slowly replied, Gao Qingyue, if you still possess a shred of conscience, then you must come to Tiama Mountain number 32 in 3 days to see Ruo. This may be your last chance to see her. With that, Lin Hao turned and departed. Unbeknownst to Gao Qingyue, the Tiama Mountain No. 32 he mentioned was the address of the Jiangsheng funeral home, and she had no inkling that Ruo had already departed from this world forever. In a flurry, she rushed after him, seizing his clothing. Stop. Where are you going? Are you trying to use Ruo to threaten me? When Lin Hao slowly turned his head, tears streamed down his face. His tears were not shed for himself, but for the loss of his daughter. Trembling, he spoke through choked sobs. Gao Qingyue, just remember, if you do not go to Tiama Mountain number 32 in 3 days, you will never see Ruo again. At that moment, Gu Jingming approached with confident strides. A hint of disdain and mockery etched across his features. I say, Lin Hao, is it really just a slap from Qingyue and a few words that made you cry? Do you even consider yourself a man? No wonder Qingyue looks down on you. As he spoke, Gu Jingming leaned closer to Lin Hao and, in a lowered voice, added, Let me tell you, your wife is quite skilled in bed. Upon hearing this, Lin Hao's expression darkened like a stormy sea, and the suppressed fury within him erupted like a volcano. He clenched his fists, his arms trembling with rage. Finally, unable to contain himself any longer, he swung his fist with force towards Gu Jingming. A dull thud echoed as Gu Jingming, caught unawares, was struck by the sudden blow, staggering backward before crashing heavily to the ground. Upon witnessing this scene, Gao Qingyue's face turned pale. She gasped and hurriedly rushed over to assist Gu Jingming, her eyes filled with concern and sorrow. Jingming, are you all right? Are you hurt? I'm fine. Gu Jingming gritted his teeth, rising from the ground while wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. With a cold sneer, he addressed Lin Hao. We should have a civil conversation, yet you resort to violence? Gao Qingyue, incensed by the situation, furrowed her brows and swiftly approached Lin Hao, raising her hand to deliver a resounding slap across his face. Lin Hao, I command you to apologize to Jingming immediately. Otherwise, this matter will not be resolved today, and I shall never forgive you. Lin Hao bitterly smiled. You want me to apologize? Gao Qingyue, you must be dreaming. Have you even considered what Gu Jingming said to me? Gao Qingyue shouted in fury. Regardless of what Jingming said, your act of violence is inexcusable. You must apologize to him. At that moment, Gao Xingdong and Wang Milan stormed in with a fierce demeanor. Gao Xingdong, his eyes wide with rage, bellowed, You worthless fool! How dare you strike Jingming? Your audacity has grown beyond measure. Beside him, Wang Milan echoed his anger, shouting, Let me warn you. If you refuse to properly apologize to Jingming, I will ensure that Qingyue divorces you immediately. Upon hearing the word divorce, Lin Hao could not suppress a cold laugh. Emotionless, he replied, Divorce? I have long considered this. Even if Gao Qingyue does not initiate it, I will end this marriage myself. Qingyue, our feelings have withered, and our fate has run its course. With that, Lin Hao forcefully pushed Gao Qingyue away and resolutely turned to leave. Gao Qingyue shouted after his retreating figure, Lin Hao, you are nothing but a petty and small-minded person. I merely brought Jingming home to stay for a few days, and you react with such fury that you would seek divorce? Is that not excessive? However, Lin Hao appeared oblivious to her reproach, continuing his swift stride until he vanished from sight. As he disappeared down the road, Gu Jingming's face revealed guilt as he softly addressed Gao Qingyue. Qingyue, I am truly sorry. It is all my fault that Lin Hao has become so enraged. He has stormed off in anger. You should hurry and bring him back. Gao Qingyue, however, dismissively curled her lip, nonchalantly replying, Jingming, do not worry. He will not truly leave. He has done this before. At most he will return in half an hour, humbled and apologetic. Wang Milan stepped forward to grasp Gu Jingming's arm, urging, Jingming, forget that good-for-nothing. Let's return home quickly. Indeed, your health is still fragile. We cannot afford any further complications. Gao Qingyue promptly took Gu Jingming's hand, gently touching his bruised lip inflicted by Lin Hao. Gao Qingyue approached with a grim expression, chastising. Your treatment of Lin Hao is utterly excessive. Grandfather, please do not concern yourself with my matters, said Gao Qingyue, as she took Gu Jingming's hand and walked toward home. Gao Xingdong and Xiang Milan hurriedly assisted Gao Qingyue back home. In a solemn tone, Gao Xingdong remarked, Father, at your age, it would be best not to involve yourself in the affairs of the youth. Let us return home. Indeed, Wang Milan added, pursing her lips, Father, Lin Hao is nothing but a useless waste. Why do you care for him so much? If only Qingyue were to marry Gu Jingming, a PhD returning from overseas. His future prospects are boundless. Gao Qingyue gazed in the direction Lin Hao had departed, shaking his head helplessly, a poignant expression etched upon his face. Chapter 5 The girl who saved Lin Hao. That year Lin Hao slowly emerged from the Gao family's villa, each step weighing heavily on his heart, nearly suffocating him with its anguish. He drew a deep breath, as if attempting to exhale the indescribable sorrow that lay buried within him. The cold indifference of Gao Qingyue pierced his heart, and the innocent smile of his daughter now flickered only in the abyss of his memories. Like the brightest star in the night sky, distant and unattainable, shattering his heart into pieces. The night was as dark as ink, the streetlights casting a dim yellow glow, elongating his silhouette and accentuating his solitude. Lin Hao hailed a taxi, directing the driver to Tianjin Huayuan Community. Approximately half an hour later, the taxi arrived at its destination. Tianjin Huayuan Community belonged to the Jiangxing Military District, housing soldiers who had rendered service to the nation. At last, Lin Hao reached an apartment building and rang the doorbell for 602, the home of his close friend, Chen Hui. Chen Hui had served alongside him in the Wolf Fang unit, and after completing 5 years of service, he was assigned to the Jiangxing Military District as the deputy commander. Soon, Chen Hui descended from upstairs, enveloping Lin Hao in a warm embrace, his face lighting up with joy as though greeting a long-lost family member. Brother Hao, what brings you here so suddenly? Lin Hao gazed at his dear friend and, in a subdued voice, inquired. Is it convenient for me to stay here for a few days? Without hesitation, Chun Hui clasped Lin Hao's arm and led him into the building, cheerfully asserting, "We are brothers who have faced life and death together. Staying a few days is no trouble at all, even if you need years." After ushering Lin Hao into his home, they settled onto the sofa. However, as they sat down, Chun Hui appeared to recall something, teasing Lin Hao with a smile. "Haha, Brother Hao, ever since you got married, you become quite the henpecked husband. I reckon you wouldn't dare step outside without your wife's permission. What brings you here today?" Lin Hao remained silent, reaching for a bottle of liquor on the coffee table, twisting off the cap and tilting the bottle towards his lips. The fiery alcohol surged down his throat like flames, bringing a sharp sting. The bitterness of the alcohol intertwined with the deep pain in his heart, intensifying his longing for his daughter. Chun Hui's heart tightened as he noticed that Lin Hao was not the calm, composed man he used to be, filled with laughter and wit. He swiftly snatched the bottle from Lin Hao's grasp. "Brother Hao, what's wrong? Has something happened?" At that moment, Lin Hao's eyes reddened, and tears streamed down his face like pearls slipping from a broken string, soaking his resolute features. He could no longer contain the anguish within him and cried out, "Ruo is gone." "What? Ruo is gone? What happened?" Chun Hui's voice trembled, his eyes widening in disbelief. Through his tears, Lin Hao lamented, "Ruo. She passed away from a sudden heart attack. The most heartbreaking part is that Gao Qingyue was with her beloved at the time, and even now, she remains unaware that Ruo has departed." Lin Hao's words struck Chun Hui like a sharp blade, piercing deeply into his heart. Chun Hui's clenched fist trembled slightly, as if he were valiantly suppressing the tumultuous waves of emotion within. "Brother Hao, if you feel the urge to cry, then let it out. Tonight, I shall accompany you in drinking to your heart's content. However, come dawn, you must gather your spirits, for if Ruo were to possess any awareness from beyond, she would certainly not wish to see you ensnared in the agony of her loss." After a moment, he let out a profound sigh and continued, "Brother Hao, there is something I have long wished to reveal to you." Lin Hao inquired, "What is it?" Chun Hui took a deep breath and slowly articulated, "You requested me to secretly investigate the true culprit behind the murder of your family. Yet thus far, I have found nothing conclusive. However, I inadvertently uncovered another matter. The girl who rescued you back then was not Gao Qingyue, but rather another individual entirely. I have longed to share this news with you, but I feared that upon learning the truth, you might choose to divorce Gao Qingyue. After all, it is better to dismantle 10 temples than to ruin a single marriage, especially since you both have children together." Upon hearing this, Lin Hao was taken aback, his expression one of astonishment as he murmured, "No wonder I have always felt something amiss. The girl in my memories was not only gentle, but also kind-hearted. How could Gao Qingyue be so selfish and indifferent? Now I understand. Yet when I inquired, she firmly insisted that it was she who saved me." With this thought, Lin Hao furrowed his brow, looking at Chun Hui with a perplexed gaze, and pressed, "Then, who is the true girl that saved me?" Chun Hui shook his head helplessly. "I have yet to uncover that information, but rest assured, I will do my utmost to find out for you." Meanwhile, Gao Qingyue's family had just concluded a lavish dinner. Seated around the table were Gao Qingyue, her parents, and Gu Jingming, engaged in amicable conversation. Wang Milan, wearing a smile, curiously asked, "Jingming, I hear you have returned from Harvard as a PhD. That is quite impressive. May I ask what your field of study is?" Gu Jingming humbly smiled and replied, "Andy, you flatter me. I studied finance and investment. Previously, I was fortunate enough to secure a well-paying position at a prestigious firm on Wall Street. However," he paused briefly, casting a tender glance at Gao Qingyue, before adding, "I could not shake my feelings for Qingyue, constantly yearning for her, which compelled me to resign and return home to seek her out." Upon hearing this, Wang Milan's face lit up with joy, and she turned to her daughter, saying, "Qingyue, did you hear that? This young man is truly devoted, sacrificing such a promising career for you." Gao Qingyue, feeling bashful, lowered her head and softly replied, but I am already married." Yet Wang Milan appeared unfazed, a hint of disdain crossing her features as she retorted, "So what if you were married? Divorce is always an option. I wholeheartedly support your decision to divorce that utterly useless individual, Lin Hao. At that moment, Gao Qingyue seemed to recall something suddenly, lifting her head abruptly and casting a puzzled gaze towards the doorway, murmuring to herself, "Mother, your words have indeed sparked a memory." Given the passage of such a considerable time, he ought to have returned home by now to offer me an apology. Why is it that he remains absent? Wang Milin coldly retorted, "It would be best if that good-for-nothing perished outside." Just then, Gao Qingyue entered, stating Ruo is currently ill and hospitalized, and her surgery is imminent. Since we have some free time now, Qingyue, would you accompany me to the hospital to visit her? Although Gao Qingyue initially hesitated, wishing to remain by Gu Jingming's side, she recognized that as Ruo's mother, it would be inexcusable not to check on her daughter during such a time of illness. She quickly turned to Gu Jingming and said, "Jingming, please rest at home, and we will visit Ruo at the hospital and return promptly." Gu Jingming nodded, replying, "All right. Please be cautious on your way." Chapter 6. As Ruo was unwell, the journey to the hospital saw Gao Qingyue's expression darken considerably. "Qingyue, your behavior is simply unacceptable. You have been inseparable from that young man, surnamed Gu. What do you take Lin Hao for? Do not forget, he is your husband. I understand that I have grown old, and now that you wield the power of the Gao family, you no longer regard me, your grandfather, with any respect." Qingyue furrowed her brow tightly, a flicker of barely perceptible dissatisfaction flashing in her beautiful eyes. Taking a deep breath to steady her voice, she replied calmly, "Grandfather, you are overthinking this. I've always held you in the highest regard since childhood. How could I possibly disregard you? As for Jingming, we are merely the most innocent of friends, devoid of any relationship beyond that. I have explained this to you multiple times. He is currently without a place to stay, and as a friend, I have kindly offered him temporary shelter at our home. Truly, our relationship is far less complicated than you presume." However, Gao Qingyue remained unmoved by her words, his chest heaving as he struggled to suppress his inner fury. After a moment, he took a deep breath and declared resolutely, "Qingyue, I may be old, but I am not foolish. You have already held hands with him, and yet claim there is nothing beyond friendship? Regardless, as long as I draw breath, you shall not be allowed to associate with that insolent boy. If you dare to engage in any indiscretions behind my back, I shall never forgive you in this lifetime." At this point, Gao Qingyue paused before continuing his reproach. "Let's set aside that young man Gu for a moment, and consider Ruo. As a mother, how can you neglect your own daughter who is ill in the hospital, failing even to cast a glance her way? How can such a cold-hearted individual as yourself exist in this world? Do you not care for your own child at all?" Faced with her grandfather's scolding, Qingyue felt a wave of guilt wash over her, realizing her shortcomings. She lowered her head, her hands unconsciously fiddling with the hem of her clothing, her lips quivering as she attempted to formulate a defense, yet ultimately found herself at a loss for words. With a long sigh, Gao Qingyue shook his head helplessly, his face etched with sorrow. Soon, the car came to a smooth halt in the hospital parking lot. Gao Qingyue was the first to open the door and step out, with Qingyue following closely behind. They hurriedly made their way toward the cardiology ward. "Qingyue," Gao Qingyue said as they reached the entrance of the ward, "quickly call Lin Hao and find out which room Ruo is in." Upon hearing this, Qingyue felt a surge of resistance within her. To be candid, she was quite reluctant to make that call. Yet, in the face of her grandfather's demand, she dared not refuse, and thus, with great reluctance, pulled out her phone and dialed Lin Hao's number. The line rang with a persistent beeping sound, but after a considerable duration, no one answered. The expression on Gao Qingyue's face grew increasingly grim, as she could no longer contain her frustration, exclaiming through clenched teeth, "That wretched dog! How dare he still be angry with me and refuse to answer my calls?" Observing his granddaughter's ire, Gao Qingyue took out his phone from his pocket and dialed Lin Hao's number. At that moment, Lin Hao was already inebriated and oblivious to his surroundings, rendering him incapable of answering the call. Witnessing this, a faint smirk appeared on Gao Qingyue's lips, laced with mockery as she remarked to Gao Qingyue, "Grandfather, look, he even dares to ignore your call, showing complete disregard for you." Gao Qingyue shook his head, believing that Lin Hao must be preoccupied with caring for Ruo, which was why he failed to answer. Since the call could not connect, they decided to seek out the person directly and inquire at the nurse's station. Upon arriving, Gao Qingyue smiled gently and asked, "Excuse me, could you please tell me which ward Gao Ruo is in?" The nurse, a young woman with a gentle demeanor, immediately began typing on the computer. After a few moments, she shook her head, her eyes reflecting a hint of apology. "I'm sorry, but I've checked, and there is no patient by the name of Gao Ruo on the admission list. Perhaps we might try in another ward. It's possible there was an error or she was transferred to another department." Gao Qingyue's brow furrowed even deeper. That cannot be. She was brought here urgently due to an acute heart condition. He implored, "Could you please check again?" The nurse nodded in understanding and rechecked the information on the phone. "I'm truly sorry, but there is no patient named Gao Ruo. Gao Qingyue nodded, expressing his gratitude for her assistance. Yet his brow remained knitted with confusion and concern. Something was amiss. Could it be that Lin Hao had taken Ruo to another hospital? Just then, a spark of realization flickered in Gao Qingyue's eyes. "Grandfather, I understand." Gao Qingyue, intrigued, tightened his brow further in inquiry. "What have you figured out?" A cold, sardonic smile crept across Gao Qingyue's face as she replied, "Grandfather, it's clear that Ruo's condition is not severe. Lin Hao must have taken her out of the hospital long ago." However, Gao Qingyue gently shook his head, insisting that's impossible. If they had left the hospital, why haven they return home? Gao Qingyue confidently analyzed, "It's because he is still upset over the matter with Gu Jingming. He hasn't brought Ruo home, hoping I will apologize to him. Did he not say earlier that I should meet him at 32 Tianma Mountain in 3 days, or I would never see Ruo again? Nevertheless, I refuse to apologize first. He must apologize to me, or I shall not forgive him." Gao Qingyue pondered her words for a moment before nodding. Your analysis does hold some merit. However, do not be too hard on Lin Hao. After all, he is your husband, and he has treated you well over the years, something I have witnessed." "I know." In high definition, you nodded gently, having been closely attentive to the subtle shifts in Gao Qingyue's expression. Observing the gradual relaxation of his features, she could not help but secretly release a sigh of relief. Subsequently, she affectionately linked her arm with Gao Qingyue's and, with a playful tone, said, "Grandfather, since Ruo's condition is not serious, you can surely ease your worried heart." Gao Qingyue gazed at his granddaughter's playful demeanor and, with a loving nod, replied, "Indeed, since Ruo is fine and with Lin Hao looking after her, I can rest easy. Let's return home." Chapter 7. Whose ashes are these? Time has flown by, and it is already the 3rd day. During these past 3 days, Gao Qingyue, as Ruo's mother, has not made a single phone call to inquire about Ruo's well-being. In Jiangcheng, at number 32 Tianma Mountain, lies the Jiangcheng funeral home. The sky is shrouded in a heavy gloom, thick clouds pressing down as if to suffocate, rendering it difficult to breathe. The fierce wind howls through the trees, making them sway wildly and rustle, yet the rain fails to fall. The weather at this moment mirrors Lin Hao's profound sorrow, an overwhelming tide of grief surging within him. Yet his tears feel as if they are blocked by some unseen force, unable to flow. The funeral home staff slowly carried Gao Ruo's remains from within, placing them aside to allow relatives a final farewell and a moment to gaze upon her. Lin Hao, dragging his leaden legs, moved forward with great difficulty. As he approached, trembling hands gently lifted the white cloth, revealing Ruo's familiar yet pallid face once more. In that instant, all the pain, longing, and reluctance surged forth, and he could no longer suppress the emotions deep within. He burst into inconsolable tears, wailing like a child. His cries, heart-wrenching and resonant, echoed throughout the funeral home, as if to expel the long-suppressed anguish within him. Perhaps the heavens were moved by Lin Hao's sorrowful wails. The previously overcast sky suddenly roared with thunder and lightning, followed by a torrential downpour. Large raindrops fell violently to the ground, splashing in every direction. Witnessing Lin Hao's profound grief, the staff could not help but sigh. "Dear family, please accept our condolences. It is time. The remains must be prepared for cremation." Chen Hui, standing nearby, hurried forward to support Lin Hao, offering words of comfort. Brother Hao, the deceased has passed. You must take care of yourself. Do not be too sorrowful. Lin Hao glanced at the time, then looked into the distance. Gao Qingyue had still not arrived, and his heart sank further. He nodded, and the staff began to push Ro's remains away, carefully placing them into the cremation furnace. As the furnace door slowly closed, Lin Hao felt as if his heart too had plunged into an abyss. Lin Hao's expression darkened, and the fury within him erupted like a volcano. With a bitter laugh, his voice trembled with rage. Gao Qingyue, I never imagined that in your heart. There exists only that so-called white moonlight. Our daughter is now being taken for cremation, yet you can't even spare a glance. I offered you the opportunity to come to number 32 Tiama Mountain, but alas, you chose not to. You didn't even see Roro for the last time. How cruel your heart is. Meanwhile, Gao Qingyue was equally enraged. Her beautiful visage was now clouded with thick shadows, her brows tightly furrowed. How dare Lin Hao, that despicable man, have the audacity to stay away for 3 whole days without even a phone call to apologize? With a huff, she declared that even if he were to kneel and plead for forgiveness, she would never absolve him. Standing beside her, Gu Jingming's lips curled into a subtle smile of triumph as he gently reassured, Qingyue, why let such trifles provoke your ire? He is merely a wretched cur, groveling at your feet. Rest assured, it won't be long before he humbly comes to you, begging for forgiveness. Come now, let us not allow him to dampen our spirits. Instead, allow me to take you to the Tinga shopping center, where I shall buy you some cosmetics. As he spoke, he tenderly clasped Gao Qingyue's hand, his gaze as gentle as flowing water. Upon hearing his words, the fury etched on her face softened slightly. She playfully glared at Gu Jingming before breaking into a radiant smile, delicately adjusting his collar with care, and softly remarked, Jingming, if only Lin Hao possessed half of your thoughtfulness. After all these years of marriage, he has never once gifted me cosmetics. With a gentle sigh, a flicker of disappointment and helplessness crossed her eyes. Little did she remember that whenever Lin Hao bought her gifts, she would invariably find excuses to decline, either deeming them too cheap or the styles too antiquated, unworthy of her elegance. Soon after, Gu Jingming held her hand, and together they walked out, exchanging laughter. From a distance, Gao Qingyue spotted them descending the stairs hand in hand, and his expression darkened instantly. As they drew closer, he pointed an accusatory finger at Gao Qingyue, seething with anger. Qingyue, how many times must I remind you? You are a married woman. How can you brazenly hold hands with another man? Yet, in the face of Gao Qingyue's rebuke, Gao Qingyue did not flinch. Instead, she tightened her grip on Gu Jingming's hand, meeting her grandfather's gaze with unwavering determination. Grandfather, I am no longer a child. My affairs do not require your interference. With that, she turned to leave, dragging Gu Jingming along, leaving Gao Qingyue standing there, fuming and stamping his feet. Sighing deeply as he watched his granddaughter's retreating figure, Gao Qingyue lamented to himself, perhaps I am simply growing old. Even my own granddaughter eludes my guidance. With a slow shake of his head, a look of despondency crossed his face as he stepped towards the exit. It was on this day that he had learned of the sudden passing of his old friend, Zhang, during Tai Chi practice. Determined to pay his final respects, he summoned the family driver and instructed him to take him to the funeral home. Meanwhile, Roro's remains had already been cremated and placed in an urn. At that moment, a torrential downpour hammered the earth, the raindrops drumming furiously against everything around, creating a cacophony of sound. Lin Hao, cradling Roro's cold urn, trudged through the curtain of rain. His steps appeared heavy and laborious, as if each stride demanded the exertion of all his strength. Tears flowed uncontrollably from the corners of his eyes, merging with the relentless rain cascading down, trickling incessantly down his cheeks, each drop falling onto the damp ground below. Chun Hui, trailing behind Lin Hao, strained to hold the umbrella aloft, endeavoring to shield him from the tempest, but the ferocity of the downpour rendered his efforts nearly futile. As he gazed at Lin Hao's forlorn silhouette ahead, his heart brimmed with sorrow and helplessness. Brother Hao, I have secured a burial plot for Ruo on the hillside behind the funeral home. Let us proceed to lay her to rest with dignity. Upon hearing this, Lin Hao slightly lifted his head, casting a vacant, desolate glance at the urn he clutched tightly in his arms, then gently nodded in acquiescence. Thus, the two continued their silent trek toward the hillside. Yet, just as they approached the foot of the mountain, Lin Hao suddenly halted. Not far off, a black sedan glided to a stop at the roadside. The door swung open, and Gao Qingyue, with the assistance of the driver, hurriedly disembarked. The torrential rain quickly drenched his expensive coat. The moment he stepped out, his gaze fixated on the urn in Lin Hao's embrace. He was momentarily taken aback, bewildered by Lin Hao's presence at the funeral home and the identity of the remains he held. However, an ominous premonition surged within him. Ignoring the pouring rain, he hastened towards Lin Hao. "Lin Hao, whose ashes are these?" Gao Qingyue inquired, his face a mask of shock, his voice trembling slightly with anxiety. Chapter 8. Ruo's ashes. Lin Hao could hardly fathom the presence of Gao Qingyue at the funeral home. He realized that the truth of Ruo's demise could no longer be concealed. However, knowing that Gao Qingyue suffered from heart disease and high blood pressure, he feared that revealing the truth would inflict an unbearable blow upon him. Despite being regarded as a worthless individual by the Gao family, who often hurled cold words and insults in his direction, Gao Qingyue alone had always treated him with kindness and sincerity. Noticing Lin Hao's silence and increasingly somber expression, Gao Qingyue raised his voice, straining to shout, "Lin Hao, speak up. Tell me, whose ashes are you holding?" Faced with Gao Qingyue's urgent and stern inquiry, Lin Hao let out a resigned sigh. He understood that any further pretense was futile. With a heavy heart, he lowered his head and replied in a hoarse whisper, "Grandfather, these ashes belong to Ruo." As her name escaped Lin Hao's lips, Gao Qingyue staggered back 2 steps, as though struck by a powerful blow. His already wrinkled visage grew even more haggard, as if decades had been added to his age in an instant. The muscles in his face trembled uncontrollably, and tears surged forth like a torrential flood. Gao Qingyue reached out with trembling hands, clutching Lin Hao's collar tightly, his voice quivering with sorrow. "Lin Hao, why did you hide this from me? How could you do this?" Lin Hao lifted his gaze to meet Gao Qingyue's eyes, which were filled with grief and fury, and gently explained, "Grandfather, I refrained from informing you sooner out of concern for your health and ability to bear this sorrow." Upon hearing this, the raging fire of anger within Gao Qingyue was extinguished in an instant. His tear-filled eyes fixed intently on Lin Hao as he trembled and asked then, "What about Qingyue? Why did you keep her in the dark as well?" At this question, Lin Hao's inner fury erupted like a volcano. With a bitter laugh, he clenched his teeth and replied, "Humph. He spends all his time with his beloved white moonlight, leaving no room in his heart for his own daughter. Moreover, I had already clearly told him that if he wished to see Ruo one last time, he should come to Tianma Mountain, number 32 today. Yet, he ultimately chose not to come." Gao Qingyue's face turned crimson with rage, his chest heaving like a bellows. Suddenly, he clutched his chest, a look of excruciating pain crossing his features as his body involuntarily leaned back. Lin Hao, taken aback by the sight, hastily handed Ruo's urn to Chun Hui standing nearby, then rushed forward, extending his hands to support Gao Qingyue, swiftly guiding him to shelter from the rain beneath the eaves. Once Gao Qingyue was settled, Lin Hao wasted no time and hurriedly reached into the old man's pocket, swiftly retrieving a bottle of emergency heart medication. He opened the cap, poured out several pills, and gently pried open Gao Qingyue's tightly clenched jaws, placing the medication into his mouth. After taking the fast-acting heart-saving pill, Gao Qingyue's agonizing expression gradually softened, and he slowly returned to a state of calm. Lin Hao gently placed a hand on his chest, inquiring with concern, "Grandfather, how are you feeling now? Are you a bit more comfortable?" Gao Qingyue remained silent. His face darkened as he retrieved his phone from his pocket, impatiently dialing Gao Qingyue's number. At that moment, Gao Qingyue was strolling through the Tiangu shopping center with Gu Jingming. Gu Jingming pointed towards the cosmetic section not far away and softly remarked, "Qingyue, if there are any cosmetics you fancy in there, feel free to choose. No matter how expensive, I shall buy them for you." Hearing this, Gao Qingyue replied with tenderness in her eyes, "No need. I have plenty of cosmetics at home. I won't use them all anytime soon. Besides, You just returned from abroad. I understand your financial situation might be a bit tight. So how could I let you spend extravagantly? She continued, since we're already here, let me help you pick out some stylish clothes. With that, she gently took hold of Gu Jingming's arm and led him towards the clothing section. Soon, they arrived at a beautifully decorated Italian high-end men's fashion store. Gao Qingyue smiled and turned to Gu Jingming, softly asking, Jingming, do take a look and see if there are any styles you like here. Ironically, despite being married to Lin Hao for 5 years, she had only gifted him a single pair of underwear, which Lin Hao deemed too cheap to appreciate. Gu Jingming's face brightened with a gentle smile, his charming lips curving upwards to reveal 2 adorable dimples. He grasped Gao Qingyue's delicate hand firmly and said affectionately, Qingyue, once I find a job and have some money, I will certainly repay your kindness tenfold. Gao Qingyue couldn't help but giggle, playfully responding, all right, there's no need for such formality between us. I don't require any material compensation. As long as you continue to treat me sincerely, I will be completely satisfied. Besides, you are a PhD graduate returning from Harvard. Finding a high-paying job should be quite feasible. Just then, her phone rang. It was Gao Qingyue calling. She quickly said, Jingming, you go ahead and choose your clothes. I'll take this call. She stepped aside, pressed the answer button, and said, hello. Grandfather, what's the matter? On the other end, Gao Qingyue's furious voice boomed. Gao Qingyue, you must rush to Tianma Mountain number 32 immediately. Rural. However, before he could finish, Gao Qingyue eagerly interrupted, Grandfather, I'm busy right now. I really can't come over. Once I finish what I'm doing, I will definitely come. That's it. Gao Qingyue, infuriated, continued to shout, wait until you finish? At that moment, it seemed unlikely that she would ever have the chance to meet Ruo, for she. Unfortunately, Gao Qingyue had no intention of listening further and promptly terminated the call. Observing this from a short distance, Gu Jingming hurried over with a concerned expression and inquired, Qingyue, what is the matter? Gao Qingyue wore a displeased countenance, and just as she was about to respond, her phone rang again at the most inopportune moment. Glancing down, she noticed it was yet another call from her grandfather. Without a second thought, she disconnected the call and swiftly powered off her phone. How infuriating! After finally managing to carve out some time to spend with you, he insists on incessantly calling to bother me. I might as well turn off my phone and see what he can do about it. Chapter 9. The Wrath of Gao Qingyue. Gu Jingming gazed at Gao Qingyue and gently remarked, Qingyue, avoiding your calls is not a sustainable solution. When you return home tonight, you will still have to confront your grandfather. Upon hearing this, Gao Qingyue furrowed her delicate brows, her face clouded with worry as she sighed, alas, what am I to do? These past few days, every time I see grandfather, I feel overwhelmed. He incessantly brings up Ruo, causing me great distress. A faint smile graced Gu Jingming's lips as he sought to comfort her. Do not fret. I have conceived an excellent idea. Why don't we take a few days to escape and indulge in a delightful trip, treating it as a mini honeymoon? What do you think? At his words, the once dim light in Gao Qingyue's eyes sparkled with renewed brightness. When she had married Lin Hao, she had merely perceived him as a substitute for Gu Jingming, devoid of any genuine affection, and thus had never experienced the joy of a honeymoon. Now, inspired by Gu Jingming's suggestion, she nodded eagerly, responding, yes, that is indeed a splendid idea. Let us embark on a joyful adventure for a few days. Meanwhile, on the other side, Gao Qingyue was seething with rage. He forcefully hurled his mobile phone to the ground, and with a resounding crash, its components scattered in all directions. He then sprang to his feet, his agitation palpable as he bellowed, Humph, I shall go find her myself. Even if I have to drag her here, I will not relent. With that, he staggered towards the car, aided by his driver, his urgency evident despite his faltering steps. Throughout the journey, Gao Qingyue incessantly urged the driver to hasten. Under his relentless insistence, the driver dared not slacken his pace and pressed the accelerator, racing forward. Within a mere 20 minutes, they arrived at the entrance of the Gao residence. As Gao Qingyue stepped out of the car, he leaned on his cane, braving the downpour, and stormed into the living room with fury. At that moment, Wang Milin stood in the spacious, well-lit living room, engrossed in the television screen. diligently learning to dance to the upbeat music. She gracefully swayed her hips and elegantly waved her arms, each movement brimming with vitality and enthusiasm. Meanwhile, Gao Qingyue reclined comfortably on the sofa, engrossed in a newspaper, savoring the news. Suddenly, a thunderous roar shattered the tranquility. It was Gao Qingyue, his furious voice reverberating like thunder as he entered the room. Gao Qingyue, come out this instant. Startled by the outburst, Wang Milin abruptly ceased her dancing, rushing towards Gao Qingyue with a look of concern. Father, what has upset you? Why are you so angry? Her eyes reflected worry and confusion. Gao Qingyue, equally taken aback by his father's sudden fury, hastily set his newspaper aside and stood up, anxiously inquiring, Father, what has happened? However, Gao Qingyue did not respond immediately to the questions posed by his son and daughter-in-law. He merely widened his eyes, seething with rage as he bellowed once more. Call Gao Qingyue to come out and face me. His demeanor was as if he were ready to devour someone whole. Observing this scene, Gao Qingyue felt an increasing sense of urgency. He attempted to soothe his agitated father while anxiously explaining, Dad, Qingyue just called to say she is going out to have fun with Gu Jingming for a few days. She specifically asked us not to call her, as she won't be reachable during this time. Upon hearing this, Wang Milin was filled with confusion and could not help but inquire, Dad, even if Qingyue is out having fun, you shouldn't be this upset. What on earth has happened? An unexpected scene unfolded. Gao Qingyue slowly raised his right hand and then struck his own face with great force. The sound of the slap echoed sharply, leaving a vivid red mark on his cheek. Immediately afterward, he seemed to lose all strength, his legs giving way as he collapsed to the ground, hands covering his face. And he began to weep uncontrollably. I am so foolish. Woe is me, Gao Qingyue cried, the heart-wrenching sound reverberating throughout the living room, stirring deep sympathy in all who heard. Gao Qingyue and Wang Milin rushed forward to help him up. Dad, why would you hit yourself? What has truly happened? Please tell us. Gao Qingyue, summoning all his strength, forcefully pushed them away, as if this act alone could release all the anger and sorrow pent up within him. He then raised his arm high, delivering a resounding slap to both Gao Qingyue and Wang Milin. I am a foolish elder, and you are the foolish youth. Woe is me. Gao Qingyue sobbed, tears streaming down his face, completely heartbroken. The stunned Gao Qingyue and Wang Milin immediately covered their stinging faces, exchanging bewildered glances, utterly at a loss as to what could have transpired to provoke such an explosive outburst from their usually composed father. Gao Qingyue's heart twisted in anguish as he implored, Dad, please stop crying. Tell us what has happened. At that moment, through his sobs, Gao Qingyue managed to articulate in broken phrases, Our Ruo has succumbed to a heart condition and has passed away despite our attempts to save her. Lin Hao has already cremated her. Upon hearing this devastating news, Gao Qingyue staggered back as if struck by lightning, his face paling instantly, murmuring in disbelief. What? Ruo is dead? How could this be? Meanwhile, Wang Milin appeared somewhat guilty, her head bowed as she muttered softly this. This is all Lin Hao's fault. He didn't even inform us about Ruo's death. You always seek to blame others. Gao Qingyue's expression was a mixture of anger and helplessness. Fixing his piercing gaze upon his son and daughter-in-law, he continued to reprimand them loudly. Every time you see Lin Hao, you treat him like an enemy, exhausting yourselves and concocting various reasons to humiliate him. Naturally, he would be reluctant to engage with you. Furthermore, you are Ruo's grandparents. However, during her illness and hospitalization, did you ever take the initiative to inquire about her well-being, even if it was just a simple phone call to express your familial affection? Upon hearing this, Gao Qingyue and Wang Milin exchanged glances, their faces betraying a hint of guilt before they slowly lowered their heads. Although Ruo is indeed their granddaughter, their hearts harbored prejudice against her due to her lineage connected to Lin Hao, leading them to neglect her entirely. Observing their silence, Gao Qingyue's anger intensified. He raised his voice sharply, exclaiming, What are you two still doing standing there? Hurry and find Gao Qingyue. Wang Milin appeared troubled, explaining that she had told Gu Jingming they would be away for a few days, and they had no knowledge of her whereabouts. Gao Qingyue added, moreover, her phone is turned off, and we cannot reach her. Chapter 10:2 Significant Tidings. After laying Ro to rest, Lin Hao seemed to have lost his very soul in the following days, enveloped in an abyss of sorrow from which he could not escape. Shenyi, observing the once magnificent Wolf King, now reduced to a state of despondency, felt a surge of worry and helplessness. Unable to contain his mounting anxiety, he approached Lin Hao, exhaling softly, and said, Brother Hao, you were once the illustrious Wolf King. How could you allow such a minor setback to render you so defeated? Even in the face of greater trials in the past, you stood tall. It is time to rise again. You cannot dwell in the shadows of the past. However, Lin Hao remained silent, seated with a vacant gaze, utterly unresponsive to Chun Hui's words. The loss of his daughter, Ruo, had undoubtedly inflicted an unbearable blow upon him. As the two men lingered in silence, Chun Hui's phone suddenly rang from his pocket. He quickly stood, retrieved his phone, and answered. As the conversation unfolded, Chun Hui's expression gradually shifted to one of excitement. After a brief while, he hastily ended the call and approached Lin Hao with barely contained elation, exclaiming, Brother Hao, I have excellent news. We have just uncovered two extremely important tidings. Only then did Lin Hao, who had been staring downwards, slowly lift his head, his voice gravelly as he inquired, What news? Chun Hui took a deep breath to steady his fervor and began. The first piece of news pertains to the girl who saved you all those years ago. After thorough investigation, we have located her. Her name is Tang Ruoxue, and, astonishingly, she is the daughter of Tang Yongnian, the wealthiest man in Jiangcheng. Lin Hao was momentarily taken aback by this revelation, then nodded slowly. Reflecting on that life-and-death moment from years past, he realized that had it not been for the benevolent intervention of that girl, he might have long since met his demise. He had always hoped to one day express his gratitude in person, yet upon learning of her exalted status, he found himself momentarily at a loss. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Hao spoke softly. If she is indeed the daughter of a magnate, her life must be filled with wealth and happiness, free from worry. I truly do not know how to repay her for saving my life. As long as she is living joyfully and healthily, I shall refrain from disturbing her tranquil existence. By the way, you mentioned two significant pieces of news. What is the other one? Taking a deep breath, Chun Hui began to explain. The second piece of news concerns Gu Jingming. Through diligent investigation by my subordinates, we have finally unveiled his true character. All those claims of being a Harvard PhD are nothing but deceitful fabrications. In reality, this fellow merely attended a third-rate university in the United States and, due to abysmal academic performance, did not even obtain a diploma. As he spoke, disdain crept across Chun Hui's face, and he continued indignantly. Even more outrageous is the fact that this individual borrowed substantial sums of money from friends in America, fully aware that he had no means to repay them. Consequently, in a bid to escape his debts, he returned to our country in disgrace. Who would have imagined that such trash would audaciously claim to be a PhD graduate from Harvard? It is truly laughable. After uttering these words, Chun Hui could not help but let out a cold chuckle. At that moment, Lin Hao, who had remained silent, suddenly spoke. As for the background of such a worthless individual, I have no interest whatsoever. Only a simple-minded woman like Gao Qingyue, devoid of any discernment, would fall for his deception and be blinded by his lies. But enough of that. The most pressing matter at hand is to continue investigating the true murderer who cruelly took my family's lives. Upon hearing this, Chun Hui promptly nodded vigorously, replying, Brother Hao, rest assured, even if I have to dig 3 feet into the ground, I will exhaust every means to root out those enemies of yours. However, I hope you can muster the strength to recover soon. Lin Hao, in response, gently patted Chun Hui's shoulder and managed a faint smile, saying, Yes, do not worry. The Wolf King will not fall. On the outskirts of the picturesque coastal city of Jiangcheng stands the majestic Weiyun Mountain, shrouded in mist. Atop this mountain lies an opulent villa district known as Tangqing Yiping. Among them, the most striking is Villa Number 1 of Tangqing Yiping, resembling a dazzling pearl that radiates an enchanting brilliance, rightfully earning its title as the king of villas in Jiangcheng. valued an astonishing 50 billion. This villa not only occupies a prime geographical position, nestled between mountains and waters, harmoniously blending with nature, but it also offers a vantage point from which to behold the breathtaking scenery of the entire Jiangxing. At this moment, Tang Ruoxue sat quietly before the spacious, sunlit floor-to-ceiling window, her captivating eyes lost in the vibrant cityscape of Jiangxing outside. Yet, her thoughts had already drifted far into the distant past. Memories surged forth like a tide, recalling the time when she accompanied her father to Beijing to negotiate a jade business, only to be unexpectedly kidnapped by ruthless foreign terrorists. Upon learning of the situation, the Dragon Kingdom ordered the Wolf Fang to launch a rescue mission. Led by the Wolf King, the warriors of Wolf Fang engaged in a fierce battle in the deep mountains at the border between the Dragon Kingdom's Cayenne province and Beijing, ultimately succeeding in rescuing her and her father from the clutches of the terrorists. From that moment on, the Wolf King's handsome and resolute visage became indelibly etched in Tang Ruoxue's heart, a memory that time could never erase. Whenever the night grew quiet, that face would inevitably appear before her eyes, stirring her emotions and making it difficult to sleep. Sighing softly, Tang Ruoxue felt an overwhelming sense of regret and helplessness. Over the years, she had constantly yearned to see her savior, the Wolf King, once more, to express her gratitude in person and bravely convey her admiration for him. Alas, the Wolf King's identity remained a classified secret of the highest level within the Dragon Kingdom, despite her father being the wealthiest man in Jiangxing. Utilizing countless connections and various means to investigate the identity and whereabouts of the Wolf King, he ultimately uncovered no information regarding him. However, what Tang Ruoxue could never have anticipated was that the very Wolf King, who once risked everything to save her from peril, was none other than the youthful boy she had once rescued herself. As Tang Ruoxue was lost in reminiscence, Tang Yongnian quietly approached her from behind. "Ruoxue, are you thinking about the Wolf King again?" he inquired softly. Upon hearing her father's words, Tang Ruoxue's cheeks flushed a deep crimson, reminiscent of a ripe apple, radiating a vibrant allure. She lowered her head slightly and replied in a whisper, "Dad, please don't say that. I am not." Despite her verbal denial, her charming demeanor had already betrayed her true sentiments. Noticing this, Tang Yongnian couldn't help but smile gently, his eyes filled with affection for his daughter. "Silly girl, you're my own flesh and blood. How could I not discern what occupies your thoughts? Remember, the Wolf King is a national hero. Even if you were to find him one day, he would likely have already established a family and become another woman's husband." A hint of undeniable disappointment flickered in Tang Ruoxue's once bright eyes. Her dimmed gaze resembled a star that had lost its luster, evoking a sense of pity. Observing his daughter's despondent expression, Tang Yongnian sighed deeply and said, "Ruoxue, you are no longer a child. It is indeed time to consider marriage. You cannot spend your life alone, perpetually longing for the Wolf King." Tang Ruoxue resolutely shook her head and responded with unwavering determination. "Dad, I truly cannot accept not seeing the Wolf King. Unless I know for certain that he has married and built a happy family of his own, I will never consider marrying anyone else." Chapter 11. Tianma Mountain number 32. After 3 joyful days exploring Kyoto, Gao Qingyue and Gu Jingming returned to Jiangxing with hearts full of delight. As they settled into the taxi for their journey home, Gao Qingyue retrieved her phone and powered it on. The moment the device sprang to life, a barrage of notifications erupted, illuminating the screen with a multitude of messages and missed calls. A cursory glance revealed that, apart from her parents and grandfather, the remainder were all from Lin Hao. A subtle smile graced Gao Qingyue's lips, a hint of satisfaction dancing in her expression. How annoying it would have been had I not turned my phone off. She then tapped on the WeChat icon, noting that Lin Hao's profile bore an alarming 99 notifications. This fool must be inundating me with messages, all surely brimming with apologies and pleas for forgiveness. However, upon opening Lin Hao's profile, she was taken aback to discover that these messages were not of the apologetic nature she anticipated. Instead, they all conveyed the same urgent plea. "Gao Qingyue, Ruo is at Tianma Mountain number 32. Will you truly not come to see her one last time?" A frown creased Gao Qingyue's brow as she muttered. Tianma Mountain number 32? What on earth is that place? At her side, Gu Jingming scoffed, suggesting that perhaps Lin Hao had rented a shabby room there, having failed to return home in recent days. Yet, an unsettling sense of familiarity gnawed at Gao Qingyue's mind. This address felt hauntingly recognizable. She furrowed her brow, straining to recall its significance, murmuring to herself, "Where have I heard this before?" In an instant, her previously composed demeanor drained of color, her complexion turning as pale as a sheet. Terror flooded her beautiful eyes as the dreadful realization dawned upon her. Tianma Mountain No. 32 was a place of thorns for all residents of Jiangcheng. It was the address of the Jiangxing funeral home. With a sharp gasp, her phone slipped from her grasp, tumbling beneath the seat of the car. Her lips trembled uncontrollably as she whispered, "Could it be? The rest of her sentence was choked by an invisible force, rendering her voiceless. Observing her distress, Gu Jingming swiftly inquired, "Qingyue, what's the matter?" Yet, Gao Qingyue seemed ensnared in a realm of her own terror, oblivious to Gu Jingming's concern. She dared not delve deeper into her thoughts. In a state of panic, she reached beneath the seat to retrieve her fallen phone. After a struggle, she finally grasped it and hastily dialed Lin Hao's number. However, she was met with despair as she realized he had blocked her, rendering her attempts futile. Her heart plummeted into despair. Unwilling to surrender, she quickly opened WeChat, hoping to send Lin Hao a message to inquire about Rua's condition. Alas, her message was met with a glaring red exclamation mark. Evidently, she had also been blocked on WeChat. Gu Jingming, unable to contain his curiosity any longer, pressed her once more. "Qingyue, please speak. What is happening?" At this moment, Gao Qingyue finally regained a semblance of composure, yet her voice trembled with evident distress as she responded, "Rua. Something may have happened to Rua." Immediately, she shouted at the taxi driver, "Sir, please drive faster. I implore you." Shortly thereafter, the taxi came to a halt at the entrance of the Gao family villa. Gao Qingyue and Gu Jingming exited the vehicle and rushed into the living room. The atmosphere within was palpably tense. Gao Xingdong and Wang Milin sat quietly on the sofa, their expressions somber. Upon seeing Gao Qingyue enter, they merely lifted their gazes momentarily before lowering their heads once more. As Gao Qingyue observed her parents' demeanor, her sense of unease intensified. She had already surmised that something was amiss with Rua. Nevertheless, she desperately hoped it was not the case and tentatively inquired, "Father, mother, has something happened at home?" In response to her question, Wang Milin let out a long sigh. Her lips moved as if to speak, yet the words were swallowed back down. Gao Xingdong was about to speak when Gao Zhenghua, leaning on his cane, emerged unsteadily from within. His already grave countenance was now even more foreboding, his bloodshot eyes glaring fiercely at Gao Qingyue. Upon meeting her grandfather's terrifying gaze, Gao Qingyue instinctively took a step back, her voice quavering with fear. "Grandfather, why do you look at me with such eyes? Is it true that something has happened at home?" Gao Zhenghua remained silent, raising his frail, withered hand high before delivering a resounding slap across Gao Qingyue's cheek. She cupped her stinging face, having already deduced the situation, yet still clung to a sliver of hope, her voice trembling as she pleaded, "Grandfather, why did you strike me? If I have erred in some way, you should at least provide me with a reason." In her heart, she prayed that her grandfather's answer would not be tied to any misfortune befalling Rua. However, Gao Zhenghua remained unresponsive, raising his hand once more to land another blow on Gao Qingyue's face. Staggering back 2 steps from the force of the strike, she gazed at him in terror. "Grandfather, I beg you, please tell me what has transpired." Seeing this, Gu Jingming rushed forward, shielding Gao Qingyue behind him. "Grandfather, let us speak civilly. Why strike Qingyue upon our first meeting? Get away from me. This is none of your concern." Gao Zhenghua forcefully shoved Gu Jingming aside. He then raised his cane, striking fiercely towards Gao Qingyue. She instinctively recoiled, and as Gao Zhenghua swung with excessive force, he lost his balance and stumbled several steps forward before crashing to the ground in a disheveled heap. Witnessing this, Gao Qingyue hurriedly bent down to assist him. "Grandfather, are you all right?" Gao Zhenghua, ungrateful, violently brushed her away and bellowed, "Get lost. You beast, do not touch me." Upon finishing his words, he broke down in tears like a child, with tears cascading down his wrinkled cheeks as if a dam had burst. Gao Yu gazed at her tear-streaked grandfather, her heart heavy with sorrow, and her eyes began to glisten with unshed tears. Choking back her emotions, she pleaded, "Grandfather, I implore you to cease this self-torment. What truly transpired? Please, share it with me." At that moment, Gao Sheng swiftly approached, carefully lifting Gao Qingyue from the ground and guiding him to sit gently on the sofa. "Father, please do not be overly distressed." He then turned to Gao Yu, his gaze fierce and his tone gravely serious. "Ruo has passed away. Lin Hao has already cremated her. And you? Not only did you fail to bid her a final farewell, but you also had the audacity to go off and enjoy yourself. I truly find myself at a loss for words." Chapter 12. It's all Lin Hao's fault. Upon hearing her father's words, Gao Qingyue collapsed onto the ground. The most dreaded news had finally come to pass. Ruo was truly gone. "No, you're deceiving me, aren't you?" she cried out in anguish. Gao Qingyue, filled with fury, struck the ground heavily with his cane. "You wretch! Your own daughter has died, and instead of being by her side for one last farewell, you have spent 3 entire days frolicking with that goof fellow. Has your conscience been devoured by dogs?" At these words, Gao Qingyue trembled violently, then broke down into heart-wrenching sobs. "Grandfather, I truly didn't know. It's all Lin Hao's fault. Why didn't he inform me that Ruo had passed away? Who said Lin? How didn't he tell you? He clearly instructed you to go to Tian Mountain number 32. Otherwise, you would never see Ruo again. But did you take his words to heart?" Gao Qingyue trembled with rage as he continued his tirade. "Who in Jiangsheng doesn't he know that Tianma Mountain 32 is the address of the funeral home?" At that moment, Wang Milan hurriedly approached and sat beside Gao Qingyue, grasping his arm as she tried to soothe him. "Father, Ruo is already gone. Scolding Qingyue now is futile." "Silence!" Gao Qingyue snapped, turning to Wang Milan with a furious glare. "It is your pampering that has spoiled her to this point. Oomph. Even if Lin Hao hadn't informed her of Ruo's death. Where was Qingyue when Ruo was in the emergency room? She was with her white moonlight." Wailing, Gao Qingyue got to her feet and ran towards the outside. Wang Milan urgently called out, "Qingyue, where are you going?" However, Gao Qingyue did not stop, quickly fleeing the Gao family villa. Gu Jingming hastily said, "And don't worry, I will go talk to her." With that, he rushed after Gao Qingyue. Gao Qingyue ran far until she could run no more, finally stopping, breathless. She crouched down, her hands tightly covering her face as tears streamed down like a flood breaking through a dam. "Ruo, I'm so sorry," she sobbed, her heart-wrenching cries echoing in the air. At that moment, Gu Jingming slowly approached from behind. He gently extended his hand, softly patting her trembling back. "Qingyue, don't be too sorrowful. I believe this matter cannot be entirely attributed to you." Gao Qingyue lifted her head, her tear-filled eyes gazing at him as she shook her head, choking back her words. "I wasn't there when Ruo needed me. I couldn't even accompany her on her final journey. I have failed her." Gu Jingming sighed deeply, speaking with resignation. "Qingyue, in this life, every individual from the moment of birth is destined to confront the cycles of life, aging, sickness, and death. Moreover, Ruo suffered from congenital heart disease, a perilous and difficult ailment to treat. Perhaps this was simply her fate, one beyond anyone's control." After a moment's pause, Gu Jingming's expression darkened suddenly, and he vehemently continued, "However, I believe that Ruo's demise is inextricably linked to Lin Hao. He certainly did not take proper care of Ruo. Otherwise, she would not have perished. Moreover, she was just a child. Her absence is regrettable, but you are still young and can have more children." Upon hearing these words, Gao Qingyue's previously dim eyes brightened significantly. She nodded vigorously, gritting her teeth as she declared, "You are absolutely right. It must be that useless Lin Hao who failed to care for Ruo properly. How else could she have suffered a sudden cardiac episode? It is all his fault." By the end of her statement, her voice was nearly squeezed out between clenched teeth. "Indeed, Ruo is gone, yet I can still bear more children. However, I shall not easily let that good-for-nothing Lin Hao off the hook. I am determined to divorce him. Gu Jingming's lips curled into a faint smile, revealing a barely perceptible malice. He promptly concurred. Qingyue, it is commendable that you think this way. All of this can solely be blamed on Lin Hao, so you need not feel any guilt. Gao Qingyue, you must immediately seek out Lin Hao, apologize to him, earn his forgiveness, and bring him back home. From this moment on, you are absolutely forbidden from having any dealings with that scoundrel surnamed Gu. Unbeknownst to them, Gao Qingyue had slowly approached, leaning on his cane. Nevertheless, Gao Qingyue showed no inclination to retreat. Instead, she retorted with displeasure, "Grandfather, it's not that I do not respect you. I am now an adult. Please refrain from interfering in my affairs, if you would be so kind." Pausing for a moment, she added indignantly, "Furthermore, Roro's death is entirely due to Lin Hao's negligence in caring for her. What fault do I bear? Asking me to apologize to him is out of the question." With that, Gao Qingyue refused to grant Gao Qingyue another chance to speak, grasping Gu Jingming's hand and swiftly departing without a backward glance. "You wretched creature! How can you utter such words?" Gao Qingyue trembled with fury at his granddaughter's remarks. He widened his eyes and, with a hoarse voice, bellowed at her receding figure. "Stop right there! Come back immediately!" Yet, Gao Qingyue seemed to have deafened herself to his cries, quickening her pace until she and Gu Jingming vanished at the end of the road. Gao Qingyue, already suffering from heart disease and hypertension, felt a searing pain rip through his chest as a result of Gao Qingyue's words, as if he were being torn apart. His already wrinkled face twisted in agony. Instinctively, he extended his trembling right hand to clutch his chest, as if hoping to alleviate the unbearable torment. However, all was in vain. The pain not only failed to subside but surged with greater intensity, crashing against his chest like a relentless tide. Suddenly, he stumbled, his body uncontrollably retreating several steps. In his panic, he hastily reached out to steady himself against the wall beside him, striving to prevent his imminent collapse. Despite his utmost effort to brace himself against the wall, he ultimately succumbed to the unforgiving cold of the ground. With great difficulty, he lifted his head and, in a voice so weak it was nearly inaudible, implored the passers-by, "Please, help me up." However, despite the throngs of people traversing the street, they all chose to turn a blind eye. After all, incidents of the elderly defrauding kind-hearted souls have become all too common in today's society, instilling fear in everyone of becoming the next victim. Thus, no one dared to take the risk. They merely quickened their pace, hurrying past while feigning ignorance. As time inexorably ticked away, Gao Qingyue's breaths grew increasingly labored, each inhalation a struggle, as if the very air had transformed into leaden weights, suffocating him. Gradually, he felt his eyelids grow heavier, and his consciousness began to fade. Ultimately, he closed his eyes, lying still upon the ground, surrendering to the stillness. Chapter 13. Even if you are willing to forgive me, I shall not forgive you. Meanwhile, a dark green military vehicle approached slowly from a distance. Lin Hao silently gazed at the divorce agreement in his hands, his heart a tumult of conflicting emotions. He let out a deep sigh. Despite the heartbreak inflicted by Gao Qingyue, he had cherished her as the girl who saved him throughout their 5 years of marriage, pouring all his love into her. Although he had come to realize that the girl who had once rescued her was not Gao Qingyue, the weight of 5 years of affection lingered, and the thought of imminent divorce still pained him deeply. Chen Hui, seated in the driver's seat, cast a sidelong glance at the despondent Lin Hao and said solemnly, "Brother Hao, do not grieve too much. A woman like Gao Qingyue is hardly worth your sorrow." Upon hearing this, Lin Hao nodded slightly, while the words rang true. His heart, alas. Suddenly, Lin Hao spotted Gao Qingyue lying by the roadside and shouted, "Stop the car." Chen Hui was startled by his sudden exclamation and promptly slammed the brake pedal. With a screech of tires, the military vehicle came to a halt at the roadside. Before Chen Hui could inquire about the situation, Lin Hao had already flung open the car door and dashed towards Gao Qingyue. At that moment, Gao Qingyue lay still, his eyes closed, his complexion pale. A crowd of onlookers had gathered, whispering and pointing, yet none dared to approach and assist him. Lin Hao pushed through the throng, knelt down and cupped Gao Qingyue's head in his hands, gently lifting him slightly. Grandfather. But no matter how fervently Lin Hao called out, Gao Qingyue remained unresponsive, his chest rising and falling violently. In a rush, Lin Hao reached into Gao Qingyue's coat pocket and retrieved a bottle of fast-acting heart medication. He twisted off the cap, poured out a few pills, and placed them into Gao Qingyue's mouth. Qingyue approached and asked, "Brother Hao, what is happening?" Lin Hao's forehead was beaded with sweat. His eyes remained fixed on Gao Qingyue as he replied, "My grandfather has suffered a sudden heart attack. We must get him to the hospital immediately." Without delay, the two men lifted Gao Qingyue and carefully placed him into the vehicle. Qingyue jumped into the driver's seat, ignited the engine, and the car sped towards the hospital like an arrow released from a bow. In less than 10 minutes, they arrived at the hospital. Lin Hao and Qingyue rushed Gao Qingyue to the emergency room, where doctors and nurses immediately came forward to commence urgent treatment. After a harrowing session of resuscitation, Gao Qingyue was finally stabilized, though he would need to remain under observation for some time. Time passed, and eventually Gao Qingyue slowly opened his eyes. He saw Lin Hao seated beside him and weakly inquired, "Lin Hao, where am I?" Lin Hao smiled gently and replied, "Grandfather, you collapsed by the roadside due to a heart attack, but fortunately, I happened to pass by and brought you to the hospital in time. You are safe now, though you must take the time to rest." Gao Qingyue nodded gently, then sighed deeply. "Lin Hao, I am aware that Qingyue has wronged you greatly, causing you considerable distress. You must desire a divorce from her. However, your grandfather still hopes for your reconciliation. I will ensure that she apologizes to you and vows never to associate with that fellow Gu again." A bitter smile crept upon Lin Hao's lips as he shook his head helplessly. "Grandfather, based on my understanding of Gao Qingyue, persuading her to apologize sincerely and sever ties with Gu Jingming will be an endeavor more arduous than scaling the heavens." He inhaled deeply, a faint smile gracing his features. "Grandfather, your paramount concern should be your health. Focus on recuperating swiftly. As for the matters between Qingyue and me, let us postpone that discussion until you are well again." Lin Hao had resolved to divorce Gao Qingyue, but understood that he could not subject Gao Qingyue to further distress at this moment. Thus, he decided to wait until Gao Qingyue's condition stabilized before addressing the divorce. Gao Qingyue nodded gently, conceding very well. Lin Hao then retrieved his phone and dialed Gao Qingyue's number. As soon as the call connected, a torrent of icy invective erupted from the other end. "Lin Hao, you worthless fool. So you finally realized it was time to call and apologize? But it is far too late. Setting aside the fact that you laid hands on Jingming, I will never forgive you for failing to care for Ruo, leading her to depart this world at such a tender age. Let me be frank. I have resolved to divorce you. Gao Qingyue, you overestimate your influence. Even if you were to forgive me, I would not grant you the same courtesy," Lin Hao replied coldly. "I called merely to inform you that grandfather has suffered a heart attack and is currently lying in the hospital. You must come quickly to attend to him." With that, he ended the call. He then sat on the edge of the bed, his expression grave. "Grandfather, there is another matter I must share with you. Please advise Gao Qingyue." Gao Qingyue inquired eagerly, "What is it?" Lin Hao spoke solemnly. "Gu Jingming is not a Harvard graduate. He merely attended a lesser institution in the United States, where he performed poorly and failed to obtain a diploma. Moreover, he has been borrowing money from friends in the U.S. and fled back home to evade his debts. I intended to share this with Gao Qingyue personally, but she would undoubtedly dismiss my words. Thus, I hope you can counsel her." Gao Qingyue nodded, "I understand." Lin Hao smiled faintly. "Grandfather, I have already contacted Gao Qingyue. She will soon be here to see you. I must take my leave now." Gao Qingyue wished to say more, but ultimately swallowed his words, aware that his granddaughter's marriage to Lin Hao had reached its conclusion. Initially, Lin Hao had no intention of involving himself in Gao Qingyue's affairs. He simply could not bear to see her deceived and dragging Gao Qingyue into the turmoil. After his departure, Gao Qingyue, disregarding the doctor's advice, left the hospital alone. Not far from the hospital entrance, he encountered Gao Qingyue and Gu Jingming. Gao Qingyue hurried forward to support Gao Qingyue. "Grandfather, are you all right?" Gao Qingyue forcefully pushed aside Gao Qingyue's hand and coldly remarked, "What could possibly concern me?" "Gao Qingyue, patting her chest in relief. Exhaled deeply. That good-for-nothing Lin Hao claimed you were hospitalized due to a heart attack. You nearly frightened me to death. Gao Qingyue chuckled. Qingyue, do not fret. Lin Hao merely sought an excuse to call you, probing your sentiments to see if you would forgive him. That worthless Lin Hao. How dare he deceive me? Gao Qingyue seethed, her teeth clenched. When I see him, I shall undoubtedly deliver 2 resounding slaps to his face. At that moment, Gao Qingyue stepped forward and slapped Gao Qingyue across the face. Gao Qingyue, bewildered by the sudden blow, covered his face and inquired, "Grandfather, why did you hit me?" Chapter 14. Gao Qingyue passes away despite rescue efforts. Gao Qingyue's face, etched with deep wrinkles, was shrouded in gloom as he trembled with fury, pointing a quivering finger at Gao Qingyue and bellowing, "You shameless interloper! You have shattered my granddaughter's marriage. I warn you, leave her at once. You must go this instant." Seeing this, Gao Qingyue rushed forward, resolutely placing herself protectively behind Gao Qingyue. Her expression was one of displeasure as she retorted, "Grandfather, I have told you countless times that I am no longer a child. My life is my own to govern, and I do not require your interference. Moreover, I had already planned to divorce that useless Lin Hao. This matter has nothing to do with Qingyue." Gao Qingyue, panting heavily, continued to scold loudly. Silence. "Qingyue, Lin Hao has just informed me that this Gao fellow is nothing but a charlatan. His claims of being a Harvard graduate with a doctorate are all fabrications. In truth, he is a ne'er-do-well who couldn't even obtain a diploma from those subpar schools in America. Not only that, he has accrued a mountain of debt in the United States, returning home only when he found himself cornered. You must open your eyes and not be deceived by such a person." Upon hearing this, a flicker of panic crossed Gao Qingyue's eyes. But he quickly regained his composure, countering calmly, "Grandfather, Lin Hao has always held a grudge against me. He is deliberately slandering my name. Be silent. Who are you calling grandfather? If you dare to utter that again, I shall slap you." Gao Qingyue exclaimed, his face a mask of anger as he seized Gao Qingyue's wrist. "Qingyue, you will return home with me now, and you are forbidden from associating with him henceforth." With a determined shake, Gao Qingyue broke free from Gao Qingyue's grasp. She turned defiantly to him, asserting, "Grandfather, how can you take Lin Hao's word at face value? Qingyue would never deceive me. I have seen his diploma and degree with my own eyes." Gao Qingyue pointed to the wall, which was plastered with numerous phone numbers for obtaining various certificates. He scoffed, "Look at that. The wall is covered with contacts for those who forge documents. They could fabricate any credentials you desire." Taking a deep breath, Gao Qingyue struggled to temper her rising anger. "Grandfather, I truly do not wish to continue this argument." With that, she took Gao Qingyue's hand and turned to leave. In her heart, she believed that while Gao Qingyue might deceive the world, he would never deceive her. A satisfied smile slowly crept across Gao Qingyue's lips. Enraged, Gao Qingyue rushed forward, seizing Gao Qingyue's clothing. "Qingyue, stop. You cannot leave. You must return home with me." Gao Qingyue turned to face him, her brows knitted in concern. "Grandfather, I have always held you in high regard, but please do not overstep. Though I am your granddaughter, I'm also a person with my own will." Gao Qingyue, upon hearing these words, felt his chest rise and fall with fury, his weathered and somewhat slack face reddening with indignation. "How, Qingyue, if you wish to leave, you may do so only over my dead body." How Qingyue's eyes widened as she struggled to suppress the fury bubbling within her. "Grandfather, please release me. Must you continue this unreasonable commotion?" However, Gao Qingyue showed no intention of loosening his grip. Instead, he tightened his hold on her clothing, laughing in a fit of rage. His laughter tinged with profound sorrow and disappointment. He declared, "Ah, how delightful! My granddaughter, whom I have cherished since childhood, dares to accuse me of being unreasonable. I shall repeat myself. You may leave, but only over my lifeless body." At last, How Qingyue could bear it no longer. With a sudden movement, she forcefully pushed Gao Qingyue aside. "Qingming, let us depart." She then turned, grasped Gao Qingming's hand, and left without a backward glance. Gao Qingyue staggered several steps back before losing his balance and crashing heavily to the ground. Lying there, he felt an excruciating pain in his chest, akin to a great hand relentlessly squeezing his heart. Gripping his chest with both hands, his face turned as pale as a sheet, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead, and his lips quivering slightly from the agonizing torment. He called out toward the direction where Gao Qingyue had departed. Qingyue. In his despair, he realized that Gao Qingyue, as if deaf to his cries, continued to cling to Gu Jingming's arm, walking briskly away without a glance back, their figures swiftly fading into the distance. Watching their retreating silhouettes, Gao Qingyue felt as though his heart were being wrenched from his chest. Trembling, he extended his right hand and slowly delved into his pocket, searching for some time until he finally grasped a vial of fast-acting heart medication. Just as he was about to twist off the cap, his trembling hands caused the vial to slip from his grasp and roll away, ultimately disappearing into an open manhole by the roadside. Left with no choice, Gao Qingyue endured the searing pain in his chest and retrieved his phone, his hands shaking as he illuminated the screen, locating Gao Qingyue's number and dialing it. The moment the call connected, it was ruthlessly terminated by Gao Qingyue. Once, twice, thrice Gao Qingyue repeatedly redialed, only to have his calls met with the same cold dismissal each time. After several fruitless attempts, he reluctantly abandoned the thought of contacting Gao Qingyue and instead dialed Lin Hao's number. Before long, Lin Hao's familiar voice resonated from the other end. "Hello, grandfather. What is the matter?" Hearing Lin Hao's voice felt like grasping a lifeline for Gao Qingyue, who eagerly began to speak. "Lin Hao, Unfortunately, he did not manage to finish his sentence before darkness enveloped him, and he collapsed onto the cold ground. "Grandfather, what is wrong? Please speak." The anxious voice of Lin Yang crackled through the phone. A passerby, quick to react, sprinted toward the security booth at the nearby hospital entrance, exclaiming, "Oh no, an elderly man has collapsed by the roadside. You must hurry and check on him." Upon hearing the commotion, the security guard on duty within the kiosk felt an urgent sense of responsibility. Without a moment's hesitation, he swiftly seized the telephone from the desk and dialed the hospital's emergency room, his voice laced with urgency as he implored, "An elderly man has collapsed outside. Please send a doctor immediately." Within less than a minute, 4 or 5 doctors clad in pristine white coats rushed out from the hospital. Their hurried steps and grave expressions reflected the seriousness of the situation as they quickly gathered around Gao Qingyue. Methodically, they conducted a thorough and meticulous examination of his condition. Yet, despite the flicker of hope that resided in their hearts, reality often proves to be harsh. After a frantic and intense evaluation, the lead doctor gradually rose to his feet, his face etched with helplessness and gravity. He gently shook his head and, with a heavy and slightly trembling voice, lamented, "Alas, we are too late. This elderly gentleman has already departed." Chapter 15. Do not be deceived by him. When Lin Hao hastily arrived at the hospital, the lifeless body of Gao Qingyue had already been covered with a white sheet. Trembling, Lin Hao slowly lifted the cloth, and upon gazing at Gao Qingyue's serene visage, he could no longer contain the torrents of grief that surged within him, tears streaming down his face. Although Gao Qingyue was not his biological grandfather, for the past 5 years, he had treated Lin Hao as his own grandson, in an attempt to absolve themselves of any responsibility for Gao Qingyue's demise. The hospital voluntarily played the surveillance footage from before his death for Lin Hao. After watching, Lin Hao was left in utter disbelief. It turned out that Gao Qingyue had succumbed to a heart attack after being pushed to the ground by Gao Qingyue. Meanwhile, in a private room at the most luxurious restaurant in Jiangcheng, Weiji Xian, bursts of laughter and merriment echoed intermittently. Gao Qingyue and Gu Jingming had ordered an extravagant feast, complete with a case of Maotai liquor, and had invited a group of young men and women. Among them was a girl named Qingyue, who wore a radiant smile and curiously inquired, "Qingyue, is there a special occasion today? Why have you suddenly invited us for such a lavish meal?" Upon hearing this, Gao Qingyue glanced at Gu Jingming beside her, then smiled slightly and replied nonchalantly, "Because I have made an important decision. I have decided to divorce that worthless Lin Hao. So I called you all here to celebrate." Upon hearing this, Qingyue immediately clapped her hands in excitement, exclaiming, "Qingyue, you should have divorced that waste of space Lin Hao long ago. I truly cannot fathom what initially drew you to him. Indeed, another girl named Lin nodded in agreement, adding, Qingyue, you are renowned as a stunning beauty in our circle, and you are the president of the Gao group. Lin Hao is merely a man who can wash and cook. He is entirely unworthy of you. At that moment, a tall and handsome young man, Wang Rue, affectionately draped his arm over Gu Jingming's shoulder and remarked with a smile, Qingyue, had Jingming not gone abroad for further studies back then, perhaps you too would have already achieved your happy ending. Fortunately, Jingming has returned, and this opportunity is rare. Do not let it slip away again. Just then, the door to the private room was slowly pushed open, and a tall, elegant figure appeared before everyone. A young man dressed in a white checkered suit entered. His handsome features framed by sharp brows and bright eyes, a faint smile gracing his lips. Qingyue, they are right. You should quickly divorce that useless Lin Hao and marry Jingming. Jingming is a Harvard PhD, and, as the president of the Gao group, if you two come together, it would be a match made in heaven. The imposing young man was Fu Hongyu, a scion of one of Jiangqing's 4 prominent families. Upon seeing Fu Hongyu enter the room, Gao Qingyue and the others hurriedly stood, their faces adorned with flattering smiles. Young Master Fu, why have you arrived only now? We have been eagerly awaiting your presence. Indeed, Mr. Fu, we have been eagerly awaiting your arrival. Another person chimed in excitedly. Mr. Fu, it has been exceedingly difficult to arrange a meeting with you lately. Fu Hongyu offered a slight smile and casually replied, I sincerely apologize for the wait. It was unavoidable. My family insisted that I manage the company, and I have just finalized 10 small orders. Immediately after concluding the discussions, I hurried over, only to find myself delayed. At that moment, the door to the private room swung open once more, and the attention of everyone present turned towards the entrance, where Lin Hao entered with a stormy expression. Upon seeing Lin Hao, the previously lively atmosphere of the room fell into an abrupt silence. Gao Qingyue's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief as she exclaimed, What brings you here, you useless fool? Lin Hao's gaze swept over the lavish spread on the table, a sardonic smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he remarked, Gao Qingyue, it's hardly been long since Rua departed, and yet you seem untroubled. Indulging in a feast? In response to Lin Hao's reproach, Gao Qingyue exhibited no sign of remorse. Instead, she scoffed disdainfully, retorting, Humph. Rua's demise is entirely due to your negligence in caring for her. I have yet to hold you accountable for this, and you dare to confront me? Furthermore, Rua is our child, and since she has passed, I see no reason to mourn. I can always have another with Jingming. Upon hearing Gao Qingyue's cold and callous words, Lin Hao felt as though he had been struck by lightning, his body frozen in disbelief. His eyes widened, filled with incredulity, as he stammered, Rua is your flesh and blood. How could you utter such heartless words? Yet, Gao Qingyue merely waved him off with an air of annoyance, commanding, Enough! Stop your incessant prattling. It's utterly exhausting. I am here, enjoying drinks and conversation with my friends, and I have no desire to discuss such morbid topics. Leave immediately, and I shall contact you when I am ready to discuss the divorce. Lin Hao's expression darkened, his voice icy as he replied, Gao Qingyue, if it were not for my inability to reach you by phone, do you think I would be here? I came to inform you that grandfather has passed away. What did you say? At this revelation, Gao Qingyue stood frozen, as if struck by lightning. Just then, Gu Jingming interjected with a smile, Qingyue, do not let him deceive you. He previously claimed that grandfather was hospitalized with a severe heart condition, and when we visited, he was perfectly fine. I suspect he wishes to apologize but lacks the courage in front of so many, resorting to such deceit to lure you away. Upon hearing Gu Jingming's words, Gao Qingyue's furrowed brow relaxed, and she turned to Lin Hao, her fury boiling over as she shouted, You worthless fool. You claimed grandfather's heart condition was critical, needing care in the hospital, to lure me there, and now you dare to use the lie of his passing to deceive me? Your audacity is astounding. Confronted by the furious rebuke of Gao Qingyue, Lin Hao replied with a frigid tone, If you do not believe me, feel free to accompany me to verify. To deceive me is one thing, But to use the death of my grandfather as a means of manipulation is undeniably inauspicious. Gao Qingyue, consumed by rage, could no longer suppress the fury within her. She strode swiftly to Lin Hao's front, raising her hand to strike his face with force. Lin Hao extended his right hand, seizing her descending palm, his gaze icy as he met her eyes. Coldly, he remarked, "Gao Qingyue, since you choose not to trust my words, so be it. Continue to indulge in your lavish feast." With that, he forcefully pushed her away and turned to leave. Wait. At that moment, Fu Hongyu rose and positioned himself in front of Lin Hao, his expression ominous. "Lin, the good-for-nothing, since you are here, you might as well stay and discuss the matter of divorce with Qingyue." Chapter 16. Broken Limbs. Sinking into the sea to feed the fish, Lin Hao's icy gaze bore down upon Fu Hongyu. "Whether I divorce Gao Qingyue or not is not for you to meddle in. Get lost." As Fu Hongyu met Lin Hao's chilling stare, an overwhelming wave of frigid dread surged through him, causing him to involuntarily shudder and instinctively step back. At that moment, he could not comprehend why encountering the gaze of this so-called waste would evoke such a bone-chilling sensation. Yet, in front of so many witnesses, he was unwilling to lose face. Thus, he feigned composure, gritting his teeth and stepping forward 2 paces. Pointing a finger at Lin Hao, he shouted in a fit of rage, "Lin the useless, how dare you speak to me like that?" Lin Hao dismissed Fu Hongyu's outburst with utter indifference, not even bothering to utter a single word in response. With a swift motion, he brought his palm down sharply against Fu Hongyu's face. The resounding slap echoed throughout the private room, leaving everyone present in stunned silence. They could hardly believe their eyes. The typically submissive Lin Hao had audaciously struck the heir of the Fu family. What had come over this waste today? What had emboldened him? Gao Qingyue, witnessing the scene, trembled with indignation, her brows furrowed in fury as she shouted at Lin Hao, "How dare you lay a hand on young Master Fu? Apologize at once." Gu Jingming approached with a gleeful smirk. "Lin Hao, apologize to young Master Fu quickly. I'll speak a few good words for you, or you'll find yourself in serious trouble today." Lin Hao turned to Gu Jingming, his voice cold and unyielding. "You have no right to speak to me. Get away." Gu Jingming shivered, recalling the earlier scene where Lin Hao had slapped him. Fear gripped his heart, and he took a hesitant step back. Meanwhile, Fu Onju, hand pressed to his face and seething with rage, advanced cursing, "Lin the useless, how dare you hit me? If you don't kneel and apologize today, and even sever a hand, this matter won't end here." Gao Qingyue, infuriated once more, admonished Lin Hao, "Didn't you hear young Master Fu? Do as he says, kneel and apologize, and then cut off one of your hands. Otherwise, I can't save you." Qingy approached, arms crossed, her heavily made-up face reflecting disdain as she looked down on Lin Hao, mocking, "Lin Hao, you worthless fool, daring to strike young Master Fu. If you don't obediently comply with his demands, not only will you not leave here, but your very life may be at stake." "Absolutely." Lin Yu chimed in from the side, her eyes filled with contempt. "Lin Hao, before young Master Fu, you're nothing but trash. Only he has the right to strike you. You should know your place and accept your fate." Lin Hao's gaze was icy as he fixed his eyes on the group of buffoons before him, a tempest of fury brewing within. Yet, he summoned his formidable willpower to forcibly quell the blaze of anger. After all, as a soldier and the illustrious Wolf King, his fists were reserved solely for those who infringed upon national sovereignty and harmed his compatriots. These inconsequential figures were hardly worthy of inciting his wrath. With this thought, a faint smirk of supreme disdain graced Lin Hao's lips as he strode purposefully towards the door of the private room. Fu Hongyu, with a darkened expression, stepped forward and grasped Lin Hao's arm tightly, seething with malevolence. "Do you think you can just walk away after striking me? It won't be that simple." Lin Hao merely flicked his wrist, a surge of immense strength coursing through him, sending Fu Hongyu staggering back 7 or 8 steps before he fell flat on his back. Gao Qingyue's chest heaved with fury as she roared, "Lin Hao, your audacity knows no bounds. I warn you, if you do not apologize to young Master Fu and sever a hand in penance today, I shall never forgive you." Upon hearing this, Lin Hao slowly turned his head, his eyes filled with contempt and disdain, as if regarding an irredeemable fool. It was worth noting that in the past, he had complied with Gao Qingyue's every whim, driven solely by his profound affection for her. He had always regarded her as the kind-hearted girl who had saved his life. However, that love had long since dissipated, and he had come to realize that she was not the benevolent savior he once believed her to be. Thus, facing Gao Qingyue now, he was no longer the obedient, timid wretch he once was. A glimmer of disdain and indifference flashed in his eyes as he spoke softly. Gao Qingyue, do not be so presumptuous. To speak plainly, I have no desire for your forgiveness. At his words, Gao Qingyue trembled with rage, her face turning a deep shade of anger, her eyes wide as she laughed furiously. Very well, Lin Hao, since you have said that, I shall no longer concern myself with your fate. At that moment, Qin Yi interjected with a cold snort, her tone frigid. Enough, Qingyue. Why waste breath on this worthless fool? If he seeks death, let young Master Fu dispose of him. Seeing this, Gu Jingming hurriedly moved to help Fu Hongyu to his feet, urgently stating, young Master Fu, since Lin Hao refuses to heed your words, there is no need for you to show him mercy. Simply call for someone to deal with him. Fu Hongyu, rising to his feet, leisurely adjusted his slightly disheveled collar, a sinister expression creeping across his face. Gritting his teeth, he bellowed, Lin the useless. I had initially considered sparing your wretched life out of respect for Qingyue. But now that even she has forsaken you, do not blame me for being ruthless. You dare strike me, you shall pay a grievous price. With that, he turned his head and shouted toward the door, bring them in. No sooner had he spoken than 4 burly, muscular men stormed into the private room like fearsome demons. Fu Hongyu extended his finger, pointing menacingly at Lin Hao, and shouted, listen well, you 4, immediately take action. First, break this brat's limbs, then feed him to the fish in the depths of the sea. Gao Yu had long since severed her emotional ties with Lin Hao, yet he remained her husband, and she could not bear to witness the brutal mutilation of his limbs. In a moment of desperation, she quickly turned her head away. Meanwhile, Gu Jingming, Qin, and Lin Yu shared a sinister smile, their faces betraying a sense of schadenfreude. They fixed their gaze upon Lin Hao, eagerly anticipating the moment he would be mercilessly crippled, enduring immense pain and torment. At that moment, the 4 burly men approached Lin Hao, their faces twisted into cruel smiles, advancing step by step. Chapter 17. Give him a beating. At that moment, Ma Desui, the manager of Weiji Xian, happened to pass by the door of the private room and witnessed 4 burly men preparing to assault Lin Hao. His brow furrowed deeply, and with a face full of fury, he bellowed, what do you think you are doing? The 4 muscular men halted in their tracks. Seeing this, Fu Hongyu, with a forced smile, attempted to explain to Ma Desui, Manager Ma, it's like this brat dared to lay a hand on me. So I instructed my subordinates to teach him a lesson. However, Ma Desui's expression remained grim, and with a cold snort, he retorted, humph. I do not care about the grievances between you. This is Weiji Xian, not a place for your reckless brawling. If you truly wish to fight, take it elsewhere. Do not disturb our business or our patrons here. Although Fu Hongyu was accustomed to being arrogant as the young master of the Fu family, he was acutely aware that Weiji Xian was a property under the Long family, the foremost among the 4 prominent families of Jiangxing. While the Fu family was also one of the 4, they were somewhat inferior in comparison to the Long family. With a fierce glare directed at Lin Hao, Fu Hongyu gritted his teeth and said, Lin, you lucky waste, consider yourself fortunate today, but this matter is far from over. Lin Hao, undeterred by Fu Hongyu's threat, turned to Gao Qingyue and said, Gao Qingyue, I will say this once more. My grandfather has truly passed away. Whether you believe it or not is entirely your concern. With that, he strode out of the private room without a backward glance. Ma Desui let out a cold snort before turning to leave. Gu Jingming's face was filled with disappointment as he muttered, this waste is just too fortunate. Beside him, Qin Yi echoed, indeed. Letting him walk away like this is simply too lenient. He struck me. He won't escape unscathed. As Fu Hongyu gently touched the bruised cheek from the earlier encounter, he seethed, I will take my men to finish him off right now. With a swift motion, He gestured for his 4 burly bodyguards and exited the private room. Witnessing this, Gao Qingyue chuckled in delight. Hee, young Master Fu still won't let Lin Hao that waste go. This time he's finished. Gao Qingyue, however, wore a grim expression. With Lin Hao causing such a ruckus, I've lost my appetite. Let's go home. Meanwhile, not far from Wei Xian, Lin Hao was intercepted by Fu Hongyu and his 4 burly bodyguards. Fu Hongyu, his once handsome face contorted with rage, appeared particularly menacing. Lin, you think you can simply walk away after striking me? Now that you've stepped out of Wei Xian, let us see who will come to your rescue. Lin Hao remained expressionless, coldly replying, I'm in a foul mood. It would be wise not to provoke me. Upon hearing this, Fu Hongyu felt deeply insulted and erupted in fury. I intend to provoke you, you waste. He then turned to his 4 burly bodyguards and shouted, Are you all wooden figures? What are you waiting for? Hurry up and break his limbs. Let him know the consequences of striking me. Upon receiving the command, 4 burly bodyguards immediately revealed fierce expressions, cracking their knuckles and advancing menacingly towards Lin Hao. Fu Hongyu leisurely lit a cigar, inhaling deeply before exhaling a plume of smoke. However, when he lifted his gaze, the scene before him rendered him utterly speechless. The cigar slipped from his fingers and fell to the ground. All 4 bodyguards now lay sprawled on the ground, writhing in agony and emitting pained cries. Fu Hongyu couldn't help but gasp in shock, his mind filled with disbelief. He had never anticipated that Lin Hao, whom he regarded as a worthless individual, possessed such formidable strength. Everything transpired with astonishing rapidity. He scarcely had time to comprehend what had occurred before his 4 robust bodyguards were felled by Lin Hao. It is worth noting that these bodyguards were highly paid, retired Special Forces soldiers, each capable of taking on 10 opponents. Yet, Lin Hao was no ordinary man. He had once struck terror into the hearts of ruthless criminals as the Wolf King, only to conceal his identity and marry into the Gao family, becoming a subjugated son-in-law. Although Fu Hongyu's bodyguards were formidable, they were but fragile figures against Lin Hao's might. Lin Hao kicked one of the prostrate bodyguards aside and, with an expressionless demeanor, approached Fu Hongyu. The latter, his face a mask of terror, stumbled backward, stammering, What do you want? Lin Hao halted, pointed at Fu Hongyu, and coldly commanded the 4 incapacitated bodyguards, You 4, beat him. The bodyguards were momentarily stunned by Lin Hao's directive. How could they possibly strike their own master? Even with tenfold courage, they would not dare. Observing their hesitation, Lin Hao's expression darkened ominously. He abruptly raised his right foot and delivered a brutal kick to one bodyguard's calf. A sharp, sickening crack echoed as the bone shattered. The unfortunate bodyguard let out a heart-wrenching scream. His leg had been forcefully broken by Lin Hao's kick. The other 3 bodyguards, witnessing this, trembled in fear, their faces drained of color. Lin Hao, his countenance devoid of emotion, coldly stated, If you do not wish to share his fate of a broken leg, then comply immediately and beat him mercilessly. Upon hearing this, the remaining 3 bodyguards dared not hesitate any longer. Shakily, they managed to rise from the ground, exchanging glances that conveyed their mutual fear and resignation. Ultimately, they steeled themselves and, gathering their courage, swiftly converged upon Fu Hongyu. As Fu Hongyu beheld his bodyguard approaching with menacing intent, he instinctively recoiled, trembling as he cried out, What are you going to do? Young master, we are truly sorry. We are left with no choice. The 3 bodyguards exclaimed, as they ruthlessly swung their fists and unleashed a barrage of blows upon Fu Hongyu. Poor Fu Hongyu was utterly powerless, forced to passively endure the relentless onslaught akin to a tempest. After being mercilessly beaten, Fu Hongyu rolled his eyes and collapsed onto the frigid ground. Only then did Lin Hao nod in satisfaction before turning away without a glance. Striding towards the Gao family residence, Gao Qingyue was skeptical of Gao Qingyue's demise. She felt compelled to visit the Gao household personally to convey this news to Gao Qingdong. Upon Lin Hao's return, Gao Qingdong furrowed his brow, seething with anger as he berated, You worthless fool! How dare you show your face here? I'll make you regret it. With that, he raised his hand to strike Lin Hao's face. Lin Hao deftly seized his wrist, his voice icy as he stated, I have come solely to inform you that grandfather has passed away. Come with me to retrieve his remains. What did you say? Gao Qingyue's countenance morphed into one of shock, his mouth agape and eyes wide. I said grandfather has indeed passed away, Lin Hao replied, his expression devoid of emotion. Father, do not believe a word he says. At that moment, Gao Qingyue and Gu Jingming entered. Gao Qingyue pointed an accusatory finger at Lin Hao, exclaiming vehemently, "You useless wretch! First, you deceived my grandfather into thinking he had a heart condition, causing me to rush to the hospital, only to find him perfectly fine. Now you dare to claim he has died? You cannot fool me. What are your true intentions?" Gao Qingdong found himself at a loss. Turning to his daughter with a bewildered expression as he inquired, "Qingyue, what on earth is happening?" Gao Qingyue, still fuming, replied, "Father, this scoundrel previously told me grandfather was in critical condition in the hospital, frightening me terribly. Yet when I arrived, grandfather was completely unharmed. Now he brazenly asserts that grandfather has passed away. This is utterly outrageous." As Gao Qingdong absorbed his daughter's words, his expression darkened. His gaze fixed on Lin Hao with a mixture of fury and disbelief. "You worthless fool. I never imagined you would dare to use your grandfather's life and death to deceive me. How audacious you are." Lin Hao replied coldly, "Grandfather has truly passed away. If you choose not to believe it, there is nothing more I can do." With that, he turned away and departed without a backward glance. Chapter 18. Search stop right there. Gao Qingyue stepped forward, positioning herself squarely in front of Lin Hao, effectively blocking his path. Her beautiful eyes sparkled with unabashed disdain as she coldly remarked, "Strange, didn't young Master Fu send someone to deal with you? How come you seem unaffected?" She paused, her impatience palpable. "Never mind, I can't be bothered with your affairs. Since you're here, let us proceed with the divorce today." Lin Hao, his expression a mask of tranquility, nodded slightly, his voice as calm as a still pond. "Very well. I initially intended to discuss our divorce after my grandfather's funeral. But since you are so eager, let us sign the divorce agreement now." He then retrieved a pre-prepared divorce document from his pocket and handed it to Gao Qingyue, continuing, "Here is the divorce agreement I drafted in advance. Please review it, and if you find no issues, we can proceed with your signature." Gao Qingyue snatched the document from him, glancing over it carelessly before a smirk crept on her lips. "Haha, Lin Hao, I never expected you to possess a modicum of backbone, choosing to leave without a penny to your name. For 5 years of our marriage, you've merely lounged at home, doing trivial chores, never earning a single cent. Your self-awareness in willingly departing empty-handed is somewhat commendable." At that moment, Wang Mylan strolled in, munching on seeds, her face etched with contempt. "Qingyue, this good-for-nothing has been a burden in our home for years, wasting resources. You should have divorced him long ago." Lin Hao replied coldly, "Gao Qingyue, if you have no objections to the divorce agreement, then please sign it promptly." With a stoic expression, Gao Qingyue retrieved a pen from her bag, her gaze filled with derision as she fixed her eyes on Lin Hao. "Lin Hao, should you leave me, I doubt you could sustain yourself. Don't come crawling back to me, begging for reconciliation." She raised an eyebrow, seemingly eager to witness a flicker of fear in Lin Hao's demeanor. However, he merely cast a cold glance at her, a slight smirk curling his lips. "Gao Qingyue, your words are exceedingly tedious. Sign the document quickly. Let us part ways without further entanglements." As Gao Qingyue prepared to sign, Gu Jingming suddenly approached, grasping her outstretched hand with a subtle smile, then turned to Lin Hao, speaking leisurely. "Lin Hao, during your 5 years of marriage to Qingyue, you have not earned a single penny. Since you have voluntarily chosen to depart empty-handed, you cannot take anything belonging to the Gao family." He deliberately emphasized Gao family, his tone dripping with condescension. Wang Mylan quickly chimed in, "Exactly, Qingyue. We must ensure this good-for-nothing leaves with nothing, not even a needle. We must search him." Faced with such unreasonable demands, Lin Hao's expression darkened instantaneously, a chilling glint flashing in his eyes. "Search me? You are pushing your luck. I can emphatically assure you that I have taken nothing from the Gao family." Gao Qingyue sneered. "Since you insist you haven't taken anything, why do you fear a search? Could it be that you're feeling guilty?" "Indeed, Gu Jingming joined in with a mocking laugh. Lin Hao, if you're truly innocent and have never taken so much as a thread from the Gao family, why do you shy away from a body search? Lin Hao nodded solemnly and replied coldly, very well. If you wish to search me, then by all means proceed. However, I must forewarn you, should you find nothing belonging to the Gao family on me, do not blame me for being ungracious. Upon hearing this, Wang Mylan scoffed dismissively, spitting out the seed she had been munching on. Search away. Who are you trying to intimidate? She then stepped forward and began to search Lin Hao without any courtesy. After a thorough search, she ultimately retrieved a mobile phone and a black wallet from Lin Hao. Upon seeing his wallet taken away, Lin Hao's heart sank, and he quickly interjected, that wallet contains sensitive information. You cannot simply open it. Nevertheless, Wang Mylan disregarded his warning, letting out a derisive snort as she mockingly retorted, who do you think you are? Sensitive information? What secrets could a worthless waste like you possibly have? You're clearly just a thief feeling guilty. With that, she unceremoniously opened the wallet. Inside, she found an identification card and a finely crafted medal. Curiously, she picked up the identification card and examined it closely. Upon reading its contents, her eyes widened in disbelief, and she exclaimed, You are actually our nation's heroic Wolf King? At that moment, Gu Jingming could no longer contain his laughter, pointing at Lin Hao as he mocked, Ha ha! Annie, if he is the Wolf King, then I am the Jade Emperor. Wang Mylan's lips curled into a slight smirk, her expression dripping with disdain as she taunted, Lin Hao, I never imagined you would dare to forge the Wolf King's credentials to deceive others. Beside her, Gao Qingyue joined in with a shrill laughter. Humph, Lin Wu. I never realized you possessed such audacity to forge documents impersonating our nation's great hero, the Wolf King. In the face of their biting words and relentless ridicule, Lin Hao's expression turned as cold as ice. Since you have already seen it, return the identification and the medal to me at once. However, Wang Mylan had no intention of returning them. Instead, she escalated her humiliation of Lin Hao. You ignorant fool. I will not allow you to use these forged credentials and medal to deceive anyone. With that, she tossed the identification and medal to the ground and stomped on them with force. Witnessing this, Lin Hao's eyes instantly turned frigid, an invisible pressure emanating from him. He bellowed, Stop! This identification and medal are the highest honors bestowed upon me by the nation and are not to be desecrated. However, upon hearing these words, Wang Mylan not only failed to restrain herself, but instead erupted into an even more unrestrained laughter, tears nearly spilling from her eyes. Ha ha ha, the highest honor? Do you truly believe that a worthless individual like you deserves the nation's utmost accolade? Spare me your delusions. This is simply ludicrous. At this moment, Gao Qingyue and Gu Jingming joined in the laughter, their gazes directed at Lin Hao filled with contempt and disdain, as though they were observing a ridiculous and laughable clown. Chapter 19. Lin Hao's capture. Lin Hao's chest heaved violently, his fury ignited to an uncontrollable blaze. With a swift stride, he surged forward, bending down to retrieve his documents and medals, meticulously wiping away the footprints that marred them, his gaze ablaze with indignation. Wang Mylan, an elder, had subjected him to humiliation and abuse in the past, which he had silently endured. However, her brazen trampling of the documents and medals he held dear, more precious than life itself, had unequivocally crossed a line, demanding a severe reckoning. At that moment, a mocking smile still lingered on Wang Mylan's face. In the next heartbeat, Lin Hao raised his palm and delivered a resounding slap to her cheek. The sharp crack echoed, sending her staggering back 2 steps, blood mixed with 2 of her teeth spilling from her mouth. She clutched her stinging face, her eyes wide with disbelief. She had always been the one to strike him, the so-called useless Lin Hao, who dared to retaliate today. Gao Qingyue, witnessing this, rushed to her mother's side. Her voice laced with concern. Mom, are you all right? Wang Mylan screamed hoarsely. Lin Hao, you worthless wretch. You eat our food and live under our roof. Yet you dare to strike me? Don't forget, I am your mother-in-law. With that, she lunged at Lin Hao like a frenzied tigress, her manicured fingers aiming for his face. Lin Hao's eyes narrowed, and he raised his hand once more, delivering another slap that sent Wang Milin sprawling to the ground. Gao Qingyue trembled with rage, her finger trembling as she pointed at Lin Hao, her voice rising to a hysterical pitch. "Lin Hao, you scoundrel! My mother is your mother-in-law, and you dare to lay a hand on her? You are utterly inhumane. You will apologize to her immediately, or I will never forgive you for the rest of my life." In the face of Gao Qingyue's accusations and fury, Lin Hao's lips curled into a sardonic smile, as if he had just heard the greatest joke in the world. "Gao Qingyue, is your mind clouded? We are on the brink of divorce. Do you truly believe I care for your forgiveness?" Having uttered those words, Lin Hao's icy gaze shifted abruptly to Gu Jingming. The events of the day had ultimately unfolded due to your incessant instigation and slander. As his words fell, he abruptly raised his hand, delivering a series of swift strikes. Crack! Crack! Gu Jingming's head bobbed side to side, his once fair and handsome face swelling instantly like a bun. Seeing her beloved suffer such a blow, Gao Qingyue gasped in shock, her face a mask of panic. She rushed to support Gu Jingming, her eyes filled with concern and sorrow. "Jingming, are you all right?" Meanwhile, Gao Xingdong, who had remained silent at the side, swiftly stepped away to retrieve his phone, dialing his nephew Gao Juanzong. Gao Juanzong serves as the captain of a law enforcement agency in Jiangcheng, often looking down upon Lin Hao, who has endured his scornful jabs and ridicule for quite some time. As soon as the call connected, Gao Xingdong eagerly exclaimed, "Hello, Juanzong. You must hurry and bring your team here. That good-for-nothing Lin Hao actually dared to strike your aunt. Furthermore, he has the audacity to forge the credentials and medals of the Wolf King." Upon hearing this, Gao Juanzong was taken aback, for he understood that forging the credentials and medals of the Wolf King is a grave offense. Thus, he promptly replied, "Uncle, I will bring my team over immediately to address this." After ending the call, Gao Xingdong approached Lin Hao and coldly stated, "Lin Hao, just wait here patiently. I have already informed Juanzong about your forgery of the Wolf King's credentials and medals. Prepare yourself for a lengthy stay in prison." Lin Hao, unfazed by Gao Xingdong's words, turned expressionlessly towards the side, addressing Gao Qingyue with a calm demeanor. "Please sign the divorce agreement swiftly." "Humph, you worthless fool, still trying to put on a brave face." Gao Qingyue retorted angrily. Without hesitation, she seized a pen and signed her name on the divorce agreement, then hurled the document towards Lin Hao, coldly declaring, "If you dare to lay a hand on my mother and Jingming, even if you beg me on your knees in the future, I will never reconcile with you." Lin Hao glanced at the divorce agreement and replied coldly, "Gao Qingyue, from this moment forth, we are no longer connected. However, I must reiterate, my grandfather has indeed passed away, and his body is in a hospital. You." Gao Qingyue was nearly infuriated to the point of collapse. How could he still utter such ominous words regarding her grandfather's demise? At that moment, a law enforcement vehicle with flashing red and blue lights slowly approached and halted by the roadside. The door swung open, and Gao Juanzong was the first to alight from the vehicle, dressed in a crisp uniform, with a black belt adorned with various law enforcement tools. He radiated an imposing presence. Following closely behind him were two equally serious-looking officers in uniform. Gao Juanzong strode purposefully towards Lin Hao, a barely perceptible smirk playing on his stern features, his gaze exuding an air of superiority. "Lin Hao, I never expected you to possess such audacity, daring to strike your own mother-in-law. You truly have garnered my respect." He then shifted his tone to a more severe note. "However, this pales in comparison to the real issue at hand. You have dared to forge the credentials and medals of the Wolf King. Such actions constitute a serious crime." With that, Gao Juanzong extended his right hand and commanded, "Now, hand over the credentials and medals immediately." Lin Hao remained composed, unfazed by the gravity of the situation. With tranquil assurance, he presented the credentials and medals to Gao Juanzong, stating calmly, "Examine them closely. They are not forged." Gao Juanzong snatched the credentials and medals, glancing over them dismissively before scoffing. "Lin Hao, at this juncture, you still insist that these are not forged? Do you genuinely believe I would accept that? Perhaps you should take a good look at yourself in the mirror. Do not deceive yourself. You are nothing but a mere shadow of the Wolf King, a being so inferior that you cannot even compare to the smallest fraction of his essence. With a wave of impatience, Gao Qingyue commanded the two law enforcement officers behind him, stating, "This individual has forged the credentials and medals of the Wolf King. The evidence is irrefutable. Arrest him and take him away." As his words echoed, the officers swiftly approached, each seizing Lin Hao's arms and securing him with handcuffs. Lin Hao maintained an air of composure, calmly retorting, "Gao Qingyue, while it may be easy to restrain me, releasing me will prove to be a far more arduous task." Wang Milin stepped forward, her voice rising in urgency. "Qingyue, you must ensure he remains detained for an extended period and transfer him to the prosecution. Find a way to impose a lengthier sentence." At that moment, Gu Jingming approached, a sinister grin adorning his face. "Lin Hao, you wretched being, no. You have sunk even lower than that. From now on, I shall refer to you as the great criminal Lin." Chapter 20. Lights out, doors closed, cameras off soon. Lin Hao found himself escorted to the law enforcement brigade. After traversing a narrow and dimly lit corridor, he was ultimately thrust into a sealed interrogation room. The atmosphere within was stifling, with cold walls and glaring lights that elicited discomfort. Lin Hao was secured to a specialized chair designed to restrict movement. At that moment, Gao Qingyue and two other law enforcement officers sat across from him, poised to conduct a thorough inquiry and document pertinent information. With a grim countenance, Gao Qingyue placed the Wolf King credentials and medals upon the wooden table. "Lin Hao, I implore you to confess honestly. Were these Wolf King credentials and medals forged? Moreover, what was your intent behind the forgery?" Yet, in the face of Gao Qingyue's interrogation, Lin Hao appeared remarkably composed. Nonchalantly crossing his legs, he responded coolly, "Gao Qingyue, I have already conveyed to you that this is not a forgery. It is genuine." Upon hearing this, Gao Qingyue's fury surged. He slammed his hand on the table and bellowed, "Lin Hao, I warn you, do not harbor any delusions. Our policy has always been resistance leads to harshness. Honesty leads to leniency. You would do well to speak the truth." Lin Hao remained unflappable in his reply. "If you do not believe me, you may send an official letter to the Ministry of War to verify my identity." You dare to be defiant." Gao Qingyue's eyes widened with rage as he shouted, "Do you truly think I am powerless against you? Let me inform you that I have encountered many uncooperative suspects like yourself, and I possess ample methods to make you speak. I offer you one last chance. Confess honestly, or you shall come to regret it." In the face of Gao Qingyue's threats, Lin Hao remained steadfast, responding calmly, "I have said all that I need to say." At these words, Gao Qingyue suddenly broke into a cold smile. Rising slowly, he fixed a hawk-like gaze upon Lin Hao and declared, "Lin Hao, since you are so obstinate and refuse to heed reason, do not blame me for being unkind." With that, he exited the interrogation room, followed by the two law enforcement officers. Reaching the door, Gao Qingyue halted, turning to beckon four auxiliary law enforcement personnel nearby. Upon noticing him, they promptly approached. "Captain, what are your orders?" Gao Qingyue spoke in a lowered voice, ominously instructing, "The individual in there refuses to cooperate. You all go in and teach him a lesson, make him experience some hardship. Remember, be swift, and do not forget to turn off the lights, close the door, and disable the surveillance." One of the auxiliary officers pounded his chest in assurance. "Captain, rest assured, we have engaged in such endeavors numerous times." Satisfied with the response, Gao Qingyue nodded approvingly before departing. The four auxiliary officers swiftly entered the interrogation room, one of them dialing the surveillance room to turn off the cameras. After hanging up, the other three deftly shut the door and extinguished the lights. In an instant, the interrogation room was engulfed in darkness, rendering visibility impossible. Lin Hao, fully aware of their intentions, remained remarkably composed. Outside the room, Gao Qingyue leisurely lit a cigarette, inhaled deeply, and with a cold smile remarked, "Lin Hao, let us see how tough your resolve truly is." Suddenly, the room erupted with the sounds of a fierce struggle and anguished cries. Gao Qingyue frowned slightly, exhaling a plume of smoke, a cruel smile curling at his lips. Before long, silence reigned in the interrogation room. He casually discarded the cigarette but onto the floor, extinguishing it with his foot, and entered the room accompanied by 2 law enforcement officers. One officer hurriedly switched on the light, illuminating the room once more. Gao Qingyue was taken aback by the sight before him. 4 auxiliary officers lay sprawled on the floor in agony, while Lin Hao sat calmly in a specially designed chair, his hands still shackled to the backrest, his demeanor remarkably relaxed. After a lengthy pause, Gao Qingyue regained his composure from the shock. His eyes widened in disbelief as he demanded, "Who did this to you?" One of the injured officers, gritting his teeth against the pain in his abdomen, stammered, I don't know. We had just turned off the lights and hadn't even reacted before we were inexplicably knocked to the ground." Gao Qingyue cast a puzzled glance at Lin Hao, wondering if he was the culprit. However, he quickly dismissed the notion. He understood Lin Hao too well, a man utterly incapable of inflicting harm. Moreover, with his hands shackled to the chair, even the thought of fighting back was absurd. Confusion enveloped him. What on earth had transpired? Lin Hao, with a hint of mockery, retorted, "Gao Qingyue, who told you to turn off the lights and the surveillance? Otherwise, we could simply check the footage to identify who assaulted them." Gao Qingyue's expression darkened. "Lin Hao, do not get too smug. I have my ways of dealing with you." At that moment, a middle-aged man in a white uniform approached. It was Chief Wolf Fang of the Jiangxing police. "Qingyue, I hear you have apprehended someone for forging the Wolf King credentials and medals." Qingyue hastily pointed at Lin Hao. "Chief Hua, it's him." Hua Fang regarded Lin Hao with a stern gaze, then spoke gravely. "Forging the Wolf King credentials and medals is a serious offense. Come with me in my office." Subsequently, Gao Qingyue followed Hua Fang to his office. With a serious expression, Hua Fang instructed, "Show me the credentials and medals." Gao Qingyue complied, placing the items before him. Hua Fang examined the credentials and medals closely, frowning as he remarked, "They do not appear to be counterfeit. Could it be that this individual is truly the Wolf King?" Gao Qingyue scoffed dismissively. "Chief Hua, Lin Hao is my cousin's husband, nothing more than a leech. How could he possibly be the Wolf King?" Hua Fang furrowed his brow and remarked, "This matter bears significant weight. It would be wise for us to proceed with caution. If he truly is the Wolf King, we may find ourselves in considerable trouble." He then accessed the official website of the Dragon Country War Department on his computer, inputting Lin Hao's identification number to verify its authenticity. In the next moment, an alarm resonated from the computer and 4 striking red characters appeared. "Top secret." Upon seeing those 4 ominous words, Hua Fang sprang to his feet, his eyes shimmering with astonishment. He murmured, "Top secret? Only individuals of the rank of 5-star general and above are classified as such. Could it be that Lin Hao is indeed the Wolf King?" Gao Qingyue, too, was taken aback, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. With palpable insecurity, he stammered, "No. It can't be. It absolutely cannot. Lin Hao is merely a man living off the generosity of others, a son-in-law who bears insults without retaliation. He could never be the Wolf King." At that moment, a law enforcement officer entered, announcing, "Chief, Deputy Commander Chen Hui from the Jiangcheng Military District is outside and requests to see you." Chapter 21. Kneel and slap 100 times upon hearing the words. Hua Fang's expression transformed as if struck by lightning, his face turning an ashen pallor. His eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at Gao Qingyue, his lips quivering involuntarily, the tension palpable in his voice. How could Chen Hui arrive at this moment? Gao Qingyue, equally astounded, shook his head as an ominous premonition surged within him. Could it be that Lin Hao, that useless wretch, was indeed the Wolf King? At this thought, Gao Qingyue felt his legs weaken. Regaining his composure, Hua Fang urgently called out, "Quick, let him in." "Yes." The law enforcement officer responded and promptly departed. Before long, Chen Hui entered the office, clad in a sharply pressed military uniform, the insignia on his shoulders gleaming brilliantly. Upon his entrance, Hua Fang endeavored to maintain an air of calm. He forced a smile and approached, extending his right hand to shake Chen Hui's, exclaiming, "Deputy Commander Chen, what brings you here?" However, Chen Hui ignored Hua Fang's outstretched hand. He regarded him coldly, his tone rigid as he declared, "Chief Hua, you dare to apprehend the Wolf King? I fear you might attempt to detain me as well. So let us forego the handshake. The smile on Hua Feiting's face instantly froze, and he managed to force out a grimace that was more pitiable than a cry. Stammering, he explained, Deputy Commander Chung, what? What do you mean? What Wolf King? I truly know nothing about it. Chun Hui dismissed Hua Feiting's protestations, striding directly to the desk. His gaze scanned the documents and medals pertaining to the Wolf King laid out before him. Raising his eyes, he fixed Hua Feiting with a piercing glare, sneering, Chief Hua, the credentials and medals of the Wolf King are right here. Do you still wish to feign ignorance? The Wolf King was personally appointed by the sovereign and is a hero of our nation. You have the audacity to detain him. Your arrogance knows no bounds. At this juncture, Hua Feiting was thoroughly terrified, his complexion pale as beads of sweat trickled down his forehead, his body trembling involuntarily. He opened his mouth, yet found himself at a loss for words. Gao Qingyue hastily stepped forward, smiling as he inquired, Deputy Commander Chun, Lin Hao is merely our family's son-in-law. A man who can only rely on women for sustenance, utterly inept. How could someone like him possibly be the Wolf King? Surely, you must be mistaken. Slap. Chun Hui abruptly turned, delivering a resounding slap to Gao Qingyue's face. The sudden blow left Gao Qingyue reeling, his vision swimming, his cheek instantly swelling. 5 crimson fingerprints starkly visible. With eyes wide in fury, Chun Hui bellowed, I have followed the Wolf King for years. How could I possibly be mistaken? And should you dare to call him a wretch again, I swear I will break your legs right here. Gao Qingyue covered his inflamed and burning face with his hand. Expressing his dissatisfaction, Deputy Commander Chun, even though you hold a prestigious position, I am still a law enforcement officer of the nation. How can you resort to violence so casually? Upon hearing this, Chun Hui let out a cold snort, a flicker of disdain and chill flashing in his eyes. My striking you is merely a light punishment. Let me make it clear. If the brothers from Wolf Fang discover that you have captured their king, they will undoubtedly raise the law enforcement building in Jiangsheng to the ground. Gao Qingyue trembled at the words. He had heard of the Wolf Fang soldiers, whose tempers were as fierce as fire. They would certainly carry out such an act. Deputy Commander Chun, this cannot be blamed on me. It was his mother-in-law who reported him for forging the credentials and medals of the Wolf King, so I had to apprehend him. Hua Feiting hurriedly interjected with a forced smile, Deputy Commander Chun, this is entirely a misunderstanding. I will release him at once. Shen Yuino dead. Then what are you waiting for? Yes. Please wait a moment. We will release him immediately. Hua Feiting replied, quickly leading Gao Qingyue toward the interrogation room. The moment they stepped outside, his expression darkened. Gao Qingyue, if you wish to perish, do not drag me into it. Gao Qingyue wore a pained expression. Chief Hua, Lin Hao is just the useless son-in-law of our Gao family. But who could have anticipated that he is actually the Wolf King? This is all Wang Mylan's fault. Had she not reported Lin Hao for forging the Wolf King's credentials, I would never have captured him. I will settle the score with them. Enough. Silence. Hua Feiting replied coldly. The identity of the Wolf King is strictly confidential. This matter ends here. Furthermore, it was you who apprehended the Wolf King. I do not care what methods you employ. You must obtain his forgiveness. Otherwise, I will revoke your captaincy. Soon, the two entered the interrogation room. Lin Hao cast a mocking glance at Gao Qingyue before turning away. Hua Feiting quickly approached. Wolf, Mr. Lin, I apologize. I am Hua Feiting, Chief of Jiangsheng. Due to our oversight, we mistakenly apprehended you. Please, have mercy and do not hold this against us. He then signaled to Gao Qingyue. Understanding the cue, Gao Qingyue stepped forward, forcing a smile that was more ghastly than a grimace. Lin Hao, brother-in-law, I apologize. Previously, I underestimated you. Please, for the sake of our familial ties, do not hold this against me. Lin Hao turned to look at Gao Qingyue, a cold smile gracing his lips. Captain Gao, I must correct you. I am no longer your brother-in-law, as I have divorced Gao Qingyue. Furthermore, I have mentioned before, while it is easy to handcuff me, releasing me is not as simple. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Gao Qingyue pleaded, Lin Hao, I am sorry I was wrong. I could never have imagined you would be the Wolf King. Enough. I do not wish to hear your apologies. Lin Hao's lips curled slightly. In the past, you frequently humiliated and mocked me in front of the Gao family. Out of respect for Gao Qingyue, I refrained from retaliating. However, now that I am divorced from her, we shall settle both old and new grievances. You will kneel and slap yourself 100 times, or I shall not leave. What? You want me to kneel and slap myself? Gao Juanzong seethed with rage, his fists clenched tightly. Lin Hao nodded. I do not wish to repeat myself. Hua Fading swiftly kicked Gao Juanzong in the rear, roaring, Did you not hear what Mr. Lin said? Comply. Gao Juanzong's face turned a shade more grotesque than if he had ingested excrement, standing frozen in place, his gaze fixed fiercely on Lin Hao. If looks could kill, Lin Hao have met his demise 100 times over. What are you still dawdling for? Hua Fading bellowed, Kneel and slap yourself. Mr. Hua, I am a law enforcement officer representing the state. Gao Juanzong trembled with fury. Forcing me to kneel and slap myself is utterly humiliating. I would rather face dismissal than submit to such indignity. Chapter 22 Good news. Hua Fading's eyes widened in fury as he bellowed. Gao Juanzong, if you do not comply with Mr. Lin's instructions, I will immediately contact the Disciplinary Inspection Department to conduct a thorough investigation into your actions. Upon hearing this, Gao Juanzong's body trembled violently. He was acutely aware that any of his misdeeds over the years, if discovered by the Disciplinary Inspection Department, would undoubtedly lead to a lengthy prison sentence. A chilling sensation coursed up his spine as he felt deflated, like a punctured balloon. His legs weakened, and he collapsed before Lin Hao, kneeling at his feet. Subsequently, he raised his right hand and struck his own face with great force. Each slap resonated with a crisp and loud sound. Gao Juanzong was engulfed in a tumult of frustration and rage, relentlessly slapping himself while mentally cursing Lin Hao and Hua Fading's ancestors for 18 generations. Meanwhile, Lin Hao sat back leisurely, crossing his legs, watching Gao Juanzong with a bemused expression. As time slipped away, after Gao Juanzong had delivered 100 slaps to himself, Lin Hao's lips curled into a faint smile. Gao Juanzong, how do you feel? Gao Juanzong remained silent, his face contorted in a way that was more grotesque than if he had ingested excrement, his chest heaving violently from the anger within. Hua Fading, witnessing this scene, hastily barked, Why are you still standing there? Quickly unlock Mr. Lin's handcuffs. Gao Juanzong, gritting his teeth and suppressing his fury, reluctantly produced the key and released Lin Hao from his restraints. Lin Hao flexed his hands, cast a glance at Gao Juanzong, and then exited the interrogation room. As Hua Fading watched Lin Hao depart, a wave of relief washed over him, and he let out a long sigh. Only then did he realize that his clothes were drenched in sweat. He turned to glare fiercely at Gao Juanzong, exclaiming, You have been with me for several years and have generally been loyal. However, this time, you have committed a grave error. I will not punish you this time, but... Hua Fading paused momentarily, intensifying his tone as he continued, You must compose a 100,000-word reflection. Remember, it must be handwritten, and not a single word can be omitted. Upon hearing this demand, Gao Juanzong's eyes widened in disbelief as he exclaimed, What? 100,000 words? That will take an eternity to finish. Yet, in response to Gao Juanzong's lament, Hua Fading merely shot him a cold glare before turning on his heel and leaving the interrogation room. Once outside, Hua Fading walked briskly while retrieving his phone from his pocket, dialing the number of Jiangqing's wealthiest man, Tang Yongyan. Soon, a rugged and resonant voice came through the line. Hello, Chief Hua. What prompted you to call me today? Hua Fading immediately plastered a sycophantic smile on his face and replied in a fawning tone, Chairman Tang. Good day. I just had some good news, and I couldn't wait to report it to you. Tang Yongyan seemed to detect the underlying significance in Hua Fading's words and promptly inquired, Oh, really? Do share the good news. Hua Fading took a deep breath, lowering his voice in a feigned air of mystery, and said, Chairman Tang, I have now discerned the identity of the Wolf King. As soon as the words left his lips, Tang Yongyan sat up straight, his urgency palpable as he pressed. Is that true? Who is it? Please tell me. A subtle smile graced Hua Fading's lips as he replied, It is Lin Hao, the son-in-law of the Gao family, but he has recently divorced Gao Qingyue. Upon hearing this, Tang Yongyan's eyes widened in astonishment as he exclaimed, What? He is actually the son-in-law of the Gao family. He had heard of this individual, rumored to be nothing more than a good-for-nothing dependent. How could such a person possibly be the Wolf King? Filled with doubt and confusion, Tang Yongyan urgently pressed Mr. Hua. You must be mistaken. In response to Tang Yongyan's skepticism, Hua Fading offered a resigned smile, slowly elaborating. Chairman Tang, let me be candid with you. Just a moment ago, we received a tip-off alleging that Lin Hao had forged the Wolf King as credentials and medals. Our law enforcement initially thought he was an imposter and apprehended him. Who could have anticipated that before long, the Jiangxing military district would come to demand his release? As he concluded, Hua Fading lowered his voice, his demeanor turning serious as he cautioned. Chairman Tang, the true identity of the Wolf King is an absolute secret. You must not disclose that I informed you. I shall hang up now. After saying this, he ended the call. Immediately, Tang Yongyan briskly approached his daughter Tang Ruoxue's door, gently knocking. Ruoxue, I have uncovered the news about the Wolf King. Hearing this, Tang Ruoxue felt a surge of excitement and quickly opened the door, her beautiful eyes sparkling with anticipation. Dad, is what you said true? Her voice trembled slightly, as if she could scarcely believe this sudden revelation. Tang Yongyan nodded with a smile, affirming, of course it's true. How could your father deceive you? It is Lin Hao, the son-in-law of the Gao family. Upon hearing this, the glimmer of hope in Tang Ruoxue's eyes dimmed instantly, a barely perceptible disappointment sweeping across her delicate features. So he's already married. However, Tang Yongyan's next words reignited the flame of hope within her. He chuckled and added, yet, he's just divorced Gao Qingyue. Ruoxue, would you mind that he's a man who has been married before? At this, Tang Ruoxue's face flushed crimson, her gaze dropping as she nervously fiddled with the hem of her garment. Her heart had long been captivated by the Wolf King, and her admiration for him had penetrated her very soul. Bashfully, she shook her head and softly replied, I do not mind. For as Jiangxing's wealthiest man, he possessed a unique perspective and keen insight into matters. Although Lin Hao is a divorced man, he is nonetheless the formidable Wolf King, feared by the enemy nation. Should the Wolf King become his son-in-law, the Tang family status would undoubtedly ascend to new heights. Even when confronted with the elite families of the capital in the future, he would possess ample confidence to stand tall. With this thought in mind, Tang Yongyan patted Tang Ruoxue's shoulder and said, Very well, I shall expedite arrangements for you two to meet. Remember, when the time comes, you must make a good impression and employ every means to win his affection. He then called out, Tang Sheng. The family steward, Tang Sheng, entered. Master, what are your instructions? Tang Yongyan replied solemnly. Immediately investigate the whereabouts of Lin Hao, the son-in-law of the Gao family, and look into all the events that have transpired in his life over the years. Chapter 23. Remarkably intriguing in the stillness of the night. The entire city lay enveloped in tranquility, save for the illuminated Gao family villa. Gao Qingyue stood in the opulent living room, clutching his phone with a grave expression as he repeatedly dialed Gao Qingyue's number. He had attempted to reach him no fewer than several dozen times. Yet the line remained switched off. His brow furrowed deeply as he turned to Gao Qingyue, exclaiming, It is truly peculiar that your grandfather has yet to return home at this late hour, and his phone is off. Could it be that Lin Hao did not deceive us, and your grandfather has encountered some misfortune? Beside him, Gao Qingyue revealed a hint of disdainful amusement upon hearing her father's words. Father, one cannot place trust in the words of that good-for-nothing Lin Hao. In my opinion, grandfather must have been concealed by him, deliberately preventing us from locating him. Gao Qingyue, upon hearing this, furrowed his brow slightly in confusion and inquired, Why would he wish to hide your grandfather? With a slight upward curve of her lips, Gao Qingyue stated with conviction, Father, do you not realize why he had the audacity to propose a divorce? He must be using grandfather as leverage to coerce me into remarrying him. Gao Qingyue nodded thoughtfully, then remarked, Even so, I remain uneasy not knowing your grandfather's whereabouts. I shall call Lin Hao. Wang Mylin, seated on the sofa while applying ointment to her swollen face, interjected, Do not fret unnecessarily. What purpose would calling that worthless individual serve? If you were to contact him, He might mistakenly believe we are capitulating to him. Besides, that good-for-nothing has already been apprehended by the enforcement team. How could he possibly answer your call? Indeed, Gao Qingyue nodded in agreement and returned his phone to his pocket. Suddenly, Wang Milan said, "Enough of that good-for-nothing. The mere mention of him disgusts me. Now that Qingyue has divorced him, should we not discuss the marriage prospects between Qingyue and Jingming?" Gu Jingming, who had been silently sitting nearby, quickly stood and said, "Aunt, I have just returned from abroad and have yet to establish my career, so I do not intend to marry at this time. I have already conveyed this to Qingyue." Gao Qingyue promptly echoed, "Indeed, mother. Concerning this matter, Jingming and I have reached an understanding. We shall marry once he has secured his career." Wang Milan nodded. "That is sensible. Since you both are not inclined to marry just yet, let us simply arrange for the engagement for the time being." "Precisely," Gao Qingyue concurred. "Given that Qingyue has experienced a previous failed marriage, if Jingming genuinely cares for her, we should proceed with the engagement, which will put my mind at ease." He then turned his gaze to Gu Jingming, asking, "What say you, Jingming?" Though Gu Jingming initially wished to decline, he reconsidered. An engagement was not a marriage and bore no legal binding. Thus, he nodded, "I have no objections." "And you, Qingyue?" Gao Qingyue inquired of Gao Qingyue. With a gentle smile, Gao Qingyue replied, "I have no objections either." A look of delight immediately appeared on Gao Qingyue's face. "Since none of you have any objections, we shall hold the engagement banquet for you at the Royal Capital Mountain Villa the day after tomorrow." On the other side, Chun Hui inquired in a low voice, "Brother Hao, the Gao family does not trust your words. What about old Master Gao? We cannot simply leave his remains in the funeral home indefinitely, can we?" Lin Hao slowly extended his hand from the coffee table, gently picked up a cigarette, lit it, and exhaled a puff of smoke before responding. "Although the old man is not my biological grandfather, he has always treated me kindly. Since the Gao family neglects him, I shall take it upon myself to arrange his funeral." After a pause, he continued, "However, I intend to give the Gao family one last opportunity. Tomorrow, I will visit the Gao family to inform them that I will be holding the old man's funeral at the funeral home the day after tomorrow. Whether they choose to attend is their concern." Chun Hui nodded in agreement. "Yes, this way, you will have done right by the old man." Suddenly, his gaze fixed intently on his phone screen, and he couldn't help but chuckle, "Haha, this is truly amusing." Lin Hao furrowed his brow in confusion and asked, "What is so amusing?" Chun Hui's smile grew even brighter as he replied, "The Gao family actually announced online that they will hold an engagement banquet for Gao Qingyue and Gu Jingming at the Royal Capital Mountain Villa the day after tomorrow. Just think about it. Here you're planning a funeral for Gao Qingyue's grandfather, while over there, the Gao family is joyfully celebrating an engagement. Once this news spreads, how will society perceive the Gao family?" Lin Hao took a drag from his cigarette and coldly chuckled. "Gao Yueqing has just divorced me and is already engaged to Gu Jingming. How eager she is! Shen lui remarque solemnly. If Gao Qingyue learns that Gu Jingming is not a Harvard graduate, I wonder how she would feel." Lin Hao replied with a smile, "I have divorced her. Her future affairs are no longer my concern." Soon after, his expression grew serious, and he sighed, "Yet, if my grandfather is watching from the beyond, witnessing his own granddaughter engaged to another on the day of his funeral, how heartbroken he must be." Subsequently, he also posted an obituary online, announcing that the funeral for Gao Qingyue of the Gao family would be held at the Jiangxing Funeral Home. Shortly after the obituary was released, Gao Qingyue descended the stairs with a sullen expression, appearing quite furious. Wang Milan, who had been following along with the dance on television, paused and asked, "Qingyue, who has angered you?" Gao Qingyue gritted her teeth and replied, "It's that useless Lin Hao." Gao Qingyue, who was reading the newspaper, frowned in confusion and asked, "You are already divorced from him. How could he still upset you?" Gao Qingyue handed her phone to Gao Qingyue and said, "Father, take a look for yourself." Puzzled, Gao Qingyue took the phone and saw the obituary posted by Lin Hao. The gist of the announcement was that Gao Qingyue had passed away due to illness and that the funeral would be held the day after tomorrow at the Jiangxing Funeral Home. Upon reading the obituary, Gao Qingyue's expression darkened to a near-drenched state. "This imbecile must have stumbled upon the announcement of your engagement scheduled for the day after tomorrow, and thus He deliberately issued an obituary to disgust us. It is utterly outrageous that he would exploit your grandfather's death in such a despicable manner. Gao Qingyue wore an expression of fury, while Gao Jianzong, equally inept, had initially apprehended Lin Hao, yet inexplicably released him. Wang Milan approached, gently guiding Gao Qingyue to the sofa, and advised, "Qingyue, you need not waste your emotions on that fool. Rejoice and celebrate your engagement with Jingming the day after tomorrow. As for Lin Hao, there will be ample opportunities to deal with him in the future." Chapter 24. Information regarding Lin Hao. The following morning, sunlight streamed through the window, casting a warm glow upon the dining table, where Tang Yongyan was leisurely indulging in a sumptuous breakfast. At that moment, hurried footsteps echoed, and Tang Xing entered the room. "Mr. Tang, I have uncovered the various events that Lin Hao has experienced in recent years." Tang Yongyan, unhurried, lifted his gaze to glance at Tang Sheng, then gestured toward the chair opposite him, indicating that he should sit down and share the details. Tang Sheng promptly took a seat and began his narration. Lin Hao was originally the eldest son of the Lin family from Jiangqing Wait. Tang Zhongnian Sudeli Inkavu, raising his hand in astonishment. "Did you just say that Lin Hao was once a scion of the Lin family, one of the four great families?" Tang Sheng note emphati sali, confirming, indeed. The Lin family suffered a tragic massacre, nearly annihilating the entire clan, with only Lin Hao managing to escape. He fled with multiple stab wounds, and in his moment of despair, a girl spotted him, quickly dialed for help, and urged him to hold on. Coincidentally, the girl who saved him was none other than your daughter. Upon hearing this, Tang Yongyan's eyes widened in disbelief, and he murmured to himself, "So the boy that Ruoshua saved back then turned out to be the Wolf King. I knew my daughter had rescued a boy on the brink of death, but I never imagined that he would grow to become a formidable figure." After a brief moment of surprise, Tang Yongyan regained his composure and said to Tang Sheng, "Please continue." Tang Sheng obliged and continued. After that incident, Lin Hao seemed to vanish from the face of the earth, remaining unheard of for several years. I suspect that he spent those years serving in the Wolf Tooth unit. Years later, he returned to Jiangqing, secretly investigating the perpetrators responsible for the massacre of the Lin family, while also seeking out the girl who had saved his life to express his gratitude. By a twist of fate, he encountered Gao Qingyue at the very place where he had been rescued. Gao Qingyue bore a striking resemblance to the girl who had saved him, even sharing a mole on the back of her hand. Lin Hao directly inquired whether she was indeed the girl from that fateful day, and to his astonishment, Gao Qingyue shamelessly admitted to it. Subsequently, after being abandoned by her white moonlight, Gao Qingyue actively pursued Lin Hao, leading him to marry into the Gao family and willingly assumed the role of a househusband to repay her kindness. However, this marriage did not bring Lin Hao the happiness he sought. Gao Qingyue merely regarded him as a substitute for her lost love. Within the Gao household, Lin Hao endured humiliation and disdain from its members, yet he silently bore the unfair treatment out of gratitude for Gao Qingyue's life-saving act. Just last week, their daughter suffered a sudden heart attack and was rushed to the hospital for emergency treatment. This should have been a moment for the family to confront adversity together. Yet Gao Qingyue's white moonlight returned from abroad, coincidentally falling ill. Upon hearing the news, Gao Qingyue abandoned her daughter, who was fighting for her life, to go to the airport to welcome her beloved. Even more outrageous, Gao Qingyue devoted an entire night to caring for Bai Yueguang, showing utter indifference towards her own daughter's life and death. Upon hearing this, Tang Yongyan was left utterly speechless, his worldview completely shattered. In disbelief, he shook his head, muttering to himself, "How can there exist such a callous and heartless mother, to neglect her own flesh and blood, gravely ill and hanging by a thread, all for the sake of attending to Bai Yueguang? What became of their daughter afterward?" Alas! Tang Sheng sighed heavily, his face etched with sorrow, and slowly spoke. "The little girl ultimately succumbed despite attempts to save her. This was simply intolerable." Tang Yongyan, filled with fury, slammed his fist onto the table, producing a thunderous bang. Lin Hao must have been utterly heartbroken. After a moment to regain his composure, Tang Sheng continued, "Just yesterday, Lin Hao divorced Gao Qingyue. A most timely separation. Tang Yongyan snorted coldly, his expression frosty. A woman devoid of compassion and loyalty should be distanced from without delay. At that moment, Tang Sheng abruptly shifted his tone, his expression grave. I stumbled upon an obituary online, indicating that the esteemed elder of the Gao family, Gao Qingyue, has passed away. Lin Hao plans to hold a funeral for him tomorrow. However, perplexingly, the Gao family has scheduled an engagement banquet for Gao Qingyue and her by Yue Guang on the same day. What? Upon hearing this news, Tang Yongyan was left in utter shock, his eyes widening in disbelief as he stared at Tang Sheng. A grandfather's funeral and a granddaughter's engagement banquet scheduled for the same day? This is utterly absurd. Tang Sheng shook his head helplessly, sighing. I truly cannot comprehend the Gao family's reasoning in this matter. Do they not fear the ensuing gossip? Rising to his feet, Tang Yongyan stated nonchalantly, I have no interest in the Gao family's affairs, but I will attend Lin Hao's funeral for the esteemed elder. Just then, a light footfall descended the staircase, and Tang Ruoxue gracefully appeared. Standing tall and radiant, she resembled a blooming flower, captivating in her beauty. Dad, have you found out where Wolf King is now? Tang Yongyan replied with a smile. Haha, my dear daughter, we have indeed discovered Wolf King's whereabouts. However, I have even better news to share with you. At this, Tang Ruoxue's eyes sparkled with excitement, as dazzling as stars twinkling in the night sky. What is this better news? Tang Yongyan chuckled, teasingly delaying. Hold on. Let me tell you slowly. Do you recall the boy you saved years ago? Tang Ruoxue furrowed her brow in contemplation, and after a moment, she nodded. Yes, I remember. What about it? Tang Yongyan laughed. To tell you the truth, the boy you saved is none other than Wolf King. What? He is actually Wolf King. Tang Zuse Gapet. Her mouth agape in astonishment, her beautiful eyes wide with disbelief. Little did she anticipate that the heroic figure she had long admired and cherished was, in fact, the very boy she had once rescued. This serendipitous revelation filled her with astonishment and delight. Tang Yongyan continued, Tomorrow, he will hold a funeral for the esteemed elder of the Tang family at the funeral home. Accompany me, and you shall meet him. Tang Zuth Notet Vigodusin. Her eyes brimming with anticipation, she hurried back to her room, contemplating what her first words would be upon encountering the Wolf King she had so fervently yearned to see. Chapter 25. Choosing to believe the atmosphere in the Gao family's living room was stifling. The space was crowded with relatives, each face as grim as iron. Seemingly frozen in the chill of frost, their expressions filled with ire. Gao Qingyue, his brow furrowed in confusion, queried, What has transpired? You all appear as though someone owes you a debt. Gao Qingyue, the second son, muttered darkly, Elder brother, I came across an obituary online stating that a funeral for father will be held at the morgue tomorrow, and on the same day, you are to host an engagement banquet for Qingyue. Just as Gao Qingyue was about to explain, Gao Qingyue cut him off with an icy tone. You did not inform us of father's passing. What are your true intentions? Gao Qingyue, the third sibling, crossed her arms and remarked, To hold grandfather's funeral and granddaughter's engagement on the same day is utterly unconscionable. What manner of conduct is this? Other relatives echoed their discontent. Indeed, how can one host a funeral and an engagement on the same day? If this were to circulate, what would society think of the Gao family? Gao Qingyue, unless you provide us with a reasonable explanation, this matter is far from resolved. Gao Qingyue raised his voice. Enough. Let's not quarrel. I shall certainly provide you with an explanation. Instantly, a profound silence enveloped the living room, so quiet that a pin drop could be heard. With a heavy tone, Gao Qingyue continued, The situation is not as you presume. In fact, father has not passed away. At this declaration, murmurs erupted within the room. Gao Qingyue, unable to contain his impatience, questioned, Father is not deceased. Then why was an obituary published online? I shall clarify. Gao Qingyue descended from the upper level, her voice cold. The obituary was posted by Lin Hao, following my divorce from him. Upon hearing of my impending engagement, he published this false notice of grandfather's death to disrupt the celebration. Gao Qingyue frowned. If your grandfather is indeed alive, summon him at once. Gao Qingyue, looking exasperated, replied, Grandfather has been hidden away by that good-for-nothing Lin Hao. I have not concealed him." At that moment, Lin Hao entered the living room, his voice somber. "Grandfather indeed passed away the day before yesterday. Well, you, worthless wretch, dare to return." Wang Milin, upon seeing Lin Hao, was consumed by rage and advanced, raising her hand to strike him. Yet, when her gaze met Lin Hao's icy stare, she recoiled in fright, stepping back twice. Gao Qingyue took a step forward, her eyes ablaze with hatred, akin to two sharp blades aimed at Lin Hao. "Lin Hao, return grandfather to us. Otherwise, I shall not let this matter rest." Lin Hao ignored her threats and declared loudly, "I am not here to quarrel with you. I merely wish to inform you that grandfather has indeed passed away, and I will be holding his funeral tomorrow at the Jiangsheng morgue." His gaze slowly swept over the relatives of the Gao family, and he spoke, "The truth has already been conveyed to you. Whether you choose to believe it is entirely your affair. You must decide whether to attend grandfather's funeral or the engagement banquet of Gao Qingyue." Gao Shengdong bellowed, "Lin Hao, do you dare to speak such nonsense here? Hand over your grandfather, or you shall not leave this place today." Gao Shenghai inquired, "Elder brother, what on earth is your family causing such a commotion about? Has father truly passed away?" Before Gao Shengdong could reply, Gao Qingyue hastily interjected, "Second uncle, I assure you that Lin Hao is merely spouting fabrications. Grandfather is not dead at all. Do not believe his wild tales. Last time, he deceived me into thinking grandfather was gravely ill and hospitalized, prompting me to rush to the hospital, only to find grandfather perfectly well. This time, he claims grandfather has passed and wishes to hold a funeral, simply to ruin my engagement banquet." Upon hearing this, Gao Shenghai fixed a cold stare upon Lin Hao. "Lin Hao, we cannot interfere in the discord between you and Gao Qingyue, but you must not jest about your grandfather's life and death. Hand him over, or do not blame me for my lack of courtesy." Wang Milin cast a disapproving glance at Gao Juanzong and complained, "Juanzong, you clearly captured him yesterday. Why was he released so quickly? Had this not been the case, today would not have unfolded as it has." Gao Juanzong opened his mouth to speak, but hesitated. The identity of Lin Hao as the Wolf King was an absolute secret he dared not disclose. Lin Hao's message had been conveyed to the entire Gao family, whether they chose to believe it was their own concern. He did not wish to waste further words with them and turned to leave. Gao Shenghai swiftly stepped forward to block Lin Hao's path, sternly demanding, "Lin Hao, hand over your grandfather at once." As he spoke, he raised his hand to strike Lin Hao's face. Observing this, Gao Juanzong quickly grasped his father's arm, urging, "Father, please do not act impulsively. Lin Hao would not deceive us." Gao Shenghai looked on with suspicion, questioning, "Juanzong, why would you speak on behalf of this good-for-nothing?" He could not comprehend why his son, who previously humiliated Lin Hao at every turn, now defended him so fervently. Gao Shengmei crossed her arms, mockingly retorting, "Juanzong, you were not like this before." "Indeed," Wang Milin echoed, "why do you defend this worthless individual today?" Gao Juanzong's expression was a mixture of emotions as he softly replied, "In any case, I believe Lin Hao would not deceive us." Lin Hao patted Gao Juanzong on the shoulder and departed without looking back. Gao Juanzong watched Lin Hao's retreating figure, feeling a tumult of emotions within him. He had never dared to dream that Lin Hao, whom he and the entire Gao family considered a waste, was actually the Wolf King. This secret was one he could not even share with his father, Gao Shenghai. He sighed and spoke solemnly, "Father, we shall attend grandfather's funeral tomorrow. As for the others, I cannot concern myself with them." Upon hearing this, Gao Qingyue expressed disbelief, "Brother, you will not attend my engagement banquet? Why must we attend that dubious funeral?" Gao Shenghai reached out to touch his son's forehead. "Juanzong, are you feverish? Are you confused?" Gao Juanzong pushed his father's hand away and replied solemnly, "Father, regardless, you must heed my words. We shall attend the funeral tomorrow." With that, he turned and departed without a backward glance. The Gao family exchanged bewildered glances, uncertain of what had transpired with Gao Juanzong today. Gao Qingyue hastily interjected, "Everyone, do not be swayed by Lin Hao's words. I can assure you with absolute certainty that grandfather has not passed away." Gao Shengmei nodded in agreement, stating, I trust that Qingyue would not deceive us. I shall attend her engagement banquet tomorrow. So shall I. And I. The other relatives of the Gao family nodded in unison, naturally opting to believe Gao Qingyue, for she held sway over the Gao group, and their annual dividends were contingent upon her leadership. Chapter 26. The funeral of Gao Qingyue. Upon exiting the Gao family villa, Gao Shanghai's brow furrowed in confusion as he cast a perplexed gaze towards Gao Juanzong. Juanzong, I fail to comprehend why you would advocate for that good-for-nothing Lin Hao today. Gao Juanzong's expression was notably complex, his eyes flickering with uncertainty as he let out a deep sigh. Father, there are matters I cannot elucidate at present, but I implore you to heed my words. Tomorrow, under no circumstances should you attend Gao Qingyue's engagement banquet. Please accompany me to grandfather's funeral. What did you say? Gao Shanghai's voice escalated sharply. Juanzong, have you lost your senses? Qingyue assured me that your grandfather is not deceased. Are you suggesting I attend a fictitious funeral? Gao Juanzong surveyed their surroundings, ensuring no one was within earshot before lowering his voice. Father, I must share a secret with you, but you must not disclose it to anyone, including my mother. Gao Shanghai nodded. I am your father. Do you doubt my trustworthiness? Speak, what is this secret? Once again, Gao Juanzong looked around to confirm their privacy, then whispered urgently. Father, Lin Hao is not a worthless individual. His true identity is that of the Wolf King, the leader of the elite special forces of Longhua, Wolf Fang. What did you say? Gao Shanghai's eyes widened in disbelief, as if he had just heard the most astonishing news. He exclaimed, You mean Lin Hao is the Wolf King? Are you certain you are not mistaken? He is merely a man living off others. How could he possibly be the terror of his enemies? Gao Juanzong quickly placed a hand over his father's mouth, his eyes filled with urgency and anxiety. Father, please lower your voice. The identity of the Wolf King is a state secret. If anyone overhears, we could find ourselves in grave trouble. After ensuring no one was listening, he slowly withdrew his hand, took a deep breath, and continued, Father, why would I jest about such matters? Just yesterday, my aunt reported Lin Hao for supposedly forging the Wolf King's credentials and medals, instructing me to apprehend him. However, upon verification, it turned out that the documents and medals were indeed authentic. Moreover, personnel from the Jiangcheng military district came seeking him. Upon hearing this, Gao Shanghai was utterly stunned, his eyes wide and mouth agape. He could scarcely fathom that the seemingly weak and ineffectual Lin Hao had turned out to be the Wolf King. He muttered, I never would have imagined Lin Hao could conceal such a profound truth. Gao Juanzong spoke gravely. Father, now that you are aware of Lin Hao's true identity, do you still believe he would deceive us? Furthermore, I have personally investigated, and it is indeed true that grandfather passed away the day before yesterday. He was inadvertently pushed by Gao Qingyue, which triggered a fatal heart attack. What? Gao Shanghai's eyes flashed with disbelief and profound sorrow as he trembled and said, Are you implying that your grandfather was harmed by Gao Qingyue? Gao Juanzong solemnly nodded. Yes, father. Although Gao Qingyue did not act with malice, grandfather ultimately met his demise by her hand. Gao Shanghai's countenance instantly turned as pale as a sheet, his hands clenched into fists, knuckles whitening from excessive pressure. Then, why did you not disclose this matter in front of everyone? Gao Juanzong's lips curled into a sly and profound smile. Father, the reason for my silence is that I did not wish for the Gao Qingyue family to attend grandfather's funeral. Upon hearing this, Gao Shanghai's brows furrowed slightly. What do you mean? Gao Juanzong chuckled softly. Consider this. If grandfather's funeral were to coincide with his granddaughter's engagement banquet, once the news spreads, how would society perceive the Gao Qingyue family? They would be thrust into the eye of the storm, becoming the target of public scorn, bearing the disgrace of unfilial conduct. Gao Shanghai chuckled, patting Gao Juanzong's sturdy shoulder. Juanzong, you truly think ahead. This way, we can seize the opportunity to rightfully reclaim control of the Gao group. The following day, a gentle drizzle fell. In the farewell hall of the Jiangcheng funeral home, soft yet sorrowful lighting enveloped the space in a veil of muted melancholy. At the heart of the hall, Gao Qingyue remains lay peacefully on a floral bed adorned with pristine white lilies, his visage serene. Lin Hao stood before the body, his gaze occasionally drifting to Gao Qingyue's face and then to the window, wondering if Gao Qingyue had arrived. Just then, a black sedan sped into the small square in front of the farewell hall. The car door swung open abruptly, and Gao Shanghai and Gao Juanzong stumbled into the hall. Guilt was etched in their eyes as they knelt before Gao Qingyue's remains, tears cascading down like pearls from a broken string. Gao Shanghai trembled as he struck himself hard across the face twice, wailing, "Father, I have been unfilial. You left this world without me knowing. I should have been by your side, accompanying you on your final journey." Gao Juanzong's face was also streaked with tears, his voice choked with emotion. "Grandfather, I'm sorry. We have arrived late. Please forgive us." Lin Hao discerned that Gao Shanghai and Gao Juanzong's grief was feigned. At that moment, Chun Hui gently glanced at his watch. "Brother Hao, it is nearly 10 o'clock. According to tradition, the body should be cremated soon to allow the departed to rest in peace." Lin Hao sighed. "Let's wait a bit longer. Grant the Gao Qingyue family half an hour. This is my final respect for grandfather and a last chance for the Gao Qingyue family." Chun Hui nodded in understanding and silently stepped back. Just then, a Rolls-Royce Cullinan, gleaming with a dark sheen, slowly approached and came to a halt, even more astonishingly. Its license plate bore 5/8. Gao Juanzong's attention was instantly captivated by the luxurious vehicle. He froze momentarily before exclaiming in disbelief, "Isn't this the carriage of Jiangqing's wealthiest? Dan Zhongmian? Could it be that he is coming to attend grandfather's funeral?" Upon hearing this, the onlookers exchanged incredulous glances, their eyes shimmering with disbelief. The name Tang Yongyan was known to all in Jiangqing. His every appearance could incite considerable commotion. Is Gao Qingyue's influence truly so vast that it could summon the wealthiest man in Jiangqing to attend his funeral? As the car door gradually swung open, Tang Yongyan and his daughter, Tang Ruoxue, emerged, stepping into the farewell hall under the watchful gaze of the crowd. They approached Gao Qingyue's remains, offering a stick of incense before bowing profoundly in respect. Gao Juanzong hurriedly stepped forward, extending his hand with a barely perceptible tremor in his voice. "Mr. Tang, greetings. I am Gao Juanzong, the captain of the Jiangchang law enforcement team." However, Tang Yongyan appeared oblivious to Gao Juanzong's presence, his gaze traversing over Gao Juanzong's shoulder to fixate directly on Lin Hao. Accompanied by Tang Ruoxue, Tang Yongyan circumvented Gao Juanzong and advanced toward Lin Hao. Gao Juanzong stood there, astonished, awkwardly retracting his hand that had lingered in the air. Upon reaching Lin Hao, Tang Yongyan slowly extended his hand. "Mr. Lin, please accept my condolences." Although Lin Hao was equally perplexed as to why Tang Yongyan would attend his grandfather's funeral, he courteously reciprocated the handshake. "Mr. Tang, I appreciate your presence at my grandfather's funeral." Standing beside Tang Yongyan, Tang Ruoxue could hardly conceal the excitement sparkling in her eyes the moment she laid eyes on Lin Hao. She yearned to utter something, yet overwhelmed by emotion. She ultimately found herself at a loss for words. Chapter 27. The funeral and engagement party held simultaneously. Half an hour swiftly elapsed. Chun Hui glanced at his watch and solemnly remarked, "How go? It is already 10:30. We can no longer afford to wait." Gao Shanghai, standing nearby, promptly concurred, "Indeed, we cannot continue to linger like this." Lin Hao peered out the window, yet the family of Gao Qingyue had still not arrived. Nevertheless, he resolved to extend one final opportunity to Gao Qingyue, for she was the beloved granddaughter of his grandfather during his lifetime. If Gao Qingyue failed to attend the funeral, it would surely grieve his grandfather's spirit. Therefore, he retrieved his phone and dialed her number. The call connected swiftly, and Gao Qingyue's mocking laughter resonated through the line. "You worthless fool, you must be calling to inform me of grandfather's passing, urging me to abandon my engagement party to attend the funeral, right?" Lin Hao replied earnestly, "Gao Qingyue, your grandfather cherished you the most in his life. I hope you can come to bid him farewell. Though we are divorced, I would never jest about such matters." "Then just wait patiently," Gao Qingyue retorted before abruptly hanging up the call. Lin Hao let out a sigh and turned to Chun Hui, saying, "Very well, Let us not wait any longer. The funeral shall commence. Chen Hui then turned to the funeral home staff, declaring, "The funeral can officially begin now." The staff member immediately announced in a loud voice, "The funeral is now commencing. We kindly ask all guests to maintain silence. First, we will conduct the flag-raising ceremony." As the staff member's words faded, mournful music began to play, echoing throughout the farewell hall. Subsequently, white spirit flags rose slowly, symbolizing the souls of the departed, swaying and fluttering in the air. Another staff member, responsible for officiating the funeral, began to narrate the remarkable life of Gao Qingyue with a voice imbued with profound emotion. Gao Qingyue narrowed his eyes slightly and discreetly exchanged a knowing glance with Gao Juanzong. Understanding the unspoken message, Gao Juanzong nodded and hurriedly exited the farewell hall. Finding a relatively quiet corner outside, he pulled out his phone and dialed Gao Qingyue's number. The call was answered promptly, and Gao Qingyue's irate voice came through. "Brother, what time is it? Why are you not here yet?" A cold smile crept across Gao Juanzong's face as he replied leisurely, "We are at the funeral home attending grandfather's funeral, so naturally, we cannot attend your engagement party." Upon hearing this, Gao Qingyue erupted in fury, shouting, "Brother, how dare you joke about grandfather's funeral? What do you mean by this? Have you accepted some benefit from that worthless Lin Hao?" The smile on Gao Juanzong's face grew wider as he responded, "Qingyue, you ought to refrain from referring to Lin Hao as worthless so frequently. One day, you shall come to realize that before him, neither you nor your fiancé, Gu Jingming, are even worth a fraction of that. Enough. Come if you wish." Gao Qingyue roared before disconnecting the call. Gao Juanzong listened to the busy tone emanating from the receiver and chuckled lightly, raising his right hand to give Gao Qingyue a standard OK gesture. Meanwhile, at the bustling Huanggong Mountain Villa in the city center, the atmosphere was vibrant and festive. Wang Milan noticed that Gao Qingyue stood there with an expression of displeasure, which stirred a hint of concern within her. She hurried to Gao Qingyue's side and softly inquired, "Qingyue, today is your engagement day. Why do you appear so unhappy?" Gao Qingyue tightly clutched the hem of her dress, her delicate brows furrowing as she coldly replied, "Humph. It's all because of that Gao Juanzong." Upon hearing this, Wang Milan's face showed a look of confusion, prompting her to ask quickly, "Gao Juanzong? What has he done to upset you?" Gao Qingyue bit her lip, indignantly stating he actually chose to side with that good-for-nothing Lin Hao, claiming he is attending Grandpa's funeral. Thus, he cannot come to my engagement banquet. It's utterly outrageous that he would use this matter to irritate me. Upon hearing this, Wang Milan sighed gently and comforted her. "All right, Qingyue, do not be angry. Today is such an important day, and we cannot allow trivial matters to affect our mood. Moreover, the engagement banquet is about to commence, and our friends and family are already gathered." At that moment, Jingming approached with a smile, tenderly linking his arm with Gao Qingyue's and softly said, "Qingyue, do not fret over such trivialities. Today is a beautiful time for the both of us. If you maintain such a stern expression, it will bring bad luck." Upon hearing his words, Gao Qingyue nodded slightly, making an effort to adjust her emotions, and managed to force a faint smile. Subsequently, she and Gu Jingming strolled arm in arm towards the banquet hall. As they entered the hall, the engagement host took up the microphone and announced, "Ladies and gentlemen, please give a warm round of applause to welcome today's stars, the esteemed Miss Gao Qingyue and Mr. Gu Jingming." As the host's words faded, a thunderous applause and cheers erupted, enveloping the entire banquet hall in a joyful and harmonious atmosphere. Amidst the resounding applause, Gao Qingyue and Gu Jingming walked hand in hand towards the main stage. Among the guests, Gao Qingyue swiftly grabbed her mobile phone, dialing Gao Qingyue's number, and softly said, "Second brother, the engagement ceremony has commenced. It's your turn now." After speaking, she hung up the phone. At that moment, Gao Xingdong's phone suddenly rang. It was Gao Qingyue calling. He quickly answered, anxiously asking, "Hello? Second brother, why are you still not here?" On the other end of the line, Gao Qingyue's cold laughter echoed, "Elder brother, father's funeral is currently underway. How could I possibly attend?" Gao Xingdong's brows knitted tightly, as if he could crush a fly with his glare, and he coldly replied, "Second brother, Whether you come or not is up to you. Do not use this matter to vex me. I knew you wouldn't believe me. Gao Qingyue's voice carried a hint of sarcasm. I will video call you now, so you can witness the funeral scene. He then requested a video call. Gao Qingyue trembled as he pressed the agree button, and in an instant, the image on his phone pierced his heart like a sharp sword. He saw that indeed a funeral was taking place on the other side, with his father, Gao Qingyue, lying quietly at the center of the hall. A tightness gripped his heart, as if an invisible hand were squeezing it. Was it true that his father had passed away? The chilling laughter of Gao Qingyue echoed once more. Do you think I would jest about such matters? Father is being mourned, while you hold an engagement party for your daughter. Only you could commit such a profound act of disrespect. With that, he hung up the phone. Gao Qingyue's complexion instantly turned as pale as a sheet, beads of cold sweat rolling down his forehead and cascading down his cheeks. Observing this, Wang Milan furrowed her brow and inquired, "What is the matter with you?" Gao Qingyue wiped the sweat from his brow and replied, his voice trembling, "Lin Hao did not deceive us. Father has truly passed away, and the funeral is being held at the mortuary." Chapter 28. Faster. Even faster. Wang Milan noticed that her husband was not jesting and hurriedly inquired, "How did you come to know?" Gao Qingyue, without time for explanation, rushed towards the main stage, shouting, "Qingyue!" The guests present, drawn by the commotion, turned their attention, their faces painted with curiosity. At that moment, Gao Qingyue was on stage, microphone in hand, recounting the tale of her love with Gu Jingming. Upon hearing her father's call, her expression soured, and she reproached, "Dad, what are you doing in front of so many family and friends?" Gao Qingyue arrived, panting, and declared, "The engagement ceremony must be paused." These words fell like a stone into still water, causing an uproar among the attendees. How could an engagement banquet be interrupted midway? Gao Qingyue and Gu Jingming exchanged glances, their faces darkening. Gao Qingyue protested, "Dad, can't we discuss this after the engagement party?" With a heavy tone, Gao Qingyue replied, "Your grandfather has passed away. The funeral is currently being held at the mortuary. Therefore, your engagement banquet cannot continue." The guests were once again left in stunned silence, unable to fathom the absurdity of a grandfather's funeral coinciding with his granddaughter's engagement. Gao Qingyue's face paled, more distasteful than if she had ingested something foul. "Dad, I already told you, grandfather is not dead. Lin Hao has deceived us." Gao Qingyue, drenched in sweat, insisted, "Your second uncle just called me and even conducted a video call. I saw your grandfather's body. The funeral is underway. Enough. Come with me to the mortuary now." At his words, Gao Qingyue felt as if struck by lightning, her body trembling, her face drained of color. While Lin Hao might deceive her, her second uncle would never jest about such a matter. Struggling to accept this cruel reality, she involuntarily stepped back, murmuring, "Is grandfather truly gone?" Gao Qingyue quickly stepped forward, grasping her arm, "Hurry. The funeral has already commenced, and if we delay, you may miss seeing your grandfather one last time." Thus, with the astonished gazes of the crowd upon them, Gao Qingyue's family departed the banquet hall. The guests exchanged glances, still awaiting their meals, their stomachs grumbling. Yet, with the engagement banquet canceled, they had no choice but to rise and leave the hall. As Gao Qingyue's family squeezed into the car, Gu Jingming swiftly started the vehicle, racing towards the mortuary like a wild stallion. Gao Qingyue glanced at his watch. The hands indicated 11:15. Perhaps the funeral was already concluding. Beads of sweat rolled down his forehead as he called to Gu Jingming. "Jingming, drive faster." "Understood." Gu Jingming replied, flooring the accelerator, the engine roaring like a furious lion as they sped forward. Gao Qingyue remained unsatisfied with their speed, shouting again, "Faster, even faster. We must reach the mortuary within 15 minutes. Gu Jingming shook his head helplessly. "That's not possible. We are on city roads. Driving too fast could lead to an accident. Moreover, the funeral home is situated over 20 kilometers away. How could one possibly arrive in just 15 minutes? Yet, Gao Qingyue disregarded all reason and bellowed, "I care not if you run a red light or drive against the flow. You must reach there within 15 minutes. Indeed, Gao Qingyue echoed his sentiment. "Jingming, please accelerate further. If we arrive too late and failed to see grandfather one last time. How could our family ever face him? We would be drowned in the scorn of the world. However, Gu Jingming attempted to interject, only to be forcefully interrupted by Gao Qingyue. No buts. You must hurry. Left with no choice, Gu Jingming shifted the gear to high speed, accelerating once more. Throughout the journey, the traffic lights frequently turned red. Yet Gu Jingming gritted his teeth and barreled through, narrowly avoiding collisions with oncoming vehicles on several occasions. In the car, Gao Qingyue's family felt their hearts leap into their throats, cold sweat trickling down their brows. Meanwhile, in the farewell hall of the funeral home, the ceremony had concluded. A staff member spoke softly, "Mr. Lin, the funeral has ended. You may take a final look at the late elder's visage. We shall soon proceed with the cremation." Lin Hao nodded silently, then knelt before Gao Qingye's body, respectfully bowing 3 times. "Grandfather, may you journey well." Gao Shanghai and Gao Juanzong hastily knelt before Gao Qingye's remains, tears streaming down their faces as they wept sorrowfully. Lin Hao shook his head. If not for knowing their usual demeanor, one might genuinely believe they were deeply grieving. Others present also approached, bowing deeply in their final respects to Gao Qingyue. Shortly thereafter, several staff members moved forward, gently yet solemnly wheeling Gao Qingye's body away, preparing to transport it to the cremation chamber. Lin Hao and his companions followed behind the staff, their steps heavy as they made their way to the cremation hall. Before long, the staff positioned the body before the cremation furnace. With a subtle sound, the body was gently pushed into the furnace. In an instant, a brilliant flame surged upward, mercilessly engulfing Gao Qingye's remains. Witnessing this, Lin Hao felt as though his heart had been pierced by countless fine needles, each stab of pain excruciating. Chen Hui reached out, gently patting Lin Hao's shoulder. "Hao Gu, please accept my condolences. Do not grieve too deeply." Upon hearing this, Lin Hao sighed, his face etched with sorrow. In such a short span, he had first lost his beloved daughter, and now he was bidding farewell to a grandfather who had been so good to him. How could he not feel heartbroken? Meanwhile, Gu Jingming gripped the steering wheel tightly, his eyes fixed on the road ahead, having pushed his speed to its limits. At last, he navigated through the congested city and ascended the winding, treacherous road of Tianma Mountain. Despite the perilous mountain path, with Gao Qingyue and Gao Xingdong's relentless urging, Gu Jingming pressed on, determined to reach the funeral home. At long last, after enduring numerous perils, the vehicle finally arrived at the entrance of the funeral home, just as they were about to proceed inside. The security guard gestured for them to halt, stating, "I regret to inform you that the parking lot is full. You must park along the roadside." With a heavy heart, Gu Jingming had no choice but to park the car at the side of the road. Immediately, Gao Qingyue and her family hastily exited the vehicle, dashing towards the farewell hall. Gao Qingyue, grasping the hem of her wedding gown and teetering in her high heels, stumbled and fell to the ground after just a few steps. Bystanders cast bewildered glances, inwardly questioning why a woman in a wedding dress would be at a funeral home. Gu Jingming hurriedly helped her to her feet and gently inquired, "Qingyue, are you all right?" Through her tears, Gao Qingyue sobbed, "Please help me up. We must reach the farewell hall before the funeral concludes." Chapter 29. Surprised, the Gao family rushed breathlessly into the farewell hall, only to find it empty, save for paper money scattered across the floor like snowflakes. Gao Qingyue's lips trembled in disbelief. How could no one be here? Just then, Gao Juanzong entered with a smirk that hovered between amusement and mockery, saying, "You are late. Grandfather has already been taken for cremation." Gao Qingyue sprang forward, grasping Gao Juanzong by the collar. "Tell me, did you conspire with Lin Hao to ensure we missed grandfather's funeral?" Gao Juanzong forcefully pushed her hand away, a hint of derision on his face. "Do not forget, I called to inform you earlier, yet you chose not to believe me. How can you still have the audacity to blame me?" Gao Qingyue fell silent, realizing that Gao Juanzong had indeed called her, informing her of grandfather's funeral, but she had dismissed it as deceit. Gao Xingdong, filled with urgency, exclaimed, "Stop dawdling. We must hurry to the cremation hall. Perhaps we can still have a final glimpse of grandfather." "Wait," Gao Juanzong interjected with a sly smile. "Uncle, I have a surprise for you all." Gao Xingdong frowned, exasperated. "Is this really the time for jokes?" Gao Qingyue remained nonchalant, replying, "I assure you, this surprise will leave you so exhilarated that you won't sleep a wink tonight." With that, he leisurely pulled out his phone and played a video. "Uncle, this is the surveillance footage from the day grandfather passed away. You all should watch closely. I guarantee you will be quite surprised." The Gao family gathered around, filled with suspicion, unaware of the trap Gao Qingyue was setting. The video revealed a conversation between Gao Qingyue and Gao Qingyue, followed by Gao Qingyue abruptly pushing Gao Qingyue. She then turned and left with Gu Jingming. Gao Qingyue staggered back, collapsing to the ground, clutching his chest in agony. He fumbled for a bottle of medication, which slipped from his grasp and rolled into a drain. Desperately, he attempted to call for help, making several calls, but after a few words in the last call, he lost consciousness. Gao Qingyue's laughter echoed triumphantly. "Did you see that? Grandfather died by Gao Qingyue's hand. Surprised? Unexpected?" Gao Qingyue felt as though struck by lightning, her complexion turning as pale as a blank sheet of paper. She staggered back, horrified. I caused grandfather's death?" Gao Qingyue nodded, smiling. "Indeed, you are the one responsible for grandfather's demise." Gao Qingyue trembled uncontrollably, unable to accept this cruel reality. She collapsed to the ground, cradling her head in her hands, weeping uncontrollably as her tears flowed like a torrent. Suddenly, she looked up and cried out, "No, it wasn't like that. I did not kill grandfather." Gao Qingdong's fury erupted like a volcano as he roared, "Qingyue, how could you treat your grandfather in this way? What face shall I bear in front of the ancestors of the Gao family?" Wang Mylin tugged at Gao Qingdong, urgently exclaiming, "This is not the time to blame Qingyue. We must hasten to the cremation hall, or else we shall truly be separated from the old master for eternity." Indeed, Gu Jingming quickly assisted Gao Qingyue to her feet, exclaiming, "Qingyue, let us make haste." Subsequently, Gao Qingdong and Wang Mylin supported each other, while Gu Jingming steadied Gao Qingyue as they rushed toward the cremation hall. As they ran, Gao Qingyue wept, her heart laden with boundless guilt. She could scarcely fathom that her grandfather's life would end by her hand. "Grandfather, I am so sorry. It was never my intention. Please, I implore you to forgive me." Along the way, Gao Qingyue stumbled countless times, her pristine wedding gown now soiled with dust and mud. The family pressed on, gritting their teeth, until they finally arrived at the cremation hall. However, it was a throng of people. Anxiously, Gao Qingyue seized a staff member of the funeral home, asking, "Where's Gao Qingyue being cremated?" The staff member pondered for a moment before pointing toward a nearby hill, stating, "You mean Gao Qingyue? He has already been cremated and is now interred at the cemetery on the hill." Gao Qingyue's heart ignited with anguish. Without a moment's pause, she dashed toward the hill like an arrow released from its bow. "Qingyue, wait for me!" Gu Jingming shouted, hurriedly pursuing her. Wang Mylin, pounding her legs, breathlessly declared, "I cannot continue. I am utterly exhausted. You all go on." Although Gao Qingdong yearned to accompany his father on his final journey, his legs felt as though they were laden with lead, utterly fatigued. He helplessly shook his head. "No, I can no longer run." Yet, despite her legs trembling with fatigue, Gao Qingyue gritted her teeth and resolutely ascended the hill. The path leading upward was paved with stone steps. After only a few steps, Gao Qingyue was already panting heavily, her legs too weary to move. Yet guilt compelled her. She was determined to see her grandfather one last time, and so she persevered. However, the heavens seemed to mock her as a gentle rain began to fall. Gao Qingyue gasped for breath, discarding her high heels and, barefoot, ascended with great difficulty. At last, Gu Jingming caught up to her, breathless, and suggested, "Qingyue, perhaps we should stop. I truly cannot run any longer." Gao Qingyue appeared not to hear him, resolutely placing one foot after the other on the steps. Suddenly, her foot slipped, and she stumbled to the ground. Though the fall was painful, her heart ached even more. She lay on the ground, tears mingling with the rain, dripping onto the earth. Her once immaculate wedding gown was now muddy, her hair disheveled. She lifted her gaze toward the hill. "Grandfather, please wait for me. Your unfilial granddaughter is coming." With that, she bore the pain, struggling to rise, and continued her arduous ascent step by step. Chapter 30. contemplating the purchase of a yachty Gao Qingyue, after enduring countless hardships, finally reached the pinnacle of the mountain. Utterly exhausted, her legs numb as if they had lost all sensation. From a distance, she spotted her grandfather's grave and noticed Lin Hao kneeling before the tombstone. However, her weary legs could no longer support her, and she collapsed onto the ground. "Grandfather, I have arrived. Please wait for me. I'm so sorry. I did not intend to push you. You must forgive me." With great difficulty, she propped herself up with her hands and slowly made her way towards the grave. Regret engulfed her heart, as if thousands of needles were piercing through it, causing her unbearable pain, nearly suffocating her. Lin Hao finally caught sight of Gao Qingyue. He shook his head, his heart filled with mixed emotions. Her hands, worn and bloodied from the exertion, bore testament to her struggle. Yet she gritted her teeth and persisted in crawling towards her grandfather's grave. Lin Hao sighed deeply. "You have come too late. Grandfather has already been laid to rest." Gao Qingyue seemed to disregard Lin Hao's words, continuing to advance, her hands and knees scraped and bleeding, staining her pristine wedding gown with crimson, resembling blooming red plums. At last, she reached the tombstone of Gao Qingyue. She raised her hand and struck her face fiercely twice, crying out, "Grandfather, I am so sorry. I truly did not mean to harm you. I never imagined that my actions would lead to your demise." Overwhelmed with sorrow, Gao Qingyue wept inconsolably, as waves of regret surged within her heart, lamenting the absence of a remedy for her remorse. Qinhui sighed helplessly. "How good? Let us go." Lin Hao nodded silently, casting a glance at Gao Qingyue before turning away. At that moment, Gu Jingming climbed up, panting heavily. Upon seeing Lin Hao, he instinctively took a step back. Lin Hao's gaze fixed upon Gu Jingming, declaring, "Your role in grandfather's death is equally significant. I will settle this score with you in due time. Just wait." With that, Lin Hao and Qinhui departed without looking back. Only when Lin Hao's figure faded from sight did Gu Jingming allow a hint of a scornful smile to surface. "Oof. You, Lin, are merely skilled in physical combat. In every other aspect, you are utterly inept, a complete waste." He hastily approached Gao Qingyue, helping her to her feet. "Qingyue, please do not cry. Your grandfather has passed. Your tears cannot bring him back to life." Gao Qingyue's eyes were hollow, devoid of life, and she shook her head slowly. "I bear the responsibility for grandfather's death, and I did not even attend his funeral or bid him farewell. I'm truly unworthy of him." As she spoke, she raised her hand to strike her own face again. Gu Jingming, quick to react, grasped her wrist. "Qingyue, do not blame yourself. This cannot be solely your fault. Grandfather was already advanced in years and suffered from heart disease. Even if you had not pushed him, he likely would not have lived much longer." Although Gu Jingming's words of comfort seemed somewhat forced, Gao Qingyue found them quite reasonable upon reflection. A flicker of brightness crossed her previously dull eyes. "Indeed, you are right. My grandfather was already frail and plagued by illness. Although I inadvertently pushed him, leading to his demise, I cannot bear the entire blame." With this thought, Gao Qingyue felt a sense of relief. Yet, she seemed to recall something, murmuring softly, "But I could not attend my grandfather's funeral, nor bid him a final farewell. I still feel quite guilty toward him." Gu Jingming shook his head helplessly, asserting that it was not her fault. If blame were to be assigned, it could only be directed at Lin Hao, who had no right to unilaterally arrange the funeral and have him cremated. Upon hearing this, Gao Qingyue nodded vigorously. "Indeed, I am divorced from him. He has no ties to my grandfather anymore. What right did he have to conduct the funeral and arrange for cremation without my consent?" With this realization, her feelings of guilt towards her grandfather vanished entirely. "You're absolutely right," Gu Jingming said, draping his coat gently over Gao Qingyue's shoulders. "Let's go." Gao Qingyue nodded, then clenched her teeth in anger, exclaiming, "Lin Hao, this is all your fault. You caused my entire family to miss grandfather's funeral, and I will not let you off the hook. Just wait." As Gu Jingming carefully assisted Gao Qingyue down the mountain, he expressed his indignation. "Moreover, it is because of Lin Hao, that useless fool, who deliberately scheduled grandfather's funeral for today, ruining our engagement banquet." "Exactly." Gao Qingyue clenched her fists, her beautiful eyes gleaming with cold fury. Everything is because of that useless Lin Hao. She then turned to look at her grandfather's tombstone, saying, "Grandfather, everything that has transpired these past few days is due to Lin Hao. If you're watching from the afterlife, please grant me the strength to eliminate him." A barely perceptible smile curved Gao Qingyue's lips as he inwardly scoffed at Gao Qingyue's naivety. This foolish woman is so easily deceived. Once I have your money, I will promptly discard you. The thought made him chuckle softly. Gao Qingyue raised an eyebrow, a look of suspicion crossing her face. "Jingming, what are you laughing at?" Gao Qingyue, startled, quickly wiped the smile from his face and explained, "Seeing you come to terms with things and no longer feeling sorrowful brings me joy," which made me laugh involuntarily. Gao Qingyue harbored absolute trust in Gao Qingyue, harboring no doubts about his words. Suddenly, she halted, her eyes widening in shock. She saw Lin Hao getting into a Cullinan, and the license plate bore 5/8. Gao Qingyue furrowed his brow, perplexed. "Qingyue, what is wrong?" Gao Qingyue pointed down the mountain, saying, "Look, that useless Lin Hao has entered a Cullinan with a license plate of 5/8. Gao Qingyue followed her gaze. But Lin Hao had already settled into the car, thus he did not see him enter the Cullinan. He lifted the corner of his mouth in a sneer and disdainfully remarked, "Qingyue, are your eyes deceiving you? I cannot possibly be mistaken." Gao Qingyue shook her head, insisting, "I truly saw him get into that Cullinan." Gao Qingyue shook his head, his gaze flickering with contempt. "Qingyue, someone like Lin Hao, that good for nothing, even if he were to forego eating and drinking for a lifetime, could never afford a Cullinan." Gao Qingyue pondered this and realized the truth in his words. Lin Hao was indeed a useless individual, someone who had to carefully consider his finances even to buy a yachty scooter. How could he ever hope to purchase a Cullinan? She shook her head. Perhaps she was simply too fatigued and had genuinely misperceived the situation. Chapter 31. The target of public scorn. As Gao Qingyue and Gao Qingyue descended the mountain, they beheld their parents standing in the middle of the road, absorbed in their phones, their expressions dark as though they could weep. Gao Qingyue hurriedly inquired, "Father, mother, what has transpired?" Gao Qingdong slowly lifted his head, extending his phone towards Gao Qingyue. "Qingyue, take a look. I have no idea who the scoundrel is that posted online about our absence at your grandfather's funeral. The internet is rife with vitriol aimed at our family." Upon taking the phone, Gao Qingyue's gaze fell upon a news headline that struck her like a dagger. Astonishing news. Gao Group's president Gao Qingyue holds engagement party on the day of her grandfather's funeral. The comment section was inundated with furious denunciations from netizens. Some even uttered vile curses, wishing ill upon the entire Gao family. Fuming with indignation, Gao Qingyue trembled with rage, her entire being quaking as if shaken through a sieve. Gao Qingyue remarked coldly, "This must have been posted online by that good-for-nothing Lin Hao." Indeed, Wang Milan gritted her teeth. Who else but that wastrel could commit such a heartless act? With fists clenched tightly, Gao Qingyue vowed, "Lin Hao, if I do not rend you to pieces, I am not Gao Qingyue." At that moment, a procession of mourners happened to pass by and caught sight of Gao Qingyue, pointing and whispering among themselves. "Look, that appears to be Gao Qingyue, the president of the Gao Group." Not just appearing, that is indeed Gao Qingyue. How can such a person exist? She did not even attend her grandfather's funeral, and yet had the audacity to host an engagement party. Indeed, how could such absurdity occur in this world? As they listened to the passerby's remarks, Gao Qingdong and Wang Milan's faces turned ashen, as if they had swallowed a fly. Gao Qingyue, like an enraged mother tiger, roared, "What business is it of yours? Get as far away as possible." However, the onlookers did not disperse. Instead, they gathered in increasing numbers. How can she not expect to be discussed when she does something like this? Indeed, what a heartless creature. If I were her, I would have lost all shame and sought to end my life. Gao Qingyue's fists tightened as she, in a fury akin to that of a provoked tigress, contemplated confronting them. Yet Gao Qingyue held her back firmly. "Qingyue, let it go, let us depart. You nosy busybodies. Are you so glutted that you have nothing better to do?" Gao Qingyue shouted vehemently as she was dragged away by Gao Qingyue. Subsequently, the family left in disarray amidst the jeers of the onlookers. Seated in the car on their way home, Gao Qingyue's anger intensified, flames of wrath licking higher within her. "Lin Hao, you scoundrel, wait for me." At that moment, her phone rang. It was her secretary calling. Upon answering, her voice was as frigid as ice. "What is the matter?" The anxious voice of her secretary came through the line. "President Gao, it's dire. Numerous companies we collaborate with have unilaterally announced the termination of our contracts, and several banks are demanding early repayment of our loans." "What?" In a moment of fury, Gao Qingyue exclaimed, "Why is this happening?" The secretary, trembling with trepidation, replied, because what transpired online has spread." This is infuriating," Gao Qingyue shouted, hurling her phone with great force. The device struck the car window, resulting in several spiderweb-like cracks. Wang Milan, having overheard the conversation, was as anxious as a fly in a hot pan. "Qingyue, what shall we do now?" Gao Xingdong, his face a shade of deep discontent, lamented with this incident. "How shall we explain ourselves to the board tomorrow?" Gao Qingyue roared like thunder. "Lin Hao, you scoundrel, I will kill you. I will kill you." Gu Jingming hastily interjected. "Qingyue, do not let your anger consume you. It will yield no fruit. I have a friend with long-standing ties to several bank presidents in Jiangxin. Allow me to call him. Perhaps he can persuade the bankers to forego your loan repayment." Taking a deep breath, Gao Qingyue suppressed her wrath and nodded. "Very well, Jingming. You're my only hope now." Meanwhile, Lin Hao found himself seated in Tang Yongyan's luxurious culinan, a look of bewilderment adorning his face. "Chairman Tang, where are you taking me?" Tang Yongyan replied with a subtle smile. "Mr. Lin, do you recall the time when you led the Wolf Fang brothers deep into the mountains of Cayenne province, vanquishing countless terrorists and rescuing both me and Ruoxue from their clutches?" Lin Hao nodded. "Of course I remember. What brings this to your mind?" Tang Yongyan continued. "Since that day, Ruoxue has held you in high esteem, viewing you as her hero, and she has much to express to you in person." Dang Vu Se, her head bowed in modesty, wore a blush akin to that of a ripened apple, captivatingly vivid. Tang Yongyan then instructed the driver to halt. He gently patted his daughter's shoulder and said, "Ruoxue, don't you have something to say to Mr. Lin? The view by the lake is delightful. Why not converse as you stroll?" Ruoxue nodded slightly and exited the vehicle. Tang Yongyan turned to Lin Hao with a smile. "Mr. Lin, please." Although filled with curiosity, Lin Hao followed suit and stepped out of the car. Approaching Tang Ruoxue, he softly stated, "Miss Tang, I understand what you wish to convey. There is no need for gratitude. As a soldier, it is my duty to protect the lives and property of the people. Besides, you saved me as well." Ruoxue stole a glance at Lin Hao, lowering her gaze, realizing he was already aware. She had mentally prepared a multitude of words to say, yet found herself at a loss when faced with him. Bolstering her courage inwardly, she raised her head, ready to confess her feelings. Just then, a sharp voice pierced the air. "Lin Hao, you scoundrel, I will kill you." Lin Hao looked up, only to see Gao Qingyue and her family marching toward him with an imposing presence. Lin Hao furrowed his brow, his expression stern as he remarked, "Gao Qingyue, we are already divorced. We share no ties now. Please be mindful of your words." Gu Jingming, upon first laying eyes on Tang Ruoxue, was instantly captivated. A wave of envy, jealousy, and resentment surged within him. He simply could not comprehend how a beauty tenfold more enchanting than Gao Qingyue could be drawn to someone like Lin Hao, whom he deemed worthless. Gao Qingyue also spotted Tang Ruoxue. Seeing someone more beautiful than herself stirred a pang of jealousy within her, despite her divorce from Lin Hao. No wonder you dared to divorce me. It seems you had already found this little vixen in advance." Tang Ruoxue's expression changed abruptly, tears of grievance glistening at the corners of her eyes. She looked at Gao Qingyue, her chest heaving with indignation. "How can you speak so cruelly? Am I truly in the wrong?" Gao Qingyue's face contorted with malice. "Are you not the little vixen?" Chapter 32. Thrown into the lake, Lin Hao's gaze turned frosty as he sternly commanded, "Gao Qingyue, silence your vile tongue, or you shall not escape my wrath." A cold smirk crept across Gao Qingyue's lips as she taunted, "What is this? You found yourself a little vixen, and now you cannot bear a single word from me? I shall call her what she is, a little vixen." Wang Milan chimed in, unleashing a torrent of insults upon Tang Ruoxue, exclaiming, "You shameless little vixen, how dare you entice a married man? Have you no shame? Overwhelmed by their venomous slurs, Tang Ruoxue could no longer contain her anguish and burst into tears. Lin Hao's eyes grew even colder, resembling a frigid pool of water. With the swiftness of lightning, he grasped the collars of Gao Qingyue and Wang Milan, and with a powerful sweep of his arms, he discarded them into the lake as one would dispose of refuse. Splash! Gao Qingyue and Wang Milan were hurled into the water simultaneously, sending sprays of water soaring several meters high as the murky silt beneath churned violently. The two emerged from the depths, their appearances grotesque, covered in dark sludge, with strands of green algae clinging to their hair, resembling two creatures that had crawled from a bog. Gu Jingming, witnessing the scene, rushed over to drag them from the water. Gao Qingyue, his face a ghastly shade of ashen fury, bellowed at Lin Hao. Lin Hao, you wretched bastard, may you meet a most terrible fate. Lin Hao, unable to tolerate such insults, especially towards his deceased parents, turned sharply, his gaze sharp as daggers. You too shall join them, he declared, seizing Gao Qingyue and, with the same disdain, flinging him into the lake. As Gao Qingyue and Wang Milan were just pulled ashore by Gu Jingming, they were once again knocked into the water by Gao Qingyue's body, propelled like a cannonball. Lin Hao then turned to Tang Ruoxue, saying, Miss Tang, I apologize that my presence has led you to endure their baseless slanders. Tang Ruoxue gently shook her head, assuring him, I am untroubled. Lin Hao offered comfort. Let's disregard them and leave. Before long, Gao Qingyue's family struggled to emerge from the lake, their appearance utterly disheveled, drawing the curious gazes of passers-by. Lin Hao, you scoundrel, I shall never forgive you and your little vixen. You will pay for this. Gao Qingyue screamed in a hoarse voice at Lin Hao and Tang Ruoxue's retreating figures. May your ancestors be cursed, you wretched dog. Wang Milan retaliated, unwilling to be outdone in her vitriol. Gao Qingyue's expression was one of utter revulsion, more grotesque than one who had ingested filth, as he thundered, Silence. Do you not feel the shame already? Ah, you infuriate me to no end. Gao Qingyue shouted. Enough. This is not the time for rage, Gao Qingyue replied, his countenance as steely as iron. Their immediate concern was to devise a strategy to mitigate the crisis facing the Gao group. As for Lin Hao, he could be dealt with later. Taking a deep breath to regain her composure, Gao Qingyue said, Jingming, let us first return to change our clothes. Then we shall enlist your friend to arrange a meeting with the bank presidents. Indeed, Gu Jingming nodded in agreement. At 4 in the afternoon, under the persuasion of Gu Jingming's friend, Xiao Fang, the president of Black Gold Bank, Jiangxingdong, finally consented to meet with Gao Qingyue. Gao Qingyue and Gu Jingming arrived at the entrance of the bank's office, where the president's secretary had long been awaiting their arrival. You must be Mr. Gao and Mr. Gu. Our president Jiang is inside. Please come in. With a nod, Gao Qingyue and Gu Jingming entered the office. Jiangxingdong sat majestically in his executive chair, engrossed in his paperwork, resembling a steadfast mountain. Gao Qingyue hurried forward and introduced herself. President Jiang, greetings. I am Gao Qingyue from Gao Group, and this is my fiancé, Gu Jingming. Jiangxingdong lifted his gaze, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Please have a seat. After nodding in acknowledgement, Gao Qingyue and Gu Jingming settled onto the sofa across from him. Just as Gao Qingyue was about to speak, Jiangxingdong interjected, Ms. Gao, Xiao Fang has already informed me of your purpose here. To be frank, in light of the recent rumors online, it is entirely reasonable for the banks to demand early repayment of your loans. Gao Qingyue hastily defended, President Jiang, the rumors circulating online are purely malicious slander against me. Jiangxingdong raised his hand, cutting her off. Ms. Gao, I am not interested in whether you have been wronged. Given your reputation, extending a loan to you entails considerable credit risk, so you must provide me with some incentives. Gao Qingyue forced a smile and quickly assured him, Rest assured, President Jiang, I understand the situation and will ensure you receive or due benefits. Jiangxingdong shook his head, a slight smirk appearing on his lips as he continued, Ms. Gao, let me be frank. Securing a loan from me requires more than merely a small advantage. He raised 3 fingers, stating, the interest rate is 30%. What? 30%? Gao Qingyue's eyes widened in shock. President Jiang, That is exorbitant. This is not merely a lioness roar. It is akin to a whale's wide-open mouth. Indeed, I am the whale with an open mouth, Jiang Zhengdong replied leisurely, lighting a cigarette as he spoke. If you find that too steep, then kindly exit to the left. Gao Qingyue could not fathom accepting such an outrageous interest rate, and, in indignation, rose to leave. Gu Jingming, witnessing her distress, hurriedly followed. Gao Qingyue, don't be hasty, he urged. I will consult Xiao Fang to see if she has any alternative solutions. Without delay, he pulled out his phone and dialed Xiao Fang. Xiao Fang, we have just spoken to Jiang Zhengdong, and he is demanding a 30% interest rate, which is utterly ridiculous. Qingyue cannot accept this. Do you have any other options? After a moment of silence, Xiao Fang replied, very well. Jingming, I will assist you once more. I happen to be university classmates with Tang Ruoxue, the daughter of the richest man in Jiangchen. I will call her to discuss your situation. If she is willing to help, the bank presidents will surely give her the respect she deserves. Gu Jingming nodded with a sense of relief. Really? That could lead to complications. Please assist us in arranging a meeting with Tang Ruoxue. After hanging up the phone, Gu Jingming smiled and said, Qingyue, we have found a solution. Xiao Fang has agreed to help us bring Tang Ruoxue, the daughter of the richest man in Jiangcheng, to discuss matters with us. If she is willing to come forward, the bank executives will undoubtedly show her respect and will no longer insist that we repay the loan in advance. Upon hearing this, Gao Qingyue smiled with delight, exclaiming, that is splendid. If I can cultivate a relationship with Tang Ruoxue, I will be able to navigate Jiangcheng with ease. Chapter 33. Tang Ruoxue confronted by Gao Qingyue. Tang Ruoxue returned home in a sullen mood, carelessly tossing her handbag aside before turning to ascend the stairs to her room. Observing her demeanor, Tang Yongnian furrowed his brow slightly, concern and confusion evident in his tone. Ruoxue, what troubles you? Has Lin Hao not reciprocated your feelings? At his words, Tang Ruoxue paused, a subtle blush creeping onto her cheeks as she murmured, I try to speak, but the words just wouldn't leave my lips. After uttering this, she swiftly turned and hurried upstairs, slamming the door behind her. A wry smile curled at the corners of Tang Yongnian's mouth. He knew all too well the pure-hearted yet exceedingly reserved nature of his daughter. Indeed, given Ruoxue's shy disposition, it was nearly impossible for her to boldly confess her feelings to a man. No sooner had Tang Ruoxue entered her room than her phone rang. It was her university classmate, Xiao Fang. She hastily pressed the answer button. Hello, Xiao Fang, what is the matter? On the other end, Xiao Fang replied, Ruoxue, I need your help with something. Could you spare some time to come to the Love CCAF? Though in a foul mood, Tang Ruoxue initially considered declining the invitation. However, recalling the strength of their friendship and the possibility of Xiao Fang encountering a genuine problem, she softly agreed. All right, I'll be there shortly. After hanging up, Tang Ruoxue exited her room, grabbed her handbag, and stepped outside. Tang Yongnian inquired, Ruoxue, where are you off to? She responded casually, a friend has asked me out. With that, she opened the door and departed. Adjacent to the Love CCAF, in a narrow alley, Xiao Fang, adorned in a red dress, elegantly exhaled a plume of smoke that curled around Gu Jingming's face. Gu Jingming, confess honestly, do you truly have feelings for Gao Qingyue? Gu Jingming casually wrapped an arm around Xiao Fang's waist and planted a kiss on her cheek, his eyes glinting with disdain. How could that be? I am merely interested in her wealth. My heart belongs solely to you. Please. Xiao Fang inhaled deeply, rolling her eyes. Your flattery might fool a woman like Gao Qingyue, but you cannot deceive me. I warn you, should you dare to take things seriously with Gao Qingyue, you'll regret it. With a slight twitch of his facial muscles, Gu Jingming forced a somewhat awkward smile, drawing Xiao Fang closer. Rest assured, I have everything under control. I would never neglect you. Once the Gao family's fortune falls into my hands, I'll cast Gao Qingyue aside, and then I shall marry you. A cold smile crept onto Xiao Fang's lips. She was well aware of Gu Jingming's duplicitous nature. To her, his striking appearance was merely a means to an end, a tool for resolving her life's challenges. She exhaled a smoke ring, elegantly discarding the spent cigarette but onto the ground, extinguishing the ember beneath her high heel. All right, let us cut to the chase. You owe me some dues that have gone unpaid. Gao Qingyue responded with a weary smile. Now? Or shall we find another time? Let us skip the pleasantries. Xiao Fang, in a fit of impatience, interrupted and unceremoniously seized Gao Qingyue's arm, heading directly towards the hotel across the street. Gao Qingyue inwardly lamented, despite being a woman. Xiao Fang's actions were rather forceful, having left him with lingering discomfort in his legs for several days on more than one occasion. Meanwhile, at the entrance of Love CCF, Gao Qingyue repeatedly dialed Gao Qingyue's number, but to no avail. Her brow furrowed, her tone laced with dissatisfaction and anxiety. Where on earth has he vanished? Not even a phone call to respond. At that moment, Tang Ruoxue happened to stroll by. When enemies meet, sparks fly. Gao Qingyue stepped forward, blocking Tang Ruoxue's path, a cold smirk curling at her lips. You little vixen, it seems fate has brought us together again. Though Tang Ruoxue was known for her good temperament, it did not imply the absence of anger. A flicker of barely perceptible fury glimmered in her eyes. Kindly keep your words clean. Slap. Gao Qingyue raised her hand and struck Tang Ruoxue sharply across her delicate cheek. You shameless harlot! How dare you entice my husband? I shall teach you a lesson today. Tang Ruoxue covered her stinging face, tears cascading down like pearls from her eyes. You have clearly divorced Mr. Lin. Slap. Before she could finish her sentence, Gao Qingyue's palm landed harshly on her other cheek. Listen well, you little seductress. Even if I am divorced from him, you are still forbidden for being with him. Tang Ruoxue trembled with indignation. Are you even reasonable? Humph. I am entirely unreasonable. What can you do about it, you little harlot? Gao Qingyue's face was etched with disdain and contempt. Remember this. It will be best if I never see you again. Otherwise, each time I do, I shall strike you. Seething with rage, Tang Ruoxue retrieved her phone, poised to call her father. Observing this, Gao Qingyue seized her phone and hurled it violently to the ground. As the device met the floor, spiderweb-like cracks spread across the screen. You! Tang Ruoxue's chest heaved with furious breaths as she ultimately turned away in tears. Gao Qingyue watched her retreating figure, a smug smile creeping across her face. Lin Hao, you shall never be with another woman in this lifetime. Soon after, she glanced at the time on her phone, her brow furrowing in confusion. How peculiar. Why hasn't T. Jingming arrived yet? She dialed Gao Qingyue once more. The call connected, yet no one answered. Just then, Gao Qingyue approached, accompanied by a stunning woman in a red dress. He hurriedly introduced, Qingyue, meet my friend Xiao Fang. Gao Qingyue glanced at Xiao Fang, offering a slight nod in acknowledgement. Xiao Fang checked the time on her phone, puzzled. Ruoxue should have arrived by now. She dialed Tang Ruoxue's number, but alas, it was already turned off. Oh, she frowned, perplexed by the sudden shutdown of Ruoxue's phone. Gao Qingyue smiled. Perhaps she's caught in traffic. Why don't we go inside and wait? Xiao Fang and Gao Qingyue nodded in unison. Subsequently, Gao Qingyue stepped into the CF first, though his gait revealed a subtle, discordant limp. Gao Qingyue's brows furrowed in concern as her gaze instinctively fell upon Gao Qingyue's feet, prompting her to inquire, Qingyue, have you injured your foot? Why are you limping? A fleeting flash of panic crossed Gao Qingyue's eyes as he hastily replied, I accidentally twisted my ankle just now. Despite the momentary anxiety dissipating quickly, it was keenly observed by Gao Qingyue. Her tone involuntarily acquired a hint of coldness as she pressed. Then why didn't you answer my call earlier? Gao Qingyue quickly laughed. I left my phone at home while changing clothes. Gao Qingyue glanced at him, but chose not to pursue the matter further. The three then entered the CF, settling into a window-side table to await Tang Ruoxue. Meanwhile, Tang Ruoxue returned home in tears, her face marked by two conspicuous red handprints. Tang Yongnian's heart tightened, and he hurriedly asked, Ruoxue, who struck you on the face? Tang Ruoxue ascended the stairs sobbing, forcefully shutting her bedroom door behind her. Tang Yongnian, filled with anxiety, followed closely and gently knocked on the door. Ruoxue, tell Daddy who has bullied you. Yet, the only response was the intermittent sound of her sobs from within the room. Tang Yongnian's expression darkened like stormy waters, rage igniting in his eyes. His precious daughter had been harmed, This was intolerable. Thus, he bellowed, Tang Sheng. The old steward, Tang Sheng, hurriedly emerged. Sir, how may I assist you? Tang Yongnian's gaze turned icy as he took a deep breath and coldly commanded, I just saw 2 handprints on Ruo Xue's face. Investigate who did this. Once you find out, give them a thorough beating, and then toss them into a latrine to drown. Chapter 34. Thrown into the sewage pit as Tang Ruo Xue had yet to arrive and her phone remained unreachable. Xiao Fang reluctantly instructed Gao Qingyue and Gu Jingming to return home first, promising to arrange another meeting at a later time. Thus, Gao Qingyue and Gu Jingming left the Love CCAF with a sense of helplessness. No sooner had they reached the parking lot than a business vehicle, racing like a wild stallion, sped towards them, barely missing Gao Qingyue's clothing and causing her to break into a cold sweat, her complexion draining of color. The terror in Gao Qingyue's heart transformed into fury, and she shouted vehemently, You reckless fool! Can't you drive properly? The business vehicle screeched to a halt, and its door swung open as 5 men emerged, advancing towards Gao Qingyue and Gu Jingming with menacing intensity. The two exchanged a glance filled with alarm, instinctively drawing closer together and retreating step by step. With her throat dry, Gao Qingyue managed to stammer, What do you want from us? Tang Sheng's voice was as cold as the winter wind. Is that even a question? We're here to deal with you. Gao Qingyue trembled as she replied, I am Gao Qingyue of the Gao family. Do you dare to lay a finger on me? Do you know the consequences? Tang Sheng merely shook his head, a smirk of disdain curling at the corners of his mouth. I have no interest in knowing. He then waved his hand, commanding, Go ahead, teach them a lesson. As the words left his lips, the 4 men behind him lunged at Gao Qingyue and Gu Jingming, launching a brutal assault of punches and kicks. It was only when Gao Qingyue and Gu Jingming lay bloodied on the ground that Tang Sheng raised his hand to signal an end to the beating. He stepped forward, placing a foot on Gao Qingyue's face. Take them away. Moments later, the men dragged Gao Qingyue and Gu Jingming towards the business vehicle, treating them like discarded rag dolls, and slammed the doors shut before speeding away. Summoning her courage, Gao Qingyue quivered as she asked, Where are you taking us? Tang Sheng's lips curled into a cruel smile. Naturally, we are sending you to meet the king of hell. At his words, a chill raced up Gao Qingyue and Gu Jingming's spines, paralyzing them with fear. Gao Qingyue's body went limp, and she lost control of her bladder, urine streaming down her skirt as she screamed in terror, quickly shifting to a plea, Please, gentlemen, have mercy. We will give you whatever you want. She presumed that their intent to kill stemmed from her earlier outburst in the parking lot. Tang Sheng and his companions erupted in laughter, gazing at Gao Qingyue as if she were a fool. Discussing money with them was nothing short of absurd. They were subordinates of the wealthiest man in Jiangcheng, Tang Yongnian. Did they lack for money? Seeing that her words elicited no reaction, Gao Qingyue hurriedly added, If you let us go, I am willing to offer you 1 million. Tang Sheng and his associates merely continued to sneer. No. Gu Jingming's voice trembled with fear. What about 2 million? Would that suffice? A cold smile crept across Tang Sheng's face as he scoffed. Even if you offered 100 million, you would still meet your end today. At this, Gao Qingyue and Gu Jingming were so petrified they lost consciousness. When they finally awoke, they found their hands bound behind their backs, an indescribable stench lingering around them. As I raised my gaze, I beheld a vast cesspool beside me. Tang Sheng pointed at it and mockingly declared, Do you see this cesspool? This shall be your grave. It is a desolate place, rarely visited by anyone. Whether you can leave here alive depends solely on your fate. Help, help! Gao Qingyue and Gu Jingming simultaneously cried out in terror, their bodies thrashing violently. Tang Sheng sneered, Scream, go ahead and scream. With a casual wave of his hand, he cast them into the abyss. 4 burly men approached, their faces twisted in grotesque smiles, inching closer to Gao Qingyue and Gu Jingming. No, please spare us, they pleaded, desperation in their voices. Somebody, help! Gao Qingyue and Gu Jingming shouted in utter hopelessness, exerting every ounce of strength to resist. The 4 men advanced and forced them down into the cesspool. Splash! Filth splattered everywhere, a nauseating stench permeating the air. Tang Sheng furrowed his brow. covering his nose as he exclaimed, "It reeks. Let us leave." He and the four men swiftly climbed into a business vehicle, which kicked up dust as it sped away like a wild stallion. Within the cesspool, Gao Qingyue and Gu Jingming struggled mightily, finally managing to find their footing. The icy, foul water rose to just beneath their necks, clinging to them with suffocating intensity. The stench was overwhelming, nearly knocking them unconscious, while countless maggots writhed upon their skin. Unable to contain herself, Gao Qingyue violently retched. Gu Jingming shouted, "Help! Is there anyone who can save us?" In a remote area on the outskirts of Jiangqing, three graves stood side by side. Lin Hao knelt before them. "Father, mother, little sister, I am so sorry. Despite all these years, I have yet to uncover the identity of those who murdered you. I feel utterly useless." As he spoke, tears streamed down his face. Who says men do not shed tears easily? It is merely that they have not yet reached the point of sorrow. He was the Wolf King of Langia, a figure who could only shed blood, never tears, yet today he wept. He despised his own ineptitude, possessing the capability to seek justice, yet failing to find the culprits who took his loved ones. Raising his hand, he struck his own face twice. Shenyu, standing behind him, quickly grasped his hand. "Brother Hao, do not do this." Lin Hao wiped away his tears, bowed his head 3 times, and then vowed, "Father, mother, little sister, I swear to uncover the murderer and exact vengeance upon them." Just then, Chun Hui's phone rang, and he hurried to the side to answer it. "Hello, have you found any leads?" A deep voice resonated from the other end. "Indeed, I have discovered that the one who orchestrated the murder of the Lin family was sent by the old master of the Wen family, Wen Tai. Excellent. I understand." Chun Hui hung up the phone and rushed back to Lin Hao, saying, "Brother Hao, I have found the mastermind behind the massacre of your family." Upon hearing this, Lin Hao sprang to his feet, seizing Chun Hui's arms in excitement. "Quickly, tell me, who is it?" Shen Yu remarked. "It is indeed the venerable old master Wen Tai of the Wen family, isn't it?" Lin Hao was taken aback. For Wen Tai had once been a loyal servant of the Lin family, known for his unwavering integrity. Lin Hao could hardly fathom that the perpetrator behind the tragic demise of his family could be linked to Wen Tai. Indeed, Chun Hui nodded, "Brother Hao, the Wen family is now one of the 4 great noble houses of Jiangqing. If you seek vengeance, you must devise a meticulous strategy." "What meticulous strategy?" Lin Hao replied coldly. "Tonight, I shall go to the Wen residence and bring back Wen Tai's head to honor my parents and sister." With that, he bowed 3 times at the graves of his parents and younger sister before turning to leave. "Brother Hao, to be on the safe side, I shall accompany you tonight." Shen Yu insisted. "No need." Lin Hao shook his head. "This blood feud is mine alone to avenge." Just then, Lin Hao suddenly heard a cry for help, the voice strikingly familiar. He quickly halted, raising his gaze to see 2 figures struggling in a nearby cesspool. Chapter 35. When Tai Lin Hao furrowed his brow, perplexed. The voice sounded remarkably like that of Gao Qingyue and Gu Jingming. Chun Hui nodded in agreement, stating, "It does seem like them. But would they really fall into a cesspool?" Lin Hao appeared utterly bewildered, yet he proceeded toward the cesspool. Before long, they arrived at the edge of the cesspool. Despite the filth clinging to Gao Qingyue and Gu Jingming's faces, Lin Hao recognized them instantly. Their eyes met Lin Hao's, and they were momentarily taken aback, astonished that he would be there. Gao Qingyue seemed to understand the situation and, in a fit of rage, exclaimed, "Lin Hao, you bastard. It was you who had us pushed into the cesspool. This isn't over between us." Lin Hao maintained his composure and replied coolly, "Gao Qingyue, do not slander me." However, Gao Qingyue, infuriated, retorted, "Bastard, you dare to deny it. If you believe I orchestrated this, then so be it." With that, Lin Hao turned to leave. Gu Jingming, in a state of urgency, urged Gao Qingyue, "Qingyue, this is not the time for a tantrum. You must plead with him to save us. Otherwise, we will drown in here." At Gu Jingming's words, Gao Qingyue realized the gravity of their predicament and cried out, "Lin Hao, you cannot leave. Please pull us up." Lin Hao, seemingly unperturbed, continued on his way with Chun Hui, not glancing back. In a state of desperation, Gao Qingyue began to weep. "Lin Hao, although we are divorced, we once shared a bond as husband and wife. You cannot abandon us in our time of need. Suddenly, Lin Hao halted, her words striking a chord within him. Chun Hui coldly remarked, "Brother Hao, will you help them or not?" With a sigh, Lin Hao conceded, "Alas, though Gao Qingyue is detestable, she does not deserve death. Moreover, as a soldier, how can I stand idly by in the face of danger?" However, he resolved not to rescue the pair easily. Disregarding the foul stench, Lin Hao extended his hand and pulled Gao Qingyue from the cesspool, freeing her from the ropes binding her hands. Gu Jingming looked at Lin Hao with hopeful eyes, wishing for similar rescue. Lin Hao merely shot him a cold glare and stated, "Let Gao Qingyue find a way to save you." With that, he and Chun Hui turned to depart. Gao Qingyue shouted in anger, "Lin Hao, come back. You have yet to save Jingming." Lin Hao, without looking back, replied, "I have saved you. Cannot you save him yourself? Bastard." Gao Qingyue screamed at Lin Hao's retreating figure, "Even if you have saved me, I will never forgive you. Just wait." As evening descended, the Wen family villa was abuzz with luxury cars. Political dignitaries and prominent business magnates from Jianshan gathered. For today marked the 80th birthday of the venerable Wen Tailai. Though he had reached an advanced age, Wen Tailai exuded vitality akin to a sturdy pine tree. His eyes, sparkling like the stars in the night sky, radiating brilliance. He sat regally in the main seat of the villa's grand hall, beaming as he surveyed the congratulatory gifts brought by his esteemed guests. In an effort to persuade Wen Tailai to utter even a single word and to resolve the crisis currently confronting the Gao family, Gao Xingdong and Wang Mylin spared no expense, investing 10 million to procure a piece of exquisite old pit mutton fat jade, which they presented as a birthday gift to Wen Tailai. Wen Tailai, who had always harbored a fondness for the old pit mutton fat jade, carefully held the gift from Gao Xingdong and Wang Mylin, scrutinizing it with great attention. "Excellent. Truly splendid. I am quite fond of it. Rest assured, Xiao Gao, once I speak, major corporations and banks will undoubtedly grant me this favor. I am certain they will no longer pose challenges to your esteemed Gao group." Gao Xingdong quickly responded, "Thank you, old sir." At that moment, a cacophony of anguished cries erupted from outside, shattering the joyous atmosphere within the villa. Wen Tailai's countenance darkened as he bellowed, "What is causing such a commotion?" A servant stumbled in, breathless. "Old sir, it is terrible. A person wearing a ghost mask has come outside, threatening to kill you." Wen Tailai slammed his hand on the table and rebuked, "Such trivial matters do not warrant my attention. Can't you handle it yourselves?" The servant, visibly anxious, replied, "Old sir, our men are no match for him." Just then, 4 of the Wen family's guards were flung into the courtyard, landing heavily and remaining motionless. The guests present, witnessing this, shrieked in terror and rushed into the villa's hall. Soon after, a figure donned in a ghost mask strode into the villa's courtyard. This masked individual was Lin Hao, who concealed his identity with the mask, as he was the Wolf King. He deemed it unwise to commit murder in public, lest it cast a negative light on the military. However, Wen Tailai remained composed, fixing a cold stare upon the masked figure. "Who are you? What enmity do we share?" Lin Hao coldly replied, "Wen Tailai, I was once your young master. You should now comprehend why I have come to kill you." Upon hearing this, Wen Tailai's expression shifted dramatically. "It is you. You were stabbed multiple times back then, and yet survived?" He then sneered, "If you have indeed survived, you ought to remain hidden and live your life quietly. But you should not have sought vengeance against me. Since you have come, I shall eradicate you once and for all. Bring him down," Wen Tailai commanded. At his signal, the Wen family's guard captain, Lei Peng, stepped forward. He advanced with a frigid gaze fixed on the masked man. "I care not who you are. Kneel before me, and I shall grant you a swift end." Lin Hao retorted coolly, "Today, I only intend to kill members of the Wen family. Anyone unrelated, leave immediately. Otherwise, you will meet the same fate as them." Yet, no one dared to depart, for they did not believe that this masked figure could truly defeat the Wen family. Everyone was aware that, aside from Lei Peng, another supreme master was concealed within the Wen family. "You are utterly arrogant," Lei Peng shouted in fury, raising his fist and delivering a powerful strike toward the masked man's chest. Lin Hao's form flickered, evading the blow with agility, while simultaneously unleashing a punch. Though both men struck, Lin Hao's speed was akin to lightning, astonishing all who beheld it. Lei Peng could not evade. Upon receiving that punch, his chest instantly caved in, and he collapsed to the ground, lifeless. This scene left the guests present utterly astonished, as they could hardly fathom that such a formidable expert as Lei Peng could fall so easily before the masked specter. Wan Mailan Witspo, Lao Gao. Doesn't that ghostly figure's voice resemble that of that worthless individual? Gao Qingyue nodded in agreement. Indeed, it bears a striking resemblance. Could it possibly be him? Wang Mailan shook her head. That seems unlikely. That coward wouldn't dare harm even a chicken. So how could he muster the courage to take a life? If he possessed such abilities, Qingyue would never have divorced him. At this moment, a disdainful smile crept across Wen Tailai's lips as he gazed at the masked figure with contempt, as if viewing a mere insignificant insect. I never anticipated that, after years apart, you would hone such formidable martial skills. With but a single punch, you have slain the captain of my own family. I must admit, you have earned my respect. However, if you believe that such prowess suffices to take my life, you are indeed naively foolish. Master Lu, the next move is yours. As his words fell, an elderly man with a youthful visage and an ethereal presence emerged from behind him like a specter. This man was Lu Tianbao, the concealed master of the Wen family. Rest easy, old master. I have never left a witness. Lu Tianbao, with hands clasped behind his back, advanced steadily toward the masked figure, his presence looming like a mountain, instilling a profound sense of oppression. His scornful gaze fell upon Lin Hao. Your skills are commendable, but alas, before me, you face only the path to death. Lin Hao, disinterested in further discourse, unleashed a thunderous punch. Before Lu Tianbao could react, he was struck squarely in the chest, his body soaring backwards like a kite severed from its string, crashing heavily at Wen Tailai's feet. Blood gushed from his mouth, and after a few futile struggles, he breathed his last. Subsequently, Lin Hao approached Wen Tailai, declaring, "Old dog, prepare to meet your end." Wen Tailai retrieved a handgun from his person, aiming it at the masked figure. Your skills are indeed impressive. Even a master like Lu Tianbao fell easily to your might. I must confess, I underestimated you. However, no matter how formidable you are, can you match the lethal force of my gun? Chapter 36. The Dragon Sword leader of the Northern Realm. When Tianlong Lin Hao exhibited not a trace of trepidation. Instead, he advanced toward Wen Tailai, declaring, "In your hand. That gun is no more than scrap metal. It cannot harm me." "Very well. Since you are so audacious, allow me to demonstrate whether my gun can indeed vanquish you." Wen Tailai retorted, his finger poised on the trigger. Yet, at that critical moment, he felt a sudden blur before his eyes, and the firearm had already slipped from his grasp and into Lin Hao's hands. Lin Hao held the weapon in his palm and commenced to vigorously twist and manipulate it. Gradually, the gun began to contort under his formidable strength, ultimately transforming into a mere lump of useless metal. Witnessing this spectacle, the onlookers collectively gasped, their astonished exclamations filling the air. "My heavens! He has crushed a gun into scrap with his bare hands. What immense strength! Is this even human? No person could possibly possess such power." Wen Tailai's eyes widened in sheer terror, disbelief etched upon his face. "Since you cannot kill me, then it shall be you who meets your demise," Lin Hao declared, unleashing a lightning-fast strike. Before Wen Tailai could comprehend the situation, Lin Hao's palm struck his head with devastating force. Wen Tailai's skull shattered, blood gushing forth like a fountain, staining his cheeks crimson. "Please, do not kill me. I was merely following orders back then, the one who annihilated your family." Wen Tailai trembled, his voice faltering. Lin Hao was about to inquire who had given those orders, but it was too late. Wen Tailai had already drawn his last breath. The guests present were paralyzed with fear, their souls seemingly escaping their bodies as they screamed, huddling together like frightened sheep, trembling uncontrollably. Lin Hao's icy gaze swept across the assembly, and he spoke in a cold tone, "I shall reiterate one final time. If you are not of the Wen family, depart at once, or face dire consequences." As his words echoed, the guests fled in panic, their retreat akin to startled birds taking flight. leaving only the members of the one family behind. Gao Qingyue hastily pulled Wang Milan away, her legs trembling with terror as she stumbled repeatedly in her desperate flight from the one residence. Wen Tianao, wen tidius et destisson. His eyes bloodshot and wild like an enraged lion, seethed. You have slain my father. I vow to dismember you. He turned to the one family's guards, bellowing, kill him. However, none of the guards dared to advance. They were impoverished, not foolish. Even a master like Lu Tianbao would falter against this masked specter. To confront him would be tantamount to courting death. When Tian Hao's fury reached its zenith, his eyes bulging in rage as he shouted once more, all of you attack. Whoever can slay him shall receive 5 million. Upon hearing this, the guards' fearful expressions ignited with fervor. Their dread of the masked figure dissipated, replaced solely by avarice for the 5 million. After all, that some could secure their livelihoods for a lifetime, sparing them 30 years of toil. Thus, they surged forward like ravenous wolves, eager to seize the opportunity, each fearing that procrastination might allow the reward to slip away. Lin Hao's fingers coalesced into a fist as he charged back at the guards like a tempest unleashed. These guards, who might normally boast the ability to take on 10 opponents, were, in Lin Hao's eyes, mere insignificant pests, easily vanquished. Like a tiger among sheep, his fists rained down in a relentless barrage. In the blink of an eye, over 10 guards lay lifeless upon the ground, their chests caved in. The remaining guards, witnessing this, were gripped by terror. At that moment, wealth held no value to them. Preserving their lives became their foremost priority. Thus, they turned in unison to flee, lamenting the fact that their parents had not endowed them with an extra pair of legs. When Tian Hao bellowed, "Come back!" Yet, his words fell on deaf ears. And in an instant, the one family villa was left with only Lin Hao, when Tian Hao and a multitude of corpses strewn about. Lin Hao turned and advanced step by step towards Wen Tian Hao. The latter retreated repeatedly, yearning to escape, but his legs refused to obey him. Lin Hao understood that Wen Tian Hao was unaware of the massacre that had befallen his family years ago, so he deemed further dialogue unnecessary and, in a single decisive punch, obliterated Wen Tian Hao's head as if it were a shattered watermelon. Meanwhile, at a military base in Jiangsheng, a helicopter descended slowly, from which emerged a middle-aged man clad in a 4-star general's uniform. Following closely behind him, a contingent of soldiers escorted him into a military vehicle that sped towards the one family estate. This 4-star general was none other than Wen Tianlong, the leader of the Northern Dragon Sword Army and the second son of the Wen family. Upon receiving the devastating news of his father and elder brother's demise, he hurried back to Jiangsheng without delay. Before long, the military vehicle arrived at the entrance of the one family villa. When Tianlong flung open the car door and rushed inside, only to be met with a scene reminiscent of a hellish battlefield, littered with lifeless bodies. Upon seeing the grotesque remains of his father and elder brother, a volcanic fury erupted within him, an unquenchable thirst for vengeance swirling through the air like a tempest. Who dares to slay my father and elder brother? When Tianlong's eyes widened with rage, his voice thunderous, causing the very walls of the villa to tremble. The old butler, Wen Hai, appeared, trembling with fear. "Second young master, you have finally returned. You must avenge the master and the eldest young master." When Tianlong seized Wen Hai by the collar with a grip as unyielding as iron. "Who did this?" Wen Hai, trembling in terror, shook his head, donning a ghostly mask that obscured his features. He simply stated, "I was once a minor servant of the master. The master served in the Lin family years ago. I suspect this masked figure may be a descendant of the Lin family." Wen Tianlong's gaze turned as frigid as ice, and he commanded his aide sharply, "Within 1 hour. I want to know the identity of that masked figure." "Yes." The aide promptly turned and departed. At this moment, Lin Hao had placed Wen Tailai's severed head before the graves of his parents and sister. Kneeling, tears brimming in his eyes, he choked out, "Father, mother, little sister, I have avenged you by bringing Wen Tailai's head. He was the one who orchestrated your murder through the masked assailants. You may now rest in peace beneath the 9 springs." However, before his demise, Wen Tailai had stated that he was merely acting under orders when he committed the heinous act against you. "Rest assured, I shall unearth the mastermind behind Wen Tailai's actions. Regardless of who it may be, I will not let him escape justice. Just then, his phone rang unexpectedly, a call from Qingyue. As soon as he answered, Qingyue's anxious voice came through. Brother Hao, trouble has arisen. The second heir of the Wen family, Wen Tianlong, the leader of the Northern Dragon Sword Army, has returned to Jiangsheng and is already investigating you. Given the intelligence capabilities of the Dragon Sword, it won't be long before they track you down. Lin Hao had previously crossed paths with Wen Tianlong during meetings at the War Department. However, after Lin Hao was promoted to the position of Wolf King and a 5-star general, Wen Tianlong ascended to the role of Dragon Commander, a 4-star general. Feeling disgruntled at being 1 star inferior to Lin Hao, Wen Tianlong had challenged him on several occasions. Yet, for the sake of the greater good, Lin Hao had refrained from accepting these challenges and graciously admitted that he was not Wen Tianlong's equal, leading to the matter being dropped. A hint of disdain curled at the corners of Lin Hao's lips as he mused. So what if they find me? If he seeks vengeance, I would not mind eliminating him as well. Yet, you all serve as the most crucial guardians of Longhua. Shen Yu Sigid. The loss of any one of you would be a tremendous blow to the nation. Lin Hao's smile turned bitter. Do not forget, I am no longer the Wolf King, nor am I the nation's guardian. In the past, when a squad of Wolf 2 soldiers was ambushed on the border and annihilated, Lin Hao, in a fit of rage, single-handedly infiltrated the neighboring country and exterminated the bandits responsible. This act of crossing borders to engage in combat led Lin Hao to violate international law, putting the War Department of Longhua under immense pressure from global scrutiny, resulting in his forced resignation from the position of Wolf King. They publicly declared that Lin Hao had retired due to personal reasons. He sighed, "Enough, do not worry about me. I shall face whatever comes my way." With that, he ended the call, concerned that a confrontation between Lin Hao and Wen Tianlong could lead to fatal consequences. Qingyue hurriedly reported the situation to the War Department. Upon receiving the report, Commander-in-Chief Chun Tai feared the situation could escalate and immediately took a special aircraft to Jiangxing. Chapter 37. The Hired Extras Commander Long. We have uncovered the identity of the masked man. The aide rushed in, his expression somewhat unnatural. It is. When Tianlong's brow furrowed deeply as he bellowed, "Speak. Who is he?" Trembling in fear, the aide hurriedly replied, "He is Lin Hao, the former Wolf King of the Wolf Fang. He was once the son-in-law of the Gao family, but was later expelled. Currently, we have yet to ascertain his whereabouts. Is it truly him?" When Tianlong clenched his fists, the sound of cracking bones echoing forth, the veins on the back of his hands bulging like coiling dragons. "Lin Hao, you murdered my father and elder brother. I shall never rest until I see you pay for your sins." He then commanded sternly, "Immediately find out Lin Hao's whereabouts." The aide, shaking with trepidation, inquired, "Commander, although Lin Hao has been stripped of his position, he was once a Wolf King. If you take action against him, I fear the War Department may. He has killed my father and elder brother. It is only just that I exact vengeance." When Tianlong replied coldly, "Enough of your nonsense. Go find his location at once." "Yes." The aide saluted smartly and promptly departed. In the dead of night at the Gao residence, Wang Meigui was still haunted by the death of Wen Tailai. Her complexion was pale as she exclaimed, "I am utterly terrified. I have never witnessed such a horrifying scene." Gao Qingyue sighed. "What is most regrettable is that we gifted Wen Tailai 10 million for that old pit of jade, and now that he is dead, it is as if that sum has vanished into thin air." The most pressing issue at hand was the potential expulsion from the board of the Gao Group if their crisis could not be resolved swiftly. At that moment, Gao Qingyue and Gao Jingming returned. As they stepped into the living room, a nauseating stench filled the air. Gao Qingyue quickly pinched his nose, recoiling as if from a plague. "Have you fallen into a cesspool? How can you smell so foul?" Gao Qingyue, her chest heaving with fury, contorted her once beautiful face in rage and gritted her teeth. "It's all that scoundrel Lin Hao's fault. He had us captured and dumped into a cesspit in the suburbs." Gao Jingming added with indignation, "After we climbed out, we found a pond and washed ourselves countless times, yet the stench refuses to leave." Wang Meilan could no longer endure the situation, Rushing outside like a gust of wind, she squatted down and began to retch violently, as if trying to expel her very insides. Upon hearing this, Gao Qingyue erupted in fury, slamming his palm onto the coffee table. Lin Hao, that wretch, has gone too far. He then sighed in resignation. Qingyue, this is not the time for anger. We must focus on resolving the Gao group's urgent dilemma. Did you not seek assistance from Tang Ruoxue today? Did she agree to help? Don't even mention it, Gao Qingyue replied, her face clouded with resentment. Jingming's friend is utterly unreliable. Tang Ruoxue did not show up at all. Oh, Gao Qingyue exhaled deeply, realizing that this matter could only be resolved by themselves. After all, Tang Ruoxue was the daughter of a wealthy magnate, and it was entirely understandable that she would not deign to assist the Gao family. Gu Jingming interjected, Qingyue, enough of this. Let us hasten to rid ourselves of this foul odor. Just then, the doorbell rang unexpectedly. Gao Qingyue furrowed his brow in confusion and inquired, who could be at this hour? He hastily approached the visual doorbell and, upon peering outside, was taken aback to find several men in military uniforms standing there, one of whom bore the rank of general. How peculiar. There were indeed several officers outside. Wang Milan urged, then we should not delay in opening the door. Gao Qingyue quickly stepped outside, opening the door and surveying the officers before him. May I inquire what brings you here? The Supreme Commander of the War Department, Chen Tai, smiled slightly and replied, we are from the War Department. May we come in to speak? Please come in. Gao Qingyue gestured invitingly, welcoming the officers inside. The reason Chun and his colleagues had come to the Gao residence seeking Lin Hao was that they were unaware Lin Hao had been cast out by the Gao family and had not disclosed his identity as the Wolf King to them. Gao Qingyue, wearing a forced smile, hastily said, gentlemen, please take a seat. What brings you to visit at such a late hour? Chen Tai seated himself, his brow furrowing slightly, akin to a disturbed lake, before promptly covering his nose with his hand, his expression peculiar. The other officers followed suit, covering their noses, as they were somewhat overwhelmed by the foul stench emanating from Gao Qingyue and Gu Jingming. Feeling embarrassed, Gao Qingyue quickly fabricated an excuse. I apologize for the odor. We typically use fertilizer to water our flowers, so the house may have a bit of scent. Not at all, Chen Tai replied with a slight smile. We are from the War Department and apologize for the late disturbance. We hope you can forgive us. We are here to find Lin Hao. Is he not at home? Upon hearing this, both Gao Qingyue and Gao Qingyue were taken aback. Why would the War Department be seeking that good-for-nothing Lin Hao? Had the matter of Lin Hao forging documents and medals as the Wolf King come to the attention of the War Department? Gao Qingyue, harboring a hint of schadenfreude, asked, may I inquire, gentlemen, is your search for Lin Hao related to his alleged forgery of the Wolf King's documents and medals? Chen Tai was momentarily stunned, perplexed as he questioned, forgery of the Wolf King's documents and medals? Indeed, Wang Milan interjected eagerly, sir. I must inform you that my daughter has divorced Lin Hao, and his actions are in no way connected to our family. I have always maintained that Lin Hao is merely a good-for-nothing who can only linger by the stove. How could he possibly be the Wolf King? One of the officers, upon hearing Wang Milan refer to Lin Hao as a good-for-nothing, displayed an expression of indignation and retorted, Madam, please be mindful of your words. Lin Hao is indeed the Wolf King, a hero of our nation, and I will not tolerate anyone defaming him. Just as he began to voice his thoughts, he suddenly realized that the identity of the Wolf King was classified information that must never be disclosed, and he promptly fell silent. Chen Tai cast a sharp glance at the officer, then spoke coldly. I must inform you that the identity of the Wolf King was meant to remain a closely guarded secret. However, since you have uncovered it, I shall reveal it to you. Lin Hao is not a worthless individual. He is indeed the Wolf King. Now that he has departed from this household, we shall no longer intrude. With that, he swept away with several officers in tow. This is inconceivable. Gao Qingyue struggled to accept this revelation, stepping back 2 paces. Lin Hao was merely a useless good-for-nothing. How could he possibly be the Wolf King? Goodness! Wang Milan lamented deeply, pounding her chest in despair. How could we ever guarded the Wolf King with such disdain? And you even divorced him. Gao Qingyue sighed repeatedly, alas. I had thought he forged the documents and medals to impersonate the Wolf King, never realizing he was the genuine article. Our Gao family truly failed to recognize greatness, mistaking a hero for mere chaff. Wang Mylan suddenly shook her head, her face a mask of skepticism. It cannot be. If he is indeed the Wolf King, why would he endure years of humiliation at our hands? Gao Qingyue's eyes were vacant. The people from the War Department claimed he was the Wolf King, which must surely be true. Regret nodded her. Had she known Lin Hao was the Wolf King, she would have never let him go. The Wolf King was a hero in the hearts of countless young women across the Dragon Kingdom, a dream lover, a Prince Charming. Yet she had always regarded Lin Hao as worthless and even divorced him. Do not be deceived. At that moment, Gu Jingming interjected with a scoff. Consider this. If Lin Hao were truly the Wolf King, how could he have lived like a dog in the Gao household for 5 years? Upon hearing this, Gao Qingyue's family found his argument compelling. She frowned and asked then, what about the people from the War Department? Huh? Gu Jingming smirked slightly. The War Department personnel? I suspect he hired them as actors. Jingming's analysis was astute. Wang Mylan remarked, I have heard that some celebrities now like to hire extras to welcome them at the airport, paying 100 yuan each. So those officers earlier must have been hired by Lin Hao. Gao Qingyue nodded, gritting her teeth. That good-for-nothing Lin Hao nearly frightened me to death. I truly believed he was the Wolf King. Chapter 38. The challenge from when Tianlong brother, Hao, wake up. Lin Hao, lost in the depths of slumber, was roused by Chun Hui's call. With bleary eyes, Lin Hao mumbled, what is it? Chun Hui sighed in exasperation. The old chief has arrived. Upon hearing this, Lin Hao could not help but smile ruefully. He had long anticipated that the War Department would intervene in the conflict between him and Wen Tianlong. He swiftly donned his attire and hurried to the living room, where he immediately spotted the highest commander of the War Department, Chun Tai, seated on the sofa like a steadfast mountain. He quickly approached, saluting the elderly chief, whose hair was as white as snow. Tien Dai stood, gentlu putting Lin Hao smilde. And sighed, Lin Hao, it has been years since we last met. You've lost quite a bit of weight, and the spark in your eyes has dimmed. Lin Hao nodded, as memories of life in the barracks played like a film in his mind, stirring a tumult of emotions within him. Tien Dai lamenteth. I know you have endured much over the years. You crossed borders to avenge your comrades, ultimately being forced into retirement. I too had no choice. I understand. Lin Hao sighed deeply in response. Chun Tai continued, had I been in your position, I would have acted similarly. At these words, Lin Hao's eyes brimmed with tears. Old chief, Enough, let the past remain in the past. Chun Tai interjected, guiding Lin Hao to sit down. He then stated, you must understand my intentions. I hope you and Wen Tianlong can set aside your grievances. Both of you are exceptional talents in the Dragon Nation's military, and any harm befalling either of you would result in immeasurable loss for the country. A bitter smile crept onto Lin Hao's lips. Old chief, I appreciate your concern, but Wen Tianlong's father is the murderer of my parents and sister. My desire to kill Wen Tianlong and Wen Tianhao is merely an act of retribution for the blood-soaked enmity. I have shown restraint by not exterminating the entire Wen family. As for Wen Tianlong, should he seek vengeance, I will gladly oblige. If he wishes to let bygones be bygones, I would also be willing to release my animosity. As he spoke, Lin Hao's gaze sharpened, as if rekindling the brilliance of his former self. Chun Tai sighed. I know you are not afraid of Wen Tianlong. I merely hope you can temporarily avoid him while I persuade him to relinquish his hatred. Lin Hao gently shook his head. Old chief, I will heed your counsel on other matters, but to hide away is something I cannot do, though I am no longer a soldier. I will forever remember your words. Only cowards choose to flee. Chun Tai, taken aback, found himself at a loss for words, for he indeed had uttered those very sentiments. In truth, he had known prior to his arrival that persuading Lin Hao would be a futile endeavor, as he understood him all too well. Lin Hao rose, a serious expression on his face. Old chief, it is already late. You should return and rest. I will visit you when I have the chance. Tien Doi nodded, lightly patting Lin Hao's shoulder, choosing not to speak further, and turned to leave. As Lin Hao slowly descended, he lit a cigarette, and amidst the swirling smoke, no one could discern the thoughts racing through his mind at that moment. At that moment, a knock echoed through the air. Shen Yui, believing it to be Chun Tai returning, hurried to open the door, only to find a stranger, a military officer, standing outside. Furrowing his brow, Chun Hui inquired, "May I ask who you are?" The officer saluted respectfully and, with a voice that resonated like thunder, declared, "I am the aide to General Long Jian, Wen Tianlong." His gaze shifted towards Lin Hao, the Wolf King. "I am here on behalf of our general to issue a challenge to you." General Wen stated that as fellow soldiers, he desires to engage in a life-and-death struggle to settle the grievances between you. With that, he reverently presented the challenge letter to Lin Hao. Lin Hao accepted the letter, barely glancing at it before responding. "Convey to Wen Tianlong that I accept his challenge." "Very well. I shall take my leave," the aide replied, executing a formal military salute before turning away. Chen Hui, unable to contain his curiosity, asked, "Brother Hao, what does it say?" Lin Hao unfolded the challenge and, with a calm demeanor, replied, "When Tianlong has invited me for a duel at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning atop Feixiao Mountain." The following day, news of General Long Jian's challenge to the Wolf King spread rapidly across the internet. This was, of course, a deliberate act by Wen Tianlong. Not only did he seek vengeance for his father and elder brother, but he also aimed to demonstrate to the world that he was the strongest among the military of Long Nation. Before the clock struck 10, a throng of citizens from Jiang City surged towards the base of Feixiao Mountain, eager to witness the climactic confrontation between the two most formidable figures in Long Nation's military. Gao Qingyue stumbled upon this sensational news online and eagerly dragged Gu Jingming to the foot of Feixiao Mountain. "Jingming, do you know? The person I admire the most is the Wolf King," Gao Qingyue exclaimed, her face alight with excitement as she stood on her toes, scanning the bustling crowd, filled with anticipation to see what the Wolf King looked like. Gu Jingming teased, "Qingyue, what if the Wolf King turns out to be that useless Lin Hao?" Upon hearing this, Gao Qingyue's expression soured instantly. "Jingming, how could you be so disgusting? How can you compare that good-for-nothing with the Wolf King?" To her utmost dismay, as soon as she finished speaking, she saw Lin Hao pushing his way through the crowd, heading in their direction. The sight of him triggered memories of being thrown into a cesspool, and her anger erupted like a volcano. "You useless wretch! Why are you still haunting me? Get lost!" Lin Hao coldly retorted, shoving Gao Qingyue aside. Stumbling, she quickly regained her balance and charged forward, seizing his clothing tightly. "You bastard! I haven't settled the score from yesterday with you yet. Do you think you can escape?" Lin Hao's eyes narrowed, and he raised his hand to strike her. However, as his gaze met hers, he was struck by an unsettling resemblance to Rua. He found himself unable to bring himself to strike her, slowly lowering his hand. "Step aside. Otherwise, do not blame me for being impolite." Misinterpreting Lin Hao's hesitation as lingering affection, Gao Qingyue grew increasingly brazen. "Lin Hao, I knew you could not change your ingrained nature of being sycophantic. You still find it hard to lay a hand on me, do you not?" Lin Hao was repulsed by her words. "Gao Qingyue, do you derive such pleasure from your own delusions? Am I still harboring feelings for you? The mere thought makes me want to retch." Gu Jingming, seeing Lin Hao lower his hand, felt that his chance to perform had arrived. He swiftly stepped forward, acting as a guardian angel before Gao Qingyue. "Lin Hao, if you possess any courage, direct your wrath towards me, and spare Qingyue." "Very well." A playful smile danced at the corners of Lin Hao's mouth. "You have invited this confrontation, so do not blame me for what follows." Chapter 39. Not a single move received as Lin Hao's voice fell. He raised his palm and struck fiercely at Gu Jingming's cheek. The sharp sound of a slap echoed, causing Gu Jingming to stagger backward several steps before collapsing onto the ground, a vivid red handprint marking his face. Upon witnessing this, Gao Qingyue rushed forward, helping Gu Jingming to his feet, her face etched with concern as she inquired, "Jingming, are you all right? Does it hurt?" Gu Jingming wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with a trembling hand, gently shaking his head. In a sudden burst of anger, Gao Qingyue looked up and glared at Lin Hao. "Lin Hao, you scoundrel! Apologize to Jingming at once." Lin Hao, with a mocking expression, retorted, "Gao Qingyue, have you lost your mind? Do you really think I would apologize to him? Besides, you heard it yourself. He practically asked me to hit him." With that, Lin Hao turned away, striding up the mountain without a second glance at them. Gao Qingyue shouted after his retreating figure. Lin Hao, you wretched man, don't think for a moment that I am unaware of your intentions. You just want to appear before me to seek my forgiveness and remarry me. I assure you, that is nothing but a dream. I will never forgive you, nor will I ever remarry you. Lin Hao was utterly speechless at this self-righteous woman, perplexed by her unfounded confidence. He then dashed towards the mountain's peak like an arrow released from a bow. The rugged path posed no challenge for him. Before long, he reached the summit, where when Tianlong stood, arms crossed, at the edge of a cliff, resembling an immovable mountain. Lin Hao, you have finally arrived. Today, either you perish or I shall. Yet, I can assure you, it will be you who meets your demise, for I am the undisputed strongest in the military. His confidence stemmed from the numerous challenges he had issued to Lin Hao, all of which had been met with refusal. Lin Hao's expression grew solemn as he spoke. One Tianlong, I killed your father and your elder brother because, enough, I do not wish to hear your nonsense. When Tianlong abruptly turned, his eyes glimmering with a chilling light akin to sharpened blades. Today, you will undoubtedly die. For years, the people of Long Kingdom have regarded you as the strongest in the military. Today, I shall reveal the truth. I am the true strongest. With a fierce roar, he charged at Lin Hao like a raging tiger, raising his fist to strike with immense force. Yet Lin Hao's face remained as tranquil as a still lake, showing no signs of distress as he allowed when Tianlong's fist to approach him like a tempest. At the last moment, just before the blow could land, he sidestepped effortlessly. When Tianlong's punch missed, only for him to launch another with the power of a cannonball. Lin Hao stepped forward, delivering a punch of his own. Bang! The two fists collided like meteors in a violent clash. Lin Hao stood firm like a mountain, while when Tianlong flew backward like a kite with severed strings, crashing into a massive rock before finally coming to a halt. Lin Hao, with an air of tranquility, remarked, You have already lost. As a soldier of the Dragon Kingdom, I do not wish to take your life, but I hope we can put our grievances behind us. When Tianlong's face turned ashen, as if his very soul had been extracted, he could not accept this harsh reality. He had believed he would easily triumph over Lin Hao, yet he found himself unable to withstand even a single blow. In a fit of hysteria, he cried out, Impossible! You cannot be this strong. Lin Hao, with an expression as calm as a still lake, replied, The reason I did not accept your challenge back then was not out of fear of defeat, but because we are both steadfast soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom. I did not wish to harm our camaraderie over a mere contest, as it would be detrimental to the unity within our ranks. With that, Lin Hao turned and descended the mountain without a backward glance. When Tianlong knelt on the ground, trembling all over, unable to fathom the vast chasm separating him from Lin Hao. Lin Hao, I want you dead. I will not rest until you are destroyed. As Lin Hao reached the foot of the mountain, Chun Tai rushed over, his face etched with concern. Lin Hao, did you kill when Tianlong? Lin Hao gently shook his head. We fought to a standstill. Upon hearing this, Chun Tai felt a tremendous weight lift from his heart. Their exchange was overheard by a nearby citizen, who immediately called out, Come and see. He is the Wolf King, and he fought to a draw with the Dragon Commander. Other citizens, upon hearing this, surged forward like a tide, eager to catch a glimpse of the Wolf King. Gao Qingyue and Gu Jingming also heard the commotion and pushed their way through the crowd, curious to see what the Wolf King looked like. However, the throng was too dense, and they could hardly make any progress. Lin Hao, wishing to keep his true identity concealed, extricated himself from the crowd and made a swift exit. Yet, the citizens, unwilling to relent, pursued him closely, some even brandishing their phones to capture the moment. At that moment, a military vehicle approached, and several soldiers hurriedly blocked the advancing crowd. Chen Hui waved urgently at Lin Hao. Brother Hao, get in the car. Lin Hao quickly jumped into the military vehicle, finally escaping the throngs of citizens. This scene happened to be witnessed by Gao Qingyue. Rubbing her eyes in disbelief, she exclaimed, Jingming, I saw Lin Hao get into that military vehicle. Could it be that he is truly the Wolf King? Gu Jingming, though he had not seen it himself, scoffed with a smirk. Qingyue, what is wrong with you lately? First, you claimed to see Lin Hao enter Tang, Yongnian S. Cullinan, and now you say you saw him get into a military vehicle. You are overestimating him. No, This time I did not make a mistake. I swear I saw him get into that very military vehicle. Gao Qingyue insisted earnestly. Just then, her phone rang. She hurriedly answered, "Dad, what is going on?" On the other end, Gao Qingyue's anxious voice came through. "Qingyue, where have you been? Why didn't you attend today's board meeting?" "Never mind. That is no longer significant. What truly matters now is that the board has granted us merely 3 days to rectify the issues arising from the termination of partnerships with various enterprises and banks. Otherwise, we risk being ousted from the board." "Understood. I shall find a solution," said Gao Qingyue as she ended the call. Gu Jingming inquired, "Qingyue, what troubles you?" Sighing deeply, Gao Qingyue's face was etched with concern. "It pertains to the cessation of cooperation between major enterprises and banks with our Gao Group. The board has given us just 3 days to resolve this matter, or my father and I will be removed from the board. Jingming, I need your assistance." Gu Jingming hesitated. "What can I possibly do?" With a frown, Gao Qingyue replied, "Please ask Xiaofang to arrange a meeting with Tang Ruoxue." Gu Jingming nodded. "Very well. I shall call him at once." Chapter 40. A reunion after Gu Jingming finished his call with Xiaofang. A broad smile illuminated his face as he turned to Gao Qingyue. "Qingyue, Xiaofang informed me that Tang Ruoxue has agreed to meet us. We can head directly to her home. She and Tang Ruoxue are waiting for us there." Upon hearing this, Gao Qingyue's face lit up with excitement. "We're going to Tang Ruoxue's house. Wow, that's the residence of a billionaire. I've never seen how the home of a tycoon looks like." "Calm down," Gu Jingming said, gently patting Gao Qingyue's shoulder. "We can't go empty-handed, can we?" Right. Tang Ruoxue nodded vigorously, then pondered thoughtfully. "We ought to bring a gift. But surely a billionaire's household lacks for nothing. What should we bring?" After a moment of contemplation, Gu Jingming suggested, "Perhaps we should simply purchase some bird's nest or something similar to convey our sentiments. After all, in a billionaire's home, our modest gifts would hardly be of significance." Meanwhile, Lin Hao sat quietly in Chun Hui's car, unable to resist pulling out a photograph of Ruo, his gaze magnetically fixated on the image of his daughter. A heavy sigh escaped his lips, as if 1,000 needles pierced his heart simultaneously. He extended a trembling hand, cautiously caressing the radiant smile of his daughter captured in the photograph. Regrettably, that spring-like brilliance could only be beheld in the picture, forever out of reach in reality. "Brother Hao." Chenhui glanced over at Lin Hao and remarked, "Are you thinking of Ruo again?" Lin Hao silently nodded, his eyes filled with guilt and self-reproach. "I have let her down. If it weren't for my shortcomings, she wouldn't have left this world at such a tender age." "Don't blame yourself," Chenhui comforted him. "Brother Hao, you have done exceedingly well. I believe Ruo understands your struggles from heaven. She wouldn't want to see you in such despair." Lin Hao lifted his head, suddenly sensing something amiss. He noticed the car entering a luxurious villa district. "Chenhui, where are you taking me?" he queried, perplexed. Chun Hui's lips curved into a mysterious smile. "This is Jiangqing's premier villa area, the Tangqing Yiping Villas." Lin Hao's curiosity deepened as he pressed further. "What is your purpose in bringing me here?" Chun Hui replied, "It's the old commander. He inquired about your situation and learned of your hardships over the years. He feels indebted to you from the past, so he has purchased Villa Number 2 in the Tangqing Yiping area as a gift for you. He asked me to convey that the funds used for the villa are clean, derived from a legal asset seized during a crackdown on bandits by the Wolf Fang brothers. He anticipated that you would decline, which is why he instructed me to bring you here directly. The property deed has already been transferred to your name. Should you refuse the villa, you would need to cover the taxes associated with the transfer yourself." Lin Hao indeed wished to refuse. Yet he knew that under Longwood tax law, transferring ownership of such a villa would incur taxes amounting to tens of millions. Where would he find such a sum? He forced a smile and said, "Even if I were willing to accept this villa, I lack the means to maintain it. You know I currently have no income, and I cannot bear the annual management fees." "You need not worry about that," Chen Hui replied with a smile. "The old chief has stated that the management fees will be covered by the bandits. Each year, Wolf Fang conducts a large-scale purge of the bandits, seizing their ill-gotten gains, which can be allocated at their discretion without the need for remittance." As they conversed, the car came to a steady halt before the entrance of Villa No. 2 in Tangqing. Chen Hui looked at the villa and remarked, "How do you feel Brother Hao? Lin Hao replied helplessly. What can I feel? It is nothing but opulence. I wouldn't dare dream of living in such a lavish villa. Yet, residing in such luxury weighs heavily on my conscience, for it has been earned through the lives of my brothers. Chun Hui patted Lin Hao on the shoulder and said, Brother Hao, I understand your sentiments. However, the contributions you have made for the country make you truly deserving of this villa. Just then, Lin Hao squinted as he spotted a familiar car parked in front of Villa Number 1. Gao Qingyue and Gao Qingyue emerged from the vehicle, intending to visit Tang Ruoxue at Villa Number 1. Gao Qingyue felt a surge of anxiety as she gazed at Villa Number 1, the residence of the wealthiest individual in the city. Qingyue, I'm feeling quite nervous, she exclaimed, rubbing her hands together, palms slick with sweat. Gao Qingyue replied, Indeed, I share your apprehension. Yet, we must confront it, for only Tang Ruoxue can salvage the Gao family business. He hurriedly retrieved the gift they had brought and said, Qingyue, please ring the doorbell. As Gao Qingyue approached the villa's entrance and was about to press the doorbell, she spotted Lin Hao standing a short distance away and immediately shouted, Lin Hao, you scoundrel! Why are you haunting me again? How did you follow me here? Lin Hao wore an expression of helplessness. He had not anticipated that wherever he went, this insufferable couple would follow. Gao Qingyue stepped forward with disdain etched on his face and said, Lin Hao, do you even understand where you are? This is the Tangcheng Yipin Villa District. This is not a place for someone of your caliber. The cheapest villa here costs billions. With your impoverished state, you wouldn't be able to afford it even if you starve yourself for a lifetime. If you have any sense of shame, you should leave immediately. Lin Hao smirked disdainfully, replying, as if you could afford it yourself. Gao Qingyue was left speechless, as it was indeed true that he could not afford it either. Gao Qingyue rushed over and said, Lin Hao, you need to leave at once. Although we have signed the divorce agreement, the paperwork has yet to be finalized. Legally, you are still my husband, and your actions will impact me. Hurry and leave. Don't embarrass yourself here. Lin Hao, unwilling to engage further with the insufferable couple, turned and walked towards Villa Number 2 with Chun Hui. Gao Qingyue swiftly advanced, gripping Lin Hao's clothing tightly. You wretched man, can't you understand plain words? I told you to leave this place immediately. At that moment, 2 security guards from the villa community happened to be patrolling the area. Upon hearing the incessant quarrel, they approached and inquired, What seems to be the matter? The anxious Gao Yu hurriedly interjected, You have arrived just in time. This man is my ex-husband, who has long harbored a penchant for petty theft. His presence here in the villa community surely bodes ill, as he is undoubtedly up to no good. Please expedite his removal. The head of the security team scrutinized Lin Hao from head to toe, noting his disheveled attire, which indeed did not align with that of a villa owner. He then sternly declared, Young man, will you leave voluntarily, or shall we be compelled to eject you? Chapter 41. The property deed is forged. Chun Hui stepped forward, presenting the property deed for Villa Number 2 of Tangcheng Yipin to the head of security. Open your eyes and behold, what is this? The head of security took the deed, opened it, and his eyes widened in astonishment. This was indeed the property deed for Villa Number 2 of Tangcheng Yipin, and the owner's name was Lin Hao. The owners of such prestigious villas were typically wealthy and influential individuals, far beyond the reach of a mere security guard. He respectfully returned the deed to Chun Hui, his face awash with anxiety, sweat beading on his forehead. Mr. Lin, I sincerely apologize. I was unaware of your status as the owner of Tangcheng Yipin. It was my folly to underestimate you. Please forgive my indiscretion. There is no need for you to apologize to me. This gentleman is Mr. Lin, the owner of Villa Number 2. Gao Qingyue and Gao Qingyue exchanged glances, their expressions more dismal than if they had consumed something repugnant. They could scarcely believe that Lin Hao, whom they deemed a useless failure, was the owner of a villa in Tangcheng Yipin. How could this be? He was clearly an unemployed layabout. How could he possibly afford such a residence? The head of security quickly turned to Lin Hao, bowing deeply, his voice trembling. Mr. Lin, I am truly sorry. Enough. Lin Hao, not one to harbor grudges, waved his hand impatiently. This does not concern you any longer. Please leave. Yes. The head of security signaled to another guard and hastily departed. Gao Qingyue, unwilling to concede, called out loudly, "Wait." The head of security halted, glaring coldly at Gao Qingyue. "You have caused us to offend a distinguished owner. We have yet to settle accounts with you. What more do you want?" Gao Qingyue pointed at Lin Hao, declaring, "Let me make it clear. He is my ex-husband, a worthless individual. How could he possibly afford a villa in Tragically? The head of security retorted coldly, "Madam, Mr. Lin possesses a property deed. Does this not suffice as proof of his ownership?" Gu Jingming scoffed. "That property deed must surely be a forgery. He has previously fabricated documents and metals to deceive others. You must investigate thoroughly. Otherwise, if the true owner pursues this, can you bear the consequences?" The head of security was taken aback, momentarily unsure of whom to believe. Another guard interjected, "Captain, I just remembered that Villa Number 2 was purchased earlier today by an elderly gentleman. Normally, it takes at least 15 working days to process a property deed. Think about it. How could a villa sold in the morning have its deed processed by the afternoon? I too believe that this deed is undoubtedly fake." Upon hearing this, the head of security appeared contemplative. After a moment, his icy gaze sharpened like a blade directed at Lin Hao. "You nearly deceived me. To forge a property deed, you must possess a great deal of audacity." Lin Hao responded coolly, "Whether the property deed is genuine or not, a simple phone call to the housing authority will clarify the matter. Is there really a need for verification?" The chief security officer advanced step by step towards Lin Hao. "Do you think you can finalize the property deed for the villa sold just this morning by this afternoon? Do you take me for a 3-year-old? Gao Qingyue crossed her arms, her face filled with disdain as she looked at Lin Hao, deeming him a worthless individual. "Are you not aware of your own limitations? How dare you flaunt your supposed wealth when you cannot afford a villa? Do you not feel embarrassed?" Gu Jingming jabbed his finger into Lin Hao's chest, his face contorted with contempt. "Lin Hao, your incompetence is one thing, but how can you also be so vain? Do you really believe that someone of your caliber could purchase a villa at Tragically?" With a sudden movement, Lin Hao swung his hand back and struck Gu Jingming across the face. "If you dare to bark like a mad dog before me again, do you believe I won't hit you again?" Gu Jingming clutched his face and stumbled backward, his heart aflame with rage, yet he did not dare utter another word, merely glaring at Lin Hao with resentment. Seeing this, Gao Qingyue hurriedly stepped forward, shielding Gu Jingming behind her. "Lin Hao, you useless fool. Is this your only method of resolving conflicts? Through brute force?" Lin Hao smirked playfully. "I may be blunt with my words, but I have always preferred to solve problems with force, especially when dealing with you two despicable individuals. I take pleasure in slapping you both. If you do not vanish from my sight, I shall allow you to taste the bitterness of violence once more." As he spoke, he raised his hand, waving it tauntingly before Gao Qingyue. Both Gao Qingyue and Gu Jingming turned pale, retreating behind the chief security officer like startled birds. The officer's lips curled into a cold smile as he glared at Lin Hao. "You not only forged the property deed, but also dared to lay hands on someone in my presence. Do you consider me invisible?" With that, he swung his rubber baton forcefully towards Lin Hao's head. Quick as lightning, Lin Hao seized the baton with a grip like iron and swiftly kicked out, striking the officer in the abdomen. The officer was caught off guard, his body flying backward like a kite with its string cut, crashing heavily to the ground and sliding several meters before coming to a halt. He struggled to rise, kneeling on the ground and retching painfully, his face a mask of agony. Another security officer, witnessing the chaos, quickly grabbed a walkie-talkie to call for backup. Gao Qingyue and Gu Jingming rushed forward to help the chief officer up. Seizing the opportunity, Gao Qingyue added fuel to the fire. "He is utterly arrogant. Not only did he forge a property deed, but he also dared to assault you. You cannot let him off lightly." The chief officer, clutching his abdomen and sweating profusely from the pain, felt his fury erupt like a volcano. "You dare strike me, you little brat? If I don't see you dead today, I will take your surname." Just then, a cacophony of footsteps echoed from afar, as a large group of security officers armed with rubber batons surged towards them like a tidal wave. The chief officer pointed at Lin Hao and Chen Hui, shouting, "These two brats not only forged the villa's property deed, but also assaulted me. Make sure to deal with them severely." Lin Hao smirked dismissively. You should consider the consequences of attacking a villa owner. The high-definition moon smiled with a sense of mischief, declaring, Lin Hao, although you possess remarkable strength, do you truly believe you can contend against so many security personnel? Gao Qingyue cast a fierce glare at Lin Hao before bellowing at the security guards. Did you not hear what your captain commanded? He instructed you to deal with them ruthlessly. The captain of a security team roared once more. Are you all made of wood? Move quickly. At his command, the guards raised their rubber batons and lunged at Lin Hao and Chen Hui with the ferocity of hungry tigers. Chapter 42. Cast them out. Stop. At that moment, two middle-aged men approached. One was Xue Ming, the head of the property group, and the other was Song Fugue, the property manager. Upon their arrival, all the security guards hastily halted, laying down their rubber batons and standing upright in a line. Xue Ming's expression was grim, and his icy gaze shifted to the head of security, demanding in a sharp tone, "What is the meaning of this?" The head of security, with a sycophantic demeanor, stepped forward and pointed at Lin Hao, stating, "Mr. Xue, this brat not only forged the property deed for Villa Number 2, but also assaulted me. I was just about to teach him a lesson." Xue Ming glanced at Lin Hao and then at the property deed in his hand, a wave of panic washing over him. He forced a smile and inquired, "Sir, might I see your property deed?" Lin Hao remained silent, simply handing over the deed. Upon viewing it, Xue Ming felt as if struck by lightning. He had received a call from the mayor of Jiang City earlier, informing him that a new owner of Villa Number 2 named Lin Hao was a person of considerable importance, advising him to treat this individual with utmost respect. He had rushed over to pay his respects, only to discover that his security team was about to reprimand this distinguished guest. His face turned pale as he stammered, "May I ask, are you Mr. Lin Hao, the owner?" Lin Hao, expressionless, nodded slightly. Xue Ming quickly returned the property deed to Lin Hao with both hands, his tone rife with trepidation. "Mr. Lin, I apologize. My subordinates have failed to recognize your stature. I assure you, I will provide a satisfactory resolution." The head of security, realizing the gravity of his blunder, trembled as he uttered, "Mr. Xue, he truly is the owner?" "You imbecile!" Xue Ming bellowed, kicking the head of security to the ground. "You dare to reprimand our esteemed owner? Have you lost your mind? What? He's indeed the owner?" The head of security, aghast, scrambled to his knees before Xue Ming, pointing at Gao Qingyue and Gao Qingyue. "Mr. Xue," they claimed, "Mr. Lin is a worthless, good-for-nothing who could never afford our villa, so—" "Silence!" Xue Ming thundered, then turned coldly to Gao Qingyue and Gao Qingyue. "Are either of you the owners here?" "No," Gao Qingyue hastily replied. "I am from Gao Group. I have no interest in who you are." Xue Ming brusquely interrupted, then turned back to Lin Hao. "Mr. Lin, how would you like to handle them?" Lin Hao replied indifferently, "Throw them out. I no longer wish to see them." Xue Ming nodded immediately and shouted to the lined-up security guards, "Cast them out." The guards advanced toward Gao Qingyue and Gao Qingyue. They recoiled in alarm. Gao Qingyue cried out, "What are you doing? Lin Hao is truly a pauper. He could never afford a villa. You must be mistaken." However, the security guards paid her words no heed, dragging Gao Qingyue and Gao Qingyue away like two lifeless dogs towards the exit of the villa district. Gao Qingyue struggled desperately, hurling furious accusations at Lin Hao. "You scoundrel, I will not let this go. I will never forgive you." Yet, Lin Hao could scarcely spare her glance, as if she were merely an insufferable fly. At that moment, Xue Ming coldly addressed the trembling head of security. "You may collect your wages from finance and leave." Stunned, the head of security stammered, "Mr. Xue, I was wrong. I have elders above and children below. I cannot afford to lose this job." Song Fugue kicked the head of security with great force, as if shooing away a bothersome rat. "Mr. Xue has commanded you to leave, so depart quickly. Otherwise, you won't even receive this month as salary." The head of security scrambled to his feet and departed, looking as though he had lost his last hope. Xue Ming, eager to curry favor, turned to Lin Hao. "Mr. Lin, are you satisfied with my handling of the situation?" Lin Hao nodded slightly. "Mr. Lin." At that moment, Tang Ruoxu bounded over like a joyful fawn, her face aglow with delight. "What brings you here?" Lin Hao's lips curled into a faint smile as he gestured towards Villa Number 2, softly stating, "I've just moved in here." "Is that so?" Tang Ruoshua's smile radiated like flowers blooming in spring. I reside in Villa Number 1, which means we shall be neighbors from now on. She then shyly lowered her head, murmuring from now on, we can meet every day? Indeed, Lin Hao replied with a smile. What a coincidence that your home is here as well. By the way, tomorrow is my birthday, and I will host a grand birthday celebration aboard the Princess. Tang Ruoshua whispered, Will you be able to come? Lin Hao replied with a gentle smile. Naturally, I shall attend your birthday celebration. Xuan Ming observed keenly, realizing that the daughter of the wealthiest man clearly harbored feelings for Lin Hao, and he couldn't help but gasp, pondering the true identity of Lin Hao. At that moment, Tang Ruoshua addressed Xiao Fang. I want to meet your two friends today. Please bring them to my birthday party tomorrow. Very well. Xiao Fang turned to leave, already displeased with the tardiness of Gu Jingming and Gao Qingyue. She then took out her phone and dialed Gu Jingming's number. Meanwhile, Gao Qingyue and Gu Jingming were roughly dragged out of the villa district by the security guards, unceremoniously tossed onto the ground like refuse and subjected to further physical assault. This scene drew a crowd of onlookers, concerned about the reputation of the villa district. The security guards hastily explained to the gathering crowd, Please do not misunderstand. They're not residents of the villa district, but rather two thieves attempting to commit a burglary. The onlookers, all residents of the villa district, were incensed by this revelation and began to reprimand the duo. These two appear so respectable, yet they turn out to be thieves. Why haven't you reported them to the authorities for arrest? You two thieves, why don't you scram? A middle-aged, portly woman spat upon the face of Gao Qingyue. Enraged, Gao Qingyue exclaimed, We are not thieves. Yet, her protestations fell upon deaf ears, as onlookers continued to point and gossip about her and Gu Jingming. Struggling to rise, Gu Jingming hastily assisted Gao Qingyue to her feet, urging her, Qingyue, let us depart. Subsequently, the two left in a state of disarray amidst the jeers of the crowd. At that moment, Gu Jingming's phone rang, and he quickly answered it. Xiao Fang, please convey our apologies to Miss Tang. It appears we may not be able to. Well then, why didn't you inform us sooner? You've made us wait for quite a while. Xiao Fang replied with dissatisfaction. I must tell you, tomorrow, Ruo Shui is hosting a seaside birthday celebration aboard the Princess. She has asked me to bring you along, so remember to prepare a birthday gift. Understood. Gu Jingming responded before hanging up. He turned to Gao Qingyue with urgency. Qingyue, tomorrow is Tang Ruo Shui's birthday. Xiao Fang mentioned that she has invited us as well. We must hurry to prepare a gift. Chapter 43. Tang Ruoshua encounters Gao Qingyue. Again, Tang Ruoshua had already prepared a dress for her birthday banquet, but in her desire to present her most exquisite self to Lin Hao, she decided to purchase another gown. Yinlan is a boutique in Jiangxing specializing in high-end brand dresses. Each piece a masterpiece crafted by Italy's most illustrious designers. To avoid the embarrassment of socialites wearing the same outfit, Yunlan produces each dress as a singular creation, rendering every piece truly unique. Though Tang Ruoshua is the daughter of a wealthy magnate, she differs from other heiresses in her preference for subtlety. She never travels with bodyguards and enjoys her independence, often venturing out alone. Upon entering the Yunlan boutique, a sales assistant greeted her warmly. Welcome, Mississippi. How may I assist you today? A smile graced Tang Ruoshua's lips as she replied, I would like to select a gown. The assistant, surveying Tang Ruoshua's attire from head to toe, recognized her as a lady of means, adorned in high-end brands. Cautiously, she retrieved a sky-blue dress, cradling it as if it were a precious pearl. Miss, this gown has just arrived from Italy. It is named Blue Enchantress and features 1 large diamond and 99 smaller ones, symbolizing perfection, 100% flawless. Tang Ruoshua accepted the Blue Enchantress and examined it with satisfaction. The sky blue hue was indeed her favorite color. The assistant seized the moment. Although you are already stunning, wearing the Blue Enchantress will surely enhance your beauty even further. Really? Tang Ruoshua beamed, her smile radiant like blooming spring flowers. May I try it on? The assistant's face lit up with joy, of course. With the Blue Enchantress in hand, Tang Ruoshua entered the fitting room. Moments later, she emerged in the gown. The assistant's eyes widened in astonishment. Miss, you are truly beautiful. like a fairy stepped out of a painting. Her sincerity was palpable, devoid of flattery. For Tang Ruoxue was indeed the most beautiful woman she had ever encountered, and in the Blue Enchantress, she was breathtakingly enchanting. Meanwhile, Gao Qingyue and Gu Jingming arrived at the Yunlan boutique, intending to select a dress for tomorrow's birthday celebration of Tang Ruoxue. They had just purchased a diamond necklace of immeasurable value from a jewelry store, intending to present it as a birthday gift. Qingyue, you must make a good impression on Miss Tang tomorrow, Gu Jingming advised. So, you need to choose the most beautiful gown. Gao Qingyue slightly lifted her chin, exuding confidence in her looks and abilities. Rest assured, I will certainly impress Tang Ruoxue. At that moment, Tang Ruoxue, adorned in the Blue Enchantress, caught her eye, like a dazzling gem. What a coincidence to encounter you again, little vixen, Gao Qingyue remarked. Hearing Gao Qingyue's voice, Tang Ruoxue turned, momentarily stunned, before coldly retorting, please mind your language. To you, the temptress who seduces others' husbands, my words need not be delicate. Gao Qingyue coldly gazed at Tang Ruoxue. She already harbored jealousy towards Tang Ruoxue's beauty, and now, seeing her adorned in the enchanting blue dress, her dissatisfaction intensified. Unwilling to entangle herself with Gao Qingyue, Tang Ruoxue addressed the sales assistant. I will take this gown. With that, she made her way towards the fitting room. At that moment, Gu Jingming swiftly stepped forward, blocking Tang Ruoxue's path. Tang Ruoxue furrowed her brow. What do you want? Gu Jingming disregarded her and said to Gao Qingyue, Qingyue, I believe this gown would suit you splendidly. Gao Qingyue smirked indeed. She then turned to the sales assistant and declared, I have my eye on this dress. I wish to purchase it. The sales assistant hesitated. Say, miss, I'm sorry, but this gown has already caught the interest of this lady. Perhaps you could choose another? Gao Qingyue's eyes turned cold as she shouted. I want the very dress she is wearing. Have her take it off immediately. I must inform you that I am acquainted with your manager. If you do not sell me this gown today, I will ensure you are dismissed. At that moment, hearing the commotion, Manager Su Yin rushed in. Miss Gao, what has caused you such distress? Gao Qingyue pointed at Tang Ruoxue, icily stating, Manager Su, I have taken a liking to the dress on this little vixen, but your sales assistant refuses to sell it to me. The sales assistant, looking aggrieved, turned to Tang Ruoxue, Manager, but the Blue Enchantress has already been claimed by this lady. Su Dang, well aware of Gao Qingyue's status as both the daughter of the Gao family and the chairman of the Gao group, knew she could not afford to offend her. Therefore, she said to the sales assistant, let me handle this. She approached Tang Ruoxue and blandly stated, Miss Gao has expressed interest in this gown. Please change out of it. I must sell it to her. Tang Ruoxue's face flushed with anger. She had seen it first and felt a sense of rightful precedence. Questioning why she should yield, Su Yin, with an air of disdain, replied, because I am the manager, and my word is final. Is that reason not sufficient? Little vixen, do you hear? Gao Qingyue, reveling in her triumph, taunted, hurry and remove the dress before you tarnish it. Although Tang Ruoxue's fury simmered, there was little she could do, and she reluctantly retreated into the fitting room to change out of the gown. She thrust the dress into Su Yan's hands, exclaiming, Is this how you treat your customers? I will never return here. Su Yin smirked with a hint of scorn, as if I would miss your presence. Please leave at once. Do not disrupt our work. Compared to Gao Qingyue, she held little regard for customers like Tang Ruoxue. Indeed, she was acquainted with nearly all the affluent ladies and young maidens of Jiangcheng. Yet she had never crossed paths with Tang Ruoxue. Thus, she harbored no belief that Tang Ruoxue could tarnish Yunlan's reputation in any way. Enraged, Tang Ruoxue turned on her heel and departed. Gu Jingming's lips curled into a sly, cold smirk as he deliberately extended his foot to trip Tang Ruoxue. She staggered and fell forward, wincing in pain. Ha ha! Both Gao Qingyue and Gu Jingming erupted into laughter at the sight of Tang Ruoxue's disheveled state. Look, the little vixen has fallen. This is the consequence of seducing another's husband. Su Yin joined in the laughter. Tang Ruoxue's elbow scraped against the ground, drawing blood. With tears of grievance streaming down her cheeks, she hastily rose and made her exit. Chapter 44. I am truly not a thief in a flurry. Gao Qingyue shouted at the security guard stationed at the entrance. Stop her. The two guards promptly extended their hands, blocking Tang Ruoshue's path. Tang Ruoshue swiftly turned around, wiping away the tears at the corners of her eyes, her gaze fierce as she fixed her eyes on Gao Qingyue. What more do you want? Gao Qingyue then turned to Su Yin and suggested, Manager Su, perhaps she has stolen something from your store. It would be prudent to take her for a thorough interrogation. We might even need to search her. Fuming, Tang Ruoshue gritted her teeth. You are utterly insufferable. Su Yin, compliant to Gao Qingyue's whims, instructed the two guards. Take her to the security room first. I will come by shortly to see if she has indeed stolen anything from our store. With clenched teeth, Tang Ruoshue exclaimed, Your name is Su Yin, is it? I will file a complaint regarding your treatment of customers. Gao Qingyue chuckled. Manager Su, fret not. I am friends with Fu Hongyu, the son of your boss, so you need not worry about a complaint. With this assurance from Gao Qingyue, Su Yan's fears dissipated. She commanded the guards, Why are you still hesitating? Take her away. The guards approached, firmly gripping Tang Ruoshue's arms and dragging her towards the security room. Let me go. Tang Ruoshue struggled with all her might, but against the strength of the two robust guards, her efforts were futile. Gao Qingyue's lips curled into a cold smile. Lin Hao, you despicable scoundrel, you humiliated me, and now I shall ensure this little vixen experiences humiliation as well. Gu Jingming chuckled. Qingyue, it seems you have finally avenged yourself. Your anger should have subsided by now, right? Gao Qingyue replied icily. To truly relieve the anger in my heart, I must first humiliate that scoundrel, Lin Hao. At that moment, Su Yin hastily addressed the sales assistant. Why are you still standing there? Quickly assist Miss Gao in wrapping up the gown. Gao Qingyue proudly produced her bank card. How much is it? Su Yin fawned, originally priced at 1,500,000. But since you are a friend of young Master Fu, we shall offer it to you for 1,200,000. Though Gao Qingyue was not financially constrained, hearing the sum of 1,200,000 made her heart bleed. Nevertheless, she maintained an air of nonchalance, for she was, after all, a distinguished member of the Gao family and could not afford to lose face over such a trivial amount. Thus, she readily swiped her card to complete the transaction. In the security room, the guards forcefully pushed Tang Ruoshue inside and slammed the door shut with a resounding thud. Tang Ruoshue's face was a picture of terror, resembling a frightened deer, her eyes brimming with helplessness and fear. She hurriedly reached for her phone, intending to call her father for help. One of the guards snatched her phone away, snarling, No calls are permitted until we have clarified the situation. His lecherous gaze slithered over Tang Ruoshue like a venomous serpent, and he muttered, Little girl, you are quite beautiful. I truly wouldn't want to harm you. As he spoke, his hand reached towards Tang Ruoshue's delicate face. Hastily withdrew her hand, trembling as she inquired, What do you intend to do? The security guard barked sternly, Little girl, spare us the chatter and confess what you have stolen from our exclusive store. I did not steal. Tang Ruoshue fervently shook her head, emptying the contents of her bag in a desperate display. You can check for yourselves. A sly smile crept across the guard's lips. What if you haven't concealed anything in your bag, but have hidden it on your person? I believe a thorough search is necessary to prove your innocence. At that moment, the door creaked open, and Su Yin entered, with her arms crossed and a cold smirk on her face. Her gaze was laced with disdain as she addressed Tang Ruoshue. Now, confess what you have stolen from us. I truly haven't taken anything, Tang Ruoshue replied, tears streaming down her cheeks. I am the daughter of Tang Yongyan. Do you truly believe I would resort to theft? Dan Zhongmian? Su Yin furrowed her brow, a flicker of recognition crossing her mind. The nearby security guard quickly interjected, Manager Su, Tang Yongyan is the wealthiest man in Jiangqing. Su Yin paused for a moment, then erupted into a shrill laugh. Little girl, are you claiming to be the daughter of the wealthy Tang Yongyan? Are you trying to make me laugh to death? I'm the wife of the President of the United States. The two security guards joined in her mockery. Tang Ruoshue, overwhelmed with sorrow, cried out, I am not deceiving you. I am indeed Tang Yongyan's daughter. If you doubt my words, I can call my father right now. Enough. Do you take me for a 3-year-old? Su Yan's voice was as frosty as ice. How could the daughter of a tycoon be unaccompanied by bodyguards? I shall grant you one last chance. Confess what you have stolen. I swear I have not stolen anything. Tang Ruoxue insisted, her face etched with despair. Su Yin coldly replied, very well. Since you refuse to cooperate, I will have them search you. Tang Ruoxue gasped in horror, retreating until her back pressed against the wall, as if it were her final refuge. You cannot search me without any evidence. That is illegal. Illegal? Su Dan's gulp. In the security room, I hold the authority. I'm a law here. Enough with your nonsense. She abruptly turned and commanded the 2 security guards, thoroughly search her. Understood. The guards grinned maliciously, advancing step by step towards Tang Ruoxue. For them, a beauty like Tang Ruoxue was an irresistible opportunity to exploit. Terrified, she pressed herself tightly against the wall. With no escape left, clutching her body, she screamed at the top of her lungs, "Stay away from me." One guard reached out with his filthy hand, moving towards her sensitive areas. Instinctively, she raised her foot and delivered a fierce kick to the guard's groin. The security guard, racked with pain, tightly clamped his legs together, cold sweat streaming down his face, which had turned as pale as paper. In a fit of rage, he swung his hand violently, striking Tang Ruoxue's delicate face, as tender as flower petals. "You little wretch, how dare you kick me? I will end you." The force of the blow caused Tang Ruoxue's head to collide violently with the wall, leaving a bloodstain that blossomed like a crimson flower. Her body slumped against the wall as she struggled to lift her head, only to succumb to unconsciousness. The security guard, witnessing Tang Ruoxue's fainting spell and the bloodshed, felt a twinge of fear. "Director Su, if something happens to her, we will be in deep trouble. What are we to do?" Chapter 45. Disposing of a life in seclusion, it was merely a worthless life. If it were to perish, so be it. What was there to panic about? Su Yan's face was a canvas of indifference as she approached and delivered a kick to Tang Ruoxue. Noticing her complete lack of response, she coldly commanded, "You too. Drag her to a deserted location and dispose of her." The 2 security guards exchanged glances, hesitant and uncertain. After all, this was a matter of life and death, and a misstep could lead to severe consequences. "What are you afraid of?" Su Yan said nonchalantly. "Do not forget that I have young Master Fu backing me. His relationship with Chief Gao Qingyue runs deep. Should anything arise, he will undoubtedly resolve it for us." With this reassurance, the guards felt a wave of relief wash over them, and they proceeded to hoist Tang Ruoxue and carry her out through the back door, treating her as mere cargo as they shoved her into a van, preparing to find a remote place to dispose of her. At that moment, Lin Hao and Chun Hui happened to be approaching. Lin Hao intended to purchase a suit for Tang Ruoxue's birthday banquet the following day. Chun Hui jested, "Brother Hao, I can see that Tang Ruoxue seems to have a slight interest in you." Lin Hao maintained a demeanor of indifference. "Do not speak nonsense. I am a divorced man, and she is the daughter of a wealthy magnate. How could she possibly harbor feelings for me? The disparity between us is astronomical. It is utterly impossible." Unyielding, Chen Hui replied, "Brother Hao, I concede that my martial skills and leadership abilities pale in comparison to yours. However, in matters of romance, I could very well be your mentor. I can discern from every word and action of Tang Ruoxue that she genuinely likes you. I believe you two will ultimately find happiness together." "You are overthinking it." Lin Hao shook his head. "Her kindness and politeness towards me stem from the fact that I once saved her life. Do not speak further. We are entirely mismatched. Shall I inquire about her feelings for you?" Shen Yu tized playfully. Lin Hao's expression turned serious. "Do not act recklessly. I have stated that we are not suited for one another, and I have been deeply hurt by women. I am not inclined to engage in romantic entanglements at present." Before Chun Hui could respond, Lin Hao abruptly halted, his gaze fixated ahead. He noticed 2 security guards forcefully shoving a girl into a van, and it appeared to be Tang Ruoxue. Observing this, Chun Hui furrowed his brow and asked, "Brother Hao, what is the matter?" With a countenance as stern as iron, Lin Hao rushed forward in a frenzy. Chun Hui hastily followed suit. Just as the 2 security guards were about to close the van door, Lin Hao seized one of them with a grip like iron. With a fierce tone, he demanded, "What has happened to the girl in the van?" The guards exchanged alarmed glances, their eyes betraying their panic as they simultaneously barked, "Mind your own business and get lost. Lin Hao forcefully shoved them aside and leapt into the vehicle. Upon closer inspection, he found that the girl was indeed Tang Ruoxue. His heart raced with urgency as he shook her desperately. Ruoxue, what is wrong? Yet, Tang Ruoxue remained unresponsive. Panic gripped Lin Hao's heart as he swiftly lifted her out of the van. Two security guards, sensing the impending danger, raised their fists and charged towards Lin Hao. Observing this, Chun Hui stepped forward, delivering a couple of powerful blows that sent them crashing to the ground, writhing in pain. Brother Hao, what has happened to Tang Ruoxue? Shen Yu Yanqired. Lin Hao's expression turned grave as he replied, Do not ask. Hurry and get the car. We must take her to the hospital. Seizing the opportunity, the two security guards struggled to rise and fled back to their security room. One of them, in a flustered state, fumbled for his phone and dialed Su Yin's number, stammering Su. Manager Su, it's bad. That girl has been taken away. What a pair of useless fools. Su Yin replied coolly, Let her be rescued. With that, she hung up the phone. Meanwhile, Gao Qingyue and Gu Jingming exited the Yunlan boutique with exuberance, only to encounter Fu Mingyu head-on. The two hurriedly approached him with beaming smiles, exclaiming, Young Master Fu. It has been a while. Fu Mingyu nodded slightly. I heard from Su Yin that a little girl had a dispute with you over the blue demon. I came to see. No witties. The matter has been resolved, Gao Qingyue assured. Gao Qingyue then asked, Young Master Fu, did you not teach that useless Lin Hao a lesson last time? The mere mention of this infuriated Fu Mingyu. He had intended to teach Lin Hao a severe lesson, only to be unexpectedly beaten by Lin Hao's 4 bodyguards, resulting in his hospitalization just yesterday. However, being a man of great pride, he could not reveal the true nature of the incident. Thus, he forced a strained smile and said he knelt and begged for mercy. So I decided to let him off this time. Is that so? A flicker of disappointment crossed Gao Qingyue's eyes. What a pity. That scoundrel should have learned why the flowers bloom so red. Not wishing to dwell on the topic, Fu Mingyu quickly shifted the conversation. I need to select a formal attire. I am attending the birthday banquet of the wealthy heiress, Tang Ruoxue, tomorrow. How fortuitous. Gao Qingyue replied with a smile. Jingming and I are also going. Why don't we go together? All right. Fu Mingyu gently nodded. I must excuse myself now. I need to hurry and choose my outfit. After Tang Ruoxue was admitted to the hospital, the doctors promptly attended to her, and she soon regained consciousness. Lin Hao anxiously inquired, Doctor, how is her condition? Is it serious? The doctor reassured him, It is not too severe. She has merely sustained a mild concussion. If there are no symptoms like headaches or dizziness, a few days of good rest will suffice. Thank you, doctor. Lin Hao sighed in relief, nodding at the physician before assisting Tang Ruoxue out of the emergency room. Tang Ruoxue cast a furtive glance at Lin Hao, a blush creeping on her cheeks. Mr. Lin, how is it that you brought me to the hospital? Lin Hao explained. I happened to pass by the Yunlan boutique and saw 2 security guards shoving you into a van, so I came over to rescue you. Suddenly, tears streamed down Tang Ruoxue's face like a flood breaking through a dam, and she could not help but throw herself into Lin Hao's embrace, sobbing uncontrollably. Chun Hui cast a playful glance at Lin Hao, exclaiming, I saw nothing at all. Lin Hao, his face flushed with embarrassment, softly inquired, Ruoxue, please cease your tears and tell me, what exactly transpired? Following this, Tang Ruoxue recounted her experiences at the Yunlan boutique in meticulous detail. Upon hearing her tale, Lin Hao was instantly consumed by fury, his fists clenched tightly, the joints cracking ominously, as if he could crush steel itself. It was once again that despicable pair, Gao Qingyue and Gu Jingming. This situation arose because of me. Rest assured, I shall surely avenge your grievances. Chapter 46. The wrath of the Tang family. Lin Hao escorted Tang Ruoxue back to her home. Upon seeing Lin Hao return his daughter, Tang Yonyan couldn't help but feel a surge of joy and remarked, Mr. Lin, I see you and Ruoxue. Lin Hao, fully aware that Tang Yonyan was misinterpreting the situation, quickly clarified, Chairman Tang, you misunderstand. Ruoxue has encountered some difficulties. What? The smile on Tang Ruoxue's face vanished instantly as she anxiously inquired, Ruoxue, what has happened to you? Thus, Tang Ruoxue recounted the events that transpired at the Yunlan boutique in detail. After listening, Tang Yongyan slammed his hand on the table in fury, exclaiming, "This is outrageous, truly intolerable." Standing nearby, Tang Sheng interjected, "Master, the Yunlan boutique is a subsidiary of the Fu family. I will pay a visit to the Fu family and demand an explanation." With a grim expression, Tang Yongyan nodded and coldly instructed, "Go. Inform Fu Hao that I expect Su Yin to kneel at the entrance of the Tang residence and apologize. Otherwise, I will ensure that the Fu family disappears from Jiangqing at once." "Understood," Tang Sheng replied before promptly departing. Lin Hao, feeling a sense of guilt, spoke solemnly, "Chairman Tang, the trouble Ruoxue faced is primarily my fault. Mr. Lin, please do not say that," Tang Yongyan replied in a serious tone. "You cannot be held responsible for this matter." Lin Hao's eyes glinted with determination as he declared, "Chairman Tang, I will go and seek justice for Ruoxue." With that, he turned and left the Tang villa. Tang Ruoxue hesitated, her beautiful eyes fixed on Lin Hao's retreating figure. "Dang Zhongnian Zhuge, Zeus." It seems that Lin Hao genuinely cares for you. There may be a spark between you two. "Dad, what are you talking about?" Tang Ruoxue's face flushed crimson. "I need to get some rest." With that, she hurriedly retreated to her room, her heart racing like a startled fawn. Meanwhile, Tang Sheng swiftly arrived at the Fu family estate. Although he was merely a steward, he was the steward of the Tang family, the head of the Fu family. Fu Hao rushed out to greet him. "Steward Tang, please forgive my lack of hospitality in not welcoming you properly." Tang Sheng, arms crossed behind his back, bore a countenance as dark as a stormy sky. "Your Fu family does not regard the Tang family with any respect. How could I dare expect your master to welcome me?" Fu Hao's heart sank, and he hurriedly asked, "Steward Tang, what do you mean by that? I do not understand." "Dang Sang medley seko. Should our Fu family have wronged you in any way, I hope you will point it out so that we can rectify it," Fu Hao said, a cold sweat dripping down his back. Despite being one of the 4 prominent families, the Tang family was a formidable entity that the Fu family could not afford to provoke. With just a word from Tang Yongyan, the Fu family could face bankruptcy or even utter ruin. Tang Sheng coldly stated, "My young lady was humiliated today at your Fu family's Yunlan boutique, and she was nearly harmed." Upon hearing this, Fu Hao was struck with terror, his soul nearly leaving his body as sweat drenched his back. I had no knowledge of this. Tang, my housekeeper." Tang Sheng waved his hand impatiently, stating, "Enough. I do not wish to hear your explanations. Summon the store manager, Su Yin, at once." Fu Hao, daunted by the urgency of the situation, swiftly instructed his subordinates, "Immediately call for Su Yin." "Understood." The subordinate promptly dialed Su Yin's number. At that moment, Su Yin was nestled in Fu Hongyue's embrace, her delicate fingers playfully tracing the tip of his nose. "Fu Shao, how do you find my skills? Am I attending to you well?" Fu Hongyu grasped Su Yan's chin and planted a gentle kiss on her lips, replying, "Your skills have indeed improved. You cater to my needs splendidly, and I am quite satisfied." Just then, Su Yin's phone rang. She quickly answered, "Hello. What is it?" A cold voice on the other end responded, "Chairman Fu wishes to see you." Sensing an ominous tone, Su Yin anxiously inquired, "What does Chairman Fu want with me?" "No more chatter. Just come over immediately." With that, the call was abruptly ended. Fu Hongyu asked, "What is it about?" "Your father has summoned me," Su Yin replied, anxiety creeping into her voice. "Could it be concerning that young girl?" "Do not worry," Fu Hongyu reassured her with a faint smile. "Whatever the matter, I shall handle it for you." Hearing his words, Su Yan's apprehension began to dissipate. However, to be cautious, she suggested, "Fu Shao, perhaps you could accompany me?" "Very well." Fu Onju nodded in agreement. The two quickly dressed and hurried towards the Fu residence. A little over 10 minutes later, they arrived in the living room of the Fu household. Fu Hongyu inquired, "Father, why have you called Su Yin here?" Fu Ao stood up, forcefully pushing Fu Onju aside. "Step away. This does not concern you." He then approached Su Yin with a grim expression. Su Yin felt a chill run down her spine at the sight of Fu Hao's dark demeanor and quickly cast a pleading glance at Fu Hongyu. Fu Onju rushed forward. "Father, what is the matter? I said to get away." Fu Hao bellowed, delivering a stinging slap to Fu Hongyu's face. Fu Hongyu, holding his sore cheek, dared not utter another word. Su Yin, trembling with anxiety, ventured Chairman Fu Yu. Fu Hao seized Su Yan by her collar, his eyes ablaze with fury. You have become increasingly audacious, daring to humiliate the young lady of the Tang family, nearly bringing her to harm. With that, he raised his hand and struck Su Yan twice across the face. Stunned, she swayed unsteadily before collapsing to the ground, unable to bear seeing Su Yan suffer further. Fu Hongyu summoned his courage and grasped his father's arm. Father, it is merely a young girl. Is such fury truly necessary? Merely a young girl? Fu Aosit, his body trembling with rage, as he kicked Fu Hongyu, sending him sprawling to the floor. That is the young lady of the Tang family, the daughter of the wealthiest man. Upon hearing this, Fu Hongyu was left utterly dumbfounded, realizing that the girl Su Yan had insulted was none other than Tang Ruoxue, the heiress of the richest family. Su Yan, upon this revelation, was utterly terrified. She could hardly fathom that she had humiliated Miss Tang Ruoxue of the Tang family, and even contemplated instructing the security to dispose of her in a secluded location. As she collapsed onto the ground, her gaze turned vacant. She realized her fate was sealed. To insult the daughter of a billionaire was to commit an unforgivable sin. Tang Sheng approached, forcefully placing his shoe upon Su Yan's face. You possess quite the audacity. My lady is so cherished that even my master refrains from uttering a harsh word to her. Yet you have not only insulted her and struck her, but also commanded the security to cast her away. I am sorry. Su Yan trembled in terror, her complexion ashen. I had no idea she was. Miss Tang, had I known, even with tenfold courage, I would never have dared to treat her thus. Bang! Tang Sheng delivered a punishing kick to Su Yan's abdomen, commanding, immediately go to the entrance of the Tang residence and kneel to apologize to my lady, or I shall annihilate your entire family. Su Yan clutched her abdomen, sweat pouring down her face from the pain. Fu Hao roared, his voice booming like thunder. Are you deaf? Hurry up and do as Tang's butler instructed. Su Dan not that fang di go. Enduring the excruciating pain in her abdomen as she struggled to rise and hastily crawled away from the Fu family's villa, Tang Sheng cast a cold glance at Fu Hao, stating, this matter will not be so easily resolved. With that, he strode out of the Fu family villa. Fu Hao slumped onto the sofa, his face drained of color. Realizing the gravity of their predicament, we have truly landed ourselves in deep trouble. Chapter 47. Lin Hao's warning in the Gao family villa. Gao Qingyue twirled gracefully in her blue gown, resembling a butterfly in flight, and inquired, how do I look? Simply breathtaking, Gu Jingming exclaimed, unable to contain his admiration. Yinlan, the high-end boutique truly excels in crafting exquisite dresses. Gao Qingyue furrowed her brows, a hint of displeasure etched on her face. Is it merely the beauty of the dress that matters? Am I not beautiful as well? Gu Jingming quickly smiled in reassurance. Qingyue, you are as radiant as a celestial being. Regardless of what you wear, you will always be the most stunning one. That is more like it, Gao Qingyue replied, a satisfied smile gracing her lips. At that moment, Wang Mylin, applying cucumber slices to her face, interjected, Qingyue, your beauty is secondary. What truly matters is that you devise a way to have Tang Ruoxue help our Gao family avert the impending crisis tomorrow. Rest assured, mother, Gao Qingyue said, a confident smile playing at her lips. Do you not trust my social skills? I will certainly persuade Tang Ruoxue to assist our family. Just then, Wang Mylin's expression darkened. What is that good-for-nothing doing here? Gao Qingyue looked up to see Lin Hao striding in with determination. Her demeanor shifted to one of fury. Her eyes ablaze as she shouted, Lin Hao, you scoundrel, what are you doing here? Lin Hao's gaze was as frigid as ice. He raised his hand and delivered a resounding slap across Gao Qingyue's cheek. Gao Qingyue, clutching her face, seethed, you bastard, why did you hit me? With a voice as chilling as the winter wind, Lin Hao retorted, Gao Qingyue, why do you repeatedly trouble Miss Tang regarding our matters? Gao Qingyue, breathing heavily with rage. Spat, we have yet to finalize our divorce. Legally, you are still my husband, and I will not permit you to cavort with that little vixen. Lin Hao, anger twisting into a sardonic smile, replied, my relationship with Miss Tang is purely platonic. Do not slander her. Moreover, what is your relationship with Gu Jingming? You are hosting an engagement banquet with him even before our divorce is finalized. Have you no self-reflection? By saying that, you are being hypocritical. Gao Qingyue shot back, her fury erupting like a furious tigress. Lin Hao, you vile cur, how dare you accuse me of hypocrisy? Lin Hao stepped forward, gripping Gao Qingyue's throat with a hand like a vice, his gaze piercing as if wielding twin daggers aimed at her eyes. You may insult me as you wish, but if you dare to involve my parents, I will end you. Confronted by Lin Hao's menacing glare, Gao Qingyue felt an overwhelming chill envelop her, a sense of impending doom weighing heavily upon her. The pressure on her throat rendered her breathless, her complexion turning ashen. Why you? Loosen your grip. I can't breathe. Lin Hao's voice was icy as he declared, were it not for Ruoxue and grandfather, I would have ended you right now. Release my daughter. Wang Milin charged forward like a rabid dog, her crimson nails resembling the claws of a malevolent spirit, fiercely clawing at Lin Hao's face. Lin Hao turned, his icy gaze piercing through Wang Milin. Upon meeting his stare, she felt as if she had been caught in the clutches of death, a chilling sensation coursing through her. She halted abruptly, retracting her hand as if struck by lightning, stumbling back a step, her cucumber slices tumbling to the ground. Lin Hao took a deep breath, suppressing the fury within, and then released Gao Qingyue. I warn you, should you dare to trouble Miss Tang again, I will truly end your life. With that, Lin Hao turned and departed. Gu Jingming hurried forward to support Gao Qingyue. Qingyue, are you all right? Gao Qingyue greedily inhaled the air, exclaiming, that wretched dog nearly cost me my life. She then gritted her teeth and shouted, Lin Hao, you vile cur, if I don't end you. I am not Gao Qingyue. Meanwhile, Su Yin arrived at the Gao family's villa. With trembling hands, she pressed the doorbell. Shortly after, Tang Yongnian emerged, flanked by two burly bodyguards. His expression was as dark as storm clouds. Are you Su Yin, the manager of the Yimlan boutique? Su Yin, trembling in fear, quickly nodded. I am. Excellent. Tang Yongnian sneered with rage. You dare bully my precious daughter? You are truly audacious. Saying this, he kicked Su Yin back 2 steps. Su Yan's face blanched, her throat dry as she swallowed repeatedly, as if the act might save her life. Mr. Tang, I apologize, Tang Yongnian waved his hand, cutting her off. Kneel. You shall not rise until my daughter forgives you. Su Yin dared not hesitate, hastily dropping to her knees. The moment her knees struck the ground with a thud, pain contorted her face, yet she stifled a sound. Tang Yongnian coldly instructed the 2 bodyguards. Keep an eye on her. If she dares to rise, break both her legs. Yes. The bodyguards nodded and stationed themselves like sentinels on either side of Su Yin. Tang Yongnian cast a fierce glance at Su Yin before turning away. He entered Tang Ruoxue's room. Ruoxue, your injury has not yet healed. Perhaps we should cancel tomorrow's birthday banquet? Although Tang Ruoxue had lost the desire to celebrate, she wished to present her most beautiful self to Lin Hao. Thus she gently shook her head. Father, I have already invited many friends. It would be inappropriate to cancel now. Tang Yongnian, well aware of his daughter's sentiments, smiled slightly. Very well, as you wish. By the way, I have made that boutique manager kneel at the door. Tang Ruoxue nodded slightly, understanding his daughter's kind nature. Tang Yongnian refrained from sending her to confront Su Yin, knowing she would likely not have the heart to do so. He softly said, all right, I shall not disturb you further. Please rest well. Having spoken, he exited his daughter's room. Instantly, his expression darkened once more as he addressed Tang Sheng, saying, we cannot let Gao Qingyue and Gu Jingming off the hook so easily. Tomorrow, summon them to attend Ruoxue's birthday banquet, and in front of everyone, you shall deliver a severe lesson to this pair of scoundrels. Rest assured, my lord, Tang Sheng replied, thumping his chest, I will surely avenge the young lady. Chapter 48. Tang Ruoxue's birthday banquet. The following day marked Tang Ruoxue's birthday, a day of profound significance not only for her personally, but also for the entire social circle of Jiangxing. Tang Yongnian expended a considerable fortune to charter the luxurious princess ship from the renowned shipping magnate Ho Tonghai, specifically to host his daughter's birthday celebration at sea. This magnificent vessel, celebrated for its unparalleled design and exceptional sailing experience, is regarded as a dream boat by countless individuals. Before 10 o'clock, the princess ship docked at the Jiangxing Pier, awaiting the arrival of its esteemed guests. The invited attendees were exclusively the offspring of Jiangxing's illustrious families or the emerging elites of the political realm, all donned in exquisitely chosen attire as they gracefully ascended the red carpet onto the ship. Gao Qingyue and Gu Jingming also boarded the vessel under the guidance of Xiao Fang. Gao Qingyue, adorned in a stunning blue gown, captivated the attention of many dashing young gentlemen with her elegant presence, while Gu Jingming, dressed in a well-tailored dark suit, exuded charm with his handsome visage and enchanting smile. Behind them, Xiao Fang, the evening's hostess, conducted herself with poise, expertly leading Gao Qingyue, Gu Jingming, and other guests step by step onto the ship that would witness countless smiles and dreams. Despite Gao Qingyue's status as the daughter of the Gao family and chairwoman of the Gao group, possessing enviable wealth and prestige, she still felt somewhat inferior compared to the scions and daughters of other prominent families and political figures. Consequently, no one approached them to offer greetings, leaving them feeling somewhat out of place amid the crowd. Just as Gao Qingyue succumbed to feelings of inadequacy, Fu Hongyu stepped onto the deck of the princess ship. As a scion of one of the four great families, his arrival drew numerous handsome men and beautiful women who eagerly approached him with warm salutations. However, Fu Hongyu merely nodded slightly, refraining from engaging in extensive conversation, his expression clouded with concern. Due to Su Yan's humiliation and violence against Tang Ruoxue, and the subsequent threat to cast her away to a desolate place, the Fu family had also been implicated. Fu Hao insisted that he must obtain Tang Ruoxue's forgiveness at all costs, or else face severe consequences. Although the incident was not directly connected to him, Su Yan was someone he had personally elevated within the family. Thus he found himself entangled. With a hint of flattery in her smile, Gao Qingyue hastily approached Fu Xiao. Yet, Fu Hongyu's reaction was entirely unexpected. He merely inclined his head slightly, his gaze betraying a sense of detachment and indifference before moving to the other side. Gao Qingyue, having participated in the humiliation of Tang Ruoxue, understood he must now draw a line between them. Meanwhile, within the opulent cabin of the ship, Tang Sheng's lips curled into a cruel smile as he coldly observed Gao Qingyue and Gu Jingming. At that moment, Lin Hao, clad in a sleek black suit, ascended the deck of the princess ship. Gao Qingyue caught sight of Lin Hao, her eyes instantly turning frosty and her brows furrowing involuntarily. This wretched individual. How could he persistently haunt her, following her here? Gu Jingming quickly leaned in to advise softly. Qingyue, this is Tang Ruoxue's birthday banquet. Please do not cause a scene. Upon hearing the words, Gao Qingyue's lips curled into a cold smirk. What is there to fear? I refuse to believe that this wretched creature would dare to lay a hand on me during Tang Ruoxue's birthday celebration. As soon as she spoke, she strode directly toward Lin Hao. Wretched creature, this is Miss Tang's birthday banquet. What right do you of such lowly status have to be here? If you have any sense, you should leave at once. Lin Hao cast a cold glance at Gao Qingyue's face, his expression filled with disdain. He waved his hand dismissively, as if shooing away an annoying fly. Begone. I have no desire to behold your repugnant visage. Gao Qingyue's gaze sharpened instantly, her lips curling into a cold smile as she proclaimed loudly, Ladies and gentlemen, this man is my ex-husband, a worthless failure whom I have discarded. He is a scoundrel, so do be wary of your belongings. As her words echoed, the raucous chatter on the deck came to an abrupt halt, and all the handsome men and beautiful women turned their attention to Lin Hao, most wearing expressions of deep disgust and contempt. I have long heard that the Gao family has a leech who lives off women. A young man clad in an opulent suit, his face adorned with arrogance, shook his champagne glass, a disdainful smile gracing his lips. Though his voice was low, it was sufficiently audible to those nearby. Indeed, I've heard he is just Gao Qingyue's lapdog. Now look, he has been kicked to the curb, and it serves him right. A flamboyantly dressed woman nearby echoed his sentiment, her words dripping with mockery and disdain, as if Lin Hao's very existence sullied her noble status. A man, reduced to such a state, is indeed a pitiful sight. One might fear he will remain this way for the rest of his life, with no prospect for success. Gu Jingming approached Lin Hao, his polished shoes glinting under the light. A barely concealed sneer adorned his face. Lin Hao, this is no place for the likes of you. The dregs of society. If you still possess any semblance of dignity, you should recognize your place and leave, lest you contaminate the atmosphere here. In the face of Gu Jingming's provocation, Lin Hao's expression remained unperturbed, as if the words were merely a trivial breeze passing by. He replied coolly, Gu Jingming, it appears your memory is lacking. Would you like me to remind you how I previously dealt with you? At these words, Gu Jingming's face paled instantly, his pupils narrowing as if constricted by an invisible force. He instinctively took a step back, his voice trembling as he retorted, Lin Hao, do not forget that this is Miss Tang's birthday banquet. If you dare to strike me here, Miss Tang will not let you off lightly. Lin Hao, in response, allowed a playful smile to grace his lips. Gu Jingming, let me clarify. Miss Tang invited me to this celebration. Even if I were to strike you, I doubt she would mind. However, when Miss Tang makes her entrance, you shall be in for quite a surprise. At his words, a wave of laughter erupted throughout the cruise ship, the crowd wearing exaggerated smiles, as if they had just heard the most incredulous joke in existence. Tang Ruoxue is the cherished daughter of Tang Yongnian, the wealthiest man in Jiangxing. Having lived amidst opulence since childhood, she enjoys a level of prestige and honor that is unattainable for most. Her birthday celebration is undeniably a grand affair within the elite circles of Jiangxing. Only those of significant stature are worthy of her invitation. It is preposterous to think she would extend an invitation to a worthless individual. Gu Jingming's laughter was particularly grating. He laughed uncontrollably, nearly brought to tears, pointing at Lin Hao with derision and mockery in his tone. Lin Hao, do you intend to make me laugh to death in order to inherit my credit limit? If it truly is Miss Tang who invited you, I, Gu Jingming, will eat excrement while standing on my head today. Yet, a playful smile emerged on Lin Hao's face, one that was serene yet subtly profound. He spoke slowly, his voice low yet distinctly audible to all present. Is that so? Gu Jingming, with unwavering conviction, retorted, I always keep my word. But if you were not invited by Miss Tang, then what will you say? Lin Hao replied calmly, I leave it to your discretion. Chapter 49. Tang Ruoxue finally makes her appearance. Gu Jingming's face broke into a smug smile. Excellent. You said it yourself, in front of so many witnesses. Just remember not to go back on your word. He nodded and proclaimed loudly, wonderful. You said it yourself, in front of so many witnesses. Just remember not to go back on your word. Lin Hao stood tall and proud, resembling a solitary pine. He leisurely lit a cigarette, exhaling a thin plume of smoke. I fear it may be you who tries to evade responsibility, he replied coolly. Upon hearing this, Gu Jingming's smile widened, sharing a knowing glance with Gao Qingyue. Clearing his throat, he declared in a booming voice, Everyone, you have all heard this. I hope you will bear witness. Gao Qingyue approached Lin Hao, a playful smile dancing on her lips. Lin Hao, if it weren't for Miss Tang inviting you to her birthday celebration, you'd be jumping into the sea to your demise. Lin Hao replied with a faint smile, I am quite fine with that. But if indeed it was Miss Tang who invited me, then Gu Jingming shall have to eat his words. The handsome men and beautiful women aboard the cruise ship began to murmur amongst themselves, relishing the drama and eagerly anticipating Tang Ruoxue's arrival. Gao Qingyue remarked coldly, let you revel for a moment. Once Miss Tang appears, I shall have you thrown into the sea. At that moment, Fu Hongyu approached Lin Hao menacingly, his expression dark enough to overshadow the sun. His eyes blazed with the flames of vengeance, fists clenched tightly. Previously, Lin Hao had forced his 4 bodyguards to beat him, leaving him bedridden for several days. In the nights that followed, he swore time and again that he would exact his revenge. Today, fate had brought them face to face, and he was consumed by the desire for retribution, having forgotten the reason for his attendance, seeking Miss Tang's forgiveness. Though Lin Hao possessed formidable skills, Fu Hongyu believed that even with the boldness of a lion, Lin Hao would not dare to strike him at Miss Tang's birthday banquet. Lin the useless. Fate truly has a way of bringing enemies together. Lin Hao took a gentle drag from his cigarette, casting a sidelong glance at Fu Hongyu, a disdainful smile gracing his lips. Ah, it is you, the fool. What? Was the last lesson not enough? Do you wish to taste suffering once more? Fu Hongyu's eyes burned with fury as he spoke each word with deliberate intensity. Lin the useless. It remains to be seen who will strike whom. However, this is Miss Tang's birthday celebration, and I have no desire to settle scores here. But if you kneel and apologize publicly, I may spare you, for now. Gao Qingyue, standing nearby, wore a smirk of malicious delight, her voice laced with sarcasm and pride. Lin Hao, we did not witness your previous humiliation before young Master Fu. Why not be generous and allow every guest present to witness your disgrace once more? Lin Hao's lips curled into a chilling smile. Kneel and beg you? Young Master Fu, do you not feel a twinge of shame in your deceit? Fu Hongyu, enraged, lost all semblance of composure, his eyes bulging and his mouth contorting into a twisted grin as he bellowed, "Bring me someone." Before he could finish his words, a group of well-built bodyguards clad in black suits surged onto the cruise ship from the deck, their gazes sharp and menacing. These bodyguards were elite fighters meticulously chosen by Fu Hongyu at great expense from the Jiangcheng Martial Arts Association, proving to be even more formidable than the previous four. At that moment, a crew member in uniform, sporting a name tag, approached Fu Hongyu. He first bowed politely and then spoke, "Young Master Fu, I do not wish to delve into the grievances between you, but this is Miss Tang's birthday celebration. If you must resolve matters with force, I kindly ask that you do so elsewhere." The crew member's words acted like a bucket of cold water, instantly extinguishing Fu Hongyu's fury. Taking a deep breath, he shot a cold glare at Lin Hao, muttering to himself that Lin, the worthless fool, had escaped this time, but their conflict was far from over. He then slowly waved his hand, prompting the poised bodyguards to depart the cruise. At that very moment, a servant dressed in Tang family attire stepped forward, raising his voice. "Esteemed guests, our young lady will soon make her entrance, and the cruise is about to set sail. While we await her arrival, to make the most of this delightful occasion, we invite you to savor an array of meticulously prepared delicacies." As he spoke, several neatly uniformed servants gracefully wheeled in a cart onto the deck. The cart was adorned with crystal-clear goblets brimming with deep red wine and effervescent champagne, accompanied by a vibrant assortment of fresh fruits and exquisitely tempting pastries. Gao Qingyue leaned in and whispered to Lin Hao, "The cruise has already begun to drift away from the dock. There is no escape for you now." Hearing this, a playful smile curled at the corners of Lin Hao's mouth. He remained silent, simply standing there in quiet contemplation. Inside the cabin, Tang Sheng approached Tang Yongyan with a light step. A smile graced his face, and excitement sparkled in his eyes as he quietly remarked, "Master, I just overheard Gu Jingming challenging Mr. Lin to a bet." "Oh." Tang Yongyan's interest piqued immediately. He gently set down his teacup and looked towards Tang Sheng. Curiosity etched on his face. "What wager are they engaging in?" Tang Sheng's lips curved into a smirk as he replied, "Mr. Lin claims that he was invited by the young lady to attend her birthday celebration, but Gu Jingming does not believe him. He wagered that if Mr. Lin is indeed invited by the young lady, he will eat excrement while standing on his head. Conversely, if Mr. Lin is not invited, then Gao Qingyue and Gu Jingming will throw him overboard to drown." At this point, Tang Sheng's tone carried a hint of mockery. "Master, does this wager not strike you as both absurd and thrilling? Though it is rather revolting." Upon hearing this, Tang Yongyan burst into hearty laughter, amusement dancing in his eyes. "Ha ha, how delightful! Truly fascinating. Revolting or not, it matters not. Arrange a lavish meal of yellow eel for Gu Jingming immediately." "Yes," Tang Sheng replied with a slight smile. Tang Yongyan rapped on the adjacent door. "Rushue, the guests have been awaiting your presence for quite some time. It is time for you to make your appearance." The door opened swiftly, and Tang Ruashua emerged clad in a resplendent gown that shimmered with every movement. While this dress may not rival the allure of the Blue Enchantress, it nevertheless adorned Tang Ruashua, rendering her as ethereal as a celestial being. Despite her lack of heavy makeup, her fresh and refined visage resembled a newly blossomed lily, pure and captivating. With a gentle lift of her skirt, she gracefully stepped out of the cabin. The guests, upon witnessing her entrance, were momentarily struck into silence, only to be swept away by a tide of admiration, their exclamations rising like waves. They broke free from their individual circles, instinctively converging towards the evening's protagonist, each clutching a meticulously chosen birthday gift. Miss Tang has arrived. Upon hearing this, Gao Qingyue's lips curled into a cold smirk as she turned to Lin Hao, saying, "Just wait to be thrown into the sea." With that, she grasped Gu Jingming with one hand while eagerly clutching a beautifully wrapped present in the other, desperate to be the first to present her gift to Tang Ruoxue. Lin Hao wore a playful smile, finding a place to sit. He could hardly imagine the expressions on Gao Qingyue and Gu Jingming's faces when they beheld Tang Ruoxue. Chapter 50. Are you Tang Ruoxue? Gao Qingyue and Gu Jingming struggled through the crowd like slippery eels, exerting tremendous effort until they finally reached the front. Gao Qingyue, unable to contain her excitement, exclaimed, "Miss Tang, I am Gao Qingyue from the Gao family. Her words trailed off abruptly, leaving both her and Gu Jingming frozen in astonishment. They were all too familiar with Tang Ruoxue's face. Was she not the alluring vixen who had captivated Lin Hao? Could it be that the Miss Tang referred to by Lin Hao was indeed the daughter of Jiangqing's wealthiest family, Tang Ruoxue? How could this be possible? Tang Ruoxue stood like an imposing iceberg, her gaze coldly fixed upon Gao Qingyue, her expression betraying no emotion. "So you're the Gao Qingyue introduced to me by Xiao Fang. This is not our first encounter, is it?" Gao Qingyue felt as if struck by lightning, taking a step back in disbelief. You are Tang Ruoxue? Dang Zeus, not dead." In that instant, Gao Qingyue's heart plummeted into an icy abyss, and the birthday gift she had prepared for Tang Ruoxue fell from her grasp. At that moment, Lin Hao pushed his way through the crowd, a faint, enigmatic smile gracing his lips. "Gao Qingyue, are you surprised?" Gao Qingyue and Gu Jingming's faces turned as pale as paper, their lips quivering. They opened their mouths, yet no words came forth, as if a fishbone were lodged in their throats. Never in their wildest dreams did they imagine that the little vixen they so often derided was, in fact, Tang Ruoxue. Even more bewildering was the thought that the illustrious daughter of the wealthiest family would be interested in Lin Hao, whom they deemed utterly worthless. At that moment, Tang Sheng approached, clutching 2 iron walnuts in his hand, his expression dark as he spoke. "Gao Qingyue, your audacity is astonishing. My lady's dignity is such that even my father would refrain from chastising her, yet you not only insult her, but even laid hands on her. Should I toss you to the sea to feed the fish, or shall I deal with you more directly?" At his words, Gao Qingyue and Gu Jingming were struck with terror, collapsing to the ground, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. After a moment, Gao Qingyue regained her composure and hurriedly knelt before Tang Ruoxue. "Miss Tang, I am truly sorry. I did not know you were the Tang Mississippi. Please grant me another chance." As she spoke, she raised her hand and delivered 2 resounding slaps to her own face. Gu Jingming quickly followed suit, repeatedly striking his own face. At that moment, Lin Hao casually inquired, "Miss Tang, could you please inform them whether it was you who invited me to your birthday celebration?" Upon seeing Lin Hao, Tang Ruoxue's lips curled into a gentle smile, reminiscent of blossoms in spring. "Mr. Lin is my esteemed guest. Naturally, I extended the invitation." Her words fell like thunder on the gathered crowd, leaving the handsome men and beautiful women speechless. The discarded waist, Lin Hao was in fact an honored guest of Tang Ruoxue. Those who had just mocked Lin Hao now bowed their heads in trepidation, fearing his retribution. Fu Hongyu's face turned ashen. He could hardly fathom the connection between Tang Ruoxue and Lin Hao, realizing that earning Tang Ruoxue's forgiveness was now nearly impossible. However, Gu Jingming was not in a much better state. His complexion resembled that of someone who had just consumed something foul, utterly ghastly. He contemplated seizing the opportunity to slip away unnoticed, yet was firmly held in place by Lin Hao's iron grip upon his shoulder. A teasing smile played at the corners of Lin Hao's mouth as he inquired, "Gu Jingming, did you hear Miss Tang's words? Is it not time to fulfill the bet of performing handstand while consuming feces?" Gu Jingming forced a smile, one that was more pitiable than a cry. and pleaded. Lin Hao, allow me to explain. I was merely jesting. Do not take it to heart. But I was not jesting. I speak with utmost sincerity, Lin Hao replied, a smile still gracing his features, unhurried in his demeanor. When we wagered, everyone present can attest to it. Indeed, Tang Sheng chimed in, his grip on the iron walnut firm. I too heard your wager, Gu. You lost. Thus you must honor the agreement. He then surveyed the crowd. Did you all hear? In unison, the audience nodded. Tang Sheng fixed his gaze upon Gu Jingming, his tone sharp, since everyone has borne witness. You should prepare yourself to perform the handstand and eat feces. No. Gu Jingming vehemently shook his head. I won't eat feces. It was merely a joke. Tang Sheng smirked coldly. If you refuse to eat feces, then perhaps you would prefer to have this iron walnut inserted into your rectum. As soon as he finished speaking, 4 burly bodyguards rushed forward, pinning Gu Jingming to the ground. Tang Sheng slammed the iron walnut down before Gu Jingming, his voice icy. Someone, remove his trousers and prepare to insert this walnut. One bodyguard picked up the walnut, a sinister grin spreading across his face, resembling a demon. So, would you prefer to perform the handstand and eat feces, or shall I assist you with the walnut? Gu Jingming shook his head desperately, his voice filled with terror. No, you cannot do that. It could lead to tragedy. Tang Sheng's words struck Gu Jingming's heart like a sharpened blade. If you refuse the walnut, then you must perform the handstand and eat feces. Lowering his gaze, Gu Jingming understood that he could not escape this calamity today. The 4 bodyguards dragged him into the restroom as if he were a discarded dog. Before long, the restroom echoed with agonizing wails akin to those of a slaughtered pig. When Gu Jingming finally emerged, he reeked of an overpowering stench, retching violently as though he might expel his very innards. Everyone pinched their noses, parting ways for him as if he carried a plague. Subsequently, the bodyguards callously dragged Gu Jingming to the edge of the cruise ship and cast him into the sea. Lin Hao, his face marked with guilt, turned to Tang Ruoxue and said, Ruoxue, I am truly sorry that such an incident occurred at your birthday celebration. Not all. Tang Ruoxue replied with a gentle smile. Your presence at my birthday party brings me great joy. At that moment, Tang Sheng's voice thundered once more. Reminiscent of a clap of thunder. Miss, there is still one person left to deal with. As his words fell, 2 bodyguards dragged the barely conscious Su Yin out and unceremoniously tossed her onto the ground. Su Yin glared at Gao Qingyue with a fury that seemed capable of turning her to ashes. It's all your fault. If it weren't for your instigation, how could I have possibly offended Miss Tang? Gao Qingyue desperately shook her head, attempting to absolve herself of any blame. What does this have to do with me? I am not your mother. Do you think I can dictate your actions? Tang Sheng's gaze was as cold as steel, and he addressed Gao Qingyue icily. The blue devil flower you wear was originally chosen by my lady, yet you dare to seize it. Do you truly believe that someone of your caliber deserves to don such an exquisite gown? Guards, take her away, strip her of that gown, and cast her into the sea. Chapter 51. Lin Hao, the ever-submissive Hao Jingwe, upon hearing the words, turned pale with fright. She hurriedly approached Lin Hao, grasping his arm tightly, and implored in a delicate voice, Lin Hao, you are my husband. Please, save me. Am I truly your husband? Lin Hao replied, a sardonic smile curling at the corners of his lips. You still remember that? Furthermore, we have long since signed the divorce agreement, and you're now engaged to Gu Jingming. Our bond as husband and wife has been severed. With that, Lin Hao forcefully pushed her away, stumbling back a few steps. Hao Jingwe fell to the ground in a disheveled heap. Immediately thereafter, like a wretched creature, she crawled to Fu Hongyu's feet, begging pitifully, Master Fu, I implore you, say a word for me. However, Fu Hongyu, recoiling as if from a plague, kicked her aside and scolded, get lost. He was preoccupied with his own dire circumstances, and this foolish woman dared to seek his assistance. As Hao Jingwe struggled to rise, 2 bodyguards seized her wrists, rendering her utterly immobile. Subsequently, she was dragged into the cabin like a lifeless object. Lin Hao observed the scene with an impassive expression, as if a layer of frost had formed upon his face. Devoid of any emotional fluctuation, rather than feeling pity, an indescribable sense of satisfaction surged within him. She must bear the consequences of her own misdeeds. Before long, Gao Qingyue was ejected from the cabin, her blue attire replaced by a mere bedsheet. Her lips trembled incessantly, and she glared at Lin Hao with venomous resentment. Lin Hao, I loathe you. I swear to exact vengeance for the humiliation I endured today. Lin Hao turned away, disinterested in her plight. Soon after, the bodyguards, like they were discarding a dead dog, dragged Gao Qingyue and Su Yin to the edge of the cruise ship and cast them into the sea. Fortunately, the cruise ship had not ventured far from the dock, and nearby boats rushed to rescue Gu Jingming, Gao Qingyue, and Su Yin upon witnessing someone in the water. At that moment, Tang Sheng proclaimed loudly, "Ladies and gentlemen, that was merely a minor interlude. I hope it did not disrupt your enjoyment. Let us continue with my lady's birthday celebration." Tang Ruoxue approached Lin Hao, her head bowed shyly. Her hesitant demeanor resembled a flower bud yet to bloom, struggling to find the words to express herself. Tang Yongnian observed from the cabin, shaking his head. He understood that his daughter lacked the courage to confess her feelings to Lin Hao. It appeared that he, as her father, would have to intervene. He resolved to find an opportune moment to speak with Lin Hao and convey his daughter's affections. Meanwhile, those who had previously mocked Lin Hao now flocked to him, eager to ingratiate themselves. They all discerned that Lin Hao's relationship with Tang Ruoxue was extraordinary, and he might very well become the son-in-law of a wealthy tycoon. Such a figure was certainly someone they wished to befriend. Yet, Lin Hao harbored a deep disdain for sycophants. He exchanged a few casual remarks before seeking out a quiet corner to drink alone. Tang Ruoxue bit her lip, summoning her courage to approach Lin Hao. "Mr. Lin, Lin Hao offered a faint smile and responded, "Miss Tang, what troubles you?" Ultimately, Tang Ruoxue lacked the fortitude to express her true feelings. She shook her head, smiled gently, and replied, "It's nothing. I merely noticed you were alone, so I came to keep you company." Tang Sheng entered the cabin and said, "Sir, the young lady still lacks the courage to confess her feelings to Mr. Lin." Tang Yongnian gazed contemplatively at the red wine in his hand, his expression profound. "I anticipated this outcome, but I shall assist her." Meanwhile, Gao Qingyue and Gu Jingming returned to the Gao residence, looking as though they had lost something dear. Wang Milan, in a state of anxiety, inquired, "Qingyue, did Tang Ruoxue agree to help?" Gao Qingyue covered her ears and exclaimed, "Mother, can you allow me some peace? My mood is utterly dreadful." Wang Milan then turned her attention to Gu Jingming, asking, "Jingming, what on earth transpired?" Gu Jingming, seething with anger, gritted his teeth and declared, "It's all Lin Hao's fault. That shameless scoundrel has become Tang Ruoxue's toy boy. Naturally, she won't assist us." "What?" Wang Milan's face twisted with hatred as she hissed. "That spineless wretch. How dare he betray Qingyue and engage in an affair while married?" At that moment, Gao Shengdong returned, his countenance grim. Wang Milan felt a surge of ominous premonition and quickly asked, "What happened? Why do you look so dreadful?" Gao Shengdong sighed heavily. "Our Gao family is doomed. Completely and utterly doomed. The Tang family has issued a stern warning. Anyone who dares to collaborate with us will be blacklisted." Several partners had initially agreed to resume their cooperation, but upon hearing this news, they have since withdrawn. Wang Milan felt as though struck by lightning, slumping onto the sofa, her face ashen. "What shall we do? Is our family destined for bankruptcy? Will we be reduced to begging on the streets?" Gao Shengdong remained silent, heavily sighing, his unspoken words clear. Wang Milan, like a madwoman, pounded her fists against Gao Shengdong's shoulders. "You old fool, think of a way quickly. I refuse to live a life of poverty." "Enough," Gao Shengdong bellowed. "Can you allow me some peace? The situation is as it is. Even if you beat me, it won't resolve our problems." Gao Qingyue clenched her fists tightly, her nails digging in her palms, blood oozing forth, yet she appeared oblivious to the pain. This must be the result of that heartless Lin Hao whispering poison into Tang Ruoxue's ear. Wang Milan seethed with resentment. "He is an ungrateful wretch. We, the Gao family, have nurtured him for 5 years without expectation of return, and now he dares to cheat with Tang Ruoxue and incite her against us. It infuriates me." Gao Shengdong sighed. "To be fair, we cannot place all the blame on Lin Hao. If we are to speak of infidelity, It was Qingyue who initiated it. What nonsense are you spouting, you old fool? Wang Milan exclaimed with indignation. It is Qingyue who toils tirelessly to support the family. His infidelity is somewhat understandable. Yet, he is nothing but a worthless scoundrel, lacking any qualifications to betray. Gao Qingyue found Wang Milan's reasoning utterly preposterous, and thus remarked, Qingyue, whether the Gao family can weather this storm rests entirely upon your shoulders. You must seek out Lin Hao and implore him to show us mercy. Considering the bond you once shared, I believe he will not be excessively harsh on you. Indeed, Wang Milan echoed in agreement. He is nothing more than your devoted admirer. If you merely lower your pride a fraction and offer a few sweet words, he will undoubtedly persuade Tang Ruoxue to lift the ban on our family. Gao Qingyue's eyes brightened. She recalled that whenever Lin Hao erupted in fury, a slight concession on her part, accompanied by a few kind remarks, would invariably transform his ire into affection. She nodded, affirming, indeed, although he has become Tang Ruoxue's plaything, he must still harbor feelings for me. He is but my loyal admirer, and I shall visit him tomorrow. A few kind words will surely have him once again at my beck and call. Chapter 52. The arrival of Gao Qingyue. Early the next morning, Lin Hao was in the villa's courtyard, lifting weights. Qingyue stepped outside and said, Brother Hao, I need to step out for a bit and want to be back for dinner. All right, Lin Hao nodded, go ahead. Qingyue turned and left. Not long after, the doorbell rang. Lin Hao assumed it was Qingyue returning, but upon opening the door, he was taken aback to find Gao Qingyue standing there. His brows furrowed, and his expression soured. What do you want? Gao Qingyue entered, carrying a delicate handbag and surveying the villa. So, you really live in the Yiping No 2 villa in Tang City. Irritated, Lin Hao replied, You're not welcome here. You can leave. Instead of reacting with anger as she once did, Gao Qingyue smiled and said, Enough with the act. Lin Hao was bewildered, unsure of her intentions. Gao Qingyue continued, I know you still have feelings for me. You're merely playing the role of a kept man for Tang Ruoxue to provoke me. Am I right? Gao Qingyue, are you out of your mind? Lin Hao stared at her incredulously. Once, I loved you because I saw you as my savior. Now, I have no feelings for you whatsoever. In fact, I find you quite repulsive. If you have nothing else, kindly leave. Gao Qingyue didn't believe his words. She still thought that as long as she softened her tone, he would revert to being the loyal dog he once was. Come on, Lin Hao, there is no one else here. You don't need to put on a show for me. I'm here to tell you to convince Tang Ruoxue to lift the ban on the Gao family. If you do that, I might forgive you, and we can continue as a couple. Continue as a couple? Lin Hao asked with a mocking smile. What about Gu Jingming? Gu Jingming will, of course, stay by my side. I have no objections to you continuing your charade with Tang Ruoxue. We would merely maintain our marital relationship. Gao Qingyue replied. Lin Hao was utterly disgusted by her words and laughed in disbelief. Gao Qingyue, let me offer you a piece of advice. Akin to Zhuge Liang's words to Wang Lang, I have never encountered such shamelessness as yours. How did fate not drown you yesterday? Gao Qingyue remained unfazed, her expression turning serious. You've cursed long enough. How much longer do you intend to pretend? I've even permitted you to remain Tang Ruoxue's kept man. What more do you want? Are you testing my patience? Do you believe I will never forgive you? Lin Hao, weary of her incessant prattle, grasped her hand and pulled her toward the door. I have told you repeatedly, I do not desire your forgiveness. Leave. I never want to see your repugnant face again. With that, he slammed the door shut. Frowning, Gao Qingyue placed her hands on her hips and murmured, This dog, still angry after all this time. She then raised her voice, calling out, Lin Hao, I'll give you one last chance. Come out and apologize. In the past, it would take only 3 seconds for Lin Hao to emerge and apologize. Yet this time, she waited a full 3 minutes, and he did not appear. In a moment of frustration, Gao Qing stamped her foot and exclaimed, Lin Hao, let me tell you, even if you beg me on your knees in the future, I shall never forgive you. You scoundrel. With that, she kicked the door, only to cry out in pain the next instant, clutching her foot and sitting down, her face contorted in agony. Meanwhile, Qingyue stood before a gravestone, tears welling in his eyes. He crouched down, gently caressing the photograph on the tombstone. Ying, I've come to see you. How are you over there? The grave belonged to his beloved Li Xiying, who had succumbed to cancer 3 years prior. Chun Hui and Li Xiying had been childhood sweethearts, sharing the same class from middle school through high school. During their senior year, they finally acknowledged their romantic feelings for each other. After graduating, Chun Hui chose to enlist in the military, while Li Xiying vowed to wait for his return to marry him. Subsequently, due to his remarkable achievements with the Wolf Fang unit, he was promoted to deputy commander in Jiangxing. However, just as he planned to surprise Li Xiying, he received the devastating news of her passing. Heartbroken, Chun Hui was engulfed in sorrow for an entire year. For 3 years since her death, he visited her grave monthly, sharing his innermost thoughts with her. Wiping away his tears, he managed a faint smile. Ying, today I brought your favorite milk tea and chocolate. He retrieved 2 cups of milk tea and 2 pieces of chocolate from his bag, placing them at the foot of the gravestone. Once again overcome with grief, he wept. Ying, do you know, I've truly missed you these past 3 years. Unfortunately, the only response was the gentle rustling of leaves in the breeze. Sitting before the gravestone, he took out a bottle of liquor and began to drink. At that moment, he heard footsteps and voices in the distance, breaking his reverie. He looked up to see a group approaching. Leading the way was a stunning woman clad in a flamboyant qipao, accompanied by a Taoist priest, followed by more than a dozen men in black suits and sunglasses. The priest, with a sycophantic smile, addressed the woman. Miss Zhou, I have inspected this location before. It is undoubtedly a prime spot for feng shui. If you relocate your father's grave here, you will surely enjoy prosperity and fortune. Very well. Zhou Mei nodded. I trust you. Let be here. The priest continued. However, there is already a grave here, and we must persuade the current occupant to relocate it. Suddenly, he pointed at Chun Hui, declaring, this person is the grave's owner. I mentioned the relocation to him previously, but he refused. Refused? Zhou Mei scoffed. Money can move mountains. I will offer him a sum, and I do not believe he will decline. If he dares to resist, I shall have the grave destroyed. With that, she swayed her serpentine figure toward Chun Hui, assuming an air of superiority. You boy, I have set my sights on this prime feng shui location. I demand that you relocate the grave immediately. Chun Hui replied coldly. I have already made it clear that I will not relocate the grave. Leave me at once, and do not disturb my solitude. Do not speak so resolutely, Zhou Mei asserted, extracting a bank card from her bag and tossing it contemptuously before Chun Hui. This card holds 500,000, sufficient for you to purchase a new burial plot, with a considerable sum remaining. Take the card and leave. Chun Hui's eyes narrowed with cold defiance as he replied sternly, I shall reiterate, I will not relocate the grave, regardless of your monetary offer. Keep your card and depart at once. Zhou Mei's gaze hardened, her expression darkening. You, young man, are rejecting a courteous offer and opting for punishment instead. I grant you one final opportunity. Take the card and leave. Chun Hui picked up the card, only to hurl it back at Zhou Mei's face. I too extend one last chance to you. Take your card and leave. Furious, Zhou Mei coldly commanded, someone, break this insolent fool's legs, and then demolish the grave. As her words echoed, more than 10 bodyguards surged toward Chun Hui. Chapter 53. Grave destruction in Chun Hui's eyes burned an indomitable flame. Faced with over a dozen burly bodyguards clad in black suits, he exhibited no hint of retreat. Raising his fists to confront them, his punches flew like the wind, swift enough to bewilder the onlookers. Shadows darted through the air, tracing perfect arcs. And in the blink of an eye, the once menacing bodyguards were toppled like leaves swept away by a tempest, their agonized cries echoing in the air. Zhou Mei stood a short distance away, her form elegantly accentuated by a fitted cheongsam that highlighted her graceful silhouette. A cold smirk curled at the corners of her mouth, her gaze a mixture of surprise and disdain. What a useless bunch. She then addressed Chun Hui with a mocking tone. You have some skill. I underestimated you. With that, she slowly turned, her eyes landing on the Taoist beside her. Xian Chun, it's your turn. Xian Chun nodded lightly, his gaze fixed on Chun Hui. His expression was complex, tinged with both regret for the young man's impetuosity and resignation at the necessity of his intervention. Young man, heed my warning, yield this patch of grass, or today will end poorly for you. Chun Hui replied coldly, I've already stated I will not sell this graveyard. Leave at once. Zhou Mei frowned in impatience, wondering why they were wasting time with such trivial chatter. Xian Chen sprang into action, akin to a poised leopard, his palm cutting through the air with a whistling sound aimed directly at Chun Hui. Realizing the imminent danger, Chun Hui's eyes sharpened, and without a moment's hesitation, he swung his fist to meet the challenge. The clash of fist and palm resonated through the air with a thunderous boom, akin to lightning striking the stillness of a night sky, causing the surrounding flora to tremble. Xian Chun stood firm, unyielding like a mountain, while Chun Hui was sent reeling backward as if struck by a colossal hammer, retreating several steps with a pale visage, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. His insides feeling as though they had been violently rearranged, the pain unbearable. Rather than pressing the attack, Xian Chun sighed, "Young man, take my advice, sell the graveyard to Miss Zhou. Spare me the pleasantries. If you wish to fight, then let us fight," Chun Hui declared, charging forward like a wild stallion, his fists propelled by a fierce wind toward Xian Chun. Seeing this, Xian Chen's eyes reflected a mix of helplessness and sorrow. He understood that some paths, once embarked upon, could only lead forward without the possibility of retreat. With a gentle yet irresistible force, he struck Chun Hui's chest as he charged, sending him hurtling backward in a long arc before crashing heavily to the ground. As dust swirled around him, Chun Hui coughed up a mouthful of blood, which appeared to contain fragments of his own organs. Zhou Mei's gaze turned icy as she commanded the fallen bodyguards, "Get up. Subdue this brat." Gritting their teeth against the pain, the bodyguards rose unsteadily, lunging toward Chun Hui and pinning him firmly to the ground. His face was smeared with mud and blood, yet the fire of defiance continued to blaze in his eyes. Despite his desperate struggle, the wounds he sustained proved too severe, rendering him incapable of breaking free from the strong arms of the bodyguards. Zhou Mei approached slowly, her high heels pressing down upon Chun Hui's resolute face. "You foolish boy, you brought this upon yourself. I cannot be blamed for my ruthlessness. Someone cripple his legs." One of the bodyguards nodded, crouched down, and picked up a jagged stone from the ground, mercilessly striking Chun Hui's legs multiple times. Chun Hui's anguished cries echoed, sweat instantly beading on his forehead. Zhou Mei let out a piercing, cold laugh, a cruel smile dancing upon her lips. "Just moments ago, I offered you a chance to sell me the tomb, yet you refused. Now, you shall witness how I will demolish it." She then approached the tombstone, gazing at the photograph of Li Xing. "Oh, what a pretty little wretch." Chun Hui roared hoarsely, "I will not allow you to insult Ying." Zhou Mei scoffed dismissively, turning to the bodyguards. "What are you waiting for? Get to it. Destroy the little wretch's tomb." "Yes." The bodyguards sprang into action, rushing to a nearby SUV, retrieving shovels and sledgehammers from the trunk, and then charging towards Li Xing's grave. "No, stop. You cannot do this." Chun Hui cried out, his heart bleeding. The bodyguards lifted their hammers and brought them crashing down upon the tomb. Each strike felt as if it were landing on Chun Hui's very heart. "You bastards! I will not let you get away with this." His voice was nearly hoarse, eyes wide open as if they could emit flames, every muscle in his body quaking violently, helplessly watching as the tombstone of his beloved was shattered piece by piece. His screams reverberated through the desolate cemetery, yet they failed to penetrate Zhou Mei's cold heart, nor could they halt the relentless blows of the sledgehammer. Tears mingled with anguish and helplessness as Chun Hui sobbed uncontrollably. "Ying, I am so sorry. I am powerless. I cannot even protect your tomb. I deserve to die." Finally, the tombstone could no longer withstand the assault and collapsed with a thunderous crash, dust rising to reveal Li Xing's urn within. One of the bodyguards callously seized the urn and unceremoniously dumped the ashes onto the ground, the white remains scattering in the mud. More appallingly, the bodyguard then stomped on the ashes twice and spat on them. Chun Hui's eyes were now bloodshot, as if they could bleed. His fists clenched tightly, nails digging deeply into his palms, blood seeping through his fingers. Although his hands throbbed with pain, the agony in his heart was far greater, as if it were shattering into countless pieces like glass. Overcome with rage and despair, he fainted. Zhou Mei, in her high heels, walked over to Qingyue and kicked him twice. Seeing no response, a cold smile crept across her face as she turned to the ever-silent Xianchun. Take care of him, then find a place to bury him. Do not let me discover any traces, otherwise your fate will be worse than his. Yes, Miss Zhou, Xianchun replied, his words brief yet resolute, though complex emotions flickered in his eyes. He slowly approached Qingyue, bending down to effortlessly hoist Qingyue's body onto his shoulder, making his way down the mountain. Upon reaching the roadside at the foot of the mountain, he gently laid Qingyue down, gazing at his exceptionally pale face, his heart a tumult of emotions. Young man, I am truly sorry. I'm also left with no choice, he murmured before turning to leave. As he pivoted, a flicker of helplessness and regret passed through Xianchun's eyes. He silently prayed for a benevolent passerby to come along and save Qingyue. Chapter 54. The predicament of the Gao family. Gao Qingyue returned home, limping and visibly distressed. Upon seeing her disheveled state, Wang Mylan's expression changed dramatically as she hurried to greet her, concern and anxiety evident in her demeanor. Qingyue, what happened to your foot? Suppressing her tears, Gao Qingyue spoke with a quiver in her voice. Mother, it's a long story. I want to confront that good-for-nothing Lin Hao, and he was so heartless. Despite my pleas, he refused to forgive me and even kicked me out. Wang Mylan, upon hearing this, was consumed by rage, her eyes gleaming with indignation. That ungrateful wretch. He thinks that by associating with Tang Ruoxue, he has risen above us and can look down on others. This is utterly outrageous. At that moment, Gao Qingyue appeared to remember something and softly inquired, by the way, Mother, where is Jingming? Wang Mylan furrowed her brow. Who knows where he has run off to? He hasn't been seen since this morning. Just then, hurried footsteps approached, growing closer. Gao Shanghai and Gao Qingmei strode in, their faces as dark as storm clouds. Second brother, third sister, what brings you here? Gao Xingdong asked, surprise lacing his voice. Gao Shanghai snorted coldly, his voice low and frigid. How can you even ask? Your reckless actions have led to a complete boycott of our Gao group by major corporations and banks, and now it has only worsened. That incompetent Gao Qingyue has even offended Tang Ruoxue. Do you realize that even our long-standing clients, some of whom we've worked with for over a decade, are now issuing termination notices? You owe us an explanation. Indeed, Gao Qingmei interjected, her arms crossed tightly over her chest, her breathing heavy with anger. The Gao group is on the brink of bankruptcy, and you must compensate us for the immense losses we have endured. Gao Qingyue, limping painfully, stepped forward. Aunt, you cannot speak like that. It has been my relentless effort over the years that has elevated the Gao group from obscurity to a leading enterprise in the industry. While you enjoyed the substantial dividends and laughed heartily, did you ever consider my struggles? Now that the group faces a temporary setback, how can you demand compensation for losses so readily? Silence. Gao Qingmei retorted, a derisive smile curling her lips filled with scorn. You claim to have raised the Gao group to new heights? Then explain why it is now teetering on the edge of ruin. This is no mere temporary difficulty. It seems you have plunged the group into an abyss from which it cannot recover. Regardless, I will not stand by idly. The Gao group is my father's lifelong endeavor, and I cannot watch it be destroyed by your hands. You must provide an explanation and compensate us for our losses. Suddenly, Gao Qingyue's phone rang. Frowning, she irritably pulled it from her pocket and saw it was a call from her secretary. Impatiently, she snapped, what is it? Speak quickly. On the opposite side of the phone, the secretary had shed her former deference and warmth, replaced instead by a frigid tone. What are you so arrogant about? Do you truly believe you are still the president of the Gao group? Gao Qingyue's heart constricted violently, her voice trembling with a mix of anger and shock. How dare you speak to me in such a manner? Who gave you the audacity? However, the secretary's response struck like a sharp dagger, piercing through Gao Qingyue's heart. Gao Qingyue, awaken. Are you still lost in the reverie of your past splendor? Let me inform you, the entire Gao group is in utter chaos. The employees are anxious and clamoring for resignations. The Gao group is finished. I called to formally notify you that I shall no longer serve you. With that, the secretary abruptly ended the call. Every word from the secretary was a direct blow, igniting a surge of fury that coursed from her feet to the crown of her head. She gripped her phone tightly, her fingertips turning white from the pressure. You will regret this. Wang Mylan's heart tightened suddenly, and she anxiously inquired, Qingyue, what has happened now? Gao Qingyue's complexion was ashen, devoid of any blood. Her body felt as though it had been crushed under an invisible weight, collapsing helplessly onto the soft sofa, her hands cradling her head in despair. Qingyue, please speak. Wang Mylan's voice quivered with a hint of tears, her urgency palpable as she paced anxiously. At that moment, Gao Qingyue's voice thundered like a storm. I do not wish to hear about your family's troubles. I shall tell you, regardless of the circumstances, you must compensate us for our losses. Upon hearing this, Gao Qingyue's lips curled into an exceedingly bitter smile, tinged with disappointment at the coldness of familial ties. He slowly shook his head, his voice low and hoarse. Even if we wish to compensate, where will we find the funds to do so? Gao Qingyue's voice was as chilling as a winter's gale, devoid of any warmth. This villa is still under the old man's name. You have one day to vacate, or do not blame us for our lack of familial compassion. After speaking, she and Gao Qingyue turned their backs and departed without a glance. Wang Mylan's face instantly drained of color. Trembling lips whispered, What do we do now? Gao Qingyue clenched his fists, his nails nearly embedding into his palms. Then he slowly lowered his head. Gao Qingyue remained with her hands clutching her head, equally silent. Oh no! Wang Mylan could no longer bear the pressure. Her body softened, collapsing onto the cold floor. She pounded her hands against the ground, crying out in desperation. What are we to do? Are we truly facing bankruptcy? How will I survive in the days to come? Mother, please stop shouting. Gao Qingyue covered her ears, her heart already in turmoil. Can you grant me a moment of peace? Upon hearing this, Wang Mylan rose, her body trembling with indignation. Gao Qingyue, how dare you speak to me like that? The crisis confronting the Gao family is all due to you. I care not for your methods. You must resolve this crisis. I refuse to beg on the streets for the remainder of my days. Gao Qingyue could no longer endure her mother's incessant nagging, nor could she tolerate the stifling atmosphere within the household. With a sudden surge of resolve, she rose abruptly, her long skirt sweeping across the floor as she strode purposefully towards the villa's grand entrance. Wang Mylan, hands on her hips, bellowed, Gao Qingyue, come back here. Yet, Gao Qingyue did not falter in her steps, swiftly vanishing from Wang Mylan's sight. Feeling helpless, Wang Mylan turned to Gao Qingyue, exclaiming, What should we do now? You old fool? Overwhelmed by Wang Mylan's presence, Gao Qingyue too stood up and made his way outside the villa. Wang Mylan then collapsed onto the ground, her sobs echoing through the air as she lamented, Go away. All of you just go. If you leave, don't ever return. Chapter 55. The angry Lin Hao. Meanwhile, Xiao Fang gracefully perched herself upon Gu Jingming's lap, her lips, fervent as flames, delicately caressing his handsome visage like a playful serpent. However, Gu Jingming's brow was furrowed, his expression heavy with unspoken thoughts. Sensing the shift in his demeanor, Xiao Fang abruptly ceased her actions, her brows knitting together as she grasped Gu Jingming's face and inquired, What is the meaning of this? Do you harbor disdain for me? With a heavy sigh, Gu Jingming lamented, I've already given you my all, but now I find myself bereft. Moreover, with the Gao family on the brink of bankruptcy, I cannot find the inclination for such frivolities. Xiao Fang narrowed her almond-shaped eyes, coolly retorting, Your concern for the Gao family. Could it be that you've genuinely fallen for Gao Qingyue? Gu Jingming scoffed disdainfully, That foolish woman? How could I ever harbor feelings for her? I have painstakingly earned her trust, and the Gao family's fortune is nearly within my grasp. Yet now, with their impending demise, it would seem my efforts shall amount to naught. Lightly, Xiao Fang descended from Gu Jingming's lap and lit a slender cigarette designed for women. A triumphant smile graced her lips as she declared, Resolving the Gao family's crisis is quite simple. Allow me to introduce you to a significant individual. If she lends her voice to the Gao family, they shall undoubtedly avert bankruptcy. To think you are acquainted with such an influential figure? Gu Jingming's eyes widened in astonishment. Is this person of greater consequence than Tang Yongnian? To her, Tang Yongnian is nothing. Xiao Fang inhaled deeply before continuing. This individual is the mistress of Huo Weidong, the scion of the illustrious Huo family from Kyoto. She has returned to Jiangsheng to relocate her father's grave, and we were neighbors in our youth. Upon hearing this, Gu Jingming's excitement was palpable. Though the Huo family is merely a third-rate aristocracy in Kyoto, they loom large among the elite here in Jiangsheng. If she speaks on behalf of the Gao family, their troubles shall surely dissipate. Without delay, Xiao Fang and Gu Jingming quickly donned their attire and set off for the Longting Grand Hotel, where Zhou Mei was residing. Guided by a bodyguard, they arrived at a presidential suite within the hotel. As they entered, Zhou Mei emerged from the room, her figure adorned in a qipao. Upon spotting Gu Jingming, her face registered a flicker of surprise, which swiftly morphed into a cold smirk. Gu Jingming, I did not expect to see you again. Gu Jingming stood momentarily frozen, taken aback to discover that the influential figure Xiao Fang had mentioned was none other than his former girlfriend, Zhou Mei. They had attended the same university and shared a romance for 2 years, until he pursued the affluent Gao Qingyue, forsaking the impoverished Zhou Mei. Heartbroken, Zhou Mei withdrew from her studies to escape the painful memories and sought employment in Kyoto. Xiao Fang inquired, Miss Zhou, do you know Gu Jingming? Impatiently, Zhou Mei waved her hand. Xiao Fang, this matter does not concern you. You may leave. Though Xiao Fang wished to say more, the undeniable authority in Zhou Mei's gaze silenced her, and she swallowed her words, retreating from the hotel suite with a sense of resignation. Gu Jingming wore an awkward smile, exclaiming how long it had been. Xiao Fang plopped onto the sofa, crossing her legs, her beautiful limbs encased in silk stockings, resembling exquisite jade shrouded in a delicate veil. Exuding en allure ignorat. Gu Jingming, I must sincerely thank you for abandoning me back then. Otherwise, I would never have had the opportunity to become Huo Weidong's woman. But let us not dwell on the past. I understand you have come to see me regarding the Gao family matters. Rest assured, as long as you are willing to obediently follow my instructions like a docile little pup, I shall gladly assist the Gao family. In Xiao Fang's heart, Gu Jingming remained her cherished moonlight. Despite the passage of years, she could not forget him. Though she had now become Huo Weidong's woman, he was as rotund as a hefty pig, and as grotesque as a demon risen from the depths of hell, a stark contrast to the handsome Gu Jingming. Every moment spent with Huo Weidong made her feel as if she had swallowed a fly, yet to marry into a wealthy family and live a life of luxury. She had to suppress her disgust and employ various means to please him. Gu Jingming appeared visibly anxious, yet, what if young master Huo discovered us? What is there to fear? He is not here, and if we do not speak of it, who would know? Zhou Mei said, pushing Gu Jingming back onto the sofa. Gu Jingming silently lamented. He now had to deliver tributes to both Gao Qingyue and Xiao Fang twice daily, and with Zhou Mei added to the mix, his body felt like an overburdened machine struggling to cope. Chun Hui was fortunate. A kind-hearted passerby had discovered him and rushed him to the hospital. At this moment, he had just undergone surgery and lay weakly on the hospital bed, his legs encased in plaster. Before his bed stood several officers, statuesque and solemn, their faces dark as the skies before a storm. Just then, Lin Hao burst into the room, tightly grasping Chun Hui's hand, urgently inquiring about what had transpired. Tears welled in Chun Hui's eyes as he recounted the events. Upon hearing, Lin Hao's fury erupted like a volcano, and he slammed his fist against the wall, exclaiming, "How despicable! Not only did she have your grave desecrated, but she also broke your legs. Do you know who this woman is?" "I do not know." Chun Hui weakly shook his head, sighing, "I only know her surname is Zhou. Alas, I feel utterly useless. Despite my skills, I could not protect Ying's grave, nor safeguard her ashes. The thought of that bodyguard trampling on Ying's remains pierces my heart like 1,000 needles, nearly suffocating me." Lin Hao suppressed his rage, softly comforting. "Enough, do not dwell on it. Focus on your recovery. I will uncover the identity of that woman and ensure her legs are broken in turn." At that moment, Chun Hui's superior, Commander Wang Zhongkai of the Jiangxing military region, spoke to Lin Hao. "I have already dispatched personnel to investigate the identity of that woman. I believe we will have results soon. Just then, a soldier hurriedly entered, leaning in to whisper a few words into Wang Zhongkai's ear. Upon hearing this, Wang Zhongkai nodded and replied, "All right, I understand." Lin Hao, with a sense of urgency, inquired, "Have you uncovered the identity of that woman?" "Indeed," Wang Zhongkai affirmed with a nod. "The woman's name is Zhou Mei, residing at the Longting Hotel. I shall immediately take a team to apprehend her." Shen Yui, with clenched teeth, declared, "Capture both her and her bodyguard. I wish to personally inflict upon them a severe beating." Chapter 56. The capture of Zhou Mei at the Longting Grand Hotel. After enduring a grueling battle, Gu Jingming and Zhou Mei leisurely began to dress. Discontent was etched on Zhou Mei's face as she scoffed. "Gu Jingming, how is it that a man under 30 can resemble a decrepit old man of 70? Utterly devoid of strength?" Gu Jingming remained silent. Having endured 3 fierce confrontations since morning, it was hardly surprising that his stamina was waning. At that moment, a sudden knock echoed at the door. Zhou Mei opened it to reveal a group of tall soldiers standing at the threshold. Frowning, she coldly inquired, "What you want?" Wang Zhongkai replied icily, "You vandalized the grave of one of our soldiers and broke his legs. Come with us." Zhou Mei let out a derisive laugh, tinged with scorn. "Oh, so that brat was indeed a soldier. However, if you wish to apprehend me, it will not be so simple." Wang Zhongkai, uninterested in further discussion, commanded loudly, "Take her away." Zhou Mei shouted, "Help!" Immediately, a Taoist priest and a group of bodyguards rushed in, encircling Wang Zhongkai and his men. Wang Zhongkai's gaze turned cold, his eyes sharp as daggers, as he warned, "Those who dare to resist will be dealt with ruthlessly." The 4 soldiers behind him drew their pistols. The ominous muzzles trained on Zhou Mei. Undeterred, Zhou Mei smiled disdainfully and declared, "Fine, I will go with you, but first, I need to make a phone call." She retrieved her phone and dialed Weidong, sweetly saying, "Weidong, a group of insufferable soldiers are trying to capture me. You must speak to them." Then, she handed the phone to Wang Zhongkai, saying, "The young master of the prestigious Wolf family in Kyoto wishes to speak with you." Upon hearing this, Wang Zhongkai's expression shifted to one of grave concern. If this woman was indeed connected to Weidong, today's affair could become quite troublesome. He quickly took the phone and exchanged a few words with Weidong before returning it to Zhou Mei. With a resigned wave of his hand, he said, "Let us go." The 4 soldiers reluctantly holstered their weapons and followed Wang Zhongkai away. Zhou Mei watched their departing figures, a sneer of disdain curling her lips as she remarked, "What is so impressive about these soldiers?" Gu Jingming chuckled. "I never anticipated that a single word from young Master Hua would resolve this situation." Zhou Mei replied nonchalantly, "Enough. You wanted my assistance in resolving the Gao family's crisis. So now we must seek out Tang Yongyan. I am curious to see if you will grant me the respect I deserve." At the Tang family villa, Tang Sheng rushed into the study, urgency evident in his voice as he said, "Master, there is a woman named Zhou Mei outside who wishes to see you. She claims to be the woman of Weidong, the young master of the prestigious Hua family in Kyoto." Tang Yongyan's brow furrowed at this news. "The woman of the Hua family? I have always maintained a cordial distance from them. What business could Zhou Mei have with me?" Tang Sheng shook his head in frustration. "I do not know. However, this woman appears quite arrogant. I've already invited her into the living room." Slowly rising, Tang Yongyan made his way toward the living room. Upon encountering Tang Yongyan, Gu Jingming hastily rose to his feet, while Zhou Mei remained seated, unmoved. Tang Yongyan, with piercing eyes, cast a fleeting glance at Gu Jingming before politely addressing Zhou Mei. "Miss Zhou, may I inquire as to the purpose of your visit?" Zhou Mei regarded Tang Yongyan with disdain, her voice dripping with contempt as she replied, "I seek your assistance in lifting the embargo against the Gao family. Will you grant me this favor?" Instantly, Tang Yongyan's expression shifted to one of gravity. As the wealthiest man in Jiancheng, he had never been so openly disdained. Yet, Zhou Mei was the consort of a young master from the illustrious Hua family of Kyoto, a lineage as towering as a mountain, rendering the Tang family and its corporation mere ants in comparison. To offend the Hua family would be folly. A mere breath from them could reduce the Tang family and its empire to naught but a fragile edifice. seizing upon Tang Yongyan's trepidation toward Zhou Mei. Gu Jingming's boldness surged, a smirk curling his lips as he taunted Tang Yongyan. Did you hear what Miss Zhou said? I trust you are an astute individual and know the course of action to take. Having navigated the complexities of society for decades, Tang Yongyan understood the necessity of adaptability. He realized that opposing the Hua family would be akin to a mantis attempting to halt a chariot. Reluctantly, he acquiesced. Very well. Since Miss Zhou has spoken, I shall grant her the courtesy she requests. Zhou Mei nodded in satisfaction, remarking, Tang Yongyan, you are indeed clever, which explains your position as the wealthiest man in Jiangxin. With that, she departed with Gu Jingming in tow. Tang Yongyan, resigned, commanded Tang Sheng, immediately communicate to all enterprises and banks to lift the embargo against the Gao family. Meanwhile, Wang Zhongkai returned dejectedly to Chun Hui's hospital room. Upon noticing Zhou Mei's absence, Lin Hao's brow furrowed, and he inquired, Why didn't you bring Zhou Mei? Wang Zhongkai sighed heavily. Zhou Mei is not to be trifled with. She is the consort of Hua Weidong from the illustrious Hua family of Kyoto, and I am powerless against her. Upon hearing this, Chun Hui's countenance darkened, enveloped in despair. He was acutely aware of the Hua family's formidable influence. Even the commander of the War Department, Chun Tai, owed his promotion to a word from the Hua patriarch. In that moment, he comprehended the futility of seeking vengeance. Ying, I have failed you. I can no longer avenge your wrongs. His reluctance stemmed not from fear of the Hua family, but from concern for Lin Hao and Wang Zhongkai. Lin Hao, seething with rage, retorted vehemently, Even if Zhou Mei has the might of the heavens behind her, I shall not let her escape unscathed. You may fear to act against her, but I will. Wang Zhongkai quickly grasped Lin Hao's arm, urging, Lin Hao, the Hua family's power is too formidable for us to provoke lightly. If you act against Zhou Mei, the Hua family will pursue you, and even the old commander may not be able to shield you. I understand your courage, but what of Chun Hui? Lin Hao replied coldly. If I allow my brothers to be wronged and cower like a turtle, what kind of soldier would I be? Wang Zhongkai was rendered speechless, his face betraying his unease. Chun Hui slowly shook his head, tears welling in his eyes as he implored, Brother Hao, I appreciate your goodwill, but I shall not seek vengeance for this wrong. You may choose not to seek vengeance for your grievances, but ponder this, Ying's plight. Will you remain passive in the face of her injustices? Lin Hao's voice thundered, reverberating like a clap of thunder in Chun Hui's ears. What has become of your soldierly valor? Has it been consumed by cowardice? Upon hearing these words, Chun Hui's gaze ignited with the flames of fury. His mind instantly transported back to the moment when Ying's ashes were trampled upon, a scene that pierced his heart like a sharp dagger. Yet he suppressed his rage, akin to a dam holding back a surging flood. Brother Hao, I do not wish for my troubles to implicate you. I shall avenge myself. Once my leg is healed, I will assuredly sever Zhou Mei's head from her body. You are my brother. I fear no repercussions. Lin Hao replied, his tone icy and resolute as forged steel. Zhou Mei must perish. I will bring her before you, and you shall take her life with your own hands. With those words, he vanished like a streak of lightning, turning away with purpose. Chapter 57. Zhou Mei must die. As Lin Hao stepped out of the hospital room, his phone rang, displaying a call from Commander Chun Tai of the War Department. He promptly answered, his tone resolute. Old Chief, I am aware of your concerns, but there is no need for further discussion. Zhou Mei must die. A long sigh emanated from the phone. Lin Hao, I understand that Zhou Mei deserves her fate, and even if she were to perish 1,000 times, it would not quell my wrath. However, she is Hua Weidong's woman, and the Hou family wields significant power, with connections in the government and numerous martial arts experts at their disposal. Should you act against Zhou Mei, Hou Weidong will pursue you relentlessly, and I may not be able to save you then. Even if you are unafraid of the Hou family, what of Chun Hui? They will undoubtedly retaliate against him. Lin Hao spoke with unwavering conviction. Old Chief, even if Zhou Mei were the consort of the King of Heaven, she must still perish. As for the consequences, Chun Hui and I will bear them. If the Hou family dares to lay a finger on Chun Hui, I shall raze the Hou family to the ground. With that, Lin Hao hung up without hesitation, hailing a taxi as he made his way to the Longting Grand Hotel. Meanwhile, Chen Tai's phone slipped from his grasp, and he slumped into the plush leather sofa, his hands pressed against his forehead, realizing the gravity of the situation. This time, Lin Hao was truly courting disaster. His driver and bodyguard, Do Long, murmured, "Commander, if I were Lin Hao, I would also seek to eliminate Zhou Mei. That woman has gone too far." Hearing this, Chen Tai slowly lifted his head, a complex emotion flickering in his deep-set eyes. He shook his head gently. "Do Long, you do not comprehend the Ho family's might. Who among the elite dares to provoke them? And Ho Wei Dong, though a debauched scion, has evaded justice for too long." Do Long's brows furrowed, a glint of defiance in his gaze. "But Commander, shall we simply stand by and watch Lin Hao plunge into an abyss due to a moment of reckless impulse?" With a heavy sigh, Chen Tai rose and walked to the window, gazing out at the scenery with an air of resignation. "What can I do? Even if he were to tear the heavens apart, I would be powerless to intervene. The wrath of the Ho family is beyond my ability to quell, and certainly beyond what Lin Hao can endure." Soon, the taxi arrived at the Longting Grand Hotel. Just as Lin Hao approached the revolving door, a bodyguard clad in a black suit blocked his path, an expression of unwavering authority etched upon his face. "This hotel has been booked. Unauthorized individuals are not permitted entry." Lin Hao frowned, a cold smirk gracing his lips as he inquired, "Has Zhou Mei reserved the place?" The bodyguard, visibly irritated, replied with an icy demeanor, "If you know, then leave at once." Rather than retreat, Lin Hao stepped forward, seizing the bodyguard by the collar. "Tell me, where is Zhou Mei at this very moment?" The bodyguard, enraged, swung his fist with the force of a gale, aiming a fierce blow at Lin Hao. "You seek death." In the fleeting moment before the bodyguard's fist could make contact with his face, Lin Hao's right hand shot out with the swiftness of an eagle's claw, deftly grasping the opponent's fist with unerring precision. The bodyguard felt as if his hand were on the verge of being crushed. A wave of unbearable pain radiating throughout his body, beads of sweat forming on his brow. His lips twitched involuntarily from the agony, pleading, "It hurts. Please, let go." Lin Hao coldly inquired, "Where is Zhou Mei?" The bodyguard hastily stammered, She has been invited to Taste Pavilion for dinner." Upon hearing this, Lin Hao's gaze flickered momentarily before he gradually released the bodyguard's hand. The bodyguard, feeling as though he had been granted a reprieve, collapsed to the ground, gasping for air. However, before he could regain his composure, Lin Hao delivered a powerful kick to his chest, sending him flying several meters away, crashing to the ground with a hollow thud, his chest caving in. Immediately after, Lin Hao strode purposefully towards Taste Pavilion. Meanwhile, within the most opulent private room of Taste Pavilion, Gao Qingyue had ordered a table laden with the establishment's signature dishes and the finest red wine. Rising to her feet, she raised her glass and proclaimed, "Miss Zhou, were it not for your assistance, the Gao family would be facing imminent bankruptcy. I toast to you in gratitude for your help, and should you require anything in the future, simply command, and the Gao family shall exert every effort." Yet, Zhou Mei did not lift her glass. She merely leaned back in her chair, her beautiful eyes smiling at the side of Gu Jingming. "Miss Gao, you need not thank me. If gratitude is due, it should be directed towards Gu Jingming. My intervention on behalf of your Gao family was solely out of respect for him. Otherwise, given your family's lack of standing, I would have little interest in your trifles." At her words, the atmosphere became palpably tense, and Gao Qingyue's peculiar gaze fell upon Gu Jingming. A slightly awkward smile tugged at the corners of her mouth as she attempted to mask her displeasure. Raising her glass to her lips, she drank deeply. Gu Jingming, concerned that Gao Qingyue might discern the unusual nature of his relationship with Zhou Mei, hastily interjected, "Qingyue, do not misunderstand. Zhou Mei and I are merely university alumni. It is this connection that prompted her to assist us." Just then, two anguished cries echoed from outside the private room. The door was suddenly kicked open with force, and Lin Hao strode in. Upon seeing him, Gao Qingyue confronted him, her voice laced with fury. "Lin Hao, what are you doing here? This is none of your business. Get lost." With that, Lin Hao forcefully shoved her aside. Caught off guard, she staggered back a few steps and fell to the ground. Gu Jingming's eyes widened in shock, swiftly replaced by anger as he rushed forward to help Gao Qingyue to her feet. His gaze conveyed disdain towards Lin Hao, and bolstered by Zhou Mei's presence, he berated, "Lin Hao, you worthless scoundrel." Before Gu Jingming could finish his tirade, Lin Hao's hand, propelled by a fierce gust, struck Gu Jingming's face with a resounding slap. The force of the slap was so tremendous that it instantly left Gu Jingming's cheeks swollen and red, with a trickle of blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Stunned, Gu Jingming stood frozen in place, his mouth agape, unable to utter a single word as stars danced before his eyes. Lin Hao's expression was as frigid as frost, his cold gaze fixed upon him. "If you dare to speak again, do you believe I will take your life?" Gu Jingming trembled in fear, hastily closing his mouth, a gurgling sound escaping his throat as if something were lodged within. Lin Hao's icy glare then gradually shifted, finally settling on a flamboyantly dressed woman. She wore a form-fitting qipao, her face heavily made up, and a playful smile adorned her lips as she sat, seemingly indifferent to the unfolding drama. Lin Hao's gaze turned sharp as he demanded, "Are you Zhou Mei?" Chapter 58. The unconventional Lin Hao. Zhou Mei's disdainful gaze fell upon Lin Hao, followed by a casual nod. "Oh, young man, do you recognize me?" Lin Hao advanced towards Zhou Mei with heavy steps, his eyes ablaze with fury. He spoke each word with deliberate intensity. "You vandalized my brother's girlfriend's grave and shattered his legs. Today, I shall do the same to you, and then deliver your head to him personally." Zhou Mei chuckled derisively. "Ah, so that boy is your brother. You seek vengeance on his behalf. I fear you lack the capability. I advise you to kneel and apologize. Perhaps I will merely break your legs and spare your wretched life." Lin Hao remained silent, continuing to close the distance between them. Zhou Mei's eyes narrowed into slits, akin to a venomous snake sensing danger. She called out urgently, "Bring forth the men. Break this brat's legs." No sooner had she spoken than a dozen bodyguards surged into the room, encircling Lin Hao. His icy gaze swept over the group like a chilling star, and he coldly inquired, "Did you all partake in the grave vandalism yesterday?" One bodyguard stepped forward with an air of arrogance, as if he had accomplished something monumental. "Indeed, we all participated in the desecration, and I even spilled that little harlot's ashes on the ground and stomped on them. Ha ha, what do you do about it? If Miss Zhou weren't here, I would have urinated on her ashes." Laughter erupted among the other bodyguards. Lin Hao's rage ignited like a barrel of gunpowder, his blood boiling like molten lava coursing through his veins. "Since you all took part in the desecration, none of you shall leave here alive today." With that declaration, he curled his fingers into a fist and lunged toward the bodyguards like an enraged lion, each punch infused with overwhelming wrath. His strikes were as swift as lightning, as fierce as iron nails. With every blow, a bodyguard's chest caved in, and they collapsed lifelessly to the ground. In a relentless barrage of blows, over a dozen bodyguards fell like straw men, their lifeless forms bearing grim expressions. The room rapidly filled with the acrid scent of blood, resembling a hellish nightmare. Gao Qingyue and Gu Jingming were paralyzed with fear, their faces as pale as paper, trembling in each other's embrace. Particularly for Gao Qingyue, the Lin Hao she once knew, who had always been docile, now seemed utterly ferocious. Was this truly the Lin Hao she had known? Though Gu Jingming was equally terrified, a twinge of schadenfreude flickered within him. He thought to himself, "Lin Hao has offended Zhou Mei. He is surely doomed." Zhou Mei's brows furrowed, yet her face betrayed not a hint of fear. Rather, a subtle smile graced her lips. "Ah, young man, I did not anticipate your prowess. You dispatched all my bodyguards in less than a minute." She cast a nonchalant glance at the bodyguards sprawled haphazardly on the floor, her expression betraying no emotion, as if they were merely insignificant ants. Elegantly crossing her legs to reveal her alluring, silk-clad limbs, she spoke slowly. "Do not presume that just because you possess a modicum of skill, you can take my life. I assure you, it is not so simple. Xinshen, come here at once." As her words fell, a Taoist priest hurriedly entered the room. Xinshan wore a complex expression, hesitating as he stammered, "Miss Zhou, I truly do not wish to kill again. Please do not force me. Zhou Mei scoffed coldly. Do you dare defy my orders? Do you still wish to save your daughter? Enough of your prattling. First, break this young man's legs. With a resigned sigh, Xianxun turned slowly to Lin Hao and said, Young man, I do not wish to take your life, but I am compelled to act. My sincerest apologies. As he spoke, he gathered his energy, channeling it into his right palm, which ignited with the intensity of flames, thrusting towards Lin Hao with force. Lin Hao had previously learned from Chun Hui that this priest had not participated in the tomb desecration, and inherently, he was not a malevolent being, so he had no intention of killing him. Thus, he unleashed only 50% of his strength, striking with a single punch. Though this blow was restrained in power, it was nonetheless unstoppable, landing heavily in Xuanzhen's palm. At the moment of impact, Xianxun was overwhelmed by a colossal force that surged towards him like a tidal wave, causing him to stagger back several steps before he finally halted, a trickle of blood escaping the corner of his mouth. Lin Hao coldly declared, Priest, I do not wish to kill you. If you value your life, depart swiftly. Xianxun remained silent, compelled by his paternal instincts to continue fighting despite his injuries. He drew a whisk from his waist, which danced through the air like a sinuous white serpent, aimed at Lin Hao. Lin Hao leapt, evading the whisk while delivering a punch to Xuanzhen's chest. The priest's body traced a graceful arc through the air before crashing heavily to the ground, unconscious. Without hesitation, Lin Hao pivoted to face Zhou Mei, striding towards her. Zhou Mei maintained her composure, a slight smirk curling her lips. I must admit, you are indeed formidable. However, listen closely. I am the woman of Hua Weidong, the heir of the illustrious Hua family in Kyoto. Should you dare to lay a finger on me, not only will you perish, but your family will accompany you to the grave. In the past, uttering her connection to Hua Weidong had caused any would-be aggressors to wither like frostbitten eggplants, begging for mercy. Yet this time, she was mistaken. Lin Hao's face bore no trace of fear. Instead, his gaze darkened ominously. Even if you were the consort of the King of Heaven, today you shall pay a grievous price for your actions. Upon encountering Lin Hao's terrifying stare, Zhou Mei's complexion turned ashen, her earlier composure vanishing. She sprang up from her chair, retreating 2 hurried steps, her voice trembling as she stammered, What? What do you intend to do? Despite her fear, Gao Qingyue perceived this as an opportune moment to curry favor with Zhou Mei. Summoning her courage, she scolded fiercely, Lin Hao, you wretched scoundrel. Apologize to Miss Zhou at once. Perhaps she will show leniency and spare your life. Gu Jingming hastily echoed her sentiment. Lin Hao, if you dare to lay a finger on Miss Zhou, you must consider the dire consequences. Lin Hao replied coldly. If you 2 loathsome creatures do not silence your foul mouths, I shall twist your necks. Trembling in terror, Gao Qingyue and Gu Jingming fell silent, too afraid to utter another word. Lin Hao then advanced menacingly towards Zhou Mei. Terrified, her legs weakened, and she collapsed to the ground, her voice trembling as she pleaded, Please do not kill me. I desecrated your brother's grave, but I am willing to compensate him. I will pay whatever sum he demands. Chapter 59. Shattering limbs without a moment's hesitation, Lin Hao unleashed a swift and relentless assault, striking with both legs like a bolt of lightning. The sound of Zhou Mei's legs fracturing echoed through the room, accompanied by her piercing screams, lingering in the air. Gao Qingyue gasped in horror, her face a mask of panic as she exclaimed, Lin Hao, you know Miss Zhou is Hua Weidong's woman. How dare you break her legs? Gu Jingming, reveling in the chaos, laughed mockingly. Lin Hao, you have done it now. Ho Xiao will not let this slide. Prepare for your demise. Zhou Mei's face contorted in agony, resembling a delicate flower ravaged by a tempest. Sweat cascaded down her body, saturating her attire. Ultimately, the excruciating pain overwhelmed her, causing her to lose consciousness. A staff member from the restaurant, alarmed by the screams, rushed to investigate. Upon witnessing the carnage, she let out a terrified shriek and hastened to report to manager Ma Desui. Lin Hao cast a cold glare at Gao Qingyue and Gu Jingming, his voice icy as he declared, Listen well, you despicable couple. If that fool Hua Weidong shows up, tell him I, Lin Hao, take full responsibility for my actions. If he seeks revenge, let him come for me. With that, he began to drag the unconscious Zhou Mei towards the exit. At that moment, manager Ma Desui, having received a report, stormed in with a team of security personnel, blocking Lin Hao's path. Gao Qingyue rushed forward, gripping Ma Deshui's arm tightly, urgently stating, "Manager Ma, this man has broken Miss Zhou's legs. She is the beloved of the noble Ho family in Kyoto." What? Ma Deshui's mind reeled at the revelation. The thought of Ho Weidong's wrath descending upon him for the assault on his woman filled him with dread. He glanced at Zhou Mei's twisted limbs and furiously pointed at Lin Hao, shouting, "You brat, release her at once." Lin Hao's gaze turned frigid, sharp as a blade piercing through the night, as he coolly replied, "This matter does not concern you. Stay out of it, or be prepared to face the consequences." Ma Desui bellowed, "Security, apprehend this scoundrel." The guard surged towards Lin Hao, but he, with one hand clutching Zhou Mei and the other poised to strike, made quick work of them. In an instant, they lay sprawled on the ground, incapacitated. Had Lin Hao not shown restraint, they would have surely become lifeless corpses. Lin Hao abruptly lifted his head, his gaze like a sword aimed at Ma Desui. "Will you still attempt to impede my way?" Ma Desui felt a lump in his throat, swallowing hard as he stepped back, yielding to Lin Hao's path. With Zhou Mei in tow, Lin Hao departed as if dragging a lifeless creature. Gu Jingming hurriedly grasped Gao Qingyue's hand, urging, "We should leave as well." Trembling with fear, Gao Qingyue stammered, "How could Lin Hao be so ruthless? How dare he break Miss Zhou's legs?" Gu Jingming's lips curled into a sly smile. "Is this not a fortuitous occurrence?" Gao Qingyue, her face etched with confusion, inquired, "Miss Zhou's legs have been shattered. How can this possibly be a good thing? Ponder it carefully." Gu Jingming's eyes narrowed in delight. "Lin Hao has broken Zhou Mei's legs. Do you believe that Ho Weidong will let him off the hook?" Upon hearing this, Gao Qingyue's face instantly blossomed with understanding, and she nodded vigorously. Indeed, Ho Weidong would soon learn of this affair, and Lin Hao would surely meet his demise. Before long, Gao Qingyue and Gu Jingming returned home. Upon their arrival, Gao Shengdong greeted them with a smile that resembled flowers blooming in spring. "Qingyue, you truly possess remarkable abilities. Now, major enterprises and banks have resumed their collaborations with our Gao Group." Wang Milan quickly grasped Gao Qingyue's hand, declaring, "My daughter, of course, is capable." Gao Qingyue humbly replied, "What abilities do I possess? It is all thanks to Jingming. He introduced me to a significant figure, and once that individual spoke, the enterprises and banks in Jiangcheng had no choice but to comply." "Is that so?" Wang Milan again took hold of Gu Jingming's hand, her eyes filled with admiration. "Jingming is indeed talented, far superior to that useless Lin Hao. Now that the crisis facing the Gao family has been averted, I can once more indulge in a life of luxury." Gao Shengdong eagerly inquired, "Qingyue, who is this important person you mentioned?" Gao Qingyue responded, "Her name is Zhou Mei. She is the woman of Ho Weidong, the young master of the prestigious Ho family in Kyoto." Gu Jingming hastily clarified, "She and I were university alumni, which is why I sought her assistance. I never anticipated she would be willing to help." "Ah, I see." Gao Shengdong nodded, praising Gu Jingming. "Jingming, your connections are truly vast. You even know Ho Weidong's woman. Miss Zhou has rendered our Gao family an immense favor, and you must be sure to express your gratitude." A smug smile crept upon Gu Jingming's lips as he remarked, "No need for gratitude. Zhou Mei is likely already dead." "What?" Gao Shengdong and Wang Milan exchanged glances, exclaiming in unison, "How could she be dead?" Gao Qingyue laughed with a hint of schadenfreude. "Zhou Mei's legs were shattered by that useless Lin Hao. She is probably already dead at his hands. Once Ho Weidong learns of this, Lin Hao is as good as finished." "Ha ha!" Wang Milan rejoiced like a child who had just received a coveted sweet, exclaiming, "I have long awaited for that dog Lin Hao to meet his end. Truly, the heavens have eyes." Gao Shengdong concurred. Ho Weidong will undoubtedly tear him to shreds. Meanwhile, Zhou Mei lay discarded before the broken tombstone of Li Xing, her disheveled hair framing her face. Several soldiers carried Chen Hui on a stretcher and brought him before Zhou Mei. As she beheld Chen Hui, her agony from her shattered legs momentarily faded, and she pleaded, tears streaming down her face. "I beg you, spare my life. I realize my mistakes. I am willing to compensate you, any amount you desire." Chun-Hui, however, paid no heed to Zhou Mei's pleas. His gaze fixated on the black-and-white photograph of Li Xiying upon the tombstone, tears cascading down like pearls set free from their string. "Ying, brother, Hao has captured this venomous woman for me. At last, I can avenge you." Lin Hao handed a cleaver to Chun-Hui, then took a step back. Wang Zhongkai furrowed his brow and spoke in a grave tone. "Lin Hao, Chun-Hui, you must reconsider. If you kill Zhou Mei, can you withstand the wrath of the whole family?" Zhou Mei, glancing at the cleaver in Chun-Hui's hand, felt a surge of terror, as if her soul had fled. A stream of urine seeped from her cheek-pao like a bursting river. Trembling, she implored, "Indeed, if you kill me, young Master Huo will not spare you. Release me, and I promise to let bygones be bygones, and I will compensate you with 100 million. What do you say?" Chapter 60. The decapitation of Zhou Mei. Chun-Hui remained silent, his eyes bloodshot as he slowly raised the machete, its edge glinting ominously in the sunlight. Observing this, Wang Zhongkai hurriedly stepped forward, grasping Chun-Hui's taut arm with both hands, his voice tinged with urgency and pleading. "Chun-Hui, think carefully. Impulsiveness is a devil. Once you kill Zhou Mei, there will be no turning back." Lin Hao pulled Wang Zhongkai aside, his tone icy. "Wang Zhongkai, step aside. You may fear the whole family, but I do not. Should anything happen, I will bear the consequences alone." Wang Zhongkai sighed heavily. "Lin Hao, I do not wish to hear your futile words any longer." Lin Hao interrupted coldly. "You have lost the blood of a soldier." Turning his gaze back to Chun-Hui, he urged, "Do it. Eliminate this venomous woman and avenge Ying." At that moment, Zhou Mei was utterly shattered. Her complexion was as pale as parchment, devoid of any color, her body trembling violently. Helplessly, she collapsed to the ground, her eyes filled with despair and entreaty as she trembled. "No. Please, I beg you, grant me a chance to atone. I recognize my mistakes." In this moment, she was filled with profound regret. If given another opportunity, she would never have ordered the desecration of Li Xiying's grave. Alas, there are no remedies for regret in this world. Chun-Hui was oblivious to Zhou Mei's pleas, his mind replaying the image of Ying's grave being vandalized, his heart pierced by countless thorns, an unbearable anguish. "Ying, I shall avenge you now." With a cry, he raised the machete high, and as his arm swung down with ferocity, the air seemed to freeze. In the next moment, Zhou Mei's head soared into the air before plummeting to the ground, blood gushing from her neck, staining her attire and splattering onto Chun-Hui's face, both warm and chilling. Trembling, Chun-Hui lowered his weapon, silent tears cascading down his face, mingling with the blood, creating a haunting tableau. He gazed at the black-and-white photograph of Li Xiying on the nearby tombstone, tears brimming as he murmured, "Ying, did you see? I avenged you." At that moment, Lin Hao approached slowly, gently patting Chun-Hui's trembling shoulder. "Brother, well done. Go home and recuperate. Do not let Ying's spirit worry for you. If the whole family dares to trouble you, I shall eliminate them, one by one." Upon hearing this, Chun-Hui's tears flowed anew. But this time, they were tears of gratitude and relief. "How good. I thank you on behalf of Ying." Lin Hao sighed. "What need is there for thanks? You are my brother. Your affairs are my affairs. It is over." Wang Zhongkai sighed deeply, his face ashen. With Zhou Mei dead, should Huo Weidong pursue the matter, both Lin Hao and Chun-Hui would face dire consequences. Yet the deed was done, irrevocable. Wang Zhongkai's eyes were hollow and resigned as he weakly gestured. "Let us go." Chun-Hui gazed at the photograph of Li Xiying on the tombstone, whispering, "Ying, I am leaving. I shall return to visit you." Lin Hao spoke in a deep voice. "Do not grieve too much. I have done my utmost to collect Ying's ashes, and I will arrange for the restoration of her grave." Chun-Hui refrained from further conversation, slowly turning his head without uttering words of gratitude. Subsequently, he was carried away on a stretcher by the soldiers, heading down the mountain. Wang Zhongkai, with trembling fingers, dialed Chun-Tai's number. "Old Chief, Zhou Mei has been killed." On the other end of the line, A heavy and prolonged sigh escaped Chun Tai. He had anticipated this outcome. With Lin Hao's unwavering resolve to protect his brothers, he would not let Zhou Mei go unpunished. After all, Lin Hao had once defied orders and crossed borders to avenge his fallen comrades, paying dearly with his military discharge. I understand. Wang Zhongkai hesitated momentarily, but could not restrain his inquiry. What shall we do now? Chun Tai sighed again. What can we do? I must visit the whole family and endeavor to persuade them to show mercy, to spare Lin Hao and Chen Hui. In Kyoto, at the Ho residence, Huo Weidong reclined lazily on a sunbed by the pool, his corpulent form resembling a small mountain, nearly crushing the deck chair beneath him, which creaked under the strain. Despite his unattractive appearance, his status as a young master of the Huo family, endowed with power and wealth, rendered his physical shortcomings insignificant in the eyes of many. Surrounding him were a bevy of beautiful women clad in vibrant swimsuits, akin to the most splendid blossoms of summer, vying for his attention. Some expertly massaged his back. Others gently kneaded his thick calves, while a few were feeding him fruit mouth to mouth. At that moment, a subordinate named Qiuxing rushed over. Young master, it's terrible. News from Jiangcheng. Zhou Mei has been murdered. All her bodyguards perished alongside her, and the only survivor is Xianchun, who is gravely injured. Upon hearing this, Huo Weidong erupted like an enraged lion, springing from his sunbed and forcefully pushing a nearby beauty to the ground. His flesh quivered with rage, his face flushed, and his eyes wide with fury. Who dares to kill my woman? Qiuxing stammered in response. It was several soldiers from the Jiangcheng military district. It is said that Zhou Mei disturbed the grave of a soldier's beloved, which led to this calamity. They were brutal, decapitating her. As Qiuxing finished speaking, Huo Weidong was beside himself with rage, his face turning crimson, veins bulging on his forehead. Damn it! Even if Zhou Mei erred, she was still mine. No one else has the right to punish her. I care not if it was the emperor or a lowly thug. They shall pay dearly for their actions, with their lives. Qiuxing, you must immediately head to Jiangcheng and find out who killed Zhou Mei. Yes. Qiuxing nodded and promptly departed. Huo Weidong lightly clapped his hands. As soon as the words left his lips, a fierce wind surged forth, and 12 formidable men descended from the heavens, landing before Huo Weidong. Upon their arrival, the ground cracked beneath them. These 12 individuals were once esteemed martial arts masters from a prominent sect, but due to their transgressions, they were cast out and later aligned themselves with the Huo family, becoming Huo Weidong's personal bodyguards. He bestowed upon them the name 12 Azure Wolves. One of them inquired, "Young master, what are your orders?" Huo Weidong replied coldly, "Accompany me to Jiang City. I require assistance in eliminating a target." "Understood, young master." The 12 Azure Wolves responded in unison. Chapter 61. The foolish idea of Gao Qingyue. At that moment, a servant hurriedly approached. "Young master, Commander Chun Tai of the War Department requests an audience." A disdainful smile curled on Huo Weidong's lips. The old man, Chen, was undoubtedly here to plead for something. "Let him in," he ordered. "Yes." The servant nodded and swiftly departed. Shortly thereafter, Chun Tai entered with a grave expression. "Hua Xiao, Hua Commander." Huo Weidong interjected without mercy. "I'm already aware that the soldiers from the Jiangcheng military district killed Zhou Mei. If you have come to share tea, I would welcome it. However, if you are here to plead for them, I must ask you to refrain. I must inform you that my grandfather has been bedridden these past few days, so do not disturb him." Chun Tai let out a deep sigh. "Hua Xiao, for the sake of their past sacrifices for the country, I implore you to show mercy and spare them. This has nothing to do with me." Huo Weidong leisurely lit a cigar, then spoke with deliberate calmness. "The life of my woman can only be repaid with a life. There is no room for negotiation on this matter. Commander Chun, it would be wise for you to refrain from meddling. Otherwise, a single word from me could revoke your position as commander of the War Department. Enough. I have no time to waste with you. I am heading to Jiangcheng to avenge Zhou Mei." With that, he donned his attire with haste and departed with the 12 Songlong, leaving Chun Tai standing there in stunned silence. Alas, Chun Tai sighed deeply. "Lin Hao, you are far too impulsive. I can no longer save you." Huo Weidong and the 12 Songlong took the evening flight and arrived in Jiangcheng around 9 o'clock. lodging at the Longting Grand Hotel. Qiusheng entered. Young master, I have identified the perpetrators of Zhou Mei's murder. One is Chun Hui, the vice commander of the Jiangsheng military district. His leg was broken by Zhou Mei, and he is currently recuperating in the military hospital. The other is Lin Hao, the former Wolf King of Langyue, who now resides in Villeneuve. Two of Yiping in Tangqing. Upon hearing this, a smirk of contempt appeared on Huo Weidong's face. I care not whether he is a wolf king or a dog king. They all must die. At that moment, a bodyguard entered. Young master, there are two individuals outside requesting to see you. They claim to be friends of Zhou Mei and have important matters to discuss. Huo Weidong's brow furrowed as he commanded with authority, "Let them in." Yes. The bodyguard turned and left. Soon, Gao Qingyue and Gu Jingming entered, visibly apprehensive. They hurriedly greeted young Master Hua. Huo Weidong appeared to ignore them entirely, producing a cigar. Observing this, Qiusheng quickly stepped forward to light it for him. Taking a puff, Huo Weidong casually inquired, "Who are you? And what important matter do you wish to discuss with me?" Gu Jingming, with a face full of flattery, smiled, "Young Master Hua, I was a university classmate of Miss Zhou. I was present when her leg was broken. It was truly a sight too tragic to bear. You must surely avenge her." Huo Weidong's expression darkened, and he coldly replied, "You seek me out for this reason alone? Of course, there are other significant matters to discuss." In a hurried and exaggerated manner, Gao Qingyue exclaimed, "Mr. Hua, the one who broke Miss Zhou's leg is Lin Hao. At that time, we informed him that Miss Zhou is your woman, yet he arrogantly proclaimed that if you dared to seek vengeance, he would similarly shatter your legs and snap your neck." Huo Weidong, upon hearing this, laughed with fury. "He certainly has quite the audacity. I shall relish the opportunity to witness how he intends to break my legs or twist my neck." Gao Qingyue continued to embellish the tale, "Mr. Hua, Lin Hao feels emboldened to disregard you because he has the backing of Tang Yongnian, the wealthiest man in Jiangsheng. As Lin Hao is nothing more than the toy boy of Tang Yongnian's daughter, Tang Ruoxue." "Tang Zhongnian?" Huo Weidong scoffed, as if hearing the grandest of jokes. "In my eyes, Tang Yongnian is but a trivial ant." Understanding Huo Weidong's penchant for carnal pleasures, Gao Qingyue flatteringly suggested, "Mr. Hua, should Lin Hao meet his demise, you could easily have Tang Ruoxue take Miss Zhou's place, for Tang Ruoxue is indeed the most beautiful woman in Jiangsheng. If you were to seduce Lin Hao's woman, it would inflict upon him far greater anguish than death itself." Qiusheng, standing nearby, concurred, "Young master, Tang Yongnian does indeed have a daughter named Tang Ruoxue, and she is exceptionally beautiful." Huo Weidong chuckled, his flesh quivering with mirth. "The most beautiful woman in Jiangsheng. I can hardly wait to lay eyes upon her." Qiusheng, "Immediately take some men to the Tang residence and bring Tang Ruoxue here." "Yes." Qiusheng nodded, promptly departing with 2 of the 12 songlong. Approximately 10 minutes later, they arrived at the Tang family's villa at EP No. 1 in Jiangsheng. Qiusheng stepped forward and pressed the doorbell. Soon, a servant approached, inquiring, "May I ask what brings you here?" Qiusheng replied nonchalantly, "Inform Tang Yongnian that someone from the Hua family of Kyoto seeks an audience." The servant, evidently familiar with the Hua family of Kyoto, displayed surprise and hastily responded, "Please wait a moment. I shall report to my master immediately." Upon entering the living room, the servant announced, "Master, there are several individuals at the door claiming to be from the Hua family of Kyoto, seeking to meet you." Tang Yongnian's expression shifted dramatically as he murmured, "What could the Hua family want from me?" Beside him, Tang Sheng speculated, "Could it be related to Zhou Mei? Who knows?" Tang Yongnian shook his head and instructed the servant, "Quickly invite them in." "Yes." The servant turned and departed. Before long, Qiusheng, exuding pride, entered the living room with 2 songlong by his side. Tang Yongnian hastened to greet them. "May I ask how to address you, sir?" Qiusheng's lips curled into a faint smile. "I am merely a servant at the side of young Master Hua. There is no need for such formality, Mr. Tang. I am here today because my young master wishes to become acquainted with your esteemed daughter and has requested that I invite her to the hotel for a meeting over drinks." Tang Yongnian's countenance turned as pale as a ghost upon hearing this. He was well aware of Huo Weidong's notorious lechery. To send his daughter to a hotel was akin to delivering her into the jaws of a wolf. Struggling to maintain his composure, he forced a smile. My daughter does not drink, and she has already gone to bed. She can learn to drink, and if she is asleep, simply rouse her. Xiao Sheng chuckled coldly. Tang Yongyan, you must contemplate the gravity of your refusal to Master Hua. Naturally, Tang Yongyan could not consign his daughter to the clutches of the lecherous Hua Weidong, and thus he replied, I'm sorry. Please return and inform Master Hua that my daughter. Before Tang Yongyan could complete his sentence, Xiao Sheng seized his collar. Do you dare to refuse? In a moment of urgency, Tang Sheng shouted, call for help. No sooner had he spoken than over 10 bodyguards from the Tang family surged into the living room. 2 of the fierce wolves displayed a ruthless smirk, and in an instant, they lunged forward with lightning speed, swiftly snapping the necks of the bodyguards. Xiao Sheng released Tang Yongyan's collar, remarking, your bodyguards are utterly pathetic. He then threatened, the women chosen by my young master have never managed to escape from his grasp. If he has set his sights on your daughter, it is indeed her fortune. Should you refuse to hand her over, I will kill you, and I can just as easily take her with me. Chapter 62. The Game of Cat and Mouse. Tang Yongyan shook his head, his tone resolute. Even if I perish, I shall never surrender my daughter to you. A sinister smile curled upon Xiao Sheng's lips as he advanced with sudden ferocity, seizing Tang Yongyan by the throat and effortlessly lifting him off the ground. Tang Yongyan's legs flailed helplessly in the air, his eyes wide with a desperate yearning for survival. In mere moments, his complexion shifted from pale to a deep shade of purple, his breathing becoming labored and rapid. Gazing coldly at the struggling Tang Yongyan, Xiao Sheng remarked, do you truly believe this will safeguard your daughter? Humph, I shall send you to your demise first, then leisurely seek out your precious child. At that moment, Tang Sheng rushed forward, gripping Xiao Sheng's arm tightly, his voice hoarse with desperation. Release my master, you beast! Old fool, are you tired of living? Xiao Sheng roared, violently flinging Tang Sheng several meters away, who landed heavily on the ground. Tang Sheng lay weakly on the ground, pleading, Let go my master. Just then, Tang Ruoxue emerged from the room, her eyes filled with terror and anxiety. Please, do not kill my father. Hearing her voice, Xiao Sheng looked up to see Tang Ruoxue, and a wicked grin spread across his face. Miss Tang, I could spare your father's life, provided you accompany me and serve my young master diligently. Otherwise, your father's life will be forfeit. At his words, Tang Ruoxue trembled involuntarily, tears welling in her eyes. Yet she fought to keep them from falling. Drawing a deep breath, she seemed to be making the most difficult decision of her life. Finally, she nodded slowly, her voice trembling as she said, as long as you release my father, I will go with you. Uttering those words drained her of all strength, leaving her pale as a sheet, her gaze filled with despair. Xiao Sheng chuckled as he loosened his grip on Tang Yongyan's throat. It appears Miss Tang understands the situation well. Tang Yongyan shouted, Ruoxue, even if I must die, I cannot allow you to go with them. You must flee. Xiao Sheng, with a faintly amused smile, replied, I trust that Miss Tang is a dutiful daughter who would never abandon her father in a moment of peril. Descending the staircase, Tang Ruoxue's face was ashen, her eyes reflecting a whirlwind of complex emotions. I will go with you, but you must keep your word and not harm my father. Xiao Sheng nodded, assuring, rest assured, Miss Tang, as long as you accompany me, I shall not lay a finger on your father. He gestured elegantly, inviting her to proceed. Ruoxue, Tang Yongyan's heart raced as he attempted to rush forward, only to be firmly restrained by 2 fierce members of the Congluang. Tang Ruoxue glanced back at her father, a flicker of complex emotions crossing her face before she turned to leave. Xiao Sheng signaled to the 2 Congluang members, who then released their grip on Tang Yongyan's arms, following him as they departed. As Ruoxue, Tang Yongyan was consumed by anxiety, racing towards the exit, only to be restrained by Tang Sheng beside him. Master, please remain calm. Tang Sheng's eyes brimmed with helplessness and concern. Even if you catch up now, you cannot save the young lady. Tang Yongyan's eyes instantly turned crimson, his voice hoarse with fury and despair. Let go of me. I would rather risk my life than stand idly by as Ruoxue is defiled by that beast. We'll wait on. Tang Sheng hastily interjected. Master, Listen to me. The only one who can save the young lady now is Mr. Lin. We must find him quickly. At this reminder, Tang Yongyan abruptly lifted his head. Yes, we must hurry to find Mr. Lin. He is our only hope. Without delay, the two hastened to the front of Villa No. 2, ringing the doorbell. Yet after a prolonged wait, no one answered. It's over. Mr. Lin is not here. Tang Yongyan's complexion turned as pale as a sheet, his eyes losing focus as if the entire world had collapsed around him. He collapsed helplessly to the ground. What shall we do? Tang Sheng quickly urged, Master. Do not panic. I have Mr. Lin's phone number. I will call him right now. He swiftly retrieved his phone from his pocket and dialed Lin Hao's number. Although the call connected, there was no answer. Soon, Tang Ruoxue was taken to a hotel room. Huo Weidong's gaze roamed over her without restraint, gliding from her delicate features to fixate upon her elegantly clad legs. Truly exquisite. Huo Weidong's voice was deep and raspy, tinged with barely contained excitement, as if he had discovered the most precious treasure in the world. Upon seeing you, the women around me instantly pale in comparison. He gestured, and with an unspoken understanding, Qiusheng and the others discreetly exited the room, the door closing with a soft click. Tang Ruoxue's heart constricted, as though gripped by an invisible hand, her breath quickening. Instinctively, she took a step back, her back pressed against the cold wall, her eyes filled with panic and helplessness. Huo Weidong was in no hurry. After all, a plump piece of meat by the roadside would not sprout wings and fly away. He slowly retrieved a fine cigar from an exquisite box, gently snipping the tip before lighting it and inhaling deeply, the ascending smoke embodying a sense of arrogant superiority. What are you afraid of? I am not a man-eating tiger. He beckoned to Tang Ruoxue. Come here, sit beside me. Let me admire your delicate features up close. Tang Ruoxue's heart raced as if it might leap from her chest. Desperately shaking her head, her long hair fell into disarray, her face a tapestry of tension and fear, her beautiful eyes brimming with tears. Seeing her distress, Huo Weidong's lips curled into a playful smile. He turned to pour a glass of red wine, gently swirling the liquid. I see you are too tense. Come, have a drink and relax. Young Master Huo, I do not drink. Tang Ruoxue's voice carried a hint of desperation as she clasped her hands tightly together, her nails nearly embedding into her palms. I beg you, please let me go. Let you go? Huo Weidong responded with a booming laugh. To release such a rare beauty would be a travesty. With that, he advanced towards Tang Ruoxue. Feeling an overwhelming sense of panic, she quickly darted to the side. Please, don't come any closer. Huo Weidong extinguished his cigar in the ashtray, a gleeful smile spreading across his face. How I relish the game of cat and mouse. Be careful, for I am coming to catch you. With that, he lunged towards Tang Ruoxue. Chapter 63. The innocent Tang Ruoxue, upon seeing Huo Weidong lunging towards her, Tang Ruoxue's heart sank, and she swiftly turned to flee towards the door. Grasping the doorknob tightly, she twisted it with all her might, yet the door remained obstinately shut. Meanwhile, a sly smile crept upon Huo Weidong's lips as he leisurely advanced towards her, tauntingly declaring, You cannot open the door, so do not waste your energy. Tang Ruoxue, in a state of panic, felt cold sweat bead upon her forehead. As Huo Weidong stretched his arms closer, she suddenly ducked down and, like a nimble rabbit, darted beneath his outstretched arms. What fun! Now, this is interesting. Huo Weidong's laughter rang out, unabated by her escape. He seemed utterly captivated by this game of cat and mouse. Just as his laughter faded, he lunged at her once more. Tang Ruoxue's face blanched in terror, and she dashed behind the coffee table, her expression one of sheer fright as she trembled, exclaiming, Why you? Don't come any closer. Don't run. Why are you running? Huo Weidong halted, his grin growing ever brighter. Miss Tang, do not be afraid. I shall treat you well. Tears streamed down Tang Ruoxue's face as she pleaded, Huo Xiao, I beg you to let me go. Yet, her entreaties fell on deaf ears as Huo Weidong, ignoring her cries, pursued her around the coffee table. Tang Ruoxue had no choice but to run desperately, while Huo Weidong pursued her relentlessly, his laughter echoing in the room. Due to his considerable girth, Huo Weidong soon found himself out of breath, perspiration pouring down his face. After a few laps, he had to stop, collapsing onto the sofa to catch his breath. Tang Ruoxue stood opposite him, her eyes wary. After a short while, once Hu Weidong had regained a modicum of energy, he leapt onto the coffee table. "Miss Tang, let us see where you can run this time," he proclaimed triumphantly. Tang Ruoxue was taken aback and quickly turned to escape, only to have Hu Weidong seize her by her long hair. "This time you cannot escape." In a moment of inspiration, Tang Ruoxue raised her foot and brought the heel of her stiletto down forcefully upon Hu Weidong's shoe. He yelped, grimacing in pain as his facial muscles contorted from the sharp agony. Seizing her chance, Tang Ruoxue pushed him away and dashed to the corner of the room, her gaze fixed on him, fearful of another charge. After a while, Hu Weidong's pain began to subside. He ceased his pursuit of Tang Ruoxue and slumped back onto the sofa, gasping for breath. Once he had somewhat calmed his nerves, he retrieved a small blue pill from his coat pocket, discreetly dropping it into a glass of red wine. Gently swirling the glass, he watched as the pill dissolved swiftly. With a smile, he addressed Tang Ruoxue, saying, "Miss Tang, I truly lack the energy to continue this chase. How about this? If you do me the favor of drinking this glass of red wine, I shall let you return home." Tang Ruoxue's eyes sparkled with anticipation as she eagerly inquired, "Is what you said truly the case?" Hu Weidong, wearing a grave expression, replied, "What are you saying? As a distinguished heir of the Ho family, how could I deceive you? I assure you, once you consume this glass of wine, I shall promptly open the door and allow you to leave." With that, he gently placed the glass of wine upon a coffee table. Simple-minded Tang Ruoxue, her only thought being to return home swiftly, did not dwell on Hu Weidong's words. Cautiously, she approached, lifted the glass of red wine, and without hesitation, drained it in one gulp. After finishing the wine, she set the glass down and, with a sigh of relief, addressed Hu Weidong, "Young Master Ho, I have fulfilled your request and finished the wine. May I now return home?" However, as soon as her words faded, Hu Weidong burst into laughter. "Miss Tang, you're truly na-vi. You genuinely believe my words?" He guffawed, doubling over with mirth. Tang Ruoxue was momentarily taken aback, staring at him in disbelief. You're not keeping your word?" "Indeed, Weidong unabashedly confessed. That is precisely who I am. My words are never to be taken at face value. To be frank, I have laced that glass of red wine, and the effects will manifest swiftly. Even if I were to let you leave now, I doubt you would wish to depart." Upon hearing this, Tang Ruoxue's face turned pale as a sheet, her eyes wide with fury as she exclaimed, "You despicable scoundrel." She hastily attempted to induce vomiting, desperate to expel the wine she had just ingested. Yet, the effects of the drug took hold rapidly. She felt her body turn limp, collapsing onto the floor. Her cheeks burned as if scorched by fire, her heart racing uncontrollably. Moreover, unspeakable images surged through her mind like a tidal wave, overwhelming her defenses. Tang Ruoxue's consciousness began to wane, her body trembling involuntarily. Meanwhile, Hu Weidong remained unperturbed, waiting for the full effects of the drug to take hold before making his move. For at that moment, not only would Tang Ruoxue be incapable of resistance, but she would also become quite willing. He poured himself another glass of red wine, gently swirling it, a satisfied smile playing on his lips as he leisurely took a sip. Simultaneously, Lin Hao had just returned from the Jiangsheng military district. From a distance, he noticed Tang Yongnian and Tang Sheng pacing anxiously at the entrance. Upon seeing Lin Hao, Tang Yongnian rushed forward, gripping Lin Hao's hand tightly, desperation etched on his face. "Mr. Lin, I implore you, save Ruoxue." A sudden tightness gripped Lin Hao's heart, an ominous premonition washing over him. He quickly inquired, "What has happened to Ruoxue?" With a voice tinged with sorrow, Tang Yongnian replied in a hurried tone, "She has been captured by Hu Weidong's men. That Hu Weidong is notoriously known as a notorious womanizer, and I am genuinely concerned for Ruoxue." Upon hearing this, Lin Hao's face displayed a look of astonishment. He had not anticipated that Hu Weidong would arrive in Jiangsheng so swiftly, and that he would be the first to target Tang Ruoxue. His voice trembled slightly as he urgently inquired, "Do you know where Ruoxue has been taken?" Standing nearby, Tang Sheng promptly replied. It seems she is at the Longting Grand Hotel. Lin Hao was acutely aware of the urgency of the situation and could not afford any delays. He extended his hand and urgently said to Tang Yongyan, "Quickly, hand me the car keys." Tang Yongyan, not daring to hesitate, swiftly placed the car keys into Lin Hao's hand. Lin Hao took the keys and, like an arrow, dashed towards the Cullinan parked not far away. He flung open the car door, nimbly seated himself in the driver's seat, and swiftly started the engine. The vehicle surged forward like a wild stallion, racing towards the Longting Grand Hotel. Chapter 64. Lack of sincerity at this moment. The effects of the drug ravaged through Tang Ruoshua's body, gradually eroding her rationality and clouding her consciousness. Huo Weidong set down his glass and approached her directly. He knelt before Tang Ruoshua, his eyes gleaming with greed and desire. Gently cupping her face, he marveled at her beauty, truly a rare gem, with skin as fair as snow and features as exquisite as a painting. How had he not known that such a stunning girl existed in the world? Moments later, Huo Weidong released her face and tore away the stockings from her legs. Bringing the fabric to his nose, he inhaled deeply, a look of near-obsessive ecstasy washing over his countenance. Meanwhile, Tang Ruoshua's consciousness had completely succumbed to chaos. When she looked up again, Huo Weidong's lascivious visage was suddenly replaced by another, Lin Hao's handsome and resolute face. Unconsciously, she reached out, her fingertips lightly grazing Lin Hao's cheek. The sensation was both tangible and ethereal, stirring within her an indescribable flutter. Huo Weidong gently removed her hand from his face, his gaze sparkling with amusement and arrogance. A wicked smile crept across his lips as he taunted. "I know you need it desperately, but you must plead for it." Tang Ruoshua's gaze was fervently fixed on Lin Hao's face, her eyes brimming with longing. "Please, give it to me." Huo Weidong, however, stood up and returned to the sofa, his eyes filled with mockery. "Not sincere enough, Tang Ruoshua. Crawl over here and kneel before me. Let me see your earnestness." Her mind was a blank slate. Reason and dignity had long since crumbled under the influence of the drug. With trembling hands, she pushed herself up, her knees bending as she painstakingly crawled forward. Summoning the last of her strength, she finally reached Huo Weidong's feet, but was too weak to kneel. "Please, give it to me. I am willing to give everything." Yet Huo Weidong merely shook his head, his smile widening. "No, because you are still not sincere enough." Tang Ruoshua's heart burned with overwhelming desire, but each time she implored Huo Weidong, he always insisted she lacked sincerity. This only intensified her longing. Meanwhile, a Cullinan sped towards the hotel, coming to a halt at the entrance. The door swung open, and Lin Hao leapt from the car, dashing towards the lobby without a moment's hesitation. The security guards at the entrance swiftly intervened, politely but firmly stating, "Sir, we apologize, but according to hotel policy, parking in this area is strictly prohibited to avoid obstructing other guests. If you have an urgent matter, you may hand me your keys, and I will assist you with parking." "Get out of the way," Lin Hao shouted, urgency propelling him to rescue Tang Ruoshua, as he forcefully brushed aside the guard's robust arm. Observing this, several staff members at the front desk quickly moved in, forming a second line of defense. "Sir, please remain calm. Parking is indeed prohibited here. Your actions will obstruct the passage for other guests." Lin Hao firmly grasped the shoulder of a front desk attendant. "Which room is Huo Weidong in?" The attendant, caught in the fierce gaze of Lin Hao, turned pale as a sheet, her lips trembling slightly. I don't know." Just then, a rapid and heavy sound of footsteps echoed. Hotel manager Li Pengfei, accompanied by a squad of uniformed security personnel wielding rubber batons, rushed toward them. Li Pengfei shouted, "Quick, apprehend this troublemaker." Instantly, the security guards raised their batons and charged at Lin Hao. However, Lin Hao's agility surpassed all expectations. He darted like a phantom among the guards, each strike precise and powerful, rendering the trained security personnel utterly defenseless. The rubber batons arced through the air, ultimately crashing to the floor with a dull thud, accompanied by the sight of guards collapsing around him. Lin Hao stepped forward, gripping Li Pengfei by the neck. "Take me to Huo Weidong, or I shall snap your neck." Li Pengfei's face flushed crimson, his eyes bulging as he struggled to breathe. Despite his attempts to break free, Lin Hao's grip was as unyielding as steel. Under the threat of death, he could only nod vigorously and point towards the elevator. With a firm hold on Li Pengfei's neck, Lin Hao strode towards the elevator. Li Pengfei writhed in discomfort, his legs flailing helplessly against the ground. As the elevator doors opened slowly, Lin Hao ruthlessly dragged Li Pengfei inside. Moments later, the elevator doors opened again, revealing the 66th floor, home to Hu Weidong's presidential suite, marked by a long corridor adorned with a soft red carpet. As they exited the elevator, Li Pengfei, trembling, pointed towards the closed door of the suite across the hall. Lin Hao shoved him hard, sending Li Pengfei sprawling to the floor before striding directly towards the presidential suite. At that moment, Qiu Sheng emerged from the shadows, standing defiantly before Lin Hao. "Who are you?" Lin Hao's gaze was piercing as he replied coldly, "I am here to see Hu Weidong." Qiu Sheng's brow furrowed slightly, a flicker of displeasure crossing his eyes. "Is Hua Xiao's name one you can utter so casually?" Lin Hao, unwilling to waste time, delivered a swift kick. His foot struck Qiu Sheng's abdomen with force, sending him hurtling backward, crashing heavily against the wall. In that instant, time seemed to freeze. Qiu Sheng resembled a painting torn from its frame, slowly sliding down the wall to the ground, clutching his abdomen in agony as he retched painfully. At that moment, 12 figures appeared silently on either side of Lin Hao, like phantoms emerging from the shadows. Lin Hao's pupils narrowed slightly as he distinctly sensed the chilling aura emanating from the 12 individuals before him. This was a unique essence that could only be honed through prolonged immersion in bloodshed and death. One of them stepped forward slowly, inquiring, "Who are you?" Lin Hao coldly replied, "I am the one who killed Zhou Mei. Isn't Hu Weidong looking to eliminate me? Here I am. Have him come out." Upon hearing this, a faint smile surfaced on the faces of the 12 wolves. "So you are the Wolf King," exclaimed a burly man who took a sudden step forward. "I have heard that the Wolf King has never encountered a true adversary. Today, I shall personally verify whether you are truly as formidable as the rumors suggest." As soon as the words left his lips, he vanished in an instant, akin to a specter, leaving behind only a faint afterimage. When he reappeared, he stood directly before Lin Hao, his speed astonishing. In the next moment, his fist surged forth like a cannonball, imbued with devastating power, aimed squarely at Lin Hao's face. Chapter 65. Witness your fate. Lin Hao, eager to conclude matters swiftly, unleashed a formidable punch. Bang! The collision of their fists resonated like a meteor striking the earth, producing a deafening thud. The next instant, a member of the Wolf clan emitted a heart-wrenching scream, his fist transformed into a mass of pulp, while the sleeve of his right arm shattered into countless fragments, dancing in the air. The muscles of his entire arm contorted grotesquely, resembling twisted dough. Before the other 11 members of the Wolf clan could comprehend the situation, Lin Hao's fist shot out with lightning speed, fierce and unrelenting. With each strike, a member of the Wolf clan was sent flying, howling in agony, collapsing to the ground like a lifeless dog, their fates uncertain. In the hotel room, Hu Weidong, though aware of the commotion outside, dismissed it, confident in the prowess of the 12 Wolf clan members. With them guarding the perimeter, he believed no one could disrupt his plans. He placed Tang Ruoxue on the bed, hurriedly shedding his shirt while muttering, "Miss Tang, I apologize for keeping you waiting. I shall attend to you now, ensuring exemplary service." With that, he began to remove his trousers. Bang! At that moment, the hotel door crashed down with a thunderous noise. Hu Weidong, startled, trembled with rage, and turned to bellow, "What is happening?" Lin Hao, his expression dark, strode in with clenched fists. Upon seeing Tang Ruoxue fully clothed, a heavy weight lifted from his heart. Hu Weidong's eyes widened as he scrutinized Lin Hao, exclaiming, "Who are you?" Lin Hao replied coldly, "I am the one who killed Zhou Mei. You sought vengeance, and now I have come to you." "You?" Hu Weidong shouted hoarsely, "12 Wolf clan, come protect me." "Cease your cries," Lin Hao retorted, "they have already been dealt with." Hu Weidong's complexion drained of color, instinctively retreating a step. "What do you intend to do?" Lin Hao approached him deliberately. "I killed Zhou Mei. and you sought to avenge her. But why did you target Tang Ruoxue? Cold sweat trickled down Huo Weidong's forehead as he stammered. Do you understand the consequences of laying a finger on me, boy? Lin Hao replied nonchalantly, I do not. Nor do I wish to. With that, he seized the quivering flesh on Huo Weidong's chest, raising his fist high. Huo Weidong's heart raced, and he hastily said, As long as you spare my life, I can divulge something of great importance. Lin Hao lowered his fist, responding icily, Very well. If it is indeed significant, I shall refrain from killing you. Huo Weidong, feeling as if he had been granted reprieve, quickly said, It is Gao Qingyue and Gu Jingming who claim you are Tang Ruoxue's kept man, and that Tang Ruoxue is the most beautiful woman in Jiangxing. They urged me to capture her for amusement, asserting that such an act would be more cruel than killing you outright. Lin Hao's eyes gleamed with a chilling light. It was evident that this ill-fated scheme originated from that pair of scoundrels. Huo Weidong forced a smile, saying, I have already told you, you promised not to kill me. Can I go now? Lin Hao did not respond to his inquiry, but leisurely remarked, Take off your underwear as well. Huo Weidong looked at Lin Hao with a face full of skepticism, utterly baffled as to why Lin Hao would demand he remove his underwear. After all, he was a man. Did this fellow before him have an inclination towards men? Lin Hao barked sharply like thunder erupting, Hurry up and strip. Huo Weidong trembled in fear, too terrified to hesitate further, and clumsily removed his underwear. Brother, this is all in good fun, but you must never speak of it. How could I face anyone again? Upon hearing this, Lin Hao pondered for a moment, and then slapped Huo Weidong on the head. You foolish pig, what do you take me for? Huo Weidong, bewildered, stammered. Then, why did you ask me to take off my underwear? Lin Hao did not answer his question, but rather teased, You foolish pig. I did indeed promise not to kill you, but whether you live or die depends on your fortune. Huo Weidong, filled with dread, trembled as he asked, What do you mean by that? Lin Hao coldly replied, I might throw you out of the window. If you survive, you can consider yourself fortunate. Huo Weidong was drenched in cold sweat, but I am the young master of the Wolf family. Lin Hao interrupted, Instead of wasting time talking, you should pray that the king of hell doesn't come for you. With that, Lin Hao effortlessly broke the window's security bars and tossed Huo Weidong out. Fortune smiled upon Huo Weidong as he fortuitously landed on the awning of a nearby supermarket, which cushioned his fall and spared him from death. Although he survived, he injured his leg. However, lacking any clothing, he resembled a hairless pig, rapidly drawing the gaze of numerous onlookers. Feeling the weight of their stares, Huo Weidong was consumed by a mixture of shame and fury. His face flushed red as he shouted, What are you staring at? Never seen a man before? A kind-hearted individual, witnessing the scene, hurriedly fetched a burlap sack for him to use as a makeshift garment. Huo Weidong quickly draped the sack over his body and hobbled away, seething with rage. If word of this incident spread, it would bring disgrace upon the Huo family, and his father would undoubtedly break his legs. Meanwhile, Lin Hao sat on the bed and gently shook Tang Ruoxue, softly inquiring, Miss Tang, are you all right? Tang Ruoxue slowly opened her hazy eyes and embraced Lin Hao, playfully complaining, Mr. Lin, I feel so hot. Lin Hao, furrowing his brow in confusion, replied, But the air conditioning is on. How can it be hot? He quickly reached out to touch her forehead, finding it burning. Miss Tang, you have a fever? Tang Ruoxue said nothing and instead clung to him tighter, showering kisses upon his face. Lin Hao was taken aback, hastily pushing her away. Miss Tang, what are you doing? However, Tang Ruoxue embraced Lin Hao once more and pressed her lips against his. Even if Lin Hao were to be considered naive, he could discern that Tang Ruoxue had undoubtedly been drugged. Although he did not pride himself on being a paragon of virtue, he was certainly not the type to exploit another's vulnerability. Thus, he forcefully pushed Tang Ruoxue's head away, declaring, Miss Tang, I shall escort you home. Yet, the effects of a drug had reached their zenith, and she had completely lost her reason. In that moment, she resembled a frenzied beast, overpowering Lin Hao with relentless fervor. His heart raced and his breath quickened, for he too was a man of flesh and blood, faced with such temptation. Even a figure as virtuous as Tang Sung would find it difficult to withstand the trial. Chapter 66. Tang Yonyan's thoughts, just as Lin Hao's reason was on the verge of collapse, he suddenly realized that he had kicked the door open. and it would be inappropriate to engage in such activities with the door ajar. Taking a deep breath, he suppressed his desires and gently pushed away the tightly clinging Tang Ruoxue. At that moment, Tang Yongyan and Tang Sheng happened to arrive. Lin Hao secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Had he succumbed to his impulses with Tang Ruoxue, being caught by Tang Yongyan and Tang Sheng would have been utterly embarrassing. Mr. Lin, is Ruoxue? Is she all right? Tang Yongyan's voice trembled slightly, his face etched with worry. Lin Hao offered an awkward smile and quickly reassured him. Rest assured, Chairman Tang, I arrived just in time. Ruoxue is fine. Upon hearing this, Tang Yongyan's anxious heart finally settled. He wasted no time in rushing alongside Tang Sheng to check on Tang Ruoxue. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Hao dashed into the restroom, turned on the tap, and splashed cold water on his face, extinguishing the fire that had ignited within him. In the room, Tang Ruoxue remained in a dazed state, mistakenly identifying Tang Yongyan as Lin Hao. Her delicate arms instinctively reached out, wrapping tightly around her father's neck, her voice laced with a hint of desperation. Mr. Lin, please. I can't bear it any longer. Tang Yongyan, taken aback, was filled with confusion and concern. Mr. Lin, what is wrong with Ruoxue? Lin Hao emerged from the restroom, his face still flushed with embarrassment. She was drugged by Huo Weidong, which is why she's in this state. You must take her to the hospital quickly for the doctors to administer an antidote. Tang Yongyan grasped Lin Hao's hand, his voice trembling with gratitude. Thank you, Mr. Lin. Had it not been for you, I shudder to think of the consequences. But what of Huo Weidong? Lin Hao's eyes turned cold as he replied icily. When I arrived, Huo Weidong was about to commit an unspeakable act against Ruoxue. In my fury, I threw him out of the window. He will likely end up severely injured, if not worse. Tang Yongyan's complexion turned ashen upon hearing this, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, as if a great weight pressed upon his chest, making it hard to breathe. If Huo Weidong were to suffer any serious harm, the Huo family would undoubtedly seek retribution, placing the Tang family in a precarious situation. Yet, Lin Hao had acted out of a desire to save Ruoxue. Tang Yongyan managed a strained smile, expressing, Mr. Lin, your immense kindness will forever be remembered by our Tang family. However, the situation with Huo Weidong is truly, sigh. He did not finish his sentence, instead assisting Tang Ruoxue alongside Tang Sheng as they left the hotel. Observing Tang Yongyan's troubled demeanor, Tang Sheng softly inquired, Master, are you worried that the Huo family will retaliate because of this incident? Tang Yongyan nodded slightly. Despite Lin Hao's intentions to save Ruoxue, the Huo family's vast influence and their penchant for revenge were well known. If they were to lay blame, the Tang family would certainly suffer. Tang Sheng sighed deeply in response. Indeed, the wrath of the Huo family is a burden that our Tang family cannot bear. We must swiftly devise a strategy that not only safeguards the Tang family, but also pacifies the anger of the Huo family. At that moment, Tang Yongyan abruptly halted his steps. He cast a glance at the dazed Tang Ruoxue, a flicker of resoluteness passing through his eyes. It seemed that for the sake of the Tang family's future and Ruoxue's safety, we had no choice but to commit an act that would betray Mr. Lin. Tang Sheng's face was instantly etched with disbelief. His eyes widened as he trembled slightly, murmuring, Master, do you mean to say? Tang Yongyan furrowed his brow, his gaze filled with helplessness. He nodded slowly, his voice low, recognizing that to safeguard the Tang family, we could only shift all blame on Lin Hao, and I would have to step forward, spending lavishly to quell the fury of the Huo family. Hearing this, Tang Sheng sighed deeply and spoke with difficulty, but Master, is this truly fair to Mr. Lin? He saved the young lady, and now we intend to make him a scapegoat. Is this not an act of ingratitude? A shadow of despair flickered in Tang Yongyan's eyes, his countenance marked by resignation and bitterness. To preserve the Tang family, and for Ruoxue's sake, I can no longer concern myself with morality. I can only become a thankless wretch. Meanwhile, Huo Weidong, having confirmed that Lin Hao had departed from the hotel, slowly emerged from the shadows, limping towards the establishment clad in a burlap sack. The hotel manager, Li Pengfei, was seething with anger and, upon seeing a beggar enter, bellowed, Hey, "You filthy beggar! Is this a place for you?" Huo Weidong, equally filled with rage, halted in his tracks and delivered a resounding slap to Li Pengfei's face. "Open your eyes and see who I am." Li Pengfei squinted and, to his horror, realized it was Huo Weidong. He stammered in fear, "Young Master Hua, I didn't know it was you." Huo Weidong, too furious to indulge Li Pengfei, extended his hand and demanded, "Give me your phone and make a call." Li Pengfei hurriedly handed over his phone. Huo Weidong snatched it and dialed his father, Huo Fei. "Hello, Dad, it's me." Before he could finish, Huo Guang's furious voice erupted on the other end. "You ungrateful wretch! What on earth are you doing? You brought shame upon our family. There are videos circulating on social media showing you naked in the streets. Our family has become a laughingstock among the clans, and you have sullied my reputation. Dad, please stop scolding me." Huo Weidong pleaded with a grimace. "You don't understand. I was thrown out of the hotel window by the Wolf King and nearly shattered into pieces. You must avenge me." "Wolf King?" Huo Guang narrowed his eyes. "How did you provoke him?" Huo Weidong chuckled. "He killed Zhou Mei, so I sought him for revenge." Huo Guang retorted angrily, once again for a woman. "Is there nothing of substance in your life beyond these fleeting romances? Can you not find something worthwhile to do?" Although Huo Guang was irritated by Huo Weidong's frivolous pursuits and obsession with women, he could not forget that he was still his son. Thus his tone softened. "For now, do not provoke him any further. I shall dispatch someone immediately. Since he dares to harm a member of the Huo family, he will certainly pay the necessary price. I will ensure he understands that there are some individuals he cannot afford to offend." Upon hearing this, Huo Weidong's face lit up with joy, and he replied, "Father, the Wolf King is incredibly formidable. Even the 12-song wolves fell at his hands. You must send over some truly skilled individuals to guarantee absolute certainty." "Very well. I understand. I will arrange for experts to avenge you. You should remain at the hotel and await further news." With that, Huo Guang ended the call. Chapter 67. The pressure on the Tang family. Early the next morning, two formidable experts sent by the Huo family arrived in Jiangqing, making their way to the Longteng Grand Hotel. One of them, named Han Tao, had once served as the president of the Martial Arts Association in the capital, but had fallen from grace due to serious transgressions and, in desperation, sought refuge with the Huo family. The other, known as Hua Hongli, was an elderly matron, frail and leaning heavily on her cane, appearing as if she were on the brink of death. Yet, she was an unparalleled master, having once been a ruthless femme fatale known for her merciless killings, who later retired from her violent past and was subsequently recruited by the Huo family with a handsome reward. Upon seeing that his father had sent these two, Huo Weidong's fear of Lin Hao evaporated instantly. "Huh, Master Han, Granny Hua, you have arrived. Even the Wolf King is doomed." At that moment, Qiuxing entered. "Young Master, Gao Qingyue and Gu Jingming are here. Shall I let them in?" Huo Weidong nodded slightly. "Please let them in." "Yes." Qiuxing promptly called out toward the entrance. "Come in." Gao Qingyue and Gu Jingming entered, visibly trembling. Huo Weidong's expression darkened as he coldly inquired, "What do you want?" Gao Qingyue, with a sycophantic demeanor akin to a tail-wagging puppy, replied, "Young Master Hua, I heard that Lin Hao nearly—" Silence. Huo Weidong's fury surged as he interjected, "Speak plainly." Gao Qingyue forced a flattering smile. "Young Master, I believe you must regret not having had your way with Tang Ruoxue. Need I even say?" Huo Weidong replied grimly, "If there is nothing else, be gone." Gao Qingyue hurriedly added, "What I mean is, why not exert pressure on the Tang family, compelling Tang Yongyan to personally deliver Tang Ruoxue to your bed? Wouldn't that be far more entertaining?" At this, a smile blossomed on Huo Weidong's face, causing the flesh on his cheeks to quiver. "Miss Gao, you truly have a knack for devising plans. Your outlandish ideas are truly creative." Gu Jingming chimed in, "Young Master, when Lin Hao comes to rescue Tang Ruoxue, you can have someone waiting outside the hotel to eliminate him. Even if you cannot kill him, it will surely cause him great distress." Huo Weidong nodded. "Excellent suggestion." He turned to Gao Qingyue and Gu Jingming. "You two truly are not of the same family, yet think alike. Each of your ideas is more absurd than the last." Hearing such praise, Gao Qingyue and Gu Jingming exchanged awkward glances, forcing smiles that were more painful than tears. Huo Weidong declared loudly, Qiusheng. Immediately head to the Tang family and convey my message. They are to deliver Tang Ruoxue to my bed for a month of service, or I shall annihilate the entire Tang family. Yes. Qiusheng nodded and turned to leave. Meanwhile, at the Tang family villa, Tang Ruoxue finally awoke as the effects of the medicine wore off, slowly opening her drowsy eyes. Suddenly, she cried out in alarm, "No, get away from me." Tang Yongyan quickly grasped his daughter's shoulders, reassuring her, "Ruoxue, do not be afraid. You are back home." Upon focusing her gaze, she recognized her father standing before her and immediately leaped into his embrace, weeping uncontrollably. "Dad!" With a gentle hand, Tang Yongyan softly comforted his daughter, Ruoxue, saying, "Do not be afraid. All is behind us." Just then, Tang Sheng entered with a grave expression. "Master, trouble has arisen. Members of the Wolf family have come again." "What? Again?" Tang Yongyan's heart sank. He was aware that the Wolf family held grudges and would not let matters rest easily, but he had not anticipated their swift return. Tang Sheng continued, "However, this time only one person has come, and rather than displaying anger, he is in good spirits." Tang Yongyan furrowed his brow in confusion. Logically, the Hua family's visit should have been one of rage and retribution, yet here they were, in a surprisingly amiable mood. Promptly, he and Tang Sheng hurried downstairs. With a sense of trepidation, Tang Yongyan approached, stating what transpired yesterday had nothing to do with the Tang family. It was all due to Lin Hao. "Director Tang, there is no need for explanations. I'm not here to seek retribution," Qiusheng replied with a smile, his demeanor calm and untroubled. "We are well aware of the circumstances." Upon hearing this, Tang Yongyan felt a wave of relief wash over him. Qiusheng boldly took a seat on the sofa, crossing his legs, a smirk playing at the corner of his mouth as he said, "While yesterday's incident cannot be blamed on your family, it is true that due to your daughter's involvement, my young master sustained an injury to his leg. Therefore, the Tang family bears some responsibility. That is quite reasonable." Tang Yongyan quickly responded, "I will cover all of young master Hua's medical, nutritional, and compensation expenses." Yet, Qiusheng shook his head repeatedly. "Do you think the Hua family is in need of money?" "Naturally not." Being an experienced figure, Tang Yongyan sensed a deeper implication in Qiusheng's words and cautiously inquired, "Then what does young master Hua imply?" With a slight smile, Qiusheng replied, "My young master has a simple request, that you personally deliver Miss Tang to his bed for a month of service. If he is satisfied, this matter will be considered resolved. Otherwise, your family will face extinction." "What?" Tang Yongyan staggered back, as if struck by lightning, fully comprehending the implications of such a demand. How could he possibly send his beloved daughter into the jaws of a wolf? Qiusheng reiterated coldly, "Remember, you must personally deliver Miss Tang to my young master's bed. Otherwise, the Tang family will perish." With that, he turned and departed. What to do now? Tang Yongyan slumped onto the sofa, despondent and ashen-faced. Tang Sheng urged anxiously, "Master, we cannot allow Miss Tang to be sent to Huo Weidong." With a deep sigh, Tang Yongyan murmured to himself, "Of course, I could never allow Ruoxue to be subjected to such degradation, yet I find myself at a loss." Just then, a flurry of footsteps echoed from outside as anxious relatives of the Tang family rushed in. His sister-in-law, Li Jinhua, shouted, "Yongyan, the Hua family has issued their demands. You must send Ruoxue to Huo Weidong's bed for a month of service, or our family will be annihilated. Hurry and send her over." Tang Yongyan, seething with rage, rebuked her. "Jinhua, Ruoxue is your niece. How could you utter such outrageous words? Do you understand the meaning of serving someone for a month?" Li Jinhua scoffed, saying, "Isn't it just about spending a month in bed with him? What is the big deal?" Indeed, her daughter, Tang Ruoling, chimed in, "To be in the company of young Master Hua for a month is a blessing that Ruoxue has earned over several lifetimes. I would eagerly seek such an opportunity. Alas, I lack that fortune." Tang Yongyan was infuriated, exclaiming, "I've always treated you well, gifting you cars and homes. How could you respond in such a manner?" His elder brother, Tang Yongping, replied, "Yongyan, it is true that you have provided us with cars and houses, and we are grateful. However, Can material possessions truly compare to the sanctity of life? If we do not sacrifice Ruoxue, it would be our entire Tang family that faces demise. No matter how precious Ruoxue is, can her value surpass that of our lives? Chapter 68. Shifting responsibility onto Lin Hao. Tang Yongyan's face turned ashen with rage, his chest heaving violently, struggling to articulate a single coherent sentence. Tang Yongping slowly spoke, his voice grave. Are we not speaking the truth? Is it not merely a matter of sending Ruoxue to accompany young Master Hua for a month? After all, every girl ultimately marries. What difference does it make with whom she shares a bed? Besides, it is young Master Hua who shall have the pleasure. Upon hearing this, Tang Yongyan felt a pang of anguish that nearly suffocated him. He reminisced about the past, when he had risen from humble beginnings to become the wealthiest man in Jiangcheng through sheer diligence. He had not forgotten about his siblings toiling in their rural hometown, and so he brought them all to Jiangcheng, providing them with homes, cars, and even gifting each a substantial sum of 2 million. Yet now, all his sacrifices had yielded nothing but familial indifference. His heart felt as though 1,000 needles had pierced it simultaneously, each one drawing forth blood. Li Jinhua impatiently urged, Yongyan, cease your hesitance. Swiftly send Ruoxue to young Master Hua's bed. Only then can we quell his wrath and spare the Tang family from his calamity. Other relatives of the Tang family chimed in, their words devoid of any sympathy, only reflecting selfishness and apathy. Indeed, Yongyan, delay no longer. Send Ruoxue to young Master Hua's bed. It is the Hua family, and we cannot afford to offend them. We cannot allow one girl, Ruoxue, to bring ruin upon us all. As a young lady, it is her honor to sacrifice for the family. Yongyan, you must not be so selfish. Do you wish for us all to suffer because of Tang Ruoxue? At that moment, Tang Ruoxue slowly emerged, her eyes red-rimmed, tears of grievance streaming down her cheeks. Tang Yongyan hurried forward, his voice trembling slightly, softly asking, Ruoxue, why have you come out? Before Tang Ruoxue could respond, Li Jinhua impatiently interjected, her voice sharp as a needle, Ruoxue, you troublesome star, all you do is bring misfortune to our Tang family. You had better obediently climb into young Master Hua's bed. Otherwise, our entire Tang family, young and old, will face ruin alongside you. Immediately following, Tang Ruoling coldly asserted, Tang Ruoxue, for the safety of our entire Tang family. You must do your utmost this month to ensure young Master Hua's comfort. Silence. Tang Yongyan's voice grew hoarse with fury. I tell you all, I will not send Ruoxue to Hua Weidong's bed, no matter what. Before he could finish, a grim-faced, middle-aged man strode in with purpose. It was Han Tao, a formidable figure under the Hua family's command. Following him was a group of men clad in black, their expressions menacing. Upon seeing this, fear swept through the Tang family like a plague. They huddled together, eyes wide with terror. Han Tao's gaze was as piercing as a blade of ice, sweeping over each trembling figure before finally resting on Tang Yongyan's face. Tang Yongyan, when do you intend to deliver Miss Tang to the bed of Master Hua? Master Hua's patience is not boundless. Do not let a moment of stubbornness ruin the entire Tang family. Tang Yongyan's countenance turned ashen with anger and resentment, his tightly clenched fists trembling slightly. You go back and tell Master Hua, even if it costs my life, I will never deliver Ruoxue to his bed. Han Tao's lips curled into a cold smile, and without moving his body, he struck out with his palm. The stone table in the courtyard shattered with a thunderous crash, resembling fragile porcelain under the astonished gazes of the onlookers, reduced to powder. The members of the Tang family were left trembling in fear, huddling together. Han Tao spoke easily. Tang Yongyan, you better think carefully before answering. Consider whether your heads are sturdier than this stone table. Li Jinhua shouted hoarsely, Tang Yongyan, what are you hesitating for? Agree to him quickly. Can you truly bear to see the entire Tang family perish because of your daughter? Tang Ruoxue, with tears streaming down her face, declared loudly, stop calling out. I am willing to serve Master Hua for a month. Upon hearing this, Tang Yongyan's eyes instantly turned crimson. He roared in an attempt to stop her. Ruoxue, no. Father, please stop. Tang Ruoxue forced a bitter smile. interrupting her father's words. For the sake of the Tang family, I am willing to sacrifice myself. At that moment, Lin Hao entered, having come to visit Tang Ruoxue. Upon reaching the doorway, he had overheard everything. Seeing Lin Hao enter, Tang Yongyan's eyes suddenly lit up like a drowning person grasping at a final straw. He hastily pointed a trembling finger at Lin Hao, urgently addressing Han Tao. The one who threw Master Hua down is him. This has nothing to do with our Tang family. If you seek revenge from Master Hua, then find him. I implore you, spare our Tang family. Upon hearing this, Lin Hao stood dumbfounded. He had not anticipated that after saving Tang Ruoxue, Tang Yongyan would not only fail to express gratitude, but would also shift all blame onto him. However, Lin Hao did not feel anger. Instead, he smiled with a sense of relief. After all, it is only natural to seek self-preservation in times of danger, and moreover, Tang Ruoxue had saved him in the past, so this was merely his way of repaying her life-saving grace. Tang Ruoxue's gaze turned frosty, incredulously fixed on her father, her voice trembling with disbelief and indignation. Father, how can you do this? Mr. Lin acted to save me. Ruoxue. Tang Yongyan's voice carried a hint of urgency and helplessness as he stepped forward, attempting to grasp his daughter's trembling shoulder. Yet Tang Ruoxue recoiled, evading his touch. Tang Yongyan hurriedly explained, Ruoxue, although Mr. Lin acted to save you, you saved him in the past. Consider it his way of repaying your life. Though Lin Hao is a formidable wolf king, Tang Yongyan did not believe he could contend with the Hua family, thus sacrificing Lin Hao to ensure the safety of the Tang family. Father, how can you be so selfish? Tang Ruoxue's voice nearly escalated to a scream, tears brimming in her eyes. A fleeting shadow of pain crossed Tang Yongyan's face, yet he swiftly concealed it beneath the deep creases of his countenance. Li Jinhua pointed an accusatory finger at Lin Hao, berating him furiously, You wretched creature, why must you drag our Tang family into this mess? Tang Ruoling even took a step forward, raising her hand to strike Lin Hao, exclaiming, If you wish to court death, do not drag our Tang family down with you. Lin Hao, in a swift motion, pushed back, causing Tang Ruoling to stagger several steps backward and fall flat on her back. At that moment, Han Tao's gaze, filled with murderous intent, shifted to Lin Hao as he asked, You insolent brat, are you the one who threw my young master from the building? Chapter 69. An opportunity for you indeed. It was I who did it, Lin Hao stated coldly. I am the one who killed Zhou Mei, and I am also the one who cast Wu Weidong from the building. This matter is entirely my doing, and it has no bearing on anyone else. If you seek revenge, direct your fury at me. Very well. Han Tao stepped forward, emanating an aura of menace that felt as overwhelming as crashing waves, nearly suffocating those present. Yet, Lin Hao remained unperturbed. He dismissed such hostility with ease, for he was the Wolf King, a figure that instilled fear across nations. Han Tao sneered, I am aware of your reputation as the Wolf King and your capabilities, but before me, you are merely a feeble dog, unworthy of my concern. I now grant you an opportunity. Sever your own hands and crawl before my young master to beg for mercy. Perhaps he will show you some compassion and spare your miserable life. This is your sole chance for survival. Do not squander it. Li Jinhua glared fiercely, rebuking, You insolent brat. Hurry up and comply. Tang Ruoxue rushed forward, grasping Lin Hao's hand tightly. Mr. Lin, please leave. This matter has nothing to do with you. Who says it has nothing to do with him? Dan Zhongnian in dozet Sten Li. This incident arose because he killed Zhou Mei. Tang Ruoxue looked at her father, shaking her head repeatedly in disbelief. Father, how have you changed so? Ruoxue, I appreciate your concern, but you need not speak further. Lin Hao smiled gently, his demeanor calm as he replied, Your father is correct. This matter originated with me, and I shall resolve it myself. Mr. Lin. Tang Ruoxue clung to Lin Hao desperately. Lin Hao turned to face Han Tao directly. Rest assured, I shall provide you with an explanation. Seeing this, Han Tao assumed Lin Hao was intimidated, a smirk curling at the corners of his lips. Wolf King, they say you are a national hero. It seems you fear death. Perhaps your reputation is but a facade. Tang Ruoxue stepped forward, tears in her eyes as she pleaded with Han Tao. You may demand anything of me, Just spare Mr. Lin. A sly smile crept upon Han Tao's face. Then let us see if you can please my young master. Lin Hao grew weary of the exchange and approached Han Tao with determination, his gaze sharp as a blade. I extend to you an opportunity as well. Immediately return to Kyoto with Huo Weidong, and I may spare your lives. Otherwise, I shall not hesitate to end you all. At his proclamation, the room fell into an eerie silence, as if time itself had frozen. The Tang family members exchanged bewildered glances, astonished that Lin Hao would dare to utter such audacious words to the Huo family. What had emboldened him? Han Tao, however, was enraged to the point of laughter. You ignorant fool, you are courting death. It is you who seeks death, Lin Hao replied, a smirk playing on his lips. In a flash, he lunged forward, seizing Han Tao's collar with a grip as unyielding as iron, lifting him as effortlessly as a chick, before hurling him several meters away, crashing into a flower bed. Han Tao scrambled up from the flower bed, rage etched across his face, his eyes blazing. You despicable coward! How dare you ambush me? With unrestrained audacity. I shall teach you a lesson. Lin Hao's smile grew increasingly mocking as he declared, I am about to strike. You should be wary. No sooner had he spoken than his body surged forward like a cannonball, propelled by a speed akin to lightning, leaving only a blur of afterimages in his wake. In the next instant, he materialized before Han Tao like a specter, raising his hand to deliver a resounding slap. Although Han Tao was a formidable expert, he found himself unable to evade the blow, stumbling backward as his right cheek swelled grotesquely, just as he prepared to retaliate with a punch. Another slap landed squarely on the other side of his face. Lin Hao's grin became even more sardonic as he taunted, Did I not say I would ambush you? Now, I strike you openly, yet you remain unable to evade. It was said that the masters of the Wolf family could easily contend with 100 foes. Yet here was one as pathetic as you. Fuming with rage, Han Tao felt as though he might explode. He had never endured such a profound humiliation since his debut. I will kill you, he bellowed, akin to an enraged lion, swinging his fist with ferocity toward Lin Hao. Lin Hao deftly sidestepped, effortlessly avoiding the punch, and then delivered another slap to Han Tao's face. Should you dare to bark again, I shall strike you once more. Han Tao, clutching his face like a frostbitten eggplant, dared not utter a sound. Despite his arrogance, he understood the vast chasm that lay between him and Lin Hao. However, Lin Hao chose not to strike again, instead coldly stating, I do not wish to kill you just yet. Return and inform Huo Weidong that I shall soon come for him. Leave. The command reverberated like thunder, causing Han Tao's heart to shudder. He hastily retreated with his subordinates. He had believed himself capable of easily dispatching the Wolf King, only to find himself unable to withstand even a single move. Lin Hao's gaze then swept over the members of the Tang family like that of a hawk, rendering them unable to meet his eyes as they bowed their heads in deference. Tang Ruoxiu timidly murmured, Mr. Lin, please do not blame my father. Rest assured, I bear him no ill will, Lin Hao replied with a gentle smile, exuding an air of tranquility. Take care, I shall take my leave. With that, he turned to depart. Tang Ruoxiu hurried a few steps forward, her throat constricted with unspoken words, unsure of how to voice her thoughts. Tang Yongnian gazed at Lin Hao's receding figure, his heart a tumult of emotions. At that moment, Lin Hao resolved to eliminate Huo Weidong to prevent any further disturbances to Tang Ruoxiu. Not long after, Han Tao returned to the hotel in a disheveled state. Upon seeing his face swollen like that of a pig, Huo Weidong was left aghast, exclaiming, Master Han, who has inflicted this upon you? Han Tao, devoid of his former arrogance, hung his head like a defeated rooster as he confessed, Young master, I encountered the Wolf King at the Tang family. I was no match for him. Huo Weidong's face twitched in disbelief as he realized, if even you could not contend with the Wolf King, it seems I have underestimated him. Han Tao continued, Young master, he instructed me to inform you that he will soon come and kill you. Upon hearing this, Huo Weidong anxiously inquired, What shall we do? Hua Hongli, leaning on her cane, trembled as she rose to her feet. Sir, do not fear. I shall confront him immediately and assuredly present his head to you. Hu Weidong shook his head repeatedly, questioning if even Master Han cannot contend with him. How can you? A sly, cunning confidence surfaced on Hua Honglei's wrinkled visage. Have you forgotten, young master? I am an expert in the art of poison. Even if the Wolf King possesses the might of heaven and earth, today I shall ensure his demise. Chapter 70. The fallen matron Gu Jingming and Xiao Fang had just endured an intense skirmish within the confines of the hotel and were now wearily exiting its premises. He intended to rendezvous with Gao Qingyue at the CAF opposite the Longting Hotel, yearning to witness Lin Hao meet his demise at the hands of Hua Hongli. At that moment, a cadre of stern-looking men clad in black suits suddenly surged forth from the shadows of the street. Gu Jingming's heart constricted violently, a sense of foreboding coursing down his spine. With no time for contemplation, he instinctively turned to flee. However, before he could make much headway, another group of similarly attired men emerged from a nearby alley, effectively sealing off his escape routes. Surrounded on all sides, Gu Jingming surveyed his surroundings, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead. Just then, a young man donned in a red and white checkered suit, sporting a slick-back hairstyle, leisurely stepped out from the throng. A lit cigarette dangling from his fingers, a cruel smile playing at the corners of his lips. Gu Jingming, in such a hurry to leave. Upon seeing this young man, Gu Jingming's complexion turned ashen. This young man was Du Feng, the third scion of the Du family from Kyoto, known for his ruthless demeanor. Previously, while in the United States, Gu Jingming had borrowed $1 million from Du Feng, subsequently fleeing back to the Dragon Kingdom. Du Shou, what brings you to Jiangsheng? Gu Jingming managed to force a smile that was more pitiful than weeping, his voice trembling, eyes brimming with panic and despair. Du Feng did not respond immediately. Instead, he exhaled a ring of smoke towards Gu Jingming's face. He then extended a hand, lightly slapping Gu Jingming's face. You borrowed money from me and ran away, and you still dare to ask me why I'm in Jiangsheng? He then commanded brothers, seize him and give him a good thrashing. As soon as he uttered these words, the men in black subdued Gu Jingming without hesitation, delivering a flurry of punches and kicks. Du Shao, please stop. I beg you. Gu Jingming howled with every ounce of strength, his voice laced with desperation. Stop. Du Feng waved his arm gently, causing the assailants to immediately cease their assault and step back. Du Feng slowly approached Gu Jingming, crouching down to grasp his collar tightly. If you wish to live, return the money at once. $2 million, principal and interest. Gu Jingming, pale and bloodied at the corners of his mouth, pleaded with desperation in his eyes. Du Shao, it's not that I don't want to repay you. I truly have no money at the moment. Grant me a little time. I swear I will return every cent. A cruel smile creased Du Feng's lips as he replied, No money? Huh. Then prepare to meet your end. He slowly drew a gleaming horn knife from his pocket, tracing its edge ominously in front of Gu Jingming. The latter's heart raced wildly, nearly leaping from his chest as a wave of terror enveloped him. Du Shao, please don't kill me. I implore you, grant me a chance. Just 1 week, and I will repay you double. Upon hearing this, Du Feng's lips curled into a mocking grin as the knife dangerously grazed Gu Jingming's nose, leaving a glint of cold steel. Do you take me for a child of 3? In just 1 week, you can double the money to repay me? Gu Jingming hurriedly clarified. Du Shao, I assure you that I speak nothing but the truth. You may not be aware, but my girlfriend is Gao's young lady, Gao Qingyue. She possesses ample wealth. I will certainly find a way to procure the funds from her to repay you. Please trust me this once. Grant me a chance to redeem my life. Du Feng fell silent for a moment, seemingly weighing his options. Then a cold smile crept upon his lips as he slowly replied, Very well. I shall grant you another opportunity, but you must return double the amount in 1 week. However, I warn you, do not even think about fleeing. If I catch you, it will be a matter of life and death. With that, Du Feng abruptly stood, delivering a swift kick to Gu Jingming's abdomen. Gu Jingming clutched his painfully injured midsection, his complexion turning ashen, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead. Yet, he dared not hesitate. Gritting his teeth against the agony, he struggled to rise and departed in a disheveled state. Gu Jingming soon arrived at the CAF designated by Gao Qingyue. She was stirring her cappuccino, and upon noticing Gu Jingming's bruised visage, her brow furrowed in concern. Jingming, what happened to you? Gu Jingming mustered a faint smile. It's nothing. I had a minor altercation with a passerby on my way here. Gao Qingyue's expression tightened with worry, her empathy evident as she delicately touched the bruise on his face, her movements gentle as if fearing to inflict further pain. Is it serious? Do you need to go to the hospital? Really, it's nothing but superficial injuries, Gu Jingming reassured her. Taking a deep breath, he slowly continued. Qingyue, there's another matter I wish to discuss with you. I have recently discovered a highly promising investment opportunity, but it requires a startup capital of 4 million USD. Therefore, could you possibly lend me the money for $1 million? Gao Qingyue's brows knitted together, her face reflecting her struggle and uncertainty. If it were in Dragon Country currency, I might be able to persuade my father, but in USD, I fear he may not agree. Upon hearing this, Gu Jingming's lips curved into a placid smile. It's all right. I understand this amount is substantial. Since you are facing difficulties, I will find a way to resolve it myself. Hearing his words, Gao Qingyue bit her lip, seemingly grappling with a difficult decision. After a moment, she declared, No, Jingming, you are my boyfriend. Your troubles are my troubles. How can I let you bear this alone? Regardless, I will find a way to gather the $4 million. Thank you, Qingyue. Gu Jingming grasped her hand affectionately. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed. Look, Lin Hao is coming. At this, Gao Qingyue felt a jolt of anxiety and quickly turned to look outside, spotting Lin Hao making his way towards the Longting Grand Hotel. A cold smile crossed her face. That waste is doomed. Lin Hao slowly lifted his gaze, his eyes piercing like swords as they fixed upon the Longting Grand Hotel. He harbored no desire to take a life, nor did he wish to inflict harm upon others. Yet, Ho Weidong lurked like a venomous serpent in the shadows, perpetually threatening the safety of his benefactor, Tang Ruoxue. Thus, Ho Weidong had to be eliminated. Just as Lin Hao prepared to enter the hotel, an elderly woman, stooped and supported by cane, stumbled and fell heavily onto the bustling street. She struggled to rise, but her frail body seemed unable to comply, leaving her helplessly sprawled on the cold ground, surrounded by hurried passers-by who were unwilling to pause. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Hao rushed over, carefully assisting the woman to her feet, his eyes brimming with concern and warmth. How do you feel? Are you injured? Do you need me to call for an ambulance? The elderly woman smiled and replied, Young man, thank you ever so much. I am quite all right. It is merely the toll of age that has rendered my legs unsteady. As she spoke, a subtle, barely perceptible smirk graced her lips, and from her sleeve emerged a glinting blade, concealed within her palm. In an instant, she slashed the blade towards Lin Hao's abdomen with the swiftness of lightning. Chapter 71. The cunning Wolf King Lin Hao struck with lightning speed, seizing Hua Hongli's wrist with a grip as firm as iron. Hua Hongli was taken aback, her face contorted with confusion as she gazed at Lin Hao. How could you have foreseen my intentions to kill you? Lin Hao smiled faintly, revealing, When I assisted you, I felt the calluses on your palm, a testament to years of wielding a blade, and the palpable aura of murderous intent emanating from you. Hua Hongli nodded, her aged visage blooming into a sinister smile akin to a blossoming chrysanthemum. Indeed, that was my oversight, but today you shall still meet your demise. A smirk of disdain flickered across Lin Hao's lips, as if mocking her audacity. Did she truly believe she could take his life? A sly grin crossed Hua Hongli's face as she declared, Wolf King, I concede that I am no match for you in martial prowess, but I am an expert in poison. When you assisted me earlier, your hand were already tainted with it. If you doubt me, just take a look at your palms. Lin Hao raised his hands to inspect them, his countenance instantly darkening as he saw that his palms had turned a ghastly black. Hua Hongli continued, Wolf King, I advise you to surrender willingly. If you resist, the poison will take effect more swiftly. Lin Hao abruptly lifted his head, his eyes gleaming like cold stars. Even if I am poisoned, I am confident that I can eliminate you before it takes full effect. With that proclamation, he surged forward like a ferocious tiger, unleashing a powerful punch that rocketed towards Hua Hongli. Aware that she was no match for Lin Hao, she evaded left and right, biding her time for the moment when the poison would incapacitate him. As Lin Hao's fist struck, the poison rapidly spread throughout his body, overwhelming him with nausea and a spinning head. He hastily summoned his inner strength, desperately suppressing the toxin within his dantian. Hua Hongli's face bore a smirk of derision, as if she were observing a dying beast in its futile struggle. Wolf King, cease your pointless resistance. Today, you are undoubtedly doomed. Lin Hao remained silent, his mind fixated on a singular thought: to resolve this matter swiftly before the poison took hold. Seizing the opportunity while Hua Hongli was caught up in her hubris, he transformed his palm into a blade, striking towards her chest like a flash of lightning. Hua Hongli gasped in alarm, retreating hastily, unwilling to engage him further. Anticipating her evasion, Lin Hao leapt, landing behind her to deliver a decisive blow. His speed was so extraordinary that she had no time to react, and the force of his strike sent her careening several meters away, blood spurting from her mouth, her cane flying from her grasp. Without granting her a moment to recover, Lin Hao pounced, pinning Hua Hongli down, then grasping her throat. If you wish to live, surrender the antidote. Hua Hongli, unable to breathe, was filled with terror. She desperately nodded, fumbling to retrieve a porcelain vial from her bosom, from which she poured out a pink pill. At this moment, Lin Hao found himself overwhelmed by an insatiable venom, each breath a struggle, and his internal organs felt as if they were being scorched by unrelenting flames. Seizing the last remnants of his strength, he accepted the pill and, without hesitation, thrust it into Hua Hongli's mouth, where it dissolved instantly. Hua Hongli was taken aback, never expecting that Lin Hao would not only avoid being deceived, but would instead force the pill upon her. In the blink of an eye, an excruciating sensation engulfed her body, akin to being devoured by 1,000 ants. In a panic, she fumbled to retrieve another porcelain vial from her clothing. Lin Hao, quick as a flash, snatched the vial from her grasp, demanding, "Old woman, hand me the genuine antidote, or I shall dispose of this vial." Hua Hongli, her face contorted with agony, nodded frantically and hastily produced another porcelain vial. Lin Hao swiftly poured out a brown pill, declaring, "If this is poison, then I shall perish, and you too will meet the same fate." He trusted that Hua Hongli would not dare to play tricks again and, without a moment's hesitation, consumed the brown pill. Moments later, the poison's grip began to wane, and the discomfort dissipated entirely, allowing him to release his hold on Hua Hongli's throat. With a gnarled hand, she urgently exclaimed, "The poison has been neutralized. Quickly, give me the antidote." A smirk of mockery crept upon Lin Hao's lips as he retorted, "Did I ever promise to give you the antidote?" As the words left his lips, he hurled the vial containing her antidote far away, where it landed squarely in a passing garbage truck. Hua Hongli's eyes widened in disbelief as she watched the refuse truck drive away, exclaiming, "Wolf King, you are utterly despicable." Lin Hao kicked her aside and strode purposefully towards the Longting Grand Hotel. Inside the CAF, Gao Qingyue was incensed to witness Lin Hao's unexpected reversal against Hua Hongli, stamping her feet in frustration, her beautiful eyes glimmering with indignation. "This waste, I never anticipated he would be so resilient." Gu Jingming chuckled, "Qingyue, do not be angry. If Lin Hao were to eliminate Hua Weidong, would that not be a favorable turn of events?" Gao Qingyue instantly grasped Gu Jingming's implication, and her expression brightened. "You are right. If Lin Hao were to kill Hua Weidong, the Hua family would undoubtedly seek vengeance. However," she continued, "I can hardly wait. I wish for Lin Hao's demise, and a most tragic one at that." She promptly seized her phone and dialed Hua Weidong's number. "Young Master Hua, I have devised a plan to deal with Lin Hao. You could seize Tang Ruoxue as leverage, compelling Lin Hao to sever his own hands. With Hua Hongli's failure to eliminate Lin Hao and Hua Weidong's impending escape." He burst into laughter upon hearing Gao Qingyue's suggestion. "Of course. How did I not think of this sooner?" He ended the call and immediately instructed Qiu Sheng and Han Tao, "You two must hurry to the Tang residence and capture Tang Ruoxue." "Understood." They both nodded in unison before swiftly departing. Just as Lin Hao was about to enter the hotel, Hua Weidong swaggered out, cigar in hand. "Wolf King, I never imagined even old Hua could not bring you down. Lin Hao's eyes gleamed with an icy intensity, as frigid as steel. Hua Weidong, today marks your doom. Oh, is that so? Hua Weidong exuded an air of calm confidence, unperturbed by the multitude who sought his demise. Indeed, those capable of ending his life had yet to be born. As his words hung in the air, a throng of bodyguards clad in black suits surged forth, each brandishing an AK-47 with unwavering resolve. Hua flicked the ash from his cigarette, a sardonic smile playing upon his lips as he taunted, Wolf King, no matter how formidable you may be, can you rival the power of such an arsenal? With a dismissive wave of his arm, he commanded coldly, open fire, reduce him to a mere pincushion. No sooner had he uttered his decree than the bodyguards stepped forward, raising their weapons to take aim at Lin Hao, followed by a relentless barrage of gunfire. Tot. The bullets cascaded towards Lin Hao like a torrential meteor shower. Chapter 72. Tang Ruoxue hangs on the edge of the cliff as torrential bullets rain down like a violent storm. Lin Hao executed a swift dive, nimbly taking refuge behind the sturdy trunk of a great tree. The bullets struck the ground where he had once stood, creating numerous craters. Witnessing this, Hua Weidong, consumed by rage, bellowed, "You useless fools! With your guns, you behave like headless flies. Shoot him down. I demand to see him fall." The bodyguards, spurred by his words, exchanged glances filled with grim determination. In an instant, they adjusted their AK-47s, the ominous muzzles now aimed at the innocent tree. With a cacophony of gunfire, the barrage erupted once more. The trunk of the tree was soon riddled with countless bullet holes, its branches shaking violently, leaves drifting down to the ground like fallen tears. After a frenzied onslaught, silence descended. The bodyguards, weapons at the ready, cautiously approached the battered tree, their eyes brimming with vigilance, eager to witness Lin Hao's lifeless body sprawled in a pool of blood. However, upon reaching the tree's rear, Lin Hao was nowhere to be found. Just as they began to scour the area for any sign of him, Lin Hao leaped down from the treetops. In that very instant, his fist struck out simultaneously, producing two dull thuds as two bodyguards were sent flying like kites with severed strings, crashing violently against the thick trunk before slumping helplessly to the ground. This scene unfolded with such startling swiftness that the remaining bodyguards remained frozen in disbelief, their pupils wide with shock and incredulity. Yet, Lin Hao offered them no reprieve. His form whirled like a tempest, his fists raining down like droplets of rain, each strike heralding the fall of yet another bodyguard. In no time, all the bodyguards lay defeated. Lin Hao then retrieved a gun from the ground, aiming its dark muzzle at Hua Weidong. However, Hua Weidong displayed no trace of fear. Instead, a knowing smile crept across his face. "Wolf King, I anticipated this moment. They could never kill you. But should you dare to harm me, Tang Ruoxue is as good as dead." Lin Hao felt a tightness in his chest, as if an invisible hand had clenched around his heart. Just as he prepared to respond, his phone rang. Upon answering, he heard Tang Yongnian's anxious voice, "Mr. Lin, I beg you, save Ruoxue." Lin Hao's heart raced, an ominous premonition washing over him. What had happened to Ruoxue? Ruoxue, she has been captured by Hua Weidong's men. Tang Zhongnian si dam. They said if you wish to save her, you must go to the summit of Feisha Mountain. Mr. Lin, I realize now that I should not have been so selfish, placing all the blame upon you. But I am truly at my wit's end. Only you can rescue her. Enough. I have no time for your excuses. I will save Ruoxue, Lin Hao coldly declared before hanging up the phone. He then strode towards Hua Weidong, pressing the gun's barrel against his forehead. "Wolf King, if you possess any courage, then pull the trigger." Hua Weidong's voice carried a hint of provocation as he declared, "I am dead. After all, Tang Ruoxue will accompany me in death." A flash of smugness crossed his eyes, and he continued slowly, "If you wish to save Tang Ruoxue, hurry to the summit of Feisha Mountain. If you arrive late, she may plummet from the cliff, shattering into 1,000 pieces." Lin Hao retorted coldly, "Hua Weidong, once I rescue Ruoxue, I shall return to deal with you." With that, he turned and strode away, gun in hand. Hua Weidong watched Lin Hao's departing figure, a cold smile curving his lips as he murmured, "Wolf King, I fear that this time you shall not only fail to save Tang Ruoxue, but may also lose your own life in the process." With that, he leaned on his cane and limped into the hotel lobby. Almost immediately, he discreetly retrieved his phone from his pocket and dialed Qiusheng's number. "Qiusheng, the Wolf King is on his way to rescue Tang Ruoxue. Once he appears, show no mercy. Oh, and remember, I have yet to have my fun with Tang Ruoxue, so be sure to bring her back." At the peak of Fei Xiao Mountain, dark clouds hung low in the sky, and gusts of fierce wind swept through the mountains, threatening rain at any moment. On the edge of the cliff stood a solitary, gnarled tree. Tang Ruoxue's hands were tightly bound by coarse ropes, suspended in midair, her body helplessly swaying in the wind. Her delicate arms had turned crimson where the ropes bit into her skin, with several abrasions oozing blood, staining the ropes crimson. She cast a fearful glance down at the abyss below. Nearby, on a rocky outcrop, Qiusheng and Han Tao sat side by side, their chilled beer bottles clinking gently together, producing a crisp and melodious sound. Qiusheng's gaze lingered on Tang Ruoxue's beautiful face, a playful smile creeping across his lips. This girl was undeniably stunning. I have known countless women, yet none compare to her. Han Tao, hearing this, surveyed the surroundings to ensure no one else was present before he lowered his voice to propose. "Since you desire her, why shouldn't we, as brothers, indulge ourselves first?" Qiusheng furrowed his brow, pausing momentarily with his beer bottle as he contemplated the feasibility of Han Tao's suggestion. But after a brief moment, he resolutely shook his head. "No, do not forget, this is the woman specifically requested by the young master. If we were to act upon her first, what would happen if the young master were to blame us?" Han Tao chuckled derisively. "You are such a coward. If we indulge her, who would know if you don't speak of it? And besides, I doubt she would dare tell the young master herself." At this, Qiusheng's facial muscles twitched slightly. Then he grinned. "You have a point there?" The two exchanged knowing glances, their eyes gleaming with conspiratorial intent, and then they rose to approach Tang Ruoxue slowly. Naturally, Tang Ruoxue overheard their unsavory conversation, her eyes filled with terror. She struggled against the bindings on the branch, crying out, What do you intend to do? Someone help me." Upon witnessing this, Qiusheng's lips curled into a sinister smile. "Miss Tang," he remarked, "you might as well conserve your strength. Even if you were to scream at the top of your lungs, no one would come to your rescue. Moreover, I implore you to cease your struggles. For should the branch give way, you would plummet into the abyss below, meeting a fate most gruesome." As he spoke, he made a point to gently tap the precarious branch, as if to underscore that his words were not mere hyperbole. Hearing this, Tang Ruoxue cast a glance at the swaying branch, her complexion paling instantly, paralyzed by fear and despair, her eyes reflecting a profound sense of dread. Chapter 73. The arrival of the Wolf King. Meanwhile, Lin Hao had arrived at the foot of Fei Xiao Mountain. His countenance was dark, and a chilling light flickered in his eyes. The wrath of the Wolf King spilled blood across great distances. This was the praise sung by bandits and mercenaries worldwide. It had been a long time since he had unleashed a massacre, but today he was determined to do so, ensuring that the whole family understood the consequences of provoking him. He slung the AK-47 across his back and strode purposefully up the mountain. In a concealed spot at the base of the mountain, a bodyguard named Huang Chong spotted Lin Hao and, trembling, pulled out his phone to dial Qiusheng's number. At that moment, Qiusheng and Han Tao stood beneath a large tree, from which Tang Ruoxue had dangled, deliberating who would ascend first. Qiusheng spoke with a grave tone. "Master Han, as the confidant of the young master, it is only right that I go first." Hearing this, Han Tao smirked with a hint of disdain, questioning, "By what right? Strength dictates everything. Why not settle it with a direct competition to see who is more deserving to go first?" Recognizing his inferiority to Han Tao, Qiusheng suggested, "Let us engage in the simplest yet fairest contest. Rock, paper, scissors. Whoever wins shall ascend first." Han Tao, surprised by this proposal, raised an eyebrow, but soon a playful smile crept across his lips as he nodded. "Very well. Not that you stand a chance against me." Just then, Qiusheng's phone rang, and he quickly answered, "Ah Chong, is the Wolf King approaching?" On the other end, The bodyguard's voice was laced with urgency. "Boss, I saw him ascend the mountain with my own eyes." Qiu Sheng's brow furrowed tightly, his gaze sharpening like a blade. "Do not act rashly. Wait until he reaches the thicket halfway up the mountain before ambushing him." After ending the call, Qiu Sheng turned to Han Tao, declaring, "The Wolf King has arrived." Han Tao's expression instantly turned grave. He glanced at Tang Ruoxue, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. "Do not fret, little girl. Once we have dealt with the Wolf King, we shall return to indulge you, allowing you to experience true despair and ecstasy." At the foot of Fei Xiao Mountain, a black Mercedes sped towards a steep bend before coming to an abrupt halt. The doors opened slowly, revealing Gao Qingyue and Gu Jingming. The two stood side by side, their gazes instinctively drawn to the mountain's peak. Gu Jingming spoke somberly. "Qingyue, do you believe they can kill Lin Hao?" In response, Gao Qingyue's lips curled into a malicious and triumphant smile. "Though Lin Hao possesses some martial skills, he is but a mantis attempting to stop a chariot in the face of firearms. Moreover, with Tang Ruoxue held as their hostage, Lin Hao will be unable to act freely, ultimately facing certain death." Gu Jingming nodded in agreement, a glint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. "I truly hope that this worthless Lin Hao meets a gruesome end to alleviate my frustration." The bodyguards of the Wolf family lay in ambush amidst the dense thicket halfway up the mountain, their eyes fixed intently on the narrow path leading to the summit. They were all exceedingly tense, beads of sweat trickling down their foreheads and falling onto their tightly clenched fingers around their firearms. For today, they were to confront the Wolf King, a name that instilled terror in the hearts of rogues and mercenaries worldwide. Within the dense forest, apart from the occasional melodious chirping of birds, an eerie silence prevailed. Even the wind seemed to hold its breath, unwilling to disturb the oppressive tranquility. On a steep cliff that rose almost vertically from the ground, Lin Hao resembled a gecko, adhering closely to the rock face, utilizing every protruding stone and crevice for support, climbing with an astonishing speed. His movements were both graceful and precise. Each alternation of hands and feet was impeccably timed, as if he were one with the mountain. Even the faintest sound of shifting stones was cleverly masked by his deftness. He was acutely aware that an ambush awaited him atop the mountain, and since Tang Ruoxue was still in their grasp, a direct confrontation would be unwise. Only by leveraging the terrain to his advantage and striking unexpectedly could he hope to rescue her. After all, as the Wolf King and once the finest soldier in the Dragon Kingdom, he possessed a wealth of combat experience. At this moment, Lin Hao had silently climbed to a perilous peak on the mountainside. He lowered his body gently and scrutinized the situation below. Two bodyguards from the Hua family lay in ambush amidst a dense thicket, engaged in hushed conversation, completely oblivious to the impending footsteps of death. Suddenly, Lin Hao's gaze, sharp as lightning, locked onto the two bodyguards with unerring precision. Taking a deep breath, his chest rose and fell, and then, like an arrow released from its bow, he leapt from his lofty perch, landing with such grace that not a sound was uttered. Before the two bodyguards could react, Lin Hao struck them with lethal precision, delivering two swift blows to their necks. Their eyes widened in shock, and their bodies crumpled to the ground, devoid of any chance to struggle. Lin Hao's movements were fluid and decisive, allowing the other bodyguards to remain utterly unaware of the Wolf King's presence among them. Swiftly, Lin Hao donned the black suit of the bodyguards and stealthily approached the two stationed in the dense foliage to his left. One of the bodyguards turned and barked. "What are you doing? Get into position. Be careful not to let the Wolf King see you." The other bodyguard furrowed his brow, scrutinizing Lin Hao with evident suspicion. "Hey, I don't recognize you. Are you new here?" Lin Hao merely smiled faintly, and in a flash his hands lunged out, seizing the throats of both bodyguards. They attempted to cry out, but were rendered silent, and soon they departed for the realm of the dead. Lin Hao released his grip and stealthily made his way toward the mountain summit. Meanwhile, deeper within the forest, the remaining bodyguards maintained a state of heightened vigilance, their bodies taut as they awaited the appearance of the Wolf King. Little did they know that he had surreptitiously breached their defenses in a manner they could never have anticipated, ascending toward the peak. At the summit, Han Tao frowned, puzzled. It was strange By now, there should have been some sign of activity. Why had not a single gunshot been heard? Otherwise, why not make a call to inquire if the Wolf King has yet to arrive? Upon hearing this, Qiusheng nodded solemnly and retrieved his mobile phone from his pocket, dialing the number of the chief bodyguard, Huang Chong. "Hey Chong, did you not mention that the Wolf King was coming?" On the other end of the line, Huang Chong replied with certainty, "Boss, I indeed saw the Wolf King ascend the mountain earlier. Our brothers have been vigilantly stationed along the only path up the mountain, not daring to blink, yet we have not caught sight of him at this moment." "Understood," Qiusheng responded. "Instruct your subordinates to remain on high alert. The moment the Wolf King appears, they are to shoot him down." Chapter 74. 5 stabs to one's own thigh after abruptly ending the call. Qiusheng felt a heavy weight settle in his heart, a foreboding sense of dread washing over him. Although Huang Chong had informed him that the Wolf King had ascended the mountain, why had he yet to make an appearance? Antao, Sunxing Qiusheng's Uneza, furrowed his brow and inquired, "What troubles you?" Taking a deep breath to steady the turmoil within, Qiusheng replied, "Huang Chong claimed he saw the Wolf King ascend. Yet he has not shown himself. Could it be that the Wolf King did not take the usual path?" A hint of amusement flickered at the corner of Han Tao's mouth. "Are you truly so frightened by the Wolf King? This mountain may be vast, but there is only one route to the summit, unless he chooses to traverse the terrain and evade our line of sight." Qiusheng's brow remained furrowed, his silence betraying his apprehension. Just then, his phone rang once more, another call from Huang Chong. As soon as the line connected, Huang Chang's anxious voice burst forth, "Boss, this is bad. We have been lying in wait according to plan in the area where the Wolf King might appear, but we have yet to catch even a glimpse of him. Instead, 4 of our brothers have already been slain." "What?" Qiusheng's face turned ashen, disbelief flashing across his eyes. It was evident that the Wolf King had arrived, and those 4 brothers had undoubtedly fallen victim to him. "Quick, mobilize all the brothers immediately. We must locate the Wolf King and eliminate him." Han Tao pressed further, "What else is amiss?" A bead of cold sweat trickled down Qiusheng's tightly knit brow. He swallowed hard. "The Wolf King has come. The Wolf King has arrived. Where?" Han Tao's voice betrayed an unmistakable tension as he began to scan the surroundings anxiously. Trembling, Qiusheng slowly drew his handgun, his gaze sharp and vigilant as it swept across the area. Around them, silence reigned, an eerie stillness that sent shivers down their spines. Even the faintest sound could provoke unease in both Qiusheng and Han Tao. Suddenly, Han Tao's expression shifted dramatically, his pupils constricting in alarm. The Wolf King is here." At this proclamation, Qiusheng's heart raced, instinctively turning to look. A tall, imposing figure was steadily making his way toward the summit. An AK-47 slung over his shoulder, it was Lin Hao. Lin Hao slowly lifted his gaze, ultimately fixing it upon a gnarled, crooked old tree at the edge of the cliff. Tang Ruoxua dangled from a thick rope tied to the tree, her body swaying gently in the wind, perilously close to plunging into the abyss. Han Tao, gripped by anxiety, hurried to Tang Ruoxua's side, clutching the tree trunk that bore the weight of her life and death, his fingers turning white from the strain. Suppressing his own fear, Qiusheng trembled as he spoke. "Wolf King, do not make any reckless moves, or Tang Ruoxua will fall into the depths of the cliff and meet a tragic end." Tang Ruoxua shouted urgently, "Mr. Lin, don't worry about me, just go." Lin Hao replied with a calm smile, "Ruoxua, hold on. Trust me, I will save you." His icy gaze then swept over Qiusheng and Han Tao, his tone chilling as he commanded, "Release her, and I assure you, I will spare your lives." At that moment, a flicker of doubt crept into Qiusheng's heart. He found himself momentarily daunted by Lin Hao's imposing presence, tempted to release Tang Ruoxua, perhaps believing it might preserve his own life. Yet, upon reflection, he realized that their trump card was none other than Tang Ruoxua herself. Should they release her, death would surely await them. Thus, Qiusheng clenched his teeth resolutely, a glint of ferocity flashing in his eyes as he summoned his courage and shouted in a trembling yet feigned calmness, "Enough of your nonsense. If you wish to spare Tang Ruoxua from a gruesome fall, you will comply with my orders." Lin Hao's gaze swept over Han Tao, who was gripping the branch that held Tang Ruoxua aloft. With the slightest exertion, the branch could snap, sending her plummeting into the abyss below. Lin Hao was never one to gamble on uncertain outcomes. He understood that he must wait for the moment Han Tao lowered his guard to exploit a weakness. Thus, Lin Hao spoke slowly. What must I do to secure Tang Ruoxue's release? A cruel smile crept upon Qiu Sheng's lips. It's simple. First, you will discard your weapon, and then you shall stab your own thigh 5 times. Only then will I consider releasing Tang Ruoxue. As he spoke, he tossed a short knife before Lin Hao's feet. Taking a deep breath, Lin Hao discarded his gun onto the ground. He then bent down to retrieve the short knife. I can comply with your demands, but I hope you will honor your word. I stab myself 5 times, and you will release Tang Ruoxue. Upon hearing this, Qiu Sheng scoffed. You are in no position to negotiate with me. Now act. Tears streamed down Tang Ruoxue's face like pearls dislodged from a broken string as she cried out in desperation. Mr. Lin, please no. Yet Lin Hao merely smiled calmly, choosing not to utter another word as he plunged the knife into the muscle of his thigh. Blood burst forth instantaneously, staining his trousers and splattering onto the cold ground, blooming into shocking crimson blossoms. Tang Ruoxue could no longer bear to witness the brutality and shut her eyes tightly. Mr. Lin, don't worry about me, just run. Lin Hao lifted his head, beads of sweat forming on his forehead due to the intense pain. Qiu Sheng wore a sinister grin, urging him on. Continue, you have 4 more to go. Lin Hao's gaze remained resolute, unwavering as iron. Without a moment's hesitation, he gritted his teeth and drove the knife into his thigh once more. Blood gushed forth like a fountain, saturating the air with the pungent scent of iron. He proceeded with the 3rd, 4th, and 5th stabs, each thrust delivered without diverting his gaze from Han Tao, as he sought the opportunity to strike a fatal blow. Although he was a stalwart man, the searing pain rapidly enveloped his entire being, causing his body to tremble involuntarily, his features contorting in agony. Ha ha! Qiu Sheng and Han Tao erupted into triumphant laughter. Wolf King, you truly are a fool, Qiu Sheng mocked, his tone dripping with disdain. Did you really believe that by obeying our commands, we would release Tang Ruoxue? How naive you are! Now, I demand that you sever your own hands. Upon hearing these words, Tang Ruoxue's eyes widened in astonishment. She shook her body violently, exclaiming, Mr. Lin, I would rather shatter into 1,000 pieces than see you sever your own hands. As Tang Ruoxue continued her fervent movements, the tree trunk, overwhelmed by the strain, began to tremble in response, revealing a growing fissure accompanied by a creaking sound. Han Tao's face was etched with worry. If Tang Ruoxue were to plummet from the cliff, both he and Qiu Sheng would be left without hostages, sealing their grim fate. Stop! Please stop! He shouted, desperately gripping the precarious tree trunk with both hands. Do not shake any further, do you hear me? The trunk can no longer bear the weight. If it breaks, you will meet a tragic end. Do you understand? Chapter 75. The desire to capture the Wolf King. Lin Hao recognized that the moment had finally arrived. Feigning his leg injury, he collapsed onto the ground and swiftly extended his right hand to grasp his firearm. Without a moment's hesitation, he pulled the trigger. A flash of light erupted as a volley of bullets accurately pierced the back of Han Tao's skull. The latter let out no sound, merely plummeting into the abyss. Seeing his companion fall, Qiu Sheng's eyes flickered with a hint of panic before he aimed his weapon at Lin Hao and squeezed the trigger. Lin Hao's reflexes were equally swift. Almost simultaneously with Qiu Sheng's shot, he executed a roll, narrowly evading the bullet that whizzed past his scalp and embedded itself into the ground behind him, sending dust swirling into the air. Lin Hao denied Qiu Sheng a second chance. Harnessing the momentum from his roll, he swiftly adjusted his stance and fired again, the bullet striking Qiu Sheng's chest. Blood instantly stained his clothing as he staggered a few steps before collapsing helplessly into a pool of crimson. Struggling to rise, Lin Hao limped towards Tang Ruoxue, dragging his injured leg. The sight of his blood-soaked thigh caused her heart to ache, tears cascading uncontrollably down her cheeks. Mr. Lin, I'm so sorry. It's all because of me, she choked out. Meanwhile, Huang Chong, concealed within the dense forest, heard the gunfire echoing from the mountaintop, his expression shifting dramatically. This is bad. The Wolf King may have reached the summit, he exclaimed. Everyone, follow me for support. He then led the others through the forest paths, racing towards the peak. At this moment, Lin Hao gritted his teeth and continued towards Tang Ruoxue, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead and the pain in his leg nearly rendering him breathless. He fought through the agony to reach the edge of the cliff. Inhaled deeply, and with all his strength, he pulled the rope to drag Tang Ruoxue closer, subsequently untying the bonds that restrained her hands. However, due to the severity of his leg injury, Lin Hao collapsed onto the ground, gasping for air. In Tang Ruoxue's beautiful eyes, a complex array of emotions flickered: gratitude, guilt, and profound concern. "Mr. Lin, I'm so sorry. How is your injury? Does it hurt?" Lin Hao managed a gentle smile, a comforting expression gracing his features. "Do not worry, Ruoxue. This minor injury is nothing to me. I'm fine." Tang Ruoxue's face was streaked with tear marks, her gaze filled with self-reproach and sorrow. "Your leg is so badly injured, and you still say you're fine." Her voice trembled, a blush rising to her cheeks. "You are so foolish. How could you stab yourself 5 times? Do I deserve such sacrifice?" Lin Hao smiled softly. "Ruoxue, please do not blame yourself. If it weren't for you saving me back then, I would not be here today. For you, I would willingly endure even more than 5 stabs, even death itself." Upon hearing this, Tang Ruoxue's heart fluttered, a sweetness enveloping her like a sip of honeyed water. Suddenly, her gaze inadvertently fell upon Lin Hao's thigh, where blood continued to flow profusely, sending a sharp pang through her heart. "I must bandage your wound immediately, otherwise it will lead to an infection," she exclaimed anxiously. As she spoke, she began to scan her surroundings in search of something to use for bandaging, her eyes finally resting on the sleeves of her own garment. Without hesitation, she reached to tear at her sleeve, but her hand had been suspended for too long. Aching and numb, it no longer obeyed her commands. No matter how much strength she exerted, she could not free her sleeve. "Get down!" Lin Hao suddenly shoved Tang Ruoxue to the ground. Almost simultaneously, a barrage of bullets, like furious fire dragons, whistled overhead, embedding themselves into the mountainside behind them, sending fragments of rock flying in all directions. At that moment, Huang Chang and his men had already begun their ascent towards the summit. The relentless gunfire erupted, bullets shredding the grass beside them into countless pieces. Tang Ruoxue curled up in Lin Hao's embrace, her hands tightly clutching her head, eyes shut, trembling all over. Lin Hao took a deep breath and urgently reassured her. "Ruoxue, don't move. Trust me, I will keep you safe." As his words fell, he raised his head, one hand firmly gripping her shoulder to instill a sense of security. With his other hand, he lifted his gun, his finger gently squeezing the trigger as bullets pierced the chests of 3 enemies. They scarcely had time to scream before collapsing to the ground. Witnessing this, the remaining men felt their pupils constrict, instinctively searching for cover to evade the onslaught. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Hao pulled Tang Ruoxue up and dragged her behind a rock for shelter. Leaning against the stone, his chest heaving violently, he said, "Ruoxue, as long as I am here, you need not fear." Although fear gripped her heart, she nodded, asserting, "I am not afraid at all." Immediately, Lin Hao rolled out from behind the rock, simultaneously unleashing another volley of bullets that took down 2 more foes. The others scattered like frightened rabbits, hastily retreating to the rock for cover, scarcely daring to breathe, terrified of becoming the next target. In an instant, the mountaintop fell into a deathly silence, with only their heartbeats echoing in the stillness. After an unknown duration, the oppressive atmosphere was shattered by a bodyguard's desperate ambition. Gripping his gun tightly, he boldly raised his head. The sound of gunfire erupted, bang, 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 and within a heartbeat, 3 ghastly blood holes appeared on his forehead, his body collapsing backward. Witnessing this, a trembling bodyguard pleaded, "Boss, the Wolf King's marksmanship is too precise. We should retreat. If this continues, we will surely face annihilation." The others echoed his sentiments, their eyes filled with the desire for survival. No one wished to risk their lives for such meager gains. Huang Chang's complexion turned as pale as parchment, sweat trickling down his cheeks. He swallowed hard and finally managed to utter, "Then, let us withdraw." As Huang Chang gave the order, the tension in the group dissipated, and they swiftly and orderly retreated down the mountain. Lin Hao, seeing them emerge, assumed they were launching another assault and unhesitatingly raised his gun to fire. Clang! This time, the weapon emitted the sound of an empty chamber. It was devoid of ammunition. Huang Chang also heard the sound of an empty chamber. He quickly halted his steps and exclaimed with fervor, "Ha ha! Brothers, the Wolf King is out of bullets. We need no longer fear him. Charge forward. It would be best to capture the Wolf King alive, but if that proves impossible, dead will suffice." As Huang Chang's words echoed, the previously disoriented crowd turned resolutely, raising their weapons and advancing step by step towards the mountain summit. Huang Chang shouted, "Wolf King, I am aware that you are now devoid of ammunition. It would be wise to surrender. Otherwise, both you and Tang Ruoxue shall meet your demise." Chapter 76. Gu Jingming's cold smile. Lin Hao performed a roll, landing beside Qiu Sheng's lifeless body, and seized his handgun. He swiftly opened the magazine, and his gaze froze instantaneously. Only a single bullet remained within. A chill coursed through Lin Hao's heart, suppressing his inner turmoil. He lifted his head to see Huang Chang and his cohorts advancing relentlessly. Suddenly, a spark ignited in his eyes, a testament to the coolness and cunning that only seasoned warriors possess. He inhaled deeply and bellowed, "I have no desire to kill any longer. Whoever dares to take another step forward, I shall fire." Upon hearing this, Huang Chang's lips curled into a mocking smile. "Wolf King, who are you trying to scare? You have no bullets left. I fear you not." Lin Hao's eyes shimmered like cold stars as he calmly retorted, "You claim I lack ammunition? Dare to step closer, and I shall blow your brains out." Confident that Lin Hao was indeed out of bullets, Huang Chang boldly stepped forward. "Wolf King, I have taken a step closer. If you have bullets, then go ahead and blow my head off." Bang! The gunshot rang out abruptly. Huang Chang's smile froze on his face, disbelief flashing in his eyes, soon replaced by pain and terror. In the astonished gazes of the onlookers, his body slumped helplessly to the ground. The others, witnessing this, scattered like frightened rabbits, fleeing in a panic, regretting that their parents had not bestowed upon them 2 additional legs. Lin Hao exhaled deeply, the tension in his nerves abruptly relaxing. Unable to maintain his composure, he collapsed uncontrollably onto the ground. Tang Ruoxue rushed forward, supporting Lin Hao. Worry and anxiety flickered in her eyes, her voice trembling slightly. "Mr. Lin, how do you feel? You must not be harmed." Lin Hao managed a faint smile, attempting to soothe Tang Ruoxue's distress. "Do not fret. I am fine." However, Tang Ruoxue, choking back her emotions, insisted, "You've lost so much blood. How could you possibly be fine? It must be serious." Her hands clenched into fists, her nails digging deeply into her palms. If she could, she would gladly share some of Lin Hao's pain. A warm current surged within Lin Hao's heart as he forced a smile. "I assure you, I'm truly all right, just a minor injury. A couple of days of rest will suffice." In truth, he was not lying. He had indeed sustained 5 knife wounds to his thigh, but had intentionally avoided the major artery. However, due to the excessive blood loss, his complexion was pale, and he felt dizzy. At the foot of the mountain, Gao Qingyue stood side by side with Gu Jingming, their eyes reflecting both tension and anticipation. They periodically glanced upward toward the summit, silently praying for Lin Hao's demise. At that moment, a flurry of hurried footsteps shattered the tranquility at the mountain's base. Several bodyguards from the Wolf family, disheveled and panicked, stumbled down the mountain path, nearly colliding with Gao Qingyue and Gu Jingming standing by the roadside. Gao Qingyue's brows furrowed sharply, a flicker of confusion crossing her face as she quickly seized one of the bodyguards who brushed past her. "Have you killed Lin Hao?" The bodyguard was well aware that the Wolf King was named Lin Hao. His complexion paled further, exclaiming, "Kill? We nearly lost our lives at his hands." With that, he broke free from Gao Qingyue's grasp and stumbled to catch up with his companions, who promptly entered the vehicle parked by the roadside. The car sped away like a wild stallion. Gao Qingyue's face turned ashen, her hands clenched into fists, knuckles turning a delicate shade of white from the pressure. "Lin Hao, this useless man, is he truly that formidable? How could so many fail to eliminate him? How is this possible?" Gu Jingming stood beside her, his eyes flickering with anxiety and unease. After surveying their surroundings, he urged, Qingyue, we must leave swiftly. If Lin Hao sees us, he will undoubtedly not let us off easily. Upon hearing this, Gao Qingyue trembled slightly, as if jolted awake from a dream. She quickly regained her composure and nodded. The two hurriedly climbed into the car and departed the scene. Inside the vehicle, Gu Jingming suddenly spoke, urgency lacing his voice. Qingyue, when do you plan to discuss the 4 million yuan investment with your father? After all, this project holds tremendous potential. If we miss this opportunity, it may be exceedingly difficult to find such a lucrative chance again. Gao Qingyue took a deep breath, calming her emotions before her gaze grew resolute. I will speak to my father about it as soon as we return home. Gu Jingming nodded, a barely perceptible cold smile gracing his lips. Meanwhile, Hu Weidong soon learned that not only had Lin Hao not been killed, but that Qiu Sheng and Han Tao had also perished. In a panic, he hastily booked a flight back to Kyoto to escape. At the Gao residence, Gao Qingyue had already discussed the 4 million yuan matter with Gao Shengdong. Upon hearing this, Gao Shengdong's brows furrowed involuntarily. 4 million yuan was no trifling sum, and considering the unpredictable nature of business, risks lurked at every turn. A single misstep could lead to complete financial ruin. Seeing his reaction, Gao Qingyue stepped forward, gently grasping her father's hands, her eyes sparkling with boundless aspirations for the future. Dad, you must trust Jingming. He is a Harvard PhD. His judgment is impeccable. This opportunity is absolutely worth the gamble. At that moment, Gu Jingming rose from the sofa, his voice imbued with unwavering confidence. Uncle, please believe in me. I have conducted thorough market research and risk assessments for this investment project. With an investment of 4 million yuan, I assure you, the returns will be no less than threefold. Wang Milin, unable to contain her excitement, interjected with fervor, Old man, what are you still hesitating for? Threefold returns. If you let this slip away, I won't let you off the hook. Dad! Gao Qingyue's voice was tinged with barely contained excitement and urgency. This truly is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to make money. Gu Jingming stood by, keenly observing the fleeting flicker of hesitation and contemplation in Gao Shengdong's gaze. He was acutely aware that whether Gao Shengdong agreed or not would determine the trajectory of his fate. Therefore, he hastily concurred, Uncle, rest assured. I possess a substantial deposit of 100 million US dollars in America, but it is rather inconvenient for me to access it domestically. Even if this investment fails, Gu Jingming, vow to compensate for your losses. Upon hearing this, Wang Milin's eyes instantly sparkled with excitement. She eagerly tugged at Gao Shengdong's sleeve, her tone laced with urgency and persuasion. Old man, do you hear that? Jingming has 100 million US dollars in savings in America. Even if the investment does not succeed, he will cover our losses. What are you still hesitating for? Gao Shengdong, upon learning of Gu Jingming's substantial savings, felt his defenses crumble entirely. He took a deep breath and nodded. All right. A barely perceptible smirk played at the corners of Gu Jingming's lips. Chapter 77. The blind girl selling flowers. Gu Jingming finally fulfilled his desire by acquiring 4 million USD from Gao Shengdong, which converts to over 20 million in Dragon Country currency. He arrived at the most opulent nightclub in Jiangcheng, heaven on earth. Du Feng couldn't help but smirk with amusement. Gu Jingming managed to procure money so swiftly. Gu Jingming dramatically pulled out a bank card from his pocket and tossed it onto the tea table, saying, Du Xiao, this contains over 20 million Dragon Country currency, equivalent to 4 million USD. Du Feng's initial disdain gradually morphed into surprise, realizing that Gu Jingming truly had a way to acquire funds. Gu Jingming declared, Du Xiao, we are square now. Du Feng slid the bank card into his suit pocket, his tone turning cordial. Xiao Gu, should you ever need money in the future, do not hesitate to ask. There is no need for formality. Upon hearing this, Gu Jingming's lips twitched in irritation as he inwardly cursed, You bastard, don't you think the money needs to be returned? Nonetheless, he replied politely, Du Xiao, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Du Feng nodded. Xiao Gu, take care. Walk slowly. Gu Jingming abruptly pushed open the wooden door to the private room, seething at the thought of having to pay Du Feng an additional 2 million USD. Unable to contain his fury, He shouted at the door, "Du Feng, you damn bastard." At that moment, a girl clutching a bouquet of roses accidentally collided with Gu Jingming. Already seething with anger, he glared up and exclaimed, "Are you blind? Watch where you're going." The girl, approximately 17 or 18 years old, donned a faded old dress. Her features delicate, yet her eyes reflected emptiness and confusion. Upon hearing Gu Jingming's tirade, she quickly lowered her head, her voice barely above a whisper, "I'm sorry. I truly cannot see." Gu Jingming was taken aback and finally noticed her lifeless eyes. He cursed, "So you really are blind. What terrible luck to bump into you. You wretched blind girl." His anger unabated, he snatched the roses from her hands, tossed them to the ground, and stomped on them. With a quivering voice, the girl expressed her distress. "I'm sorry. I didn't mean to bump into you." Gu Jingming sneered, "What good is your apology?" He then harshly struck her frail cheek, demanding, "Kneel down and apologize to me, or you shall not leave today." Just then, a middle-aged woman hurriedly interjected, "Enough! She did not mean to bump into you, and she is blind. How could she see the path?" Gu Jingming coldly retorted, "What business is it of yours? If you find it intolerable, you may kneel and apologize on her behalf. Don't think I'll let her off simply because of your few words." The middle-aged woman frowned, a flicker of complex emotions crossing her eyes. She slowly shook her head and turned to leave. Gu Jingming turned back to the girl selling flowers. "You blind wretch, kneel and apologize to me." As the girl was about to kneel, a slender yet strong hand gently supported her. "Xiaoxua, what's wrong?" The owner of that delicate hand was a woman clad in a resplendent red gown, her beauty ethereal. Lin Hao murmured, "Sister Hong, I accidentally bumped into this gentleman, and he demands that I kneel in apology." This enchanting beauty was none other than Li Hong, the proprietor of Tianshang Ruanjian, famously known as the Queen of Red Roses. Upon hearing Lin Shue's words, her icy, exquisite gaze swiftly turned towards the man beside her, Gu Jingming, whose expression was a complex tapestry of emotions. Indeed, it was her fault for colliding with you, a point beyond dispute. However, to compel a child to apologize in such a manner is utterly excessive. Name your price. I shall compensate you, and we shall consider this matter concluded, she asserted. Gu Jingming was naturally acquainted with Li Hong, and he mustered a strained, somewhat rigid smile, replying, "Sister Hong, you flatter me. How could I dare accept your compensation?" "I do not wish to," Li Hong retorted with a fierce shout. "If you refuse compensation, then be gone." Gu Jingming, taken aback, hurriedly turned to leave. Li Hong then pivoted, gently caressing Lin Shue's bruised cheek. "Little Shue, it's all right now. You should return home." "Thank you, Sister Hong." With that, Li Hong felt her way out of Tianshang Renjian. At the entrance stood an elderly man, his face kind and his back slightly hunched, who approached them slowly, gently supporting Lin Shue's slender arm. "Miss, have you sold all the flowers so soon?" Lin Shue shook her head gently, her cascading hair swaying softly. "Uncle Wang, sorry. Wang Nian's gaze inadvertently brushed against the imprint of a slap on Lin Shue's cheek, and he instantly comprehended the situation. A flicker of anger and sorrow crossed the old man's eyes, soon giving way to profound helplessness and self-reproach. He sighed deeply. "Miss, I beg your pardon. I am incapable of taking proper care of you, forcing you to sell flowers to supplement the household. Such burdens should not be borne by a child of your tender age." Hearing this, Lin Shue's eyes glistened with unshed tears, yet she fought to keep them at bay. Gently withdrawing her hand from Wang Nian's grip, she replied, "Uncle Wang, please do not say that. In my heart, you have never been a servant. I am ever grateful for your care over the years." As Wang Nian listened to Lin Shue's words, his own eyes grew moist, and he sighed once more, his voice laden with endless emotion and yearning. "Ah, if only the young master were still alive. I am a poor servant, having failed to learn of his whereabouts all these years." In truth, Lin Hao's injuries were not severe. After a night's rest, he could barely support himself, trembling as he stood, each step accompanied by excruciating pain. Thoughts of Tang Ruoxue flooded his mind. She had been kidnapped by Huo Weidong, undoubtedly a foul scheme concocted by Gao Qingyue. Lin Hao, initially reluctant to sever ties out of respect for Gao Qingyue, and Ruowo, found himself unable to endure the actions of Gao Qingyue any longer. Thus, he resolved to deliver a significant blow to the Gao family. He reached for his phone and dialed a number. Li Ming, effective immediately. You are free to leave Li's group. Li Ming was the chief designer at Gao's clothing factory, and his creations seemed to possess a life of their own, capturing the essence of the times and stirring a profound yearning for beauty deep within people's souls. The success of Gao's group in the apparel market of Longhua is attributed to Li Ming's unwavering pursuit of ultimate innovation. Initially, the modest establishment of Gao's group could hardly accommodate the grandeur of Li Ming's aspirations. However, owing to Lin Hao's past act of saving his life, Li Ming devoted many years to serving in Gao's group as a gesture of gratitude. Should Li Ming decide to leave, it would undoubtedly deal a significant blow to the very foundation of Gao's group. In a solemn tone, Li Ming remarked, Mr. Lin, I have long contemplated departing from Gao's group, but if I were to leave Gao's group, Lin Hao sighed slowly and replied, I have already divorced Gao Qingyue. Realizing the implications, Li Ming nodded and declared, I will tender my resignation immediately. Chapter 78. You have now lost that significant person the following day. Gao Qingyue entered the office with a light-hearted step, humming a cheerful tune. Her face radiated an unmistakable glow of happiness, as if the entire world shone brilliantly because of her. At that moment, the office door was gently knocked upon, and Gu Jingming stepped inside. Qingyue, what brings you such joy? He inquired. Gao Qingyue turned, her bright eyes sparkling with the light of countless stars, exuding an air of mystery and bliss. A playful smile graced her lips. Guess. Gu Jingming laughed at her unexpected jest. Go on, tell me. How could I possibly guess? Gao Qingyue extended her delicate fingers, playfully pinching his cheek. I am pregnant. Instantly, Gu Jingming's smile froze, as if time itself had come to a halt. Noticing his reaction, Gao Qingyue's brow furrowed slightly. What's wrong? Aren't you happy that I'm having your child? Gu Jingming grasped her hand tightly, his eyes reflecting a tumult of emotions. Qingyue, you're having my child. How could I not be overjoyed? It's just, I currently lack a stable career that would provide you and our future child with a secure foundation. I yearn to offer you both a home filled with love and warmth, free from worries. Therefore, I think it would be best to wait until I have established a stable career before having children, so that we can give them the very best. Perhaps we should consider terminating the pregnancy? Gao Qingyue's face drained of color in an instant, her eyes widening in disbelief as she stared at Gu Jingming. What did you just say? You want me to terminate the child? Gu Jingming, do you even realize what you're saying? I'm already in my 30s, and the doctor has warned me that if I terminate this pregnancy, I may never conceive again. I can agree to many things, but not this. Seeing her resolute stance, Gu Jingming forced a smile. Qingyue, please don't be upset. I merely suggested it. If you wish to carry the child, then do so. At that moment, the newly hired secretary entered. Mr. Gao, the 4-star group from Korea has requested to see detailed samples of the work uniforms we ordered. Gao Qingyue nodded slightly. I understand. Please call Li Ming from the design department. Yes. The secretary turned and left. Gao Qingyue playfully pinched Gu Jingming's nose, her eyes glinting with mischief. If we can successfully fulfill the order from the 4-star group, it could bring several million in profit to our company. Gu Jingming gazed at her affectionately, a tender smile gracing his lips. Qingyue, once I establish my own career, you won't have to work so hard anymore. At that time, you can relax, while I strive to provide for you and our child, ensuring warmth and happiness for both of you. A wave of warmth surged through Gao Qingyue's heart, an unprecedented sense of security and sweetness enveloping her. Her beautiful eyes sparkled with joy as she gently nestled her head against Gu Jingming's sturdy chest. Just then, the office door was knocked upon again, and Li Ming entered. In a moment of instinct, Gao Qingyue and Gu Jingming instinctively distanced themselves from each other, their faces still flushed with a lingering warmth, their eyes betraying a hint of confusion and shyness. Just as Gao Qingyue was about to speak, she noticed Li Ming gently placing his resignation letter on the desk. General Gao, Li Ming spoke in a low tone. This is my resignation letter. I hope you will approve it. What did you say? Gao Qingyue's voice was laced with incredulity. You actually intend to resign? Li Ming nudda supli. Over the years, he had endured a meager salary of 5,500 yuan at Gao's group, although the company would symbolically distribute a bonus at year's end. The paltry sum of 10,000 yuan was hardly sufficient for survival in this bustling metropolis. In truth, Li Ming was well aware that with his professional skills and managerial acumen, he could secure a position with an annual salary of 500,000 yuan at any other company, thus leading a vastly different existence. However, out of gratitude for Lin Hao's life-saving kindness, he chose to endure, opting to remain at Gao's group and contribute silently. Yet to Gao Qingyue, Li Ming appeared to be a pliable individual, which was why she had never increased his salary over the years. Gao Qingyue was taken aback. She had never anticipated that this usually taciturn and diligent Li Ming would one day resist. Grabbing the resignation letter, she crumpled it into a ball. Li Ming, I do not accept your resignation. I can offer you a raise to 10,000 a month. What do you think? This is the highest I can go. I hope you will reconsider. Li Ming gently shook his head. My decision to resign is not motivated by salary. I am resolute. Even if you do not approve my resignation today, according to labor law, I can resign automatically after 1 month. Upon hearing this, Gao Qingyue's delicate brows furrowed slightly, a surge of uncontrollable anger swirling within her chest, but she made a concerted effort to restrain herself. Taking a deep breath, she endeavored to make her voice sound calm and sincere. May I ask why you wish to resign? Li Ming hesitated for a moment, but ultimately replied, The reason I have remained at Gao's group without complaint all these years, despite the meager salary, is because of a significant figure in your life. It was due to him that I refrained from resigning. However, the circumstances have changed. You have now lost this important figure, which is why I have decided to resign. As for this figure, I am certain you, General Gao, can deduce who it is. Well, I've said all I need to say. Please approve my resignation. Beside them, Gu Jingming smirked disdainfully. Qingyue, if he wants to leave, let him go. I happen to have a friend who is an equally gifted fashion designer, whose talents may even surpass his. I will personally invite him tomorrow to ensure our design team is revitalized. Gao Qingyue, hearing this, could not help but curl her lips into a cold smile. Li Ming, who do you think you are? The earth continues to revolve regardless of anyone's presence. Similarly, the Gao group shall steadfastly sail forward, even in the absence of your small piece of the puzzle. If you wish to resign, then depart promptly. However, I must caution you, life offers no remedy for regret. Once you take this step, even if you find yourself weeping and begging at my feet for another chance in the future, I shall not spare you a glance. After delivering these words, Gao Qingyue took a deep breath, unfurled her resignation letter, and resolutely picked up her pen to inscribe her name. Chapter 79. The Death of Wang Milin After Li Ming Departed. Gao Qingyue hastily remarked, Jingming, the 4-star group is eagerly awaiting the sample design for the work uniforms. You must urgently summon your design-savvy friend to the Gao group. Rest assured, Qingyue, I shall attend to it at once, Gu Jingming replied before exiting the Li group. His intention, however, was not to seek out his friend. Rather, he harbored ulterior motives. Since his return to the country, his expenses had been considerable, and he was left with merely a few hundred yuan. Feeling embarrassed to ask Gao Qingyue for more funds, he resolved to devise a plan to acquire money. He intended to return to the Gao residence, seizing the opportunity presented by their absence to pilfer some jewelry to sell for cash. To ensure the success of his endeavor, Gu Jingming had meticulously prepared. The previous night, while the Gao family slumbered, he discreetly disabled all surveillance cameras. Equipped with gloves to prevent leaving any fingerprints, he stealthily entered Wang Milin's room. Slowly, he opened the drawer of her vanity, revealing an exquisite box inside. He carefully lifted the box, opened its lid, and was greeted by a dazzling array of jewelry. A fleeting smile of triumph graced his lips as he hastily stuffed the treasures into his pockets. Just as he was about to depart the room, the faint sound of footsteps echoed from outside. Gu Jingming's heart sank, and his complexion turned ashen. He anxiously scanned the surroundings, contemplating hiding beneath the bed. At that moment, however, Wang Milin entered, her gaze sweeping over Gu Jingming's face contorted in anxiety, and then landing on his slightly trembling form. Her brow furrowed involuntarily as she inquired, "Jingming, what are you doing in my room?" Gu Jingming's eyes flickered uncertainly, his mouth opening to respond, yet no words emerged. Wang Mylan's casual glance fell upon the vanity, where the jewelry box, which should have been in the drawer, now sat atop the surface, and the jewelry was conspicuously absent. She turned her attention back to Gu Jingming, noticing a portion of a necklace protruding from his pocket. "Jingming, I cannot believe you would steal my jewelry. Hand it over." Panic flashed in Gu Jingming's eyes, and he vehemently shook his head, stammering, "I did not." Wang Mylan seized his arm, swiftly extracting a handful of jewelry from his pocket. "I have caught you red-handed. How can you still deny it?" Knowing he could not allow Gao Qingyue to learn of his thievery, Gu Jingming made a bold decision. "Auntie, since you have discovered me, I regret to inform you that I must eliminate you to silence you." With that, he abruptly tightened his grip, his powerful hand like a vice around Wang Mylan's neck. A look of disbelief flashed in her eyes as she desperately clawed at his fingers, her legs flailing helplessly against the ground. Yet, all her efforts were in vain, for Gu Jingming's strength far surpassed hers. Wang Mylan's breathing grew increasingly labored, and her struggles gradually weakened over time. Her gaze began to lose focus, her fingers slipped limply, and her legs fell still. Ultimately, tranquility returned, leaving only the heavy sound of Gu Jingming's labored breaths. Gu Jingming gradually released his tightly clenched hands, and Wang Mylan's lifeless body fell to the ground with a dull thud. After a brief respite, he hastily gathered the scattered jewelry from the floor, stuffing it into his pockets, and then departed from the Gao residence as if nothing had transpired. Originally, his intention was to return directly to the Gao group. However, a thought seemed to cross his mind, and a wicked smile crept onto his lips. He altered his plan, deciding to frame Lin Hao for his misdeeds. Thus, to avoid leaving any traces of his departure, he refrained from taking a taxi and instead hailed an unlicensed motorcycle taxi, arriving at Villa No. 2 in Tongqing's Yiping district. Upon reaching the villa, he surveyed his surroundings, ensuring no one was present, and stealthily approached the entrance. He retrieved a necklace from his pocket and casually tossed it into the flower bed at the door. "Lin Hao, prepare to take the fall for me." After executing his scheme, Gu Jingming did not linger, swiftly turning on his heel and hastening back to the Gao group. When Gao Qingyue saw Gu Jingming return, she quickly inquired, "Jingming, what did your friend say?" Gu Jingming's face bore the weight of guilt and helplessness. "Qingyue, I'm sorry, my friend. He said he is not willing to resign at this time." This statement struck Gao Qingyue like a heavy hammer, instantly draining color from her face. "What do we do now? The 4-star group is waiting for the design samples. If we cannot deliver on time, we will not only lose this order, but also face substantial penalties." Gu Jingming gently grasped Gao Qingyue's icy hand. "Qingyue, do not fret. I will talk to him again tonight. I must persuade him to join the Gao group." "Sigh, this is all we can do for now," Gao Qingyue sighed, her expression one of resignation. At that moment, her phone rang. Her father, Gao Xingdong, was calling. She quickly answered, "Dad, what is it?" On the other end, her father's voice trembled with suppressed sobs. "Qingyue, your mother, she was murdered at home." "What? Murdered?" Gao Qingyue's voice quivered, disbelief surging within her chest. "Dad, please, do not frighten me. How could this be?" "It is true, Qingyue." Gao Xingdong's voice was heavy with sorrow. "I have called the police. They are investigating at the scene. You must return home immediately." A chilling wave coursed from her feet to the crown of her head, and tears cascaded uncontrollably down her cheeks, blurring her vision. "Okay, I will be back right away." Seeing her distress, Gu Jingming hastily asked, "Qingyue, what has happened?" Gao Qingyue's tears fell like pearls strung on a broken thread, unrestrained. Subsequently, her body seemed to lose its support, and she began to crumble backward. Quick-witted, Gu Jingming reached out, steadying her. He anxiously inquired, "Qingyue, what has transpired?" The pale-faced Gao Qingyue, her voice choked with emotion, stammered, "My mother. She was murdered at home." Upon hearing this, Gu Jingming's eyes widened in disbelief, struggling to comprehend the gravity of the situation. He then grasped her icy hands tightly. gritting his teeth as he vowed, "If I discover who the wretch responsible for this is, I will ensure they face the consequences." Qingyue, this is not the time for sorrow. We must return swiftly and allow the authorities to uncover the perpetrator. Gao Qingyue nodded tearfully in agreement. Chapter 80. Conclusive evidence. When Gao Qingyue and Gu Jingming returned home, the law enforcement officers were meticulously examining the scene, led by Gao Qingyue's cousin, Gao Juanzong. Upon seeing her mother lying quietly on the ground, her eyes wide open, Gao Qingyue felt a profound sense of disbelief, even though she had mentally prepared for this moment. Her body trembled suddenly, as if all her strength had been drained, and she staggered backward. Gu Jingming hurriedly supported her, saying, "Qingyue, try not to grieve too much." Tears finally streamed down Gao Qingyue's face as she buried her head in Gu Jingming's chest, weeping heart-wrenchingly. "Mom, how could you leave me like this?" After a moment, Gao Qingyue fought against her anguish, struggling to free herself from Gu Jingming's embrace. She swiftly approached Gao Juanzong and grasped his sleeve tightly. "Juanzong, tell me, have you found out who the murderer is? I want him to pay." Gao Juanzong's expression turned grave as he slowly shook his head. "From our preliminary investigation, your mother had a significant amount of jewelry stolen, indicating this was a murder motivated by greed. However, one thing is certain. The crime scene is exceptionally clean, with no fingerprints left by the perpetrator. The doors and windows are intact, showing no signs of forced entry. This is not a typical burglary. Therefore, I suspect the crime was committed by someone familiar with your home, someone who could easily gain access and knows your family's environment intimately. Unfortunately, all the surveillance cameras in your house were turned off." A flicker of barely perceptible tension crossed Gu Jingming's eyes, but he quickly regained his composure. "Then, who could it be?" Gao Juanzong replied solemnly. "Thus, we need to search for clues from within. Think carefully. Has anyone recently exhibited unusual behavior or shown excessive interest in your family's financial situation? Every detail could be pivotal in solving this case." Gao Qingyue murmured, "Murdered for money, and with no signs of forced entry." Suddenly, her eyes brightened as she gritted her teeth and declared, "I know. It must be Lin Hao." Upon hearing this, Gu Jingming firmly agreed, "Yes, it has to be Lin Hao. He is currently destitute, and it makes sense that he would resort to murder for money. Although he and Qingyue have signed a divorce agreement, he must have kept a spare key to the house, which is why there are no signs of forced entry." Gao Shendong clenched his fists and eagerly concurred. "It must be that scoundrel Lin Hao. Juanzong, hurry and arrest him." "You suspect Lin Hao?" Gao Juanzong's brow furrowed deeply, his gaze flickering with complex emotions. With his hands clasped behind his back, he unconsciously tapped his fingers lightly against his belt buckle. "However, your suspicions are valid. He does indeed have a motive." Internally, he pondered, "Lin Hao, even if you are the Wolf King, once I find conclusive evidence, your fate will be sealed." Yet, he regarded Wang Milan's death with a sense of schadenfreude. Wang Milan held 5% of the Gao Group's shares, and upon her demise, those shares would need to be redistributed. However, Gao Juanzong's face revealed no semblance of joy. Instead, he feigned seriousness and declared loudly, "You too, accompany me immediately to apprehend Lin Hao. The rest of you, continue investigating the scene." With that, he turned and left with 2 law enforcement officers. Meanwhile, Lin Hao reclined on a spacious sofa, his leg enveloped in thick bandages. At that moment, his phone rang. It was Wang Zhongkai calling. "Lin Hao, something's wrong." Wang Zhongkai's anxious voice came through the line. "Shen Chun Hui has been taken by the security department for investigation, accused of colluding with the enemy. I am certain that it is the work of the Wolf family behind this. I warned you not to provoke them, but you, Sai." Lin Hao's eyes instantly turned icy. "I understand," he replied before hanging up. He had originally planned to wait until his injuries were fully healed before personally heading to the capital to end Huo Weidong's life. However, plans often falter in the face of unforeseen events, and the audacity of the Huo family to arrest Chun Hui would come at a grave cost. With determination, Lin Hao slowly retrieved a box from beneath his bed. Upon opening it, a meticulously arranged array of firearm components came into view. With a series of crisp clicks, he assembled the scattered parts into a sniper rifle. This weapon was not merely a cold piece of steel. It was a testament to his past glory and suffering. On the battlefield, Lin Hao had used this very sniper rifle to vanquish countless foes. Due to his remarkable contributions to the nation, he had received special permission to retain this firearm after retirement as the highest honor for his service. He gently caressed the rifle, whispering to his old companion, "Since your retirement, you have remained dormant, but today it is time to once again demonstrate your might and show the whole family your terror." Just then, the doorbell rang unexpectedly. He hurriedly stashed the rifle back under the bed and rose to answer the door. Gao Qingyue stood at the threshold, awaiting Lin Hao's arrival. Suddenly, his gaze was drawn to a reflection in the flower bed, the glimmer particularly blinding. Focusing his attention, he discovered it was a gold necklace. A grin spread across his face. He had not anticipated finding evidence so easily. At that moment, the door opened and Lin Hao emerged, limping slightly. Upon seeing Gao Qingyue, his brow furrowed. "Officer Gao, what brings you here?" Gao Qingyue smirked coldly. "Lin Hao, you truly possess remarkable composure. After killing your former mother-in-law, you managed to remain so nonchalant. Quite impressive." Lin Hao's pupils constricted slightly. "Wang Milan is dead?" Feigning ignorance, Gao Qingyue scoffed, his tone dripping with disdain. "The evidence is irrefutable. Do you think you can escape this fate? Officers, take him away and conduct a thorough interrogation." With a command, 2 law enforcement personnel swiftly approached, each taking hold of one of Lin Hao's arms before cuffing his hands behind his back. Lin Hao coldly remarked, "Gao Qingyue, have you resorted to arbitrarily arresting others without concrete evidence? Has your power inflated to such an extent that you believe yourself above the law?" A sinister smile flickered across Gao Qingyue's face as he slowly retrieved a pair of pristine white gloves from his pocket, donning them with an elegant flourish. He then bent down, delicately picking up the gold necklace, and meticulously placed this crucial piece of evidence into a transparent plastic bag. Standing upright, he locked his gaze on Lin Hao and declared, "Look, Lin Hao, this is the irrefutable evidence that will bring you to justice. I have not forgotten the humiliation you inflicted upon me last time when you made me kneel and slap my own face. Today, with undeniable proof in hand, you have fallen into my grasp. Your fate is sealed." Chapter 81. The calls from 3 influential figures after being criminally detained. Lin Hao found himself once again confined in the dimly lit interrogation room. The cold steel chair and the oppressive atmosphere were reminiscent of his previous experience. Opposite him sat Gao Qingyue, his expression dark and foreboding. "Lin Hao, you have indeed killed Wang Milan, and in doing so, you have unwittingly aided me. I must extend my gratitude," he remarked sinisterly. Lin Hao replied with a hint of disdain, "You presume to accuse me of murder based solely on a necklace? Gao Qingyue, such reasoning is utterly far-fetched. Logic? Evidence? In this game, they are merely pawns in my hands," Gao Qingyue sneered. "Here, the truth is dictated by me. If I declare you the murderer, then you are the murderer. Whether you actually committed the act is irrelevant. Once you are in my grasp, the outcome remains unchanged." He leaned forward suddenly, his voice laced with both warning and provocation. "I shall grant you until morning. I expect to receive the confession I desire. Otherwise, the physical consequences will be unbearable." With that, Gao Qingyue exited the interrogation room. Upon stepping outside, he abruptly halted and turned to the 2 law enforcement officers stationed at the door. "You must remain vigilant, taking turns to keep watch. Do not let him escape under any circumstances." "Understood," the officers replied in unison, nodding earnestly. Satisfied, Gao Qingyue prepared to move on when his phone rang. He answered, "Hello. Who is this?" On the other end, a voice declared, "Captain Gao, this is Fu Hongyu." A smirk crossed Gao Qingyue's lips. "Ah, Fu Shao, what brings you to seek my assistance?" Fu Hongyu's tone suddenly turned icy. "I have heard that you have apprehended Lin Hao. I hope you can assist me in ensuring he disappears from this world permanently." Upon hearing this, Gao Qingyue chuckled. "Fu Shao, are you testing my professional ethics or merely probing the boundaries of the law? Whether Lin Hao lives or dies is a matter for the court to decide. I, a mere captain, possess no such omnipotence." However, Fu Hongyu seemed to anticipate this response. His laughter resonated through the phone. "Captain Gao, Do not be so hasty in your refusal. I am well aware that rules are rigid, yet people are adaptable. In this circle, who does not have their own agenda? I comprehend your position and will not place you in a difficult situation. If the task is executed flawlessly, rest assured, the rewards will be plentiful. Gao Qingyue's smile deepened with intrigue. Fu Xiao, you flatter me. I shall endeavor to provide you with a satisfactory response. With that, he ended the call. Just as he returned to his office, his phone rang again, this time from an unfamiliar number. Furrowing his brow, he pressed the answer button. Hello, who is this? A deep, chilling voice replied. I am Wen Tianlong of the Wen family. Wen Tianlong? The god of war from the north? Gao Qingyue's expression shifted dramatically, his body trembling involuntarily. He feared that Wen Tianlong was calling to demand Lin Hao surrender, given their shared affiliation with the Ministry of War. He trembled as he inquired. General One, you sought me. What is it that you require? Standing before the floor-to-ceiling window, Wen Tianlong cast a frigid gaze upon the urban landscape. I am aware that you have apprehended Lin Hao. I desire his demise. The benefits shall be yours, but if you dare allow him to leave alive, you will find yourself in a dire predicament. I am not attempting to intimidate you. I have gathered substantial evidence of your illicit activities, sufficient to ensure you serve a lengthy sentence. Surprisingly, Gao Qingyue felt the tension within him ease upon hearing these words. He had anticipated that Wen Tianlong would demand Lin Hao's release, given their shared affiliation with the War Department. But it was unexpected that Wen's request was for Lin Hao's death. A cold smile crept across Gao Qingyue's lips as he realized that they harbored the same objective. Taking a deep breath, he spoke with a hint of flattery. General One, rest assured, since you wish for his demise, I shall ensure it is done. Wen Tianlong replied nonchalantly, I await your good news. Remember to execute it cleanly, leaving no traces. With that, he terminated the call before Gao Qingyue could respond. Clutching his phone, Gao Qingyue murmured to himself, Lin Hao, who would have thought even Wen Tianlong desires your death? This time, there is no avoiding it. At that moment, his phone rang again, revealing yet another unfamiliar number, this one from Kyoto. His brows instinctively knitted together as he pondered. Could this be a call from the War Department? Are they asking me to release Lin Hao? Nevertheless, he had made up his mind. Regardless of the caller's identity, he would not release Lin Hao. The War Department, as formidable as it was, could not overtly protect a murderer, could it? With this thought, his courage swelled. He inhaled deeply, composed himself, and answered the call. Hello? Who is this? On the other end, a cold voice responded. I am Weidong from the Wolf family in Kyoto. Gao Qingyue's entire being jolted at the mention of Weidong, nearly causing his phone to slip from his grasp. Weidong was a figure more powerful than both Wen Tianlong and Fu Hongyu. What was happening today? Why were all these prominent individuals contacting him? Sweat began to bead on his forehead as he suppressed the tumult within, his voice tinged with both trepidation and flattery. Ah, Mr. Hua, what may I assist you with? On the other end, Weidong coldly declared, I have heard that you have captured Lin Hao. I command you to do whatever it takes to eliminate him. Should you fail, you might as well return home to grow potatoes for the rest of your life. Gao Qingyue was taken aback. Why did Weidong also desire Lin Hao's death? What had Lin Hao done to provoke such attention from these influential figures? Yet, Gao Qingyue secretly rejoiced. If he could use this opportunity to curry favor with Weidong, his life would take a turn for the better. With this in mind, he smiled obsequiously. Mr. Hua, rest assured, I guarantee that Lin Hao will not see the light of day tomorrow. Await my good news. You are a clever man. I like that. Before Gao Qingyue could utter another word, Weidong abruptly ended the call. Gao Qingyue drummed his fingers on the table, then swiftly picked up his phone and dialed his trusted law enforcement officer, Ma Chong. Monon Daiking, listen garifoli, he instructed. Just now, 3 influential figures contacted me, demanding that Lin Hao be eliminated. Therefore, by any means necessary, Lin Hao must perish tonight. Should you succeed in this endeavor, unimaginable wealth and status await us. However, should you fail, we risk facing lengthy imprisonment at best, and at worst, our very lives may be forfeit. Chapter 82. The Confession Document. Kyoto, Ministry of Security. Within the dim confines of an underground interrogation chamber, Feeble light barely penetrated the heavy iron door, casting a mottled glow inside. Leaning on a cane, Chun-Hui was roughly pushed in by two uniformed personnel from the Ministry of Security and secured to a specially designed chair. His hands were tightly bound by custom restraints, rendering him immobile. A tall man, radiating an air of stern authority, scrutinized him. This man was Li Wenkai, the Minister of Security. Li Wenkai slowly approached Chen-Hui, forcefully slamming a document onto the metallic table before him. Chen-Hui, all you need to do is sign this, and I shall release you immediately. Chen-Hui's gaze skimmed over the document, and in that instant his expression froze. It was a confession letter, laden with accusations of treason and collusion with Lin Hao, igniting a furious tremor within him, not from fear, but from indignation, an overwhelming sense of being wronged. He abruptly lifted his head, his eyes wide with fury, glaring at Li Wenkai. This is slander, outrageous slander. I will never sign this confession. Li Wenkai maintained his infuriatingly calm demeanor, a cold smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. Chen-Hui, I am fully aware that this is a fabrication. Yet you have made a grave mistake by offending the whole family. If you comply and sign, I can assure you a swift end to this ordeal. Otherwise, you will face endless torment, a torture beyond your imagination. Faced with such a threat, Chun-Hui felt no fear, but instead laughed scornfully. Do you truly believe that such tactics can bend my will? How absurd. I, Chen-Hui, stand firm in my convictions. I will not confess to deeds I have not committed, even if the heavens themselves were to descend upon me. Li Wenkai's expression finally shifted, his voice cold as ice. Chen-Hui, your obstinacy will only lead you to unimaginable suffering. Think carefully. Chen-Hui slowly turned his head away, choosing silence. Even in death, he would not sign the confession. To do so would not only betray his beliefs, but also drag him and Lin Hao into an abyss of irrevocable disgrace, cementing their undeserved guilt of treason. In that moment, they would be condemned to eternal infamy, reviled throughout history as traitors seeking personal gain. Such humiliation would be 1,000-fold more unbearable than any physical torment. Li Wenkai's lips curled into a chilling smile. Chen-Hui, I possess countless means of torture to compel your signature. You would do well to recognize the gravity of your situation. Otherwise, I shall ensure your existence becomes a living hell. Chen-Hui's resolve remained unshaken, his silence unwavering. Li Wenkai's patience had finally worn thin. He coldly commanded, Lin, give him a taste of what has to come. As his words fell, the interrogation room door swung open violently, and a robust officer from the Ministry of Security strode in, a cruel smile etched on his face. Kid, this is your last chance. Sign the document willingly, or I will be forced to take action. Upon hearing this, Chen-Hui's lips curled into a defiant arc, his steadfast gaze betraying not a hint of fear. He slowly turned his head, defiance glimmering in his eyes. Come on, unleash whatever tortures you have. Lin ceased his words and suddenly raised his leg, delivering a fierce kick to Chen-Hui's already injured and fractured leg. A pained scream escaped Chen-Hui's lips, his body convulsing violently, cold sweat rapidly beading on his forehead. His complexion pale as paper. His hands gripped the armrests of the iron chair tightly, his knuckles whitening from the strain, pain nearly suffocating him, yet his gaze remained unwavering, showing no signs of submission. Under the harsh light, Lian's face appeared particularly menacing, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his mouth. How does it feel? Quite exhilarating, isn't it? Indeed, it feels remarkably invigorating, Chen-Hui managed to utter with great difficulty. Bring it on. I can endure more. Upon hearing this, Li An's expression darkened, a flicker of anger igniting in his eyes. You little rascal, let us see how long you can keep up that bravado, he bellowed, resembling a furious beast as he lifted his leg once more, delivering a series of brutal kicks to Chen-Hui's already fractured leg. A piercing scream erupted, reverberating throughout the interrogation room, lingering in the air. Chen-Hui's body trembled violently, the muscles in his face contorting in agony, sweat pouring down, soaking his clothing. Ultimately, when the last vestige of strength was drained by the pain, his body collapsed weakly, succumbing to unconsciousness. Lin inquired, "Minister, this kid has passed out." "What now?" "He looks so limp, as if he could breathe his last at any moment." Li Kai replied coldly, "Douse him with water to wake him up. Then continue the torture until he signs. However, he must not die before he signs." Lian smirked. "Minister, if he dies, wouldn't he that reduce our troubles?" "What do you understand?" Li Wen'sai's voice suddenly deepened, imbued with undeniable authority. "This kid is no ordinary individual. He is the deputy commander of the Jiangxing military region. If he dies here without a clear charge against him, how am I to report to the higher-ups?" Lian nodded vigorously. "I understand. Rest assured, Minister. I will make him sign his confession." Meanwhile, in Jiangxing's law enforcement building, Lin Hao was similarly confined in an underground interrogation room, bound to a pillar. Outside the interrogation room, the dim corridor was scantily illuminated by flickering yellow lights. Ma Chong addressed the two burly men before him, their faces coarse and their eyes fierce. "Remember my words? Make it clean and swift. I do not wish to see him alive tomorrow. Though he is already tied up, he possesses formidable skills. So be extremely cautious." Hearing this, Black Dog and Black Panther, notorious brothers in Jiangxing's underworld, exchanged glances, a cruel smile creeping onto their lips. Black Dog, a towering figure with skin as dark as night and a menacing scar beneath his left eye, scoffed. "Li Gu, you needn't worry. My brother and I have never failed in our endeavors." Ma Chong waved his hand, signaling them to proceed. Immediately, the Black Dog and the Black Panther opened the door and entered the interrogation room. Gao Qingyue's figure slowly emerged from the shadows. "How have the arrangements been made?" he inquired. A sly smile crept across Ma Chong's lips as he replied, "Rest assured, Captain. I have already dispatched the Black Dog and the Black Panther to deal with Lin Hao." Upon hearing this, Gao Qingyue nodded and, with an expressionless countenance, stated, "Once they engage in combat, you shall intervene and eliminate them all." Ma Chong was taken aback, his smile abruptly fading, disbelief flickering in his eyes. Did this mean even the Black Dog and the Black Panther were to be dealt with? Of course. Gao Qingyue's tone was frigid. Only the dead can guarantee that today's events remain undisclosed. At that juncture, we shall publicly assert that the suspects suddenly turned on each other. And to prevent the situation from escalating and endangering other suspects, we were compelled to use lethal force. In this manner, we can absolve ourselves of any connection to the incident while ensuring that everyone believes it was merely an unfortunate accident. Chapter 83. Counterattack in the interrogation room. The dim lighting cast mottled shadows upon the frigid walls, suffusing the air with a stifling sense of oppression. Lin Hao was tightly bound to the cold pillar by thick iron chains, rendering him immobile. The Black Dog and the Black Panther sauntered into the room, slamming the door shut with a thunderous bang. The Black Dog approached Lin Hao, slowly drawing a glinting dagger from his waist. He caressed the blade gently, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his lips. "Kid, someone has sent me to escort you to the afterlife. If you die, don't blame my ruthlessness. Blame yourself for provoking the wrong person." Lin Hao responded with a faint, composed smile. "It was Gao Qingyue who sent you to kill me, wasn't he it?" The Black Dog, amused, replied with a hint of mockery, "You're about to meet the king of hell. Knowing who it is holds no significance now." As he finished speaking, the dagger transformed into a silver flash, lunging towards Lin Hao's chest. Crack! Lin Hao harnessed his internal energy, instantly snapping the chains that bound him. The shattered chains flew forth, embedding themselves into the Black Dog's chest, unleashing a torrential spray of blood. The Black Dog let out a chilling scream, his robust form collapsing with a thud, blood gushing from his mouth. In that moment, the Black Panther finally reacted, roaring in fury as he swung his fist, large as a cooking pot, towards Lin Hao with a howling wind. Lin Hao, light on his feet, deftly evaded the attack. With a skillful leg sweep, he caused the Black Panther to lose his balance and crash heavily to the ground. Before the Black Panther could rise, Lin Hao was already upon him, firmly planting a foot on his chest with such force that the muscles on the Black Panther's face contorted in agony. Lin Hao's gaze was as cold as ice. "If you wish to live, tell me, did Gao Qingyue send you to kill me?" Just then, the door to the interrogation room was violently kicked open, and Ma Chong stormed in, gripping a handgun with the barrel aimed directly at Lin Hao. pulling the trigger without hesitation. Bang! Lin Hao reacted with lightning speed. Almost simultaneously with the gunshot, he propelled himself forward, his body skimming the ground as he leaped up, the bullet whizzing past his ear and embedding itself deep into the wall behind him. Utilizing this momentum, Lin Hao rolled adeptly, swiftly taking cover behind a sturdy pillar in the corner of the room. Amidst the chaos, the Black Panther seized the opportunity to escape the interrogation room. Ma Qiang, seething with rage, did not pursue but instead advanced towards the pillar where Lin Hao was hiding, shouting, "Come out! You're dead!" Lin Hao kicked a broken piece of chain aside, creating a sound that drew Ma Qiang's attention, prompting him to fire 2 shots at the source of the noise. Seizing the moment, Lin Hao darted out from behind the pillar, his speed so astonishing that the human eye could scarcely track his movement. By the time Ma Qiang regained his wits, it was too late. With a forceful kick, Lin Hao struck Ma Qiang squarely in the chest, sending him flying backwards like a shrimp, his handgun tumbling to the side. He bore the pain and hastily reached for the gun. But Lin Hao had already placed his foot firmly on the back of his hand. "Wolf King, I am an enforcement officer." Ma Qiang's voice trembled slightly. "If you kill me, do you understand the consequences?" However, Lin Hao's only response was a forceful grind of his foot. A sharp, cruel crack resonated, the sound of bones fracturing. Immediately, Ma Qiang let out a piercing scream, his face turning ashen, sweat cascading down like fine rain, his eyes filled with unbearable agony. Lin Hao coldly commanded, "Take me to Gao Qingyue." Ma Qiang's body trembled involuntarily with fear, and he dared not utter a word of defiance, nodding repeatedly instead. Enduring the excruciating pain in his hand and abdomen, he led Lin Hao toward Gao Qingyue's office. As they turned a corner, 2 uniformed enforcement officers approached them. Ma Qiang's heart raced, instinctively wanting to call for help. Yet before he could utter a sound, Lin Hao's fist struck out, rendering the 2 officers limp and unconscious on the ground. Retracting his fists, Lin Hao's expression remained impassive as he coldly warned Ma Qiang, "If you dare to play tricks again, I will take your life." At these words, Ma Qiang trembled all over, cold sweat rolling down his forehead, and he hurriedly nodded, his eyes brimming with fear and submission. At that moment, Gao Qingyue sat in his spacious office chair, fingers lightly tapping the armrest, his gaze fixed on the closed door. "Awaiting Ma Qiang's arrival." Finally, the sound of footsteps shattered the silence, and the office door swung open as Ma Qiang entered. Gao Qingyue rose, a glimmer of anticipation flashing in his eyes, a hint of an excited smile gracing his lips. "Ma Qiang, have you dealt with Lin Hao?" However, before he could finish his sentence, he fell silent, for Lin Hao had followed Ma Qiang into the room. Gao Qingyue stood frozen in disbelief, unable to comprehend the scene before him. With a sudden, forceful punch, Lin Hao shattered Ma Qiang's skull, then coldly turned his gaze toward Gao Qingyue. Gao Qingyue's eyes widened, his face paling to a ghostly white, his legs trembling uncontrollably as he instinctively took a few steps back. In his panic, he fumbled for his gun at his waist, his trembling fingers gripping the trigger tightly, aimed at Lin Hao. "You, stay back, or I'll shoot." Lin Hao kicked Ma Qiang's lifeless body, sending it arcing through the air, crashing heavily into Gao Qingyue. He was knocked back, crashing to the ground. Struggling to rise, he found Lin Hao's foot pressing down on his chest, suffocating him. From his elevated position, Lin Hao coldly inquired, "Why did you want to kill me?" Gao Qingyue's face contorted in fear as he stammered, "It wasn't my intention to kill you. Someone ordered me to do so, and I dared not disobey them. I have elders above and children below. I was forced into this." Lin Hao's eyes narrowed sharply, radiating cold light. "Who do they refer to?" Gao Qingyue sensed the overwhelming aura of murderous intent emanating from Lin Hao, fearing that he might soon become yet another lifeless body beneath Lin Hao's feet. In a panic, he exclaimed, "It is Fu Hongyu, Wen Tianlong, and Ho Weidong. They threaten me. If I do not eliminate you, they will bring ruin upon my family. I am left with no choice. Please, I implore you, spare me." "Spare you?" Lin Hao scoffed. "In your next life, strive to be a better person." With that, he exerted force, crushing Gao Qingyue's chest beneath his foot. He harbored no mercy for scoundrels like Gao Qingyue and Ma Qiang within the enforcement team. Afterward, He exited the office, preparing to journey to Kyoto to rescue Qingyue. He lifted his gaze toward the direction of Kyoto and spoke coldly, "Wait on. Should you dare to lay a finger on Qingyue, I shall obliterate the whole family." Chapter 84. As Lin Hao stepped out of the law enforcement building, he paused, inhaling the cool evening breeze. He then took out his phone and dialed a number he was reluctant to call. The owner of this number was the only 4-star female warrior of the Dragon Nation, Lu Qingqing, who had once fervently pursued Lin Hao, only to be rejected. When she learned of Lin Hao's marriage to Gao Qingyue, she was heartbroken and took a long time to recover. When Lu Qingqing received Lin Hao's call, she exclaimed, "Lin Hao, you heartless scoundrel, have you finally decided to call me?" She continued, "Tell me, have you been cast aside by Gao Qingyue and now remember my worth?" She had always asserted that he would eventually be hers, and no one could take him away from her. "Qingqing," Lin Hao interrupted her barrage of words. "This is not the time for jokes. I need your help." On the other end, Lu Qingqing's voice suddenly turned serious, sensing the unusual tone in Lin Hao's voice. After a brief silence, she replied resolutely, "You are my man. Of course, I will help you. What do you need?" Lin Hao coldly stated, "Qingyue has been captured by the security department." Lu Qingqing's voice abruptly rose in disbelief. "What? Qingyue has been apprehended by the security department? Why?" With a hint of urgency, Lin Hao explained, "Because he and I offended the Hua family. It was the Hua family who instigated the security department to detain Qingyue. Please help me find out his current situation." Upon hearing this, Lu Qingqing's complexion paled instantly. She was acutely aware of the Hua family's immense power. Offending them could lead to dire consequences. She quickly responded, "Don't panic. I will send someone to investigate immediately." After hanging up, it was less than 3 minutes before Lu Qingqing called back. Lin Hao swiftly answered, "Qingqing, did you find anything?" On the other end, Lu Qingqing's voice was laden with an undeniable weight. "I found out. He is being tortured by the security department. It is said that he has suffered severe abuse. As for the details of the interrogation, my sources are currently unable to ascertain." Lin Hao's gaze instantly turned frigid, a chilling aura emanating from him. The whole family? Touching the dragon's reverse scales warrants death. How dare they cross my line? This is a death wish. Then, his tone suddenly softened as he spoke gently. "Qingqing, I know this is difficult for you, but I need you now. Can you come to Jiangshan? I want to ask you for a favor, to transport a firearm to Kyoto." Lu Qingqing understood that Kyoto, being the capital of the Dragon Nation, made smuggling firearms akin to playing with fire an almost insurmountable challenge. Nevertheless, for the man she loved, she bit her lip and replied, "No problem. But you're not planning to eliminate the whole family, are you?" Her voice trembled slightly, filled with disbelief and fear. The whole family, though merely a third-rate noble family in Kyoto, wielded a complex web of influence that permeated both the political and social spheres. The consequences of annihilating them would be unimaginable. "Yes." Lin Hao's response was succinct yet powerful. Upon hearing this, Lu Qingqing felt as if struck by lightning, her complexion instantly paling to the shade of paper. Her voice trembled as she implored, "Lin Hao, please don't act recklessly. If you destroy the whole family, you will have nothing." Lin Hao, unwilling to engage in further trivialities, interrupted her. "Just tell me, will you help or not? Who asked you to be the man I admire? If it comes to it, I shall accompany you to the grave." Lu Qingqing clenched her fists tightly, her nails nearly embedding into her palms. "Of course I will help you. I will book a flight to Jiangshan right now, and I shall arrive by tomorrow morning." Lin Hao felt a surge of gratitude within him. "Thank you." Upon hearing this, Lu Qingqing smirked with a hint of dissatisfaction, snorting, "Is a mere thank you enough? You shall owe me a lifetime of gratitude." Hastily, Lin Hao ended the call. Taking a deep breath, the thought of Qingyue enduring unimaginable torture pierced his heart like 1,000 needles, sending waves of agony throughout his being. His fists clenched tightly, knuckles whitening from the pressure, as fury ignited in his eyes. "Wait on. If I do not kill you, my heart shall not find solace." The following morning, Lin Hao arrived at the airport early to greet Lu Qingqing. Meanwhile, at the opposite end of the airport, Gao Qingyue and Gu Jingming strolled hand in hand, having long forgotten the pain of losing her mother. dressed in a flowing blue dress. Gao Qingyue asked, Jingming, is your friend truly capable? Gu Jingming gently patted her hand with confidence, replying, Rest assured, Qingyue, my friend's reputation in the fashion industry is well-deserved. His design skills are second to none, rivaling even Li Ming. As they conversed, Gu Jingming's expression suddenly sharpened. He pointed toward a nearby crowd, his tone laced with mockery. Look, there's Lin Hao, that good-for-nothing. Gao Qingyue's expression darkened instantly, clouds of anger gathering on her brow. She broke free from Gu Jingming's arm and marched towards Lin Hao, shouting, Lin Hao, you bastard! You murdered my mother and were arrested. How dare you show your face again? Lin Hao contemplated striking Gao Qingyue, but reconsidered, realizing that would be too merciful. He wished for her to witness how Gu Jingming would deceive her into losing everything, for that would be the cruelest punishment of all. Lin Hao, I have arrived. A beautiful woman clad in a pristine white dress dashed out from the airport exit. It was Lu Qingqing. Approaching Lin Hao, she executed her signature move, Monkey Steals the Peach. In the past, she would often surprise him with this tactic upon their first encounters. Lin Hao braced himself, instinctively leaping backward just in time to narrowly evade this unexpected assault. When will you outgrow this habit? He chided. Lu Qingqing's laughter blossomed even brighter, laced with mischief. She leapt into Lin Hao's embrace, holding him tightly, and planted a kiss on his cheek. Flustered, Lin Hao quickly wiped away the lipstick mark from his face. Gao Qingyue, observing the string of beautiful women surrounding Lin Hao, felt a surge of jealousy rise within her, her expression transforming into a mask of rage as she spat. Lin Hao, you scoundrel! Having one mischievous fox is not enough. Why seek out another bold one? Gu Jingming approached with a slow gait, a hint of derision gracing his features. Lin Hao, although you and Qingyue have signed the divorce agreement, you have yet to finalize the legal proceedings. Legally, you remain husband and wife. Your actions are tantamount to infidelity, representing the most direct betrayal of Qingyue. Slap! Lu Qingqing delivered a resounding blow to Gao Qingyue's face. Who are you calling a promiscuous fox? Immediately following, she struck Gu Jingming as well. Who do you think you are? Dare to bark here again, and I shall slap you once more. You may test me if you wish. Having endured a blow, Gao Qingyue's fury ignited like dry tinder, blazing fiercely. She lunged at Lu Qingqing, resembling an enraged lioness, her claws aimed at Lu Qingqing's face. You are nothing but a shameless seductress, enticing another's husband. However, Lu Qingqing was no fragile flower like Tang Ruoxue. She seized Gao Qingyue's wrist and pushed her back, causing Gao Qingyue to stagger several steps. Before she could regain her footing, another slap landed on her face. The force of that strike sent Gao Qingyue spinning like a top, ultimately resulting in her disheveled fall to the ground, 2 bloodied teeth expelled from her mouth. Chapter 85. Legal resolution. Gao Qingyue concealed her fiery face with her hands, faint red marks visible between her fingers, as she glared angrily at Lu Qingqing. You shameless. Lu Qingqing raised her hand once more. Gao Qingyue's pupils constricted sharply, and she instinctively closed her mouth, swallowing the latter part of her sentence. Lu Qingqing crossed her arms, a smirk gracing her lips. Go on. Curse me. Why have you stopped? Is your vocabulary so limited? Gu Jingming hurriedly stepped in front of Gao Qingyue. Don't go too far. Slap. Lu Qingqing struck Gu Jingming across the face. I'm going too far. What will you do about it? Gu Jingming, filled with indignation yet unable to voice it, shot Lu Qingqing a fierce glare before helping Gao Qingyue to her feet. Qingyue, let us go. At that moment, Gao Qingyue's expression twisted in fury as she shot a glare at Lin Hao. You wretched creature, you killed my mother. I will not let you go. Just wait. One day, I will kill you myself. Lu Qingqing raised her hand again. If you don't leave now, I will slap you. Hearing this, Gu Jingming and Gao Qingyue instinctively covered their cheeks and, supporting each other, fled in disarray. A triumphant smile danced on Lu Qingqing's lips as her captivating gaze fixed on Lin Hao, laced with mockery and significance. You know, I've been watching over you all these years, aware of the hardships you've endured. I know that woman is your ex-wife, and that man is her white moonlight. I took the liberty of teaching that pair a lesson. Doesn't it feel satisfying? She continued, I also heard that when your daughter fell gravely ill, she went to care for her, white moonlight. Mention of his daughter darkened Lin Hao's expression, a painful subject he preferred to avoid. Lu Qingqing raised an eyebrow, her voice tinged with amusement. What's the matter? I struck her, and now you feel sorry for her? Finally, Lin Hao spoke, his tone devoid of warmth. Feel sorry? I'd rather you killed her. Between us, it's all over. There's no connection left. At his words, Lu Qingqing's smile gradually faded, replaced by a cloud of concern. But are you truly planning to eradicate the whole family? This is no trifling matter. Once you take that step, there's no turning back. Lin Hao nodded slightly. You only need to help me safely transport the gun to Kyoto. As for the matter of the whole family, you need not involve yourself. Lu Qingqing shook her head. That won't he do. Lin Hao, you are my man. Your affairs are my affairs. Lin Hao frowned. I don't want to implicate you. With a stubborn smile, Lu Qingqing replied, I'm not afraid of being implicated. If it comes to it, I'll die with you. Being a couple in the underworld is just the same. Lin Hao gazed at the woman before him, his heart a tempest of emotions. He shook his head helplessly, sighing, We'll discuss this matter when we reach Kyoto. Lu Qingqing announced, I've already booked a flight to Kyoto. It departs in 2 hours. Lin Hao nodded, casting a grateful glance at Lu Qingqing. Thank you. And so it began. Lu Qingqing wore a stern expression, declaring that there was no need for such formality between husband and wife. Lin Hao rolled his eyes in exasperation. At the Jiangqing Law Enforcement Building, Chief Wolf Fang bore a grave demeanor as he stood in Gao Qingyue's office, his icy gaze fixated upon the corpses of Gao Qingyue and Ma Chong. The murder of enforcement personnel within their own building had far-reaching implications. He had been attending a meeting at the provincial headquarters and rushed over upon receiving the news. After a brief moment, he coldly inquired, What exactly transpired here? Deputy Captain Shun Fei responded in a somber tone, Chief Hua, the individuals responsible for the deaths of Captain Gao and Ma Chong are Lin Hao, the discarded son-in-law of the Gao family. Is it him? Hua Fading was taken aback, disbelief flickering in his eyes. He was well aware of Lin Hao's identity, the former Wolf King. He quickly pressed on, why would he kill Gao Qingyue and Ma Chong? Shun Fei elaborated, according to our investigation, Lin Hao was apprehended by Captain Gao for the murder of his former mother-in-law, Wang Milin, and was detained in the underground interrogation room. Subsequently, for reasons unknown, he killed Captain Gao and Ma Chong. Not only did he slay them, but he also eliminated the minor head of an underground faction, Black Dog, whose body remains in the interrogation room. Upon hearing this, Hua Fading's pupils constricted sharply, shock evident on his face. How? How could there be involvement from underground forces? Shun Fei shook his head gently. I have yet to uncover any details regarding that. Hua Fading clasped his hands behind his back, his brow furrowed in deep thought, remaining silent for a protracted period. This situation was exceedingly complex. The Wolf King had killed 2 enforcement officers and a leader of an underground faction, an inconceivable scenario. He could not fathom how the Wolf King, the 2 enforcement personnel, and the underground faction's leader could be intertwined. What could be the reason behind it? Hua Fading understood that the Wolf King's identity was significant. Mishandling this matter could jeopardize his own position and potentially trigger an uncontrollable storm, engulfing the entire enforcement department in turmoil. He closed his eyes, inhaled deeply, and sought to calm the tumult within, rapidly devising a strategy in his mind. After a moment, he reopened his eyes and spoke in a grave tone. Remember, we must act immediately, sealing off all information related to this case. We cannot allow it to incite panic or unnecessary speculation outside. Simultaneously, we must exert every effort to thoroughly investigate the cause of Wang Milin's death, confirming whether she was indeed killed by Lin Hao. Furthermore, we must ascertain why Lin Hao murdered Gao Qingyue, Ma Chong, and Black Dog. Shun Fei, you are to lead a team to apprehend Lin Hao without delay. To prevent his escape, set up surveillance at the airport, high-speed rail stations, and docks. Everyone, divide and act immediately. Yes. All enforcement personnel responded in unison, their voices harmonized. They swiftly organized their gear and proceeded to fulfill their orders. In an instant, A multitude of enforcement vehicles exited the law enforcement building, sirens blaring and lights flashing, heralding the commencement of an unprecedented manhunt. Wolf Fang promptly escalated the matter to the commander of the highest law enforcement agency in Longwa, as it involved the Wolf King. The commander's directive was straightforward: to handle the situation in accordance with the law. Chapter 86. The gunfire on a rainy night in the heart of Kyoto. Under the cover of night, a gentle drizzle fell like fine silk. In the Ho family mansion, Ho Guang and Ho Weidong sat across from one another at a long table, engaged in hushed conversation. Suddenly, the aging butler, Guan Hu, hurried into the hall, his expression grave. "Master, we have just received news from Jiangchen. The Wolf King has arrived in Kyoto, and it is highly likely that his purpose is to rescue Qinhui. He has even threatened to annihilate our Ho family." At these words, a disdainful smirk curled at the corners of Ho Guang's mouth. What audacity! To threaten the Ho family? Humph. I shall see if he possesses the capability. Guan Hu, to prevent the Wolf King from rescuing Qinhui, you must immediately head to the security department and personally transfer Qinhui here. Yes, I shall go at once. Guan Hu replied respectfully before turning to leave. A fierce glint flickered in Ho Weidong's eyes. Humph. The Wolf King nearly brought about my demise last time. It is only fitting that I settle the score with him now. Oh, Guang spoke his loli, Weidong. You must immediately go to the secret chamber and summon all the experts in seclusion to prepare for the Wolf King's arrival. Upon hearing this, Ho Weidong nodded vigorously. Understood. Wait. However, just as he took a few steps, Ho Guang called out to him again, adding to be on the safe side. Mobilize all the family guards and have them lie in ambush. Once the Wolf King appears, they're to shoot him on sight. Ho Weidong frowned. Father, while the Wolf King is formidable, our experts can easily handle him. Bringing in the guards is akin to using a cannon to kill a mosquito. Guanu replied sternly. Weidong, you are still too young. There is a saying, a cautious navigator sails 1,000 years. Isn't it wiser to add an extra layer of security? Very well. I shall attend to it at once. With that, Ho Weidong turned and departed. Meanwhile, in the underground interrogation room of the security department, Qinhui was bound, his hands shackled in iron rings, having been tortured to the brink of consciousness. Li Wenkai stood before him, arms crossed. Qinhui, why do this? Life is fleeting. Why place yourself in such dire straits for an ephemeral brotherhood? If you simply sign the confession, your suffering can end, and you can ascend to bliss. Isn't that a joyful resolution for all? Though on the verge of collapse, the fire of defiance still burned in Qinhui's eyes. With great effort, he lifted his head, his bloodshot gaze locking onto Li Wenkai's. Use whatever methods you wish. I can still endure. In response, Li Wenkai retrieved a glowing branding iron from the nearby roaring fire, the heat radiating off it. He blew gently, causing sparks to scatter amidst a noxious smoke. Oh, still so defiant? The pain of this branding iron is unbearable. Are you certain you wish to experience it? Qinhui clenched his eyes shut, gritting his teeth. Enough of your nonsense. Bring it on. With a surge of resolve, Li Wenkai thrust the red-hot iron toward Qinhui's exposed chest. In that moment, time seemed to freeze. The tip of the iron hovered mere millimeters from the skin, instilling a primal fear and causing cold sweat to bead upon Qinhui's brow. Even in the face of profound dread towards the searing iron, he remained resolute in his decision to endure, refusing to implicate Lin Hao in any wrongdoing, even at the cost of his own life. He had steeled himself to bear the impending agony. However, at that moment, the basement door was abruptly thrust open, and a security officer hurriedly entered. Minister, the steward of the Wolf family, Guan Hu, has arrived. Li Wenkai halted his actions, the iron hovering ominously in midair. As he noticed Guan Hu advancing, he hastily set down the iron, his countenance shifting to one of obsequiousness. Esteemed steward, what brings you here? Guan Hu's gaze fixed firmly upon Qinhui. I intend to take this individual with me for a personal interrogation. Understood. Li Wenkai nodded and then called out loudly. Bring Qinhui down and hand him over to the esteemed steward. The rain continued its relentless descent. On a broad road outside the security perimeter, Lin Hao stood resolutely in the middle, a sniper rifle resting upon his shoulder, allowing the rain to mercilessly pelt his face. Lu Qingqing stood beside him, her expression grave, her eyes brimming with apprehension. If they took this step tonight, there would be no turning back. Despite this, her determination to assist Lin Hao in confronting the Hua family remained unwavering. At that moment, a young man holding a black umbrella approached slowly. "General Lu, I have just received the latest intelligence. The Hua family steward, Guan Hu, has taken Chen Hui from the security department to the Hua estate." Upon hearing this, Lu Qingqing's brows furrowed momentarily before relaxing as she nodded in understanding. "Inform everyone to prepare for action." Lin Hao turned slowly, his gaze penetrating as he looked at Lu Qingqing. "Qingqing, I am deeply grateful for your invaluable assistance. You should return now." "You fool," Lu Qingqing retorted fiercely. "I have declared that I am your woman. Regardless of life or death, I shall fight alongside you, even if it means perishing together. You cannot abandon me to face this alone." Before she could fully express her fervent emotions, Lin Hao transformed his palm into a blade, swiftly striking across Lu Qingqing's neck. She managed only a muffled gasp before her body slumped backward. Quick as lightning, Lin Hao caught her, then addressed the young man. "Take her back. You need not involve yourselves in tonight's affairs. Ensure her safety and withdraw with your team." The young man nodded, fully aware that should they become entangled in the turmoil of the night, not only would Lu Qingqing find herself in an irretrievable predicament, but they too would struggle to preserve their own safety. Without uttering a word, the young man gently lifted Lu Qingqing and soon vanished into the rain-drenched night. Lin Hao watched them depart until their figures melded entirely into the downpour. Then he slowly turned and strode towards the Hua family manor. The fine strands of rain fell like silver needles from the heavens, silently piercing the night's tranquility. Before long, Lin Hao found himself at the outskirts of the Hua estate, the manor's silhouette gradually becoming discernible through the curtain of rain. He paid no heed to the rain, drenching him or the puddles forming beneath his feet, his pace quickening as he approached the Hua family manor. At the entrance, four guards clad in black suits stood like statues, their automatic rifles glinting coldly in the dim light. Lin Hao slowly raised his sniper rifle, took aim, and pulled the trigger. Bang, 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 bang. For shots rang out in quick succession. Each bullet found its mark, and with every gunshot, a guard fell, their foreheads blooming with vivid crimson flowers, before they helplessly collapsed to the ground, as the rain swiftly washed away the traces of blood. Upon hearing the gunfire, dozens of armed guards rushed out from the Hua family estate, scanning the surroundings in search of the shooter. "The Wolf King must be here. But where is he? Quickly, we must find him." Chapter 87. The Dragon's Lair. As the guards of the Hua family scoured the premises in search of Lin Hao, he had quietly circumvented the heavily fortified front of the Hua estate and found himself outside a courtyard wall. With a graceful leap, he effortlessly vaulted over the high boundary. However, the vast expanse of the Hua estate was daunting. The first sight that greeted him was a dense thicket where meandering paths were faintly visible among the trees, interspersed with a few pavilions and towers. Lin Hao raised his hand to gently wipe the rainwater from his face, meticulously surveying his surroundings in search of the main architectural complex of the Hua family. He navigated through the woods, occasionally pausing to ascend a pavilion, seeking a higher vantage point to glean the layout of the estate. Meanwhile, Hua Weidong had summoned all the adept fighters to the hall. Hua Guang's expression was grave as he intoned, "You all must have heard of the Wolf King, I presume? He has threatened to annihilate my family tonight. Thus I must rely on your prowess." An elderly man with graying hair and a weathered countenance slowly rose to his feet. His gaze was sharp as an eagle, exuding an aura of formidable strength. He was Feng Jingyan, the most powerful guardian of the Hua family, revered as a legendary figure afforded the highest honors. His voice resonated like thunder as he disdainfully declared, "Rest assured, Master, whether he be the Wolf King or the Tiger King, should he dare to come, I shall ensure he returns from whence he came." With that, he lightly flicked his sleeve, an invisible pressure instantly enveloping the room, filling every individual present with the palpable energy of a seasoned warrior. The other experts chimed in, their tones betraying no hint of fear towards the Wolf King. "Master, do not fret. With us here, should the Wolf King arrive, he shall find only a path to demise. At that moment, Guan Hu strode in, dragging a nearly unconscious man, his body marred with injuries. Without a hint of mercy, he tossed the man onto the ground, splattering water everywhere. Master, young master, this man is Chun Hui. Huo Weidong, sheltered under an umbrella, approached Chun Hui slowly. You, wretched boy, is it you who took Zhou Mei's life? To dare lay a hand on my woman, you shall learn that some transgressions in this world demand a price of life. As he spoke, he pressed his polished shoe onto Chun Hui's right hand, applying force. Chun Hui trembled in pain, his injuries rendering him voiceless. Enough, Hua Guang interjected coolly. This boy shall be dealt with later. Our foremost priority is to eliminate the Wolf King. Bring him to me. Hang him from a tree. Yes. Two guards promptly sprang into action, braving the rain as they approached Chun Hui, deftly binding his hands with thick ropes. Together, they hoisted him up, suspending him from a lush tree in the center of the courtyard. Chun Hui's body swayed gently with the tautness of the ropes, rainwater cascading down his cheeks. At that moment, a drenched guard rushed in, panic etched across his face. Master, young master, it is grave news, the Wolf King. The Wolf King has arrived. He first shot 4 of our men, but then he vanished. Vanished? Upon hearing these words, Huo Weidong abruptly seized the collar of the guard, exclaiming, What did you say? The Wolf King is missing? How could that be? Is he capable of becoming invisible? Young master, there's no need to be agitated. Feng Jing'an replied calmly. If my conjecture is correct, the Wolf King has undoubtedly employed a ruse to draw our guards away. He has stealthily infiltrated the estate. Hua Guang furrowed his brow tightly, only to gradually relax, murmuring, Indeed, Master Feng speaks the truth. Since the Wolf King has entered, let us show him what a true den of dragons and tigers looks like. Meanwhile, in a secluded corner of the Hua family estate, Lin Hao was utterly lost. He wandered through the winding paths of the woods, facing the same familiar scenery with each turn, which led him to question whether he was progressing or merely treading in place. He walked intermittently, astonished to find that no matter the direction he took, the landscape remained hauntingly familiar, as if he were trapped in a continuous loop. Unbeknownst to Lin Hao, the estate's design was the brainchild of a long-retired architectural master, intricately incorporating the essence of a plum blossom formation. The seemingly simple pathways concealed profound intricacies. Those unfamiliar with the layout would only find themselves meandering in circles. Just as Lin Hao was engulfed in confusion, the sound of footsteps disrupted the rhythm of the rain. Shortly after, a guard clad in a black suit approached a wall, unbuckled his belt, and began to relieve himself. Seizing this rare opportunity, Lin Hao stealthily advanced, pressing the barrel of his sniper rifle against the guard's back. Make a sound, and you'll wish you hadn't. The guard's body froze instantly, his bladder constricting, unable to release its contents. He hesitantly raised his hands in surrender. Lin Hao spoke coldly. Take me to Huo Weidong. If you dare to play tricks, I will end you with a single shot. The guard's throat bobbed as he struggled to nod in agreement. Trembling, he was about to zip up his pants when Lin Hao abruptly pushed him forward. The guard stumbled, nearly losing his balance and almost toppling over. Can I at least zip up? The guard ventured cautiously, a hint of pleading in his tone. Lin Hao immediately chambered around, producing a sharp click. Lead the way. If you utter another word, I will not hesitate to pull the trigger. The guard trembled in fear, refraining from further protest, resigned to lead the way. Like a bird exposed to the elements outside. At that moment, a cacophony of footsteps echoed from a distance. The sounds grew closer, accompanied by the chaotic clatter of hurried steps and erratic beams from flashlight sweeps, as a group of guards rushed toward them. The leading guard abruptly halted, shouting, Who are you? The guard held hostage by Lin Hao shouted back, It's me. This man behind me is the Wolf King. Shoot him dead. As he shouted, he hurried toward his comrades, simultaneously reaching for his pants to zip up. Without hesitation, Lin Hao raised his sniper rifle, and with a resounding crack, the guard collapsed before he could manage to secure his pants. As Lin Hao pulled the trigger, his body propelled forward like an arrow released from its bow, gracefully leaping into the dense woods nearby under the cover of the rainy night. The guards of the Hua family reacted swiftly, raising their weapons almost simultaneously, aiming at the direction where Lin Hao had vanished and pulling the triggers. In an instant, the air was filled with the cacophony of gunfire, bullets pouring down like raindrops, shattering the tranquility of the night. Splinters flew from the trees as they were struck, sparks ignited amidst the chaos, and a pungent scent of gunpowder permeated the atmosphere. The leader of the guard sneered, declaring, "Wolf King, once you enter the Wolf family estate, do not expect to leave alive." With that, he and his men advanced step by step towards the thicket where Lin Hao was concealed. Chapter 88. The Slaughter on a Rainy Night, Part 1. Confronted by the encroaching guards of the Wolf family, Lin Hao's mind raced with ingenuity. He swiftly bent down to pick up a small stone, flicking his wrist delicately. With a sharp sound, the stone landed amidst the nearby thicket. In the stillness of the night, this seemingly trivial noise resonated like thunder. The guards reacted instantaneously, instinctively raising their weapons to fire at the source of the disturbance, riddling the surrounding foliage with bullets. Seizing the opportunity while the guards were distracted, Lin Hao pulled the trigger once more. A crisp gunshot rang out, and one guard collapsed, struck in the forehead. Simultaneously, Lin Hao's body sprang forth like a coiled spring, gracefully leaping onto the treetops. As the Hua family guard awakened from the sudden assault, they hastily redirected their aim towards Lin Hao's previous hiding place, unleashing a barrage of gunfire. Bullets whistled past, tearing through the trees, scattering leaves and splintering wood. Bang! Lin Hao fired again, and another guard fell into the thicket. Almost instantaneously, he sprang up once more, vaulting to the crown of yet another nearby tree. His movements fluid as though he melded with the night itself. The guards, caught off guard, scrambled to raise their weapons and unleashed a frantic hail of bullets at the tree canopy where Lin Hao had just concealed himself. The canopy collapsed under the relentless fire, debris and splinters flying in every direction. Yet, despite the destruction of the tree, the elusive Wolf King remained unseen. Bang! In that fleeting moment, another gunshot echoed, and yet another guard fell, struck in the forehead. Just as the guards prepared to fire again, their leader urgently commanded, "Everyone, fall back immediately. Turn off your flashlights." With the order given, the beams of light extinguished one by one, plunging the surroundings into a profound silence and darkness. The guards retreated cautiously into the shelter of the woods. Lin Hao employed his trick once more, deftly snapping off a branch and tossing it towards the distant thicket. The sound of the branch hitting the ground was piercingly sharp, instantly alerting the tense guards, who reflexively aimed their guns at the source of the noise, unleashing a frenzied volley of shots. Utilizing the flashes from their gunfire, Lin Hao quickly pinpointed their positions. Bang, bang, bang. The fourth, fifth, and sixth guards fell like a line of dominoes. The guard captain, now intensely anxious, felt his heart pounding violently. The Wolf King's marksmanship was chillingly precise, each shot finding its mark. He swallowed hard, having yet to lay eyes on the Wolf King, as his subordinates fell one after another. Taking a deep breath, he forced himself to suppress the rising panic and commanded in a hushed tone, "Everyone, heed my orders. No one is to fire without my command." Once again, the surroundings were enveloped in darkness and silence, save for the rhythmic patter of raindrops striking the ground. The captain of the guards contemplated silently, realizing that confronting the Wolf King head-on would be tantamount to delivering oneself to certain death, for the adversary's marksmanship was exceedingly precise. He resolved to entrap the Wolf King within the confines of the forest, encircling him without launching an assault. At dawn, he would strike down the Wolf King. Lin Hao, as the Wolf King, possessed ample combat experience and discerned the intentions of the guards. Time was of the essence. Chun Hui's safety weighed heavily upon him, akin to a boulder resting on his heart, with each fleeting second igniting a sense of urgency. He had to act swiftly. Thus, he slung his sniper rifle across his back and withdrew a dagger from a concealed compartment within his boot. With grace, he descended from the treetops, landing soundlessly. As a skilled martial artist, Lin Hao's senses were acutely attuned, surpassing those of ordinary men. His eyes, akin to nocturnal vision, pinpointed the hiding places of the guards. In the next moment, he propelled himself off the ground with tremendous force, launching forward with a velocity akin to an arrow loosed from its bow. The guards, sensing a shadow closing in, had scarcely the time to react before Lin Hao materialized before them like a specter. At such close quarters, firearms lost their efficacy, rendering them as useless as scrap metal. Lin Hao wielded his military knife, carving dazzling arcs through the air. Each strike was accompanied by the guards' anguished cries. Blood splattered as disbelief and terror filled the guards' eyes, one by one clutching their throats and collapsing. Within a minute, only one guard remained standing, the others fallen amidst a pool of blood. Lin Hao halted, his knife poised against the throat of the solitary guard. Lead the way or face death. In the grand hall of the Wolf family, the atmosphere felt as though it had solidified, heavy enough to induce a sense of suffocation. A massive chandelier cast a dim, yellowish glow, yet it could not dissipate the palpable tension and unease hanging in the air. Guang sat solemnly in the main seat, his expression grave as he awaited news of the Wolf King's demise. Just then, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed as a guard burst into the hall. Master, the first guard team has been slaughtered by the Wolf King, and he is now approaching our location. At this, Guang's body jolted, his hand striking the table forcefully as he rose to his feet. It seems the Wolf King is more formidable than I had anticipated. Second guard team, mobilize immediately and take cover. Once the Wolf King appears, shoot him down without hesitation. As Guang's command resounded, the members of the second team stationed in the courtyard sprang into action, concealing themselves behind the flower beds. Feng Jing'an wore a confident and composed smile, addressing the master. Rest assured, there is no need for concern. That mere Wolf King is, in my eyes, nothing more than an easily vanquished nuisance. Guang, however, did not relax. Instead, his brow furrowed deeper. Master Feng, I harbor no doubts about your prowess. Yet, the Wolf King's notorious reputation instills fear in all the world's rogues and mercenaries alike. We must proceed with caution and not underestimate him. Feng Jing'an gently shook his head, his gesture laced with a hint of disdain and exasperation, as if to mock Guang's excessive caution. At that moment, a shadow soared from the distance. Guang abruptly rose to his feet, his voice low and urgent. The Wolf King has arrived. The guards hidden behind the flower bed swiftly stood in unison, their movements synchronized as they raised their weapons, aiming at the shadow that approached with astonishing speed and pulled the triggers. Bang, bang, bang. The relentless barrage of bullets struck the shadow, creating countless holes in its form like a meteor shower. The shadow fell to the ground, blood gushing forth and staining the earth. The crimson liquid mingled with the rainwater on the ground, forming meandering rivers of blood that slowly flowed into the drainage ditch. Guang erupted into laughter. Wolf King, I expected to face a fierce battle, yet you were dispatched so easily. It seems I was indeed overly cautious. Chapter 89. The Carnage on a Rainy Night, Part 2. Guang erupted into laughter. Indeed, it was absurd. The Wolf King, an imposing figure, had been expected to put up a fierce fight before being slain, yet he was vanquished so effortlessly. This revelation not only took him by surprise, but also astonished every individual present. However, at that moment, a guard cried out, "Master, look! This is not the Wolf King. It is our first squad's guard, Wang Meng." Upon hearing this, Guang's smile instantly froze on his face. Not the Wolf King? He dashed forward to inspect the corpse, which was clad in the unique, specially tailored suit of his family's guards. Guang abruptly lifted his head, his gaze piercing through the torrential downpour. Where was the Wolf King? Bang, bang, bang. 3 gunshots rang out, striking the foreheads of 3 guards, who fell one after another. Guang's heart constricted sharply. Was it the Wolf King? Moments later, 2 more gunshots echoed, and 2 additional guards from the Hua family collapsed, fatally wounded. In a state of terror, Guang hurriedly retreated, seeking refuge behind Feng Jing'an. Feng Jing'an, however, remained remarkably composed, his expression devoid of any turmoil. Master, there is no need for fear. With me here, he cannot harm you. The guards surrounding them were gripped by anxiety, each one raising their weapons in search of the Wolf King's whereabouts. Hua Weidong, his face twisted in fury, stepped forward and bellowed, "Wolf King, You cowardly turtle. Do you dare to hide in the shadows and employ underhanded tactics? If you have the courage, come forth and face me, Huo Weidong, in a fair fight. Amidst the rain, Lin Hao's mocking voice resounded. Huo Weidong, with so many of you armed, do you think I would step out to meet my demise? Have you been kicked in the head by a mule? As his words faded, another gunshot pierced the air, a bullet whizzing through the space between Huo Weidong's legs, leaving a bullet hole in the wall behind him. Huo Weidong's expression paled in terror, and a warm stream of urine uncontrollably escaped him, trickling down his pant leg to the ground. Tonight marks the end of your Huo family. Lin Hao's voice echoed ominously, like the decree of death itself. Huo Guang abruptly waved his arm, exclaiming, "What are you waiting for? Advance!" The guards cautiously moved forward, terrified of becoming the next target of the Wolf King. Bang! 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 The gunfire erupted once more, each shot accompanied by the fall of a guard, each met with a fatal bullet to the forehead. In mere moments, over 10 guards lay lifeless in pools of blood. The remaining guards, thoroughly paralyzed by fear, had yet to lay eyes on the Wolf King, yet they had already lost more than a dozen comrades. Finally, one could no longer withstand the immense pressure. He discarded his weapon with a clatter and turned to flee. With the first to abandon hope, a second and third followed suit. Soon, the remaining guards mirrored this retreat, tossing their firearms aside, wishing they had been born with 2 more legs. Seeing this, Huo Guang roared, "Come back. Whoever dares to flee will face the family law." However, the hearts of those guards had long been overtaken by dread, their minds consumed by a singular thought: escape. They understood that remaining was tantamount to awaiting death. Thus, no one heeded Huo Guang's words. In the blink of an eye, they fled in a panic. Huo Guang's chest heaved violently, his eyes burning with rage as he glared in the direction of the escaping guards, his voice hoarse with anger. How could our Huo family have raised such a bunch of incompetent fools? At that moment, a cold wind swept through, bringing with it a denser curtain of rain. Lin Hao slowly emerged from the downpour, his silhouette gradually coming into focus. His clothes, drenched by the rain, clung tightly to his form. Lin Hao finally halted his steps, his gaze locking onto Chun Hui, who hung from the tree. His eyes suddenly turned icy, a palpable aura of lethal intent radiating from him, permeating the air. Sensing this overwhelming killing intent emanating from Lin Hao, Huo Guang and Huo Weidong involuntarily began to tremble. Huo Guang's complexion turned ashen, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead as he desperately cast a pleading glance at Feng Jing'an beside him. "Master Feng, I implore you, please take action and eliminate him." Upon hearing this, Feng Jing'an's lips curled into a disdainful smile. To strike down an ant? Humph. That would be an affront to my cultivation. He shook his head slowly, his tone dripping with contempt. Rest assured, with his meager strength, he will never leave this place alive. He then turned to a middle-aged man. "Li Shan, go and break this brat's legs." "Yes," Li Shan replied, resembling a moving mountain, exuding an undeniable pressure. His temples bulged, a sign of profound inner strength. He waded through the water, advancing towards Lin Hao. Lin Hao appeared oblivious to Li Shan's approach. He transformed his palm into a blade, slicing through the ropes, liberating Chun Hui from the tree. As Li Shan approached, step by step, his expression was one of derision, as if Lin Hao were merely a lamb awaiting slaughter. "Kid, if you know what's good for you, kneel down. Perhaps I might show mercy and grant you a swift death." Before Li Shan could finish his threat, Lin Hao unleashed a powerful punch, accompanied by the roar of thunder, targeting Li Shan's chest. In that instant, time seemed to freeze. Li Shan sensed an imminent aura of death closing in, his mind racing with alarm as he attempted to evade. Yet, Lin Hao's punch moved with an unimaginable speed, swift as lightning, surpassing the limits of the naked eye. He felt as if bound by invisible chains, his body rigid and unable to move, forced to watch as that fist, imbued with colossal force, struck his chest. Bang! A resounding thud echoed, as if the air itself were torn asunder. Li Shan's chest caved in instantly, his ribs unable to withstand the tremendous force, emitting a chilling crack. The disdain and arrogance on his face were replaced by excruciating pain, his eyes wide with disbelief and terror. A metallic taste filled his throat. and blood uncontrollably spilled from the corner of his mouth. Subsequently, Li Shan's body collapsed, lifeless. Hua Guang witnessed this scene, his heart suddenly tightening and his breath involuntarily quickening. Master Feng this. Feng Jingyan remained unfazed, a serene smile gracing his lips. Li Shan's own arrogance had led him to this unfortunate fate. Immediately, Feng Jingyan's gaze fixed upon a middle-aged woman. Yuan Hong, it is your turn. Do not repeat Li Shan's mistake. Yuan Hong nodded, then stepped forward with an air of composure, a fierce aura enveloping her. She approached Lin Hao, halting before him, her frosty gaze piercing into his. Wolf King, do you choose to end your own life and leave a complete corpse, or shall I personally intervene, shattering your limbs and subjecting you to the most brutal of torments until your demise? Chapter 90, The Carnage on a Rainy Night, Part 3. Lin Hao paid no heed to Yuan Hong, not even casting a glance in her direction. His gaze remained fixated on the battered Chen Hui. Each scar adorning Chen Hui's body pierced Lin Hao's heart, igniting a fierce blaze of fury within his eyes. Brother, fear not. For every ounce of your suffering, I shall ensure he pays with his life. Chen Hui's complexion was as pale as parchment, rain obscuring his vision, yet failing to veil the trust and reliance he held for Lin Hao. He struggled to open his eyes, only to slowly close them again. His injuries were grievous, robbing him of the strength to speak. Lin Hao rendered himself invisible, inciting Yuan Hong's utmost ire. Wolf King, how dare you be so insolent? Today, you shall learn the true essence of suffering. I shall carve your flesh, piece by piece, allowing you to languish in endless torment. With that, a short knife gleamed ominously in Yuan Hong's hand. In the next instant, she swung the blade with a ferocious gust, aiming for Lin Hao's cheek with a speed akin to lightning, leaving behind a silvery arc that seemed to split the very air. Yet, Lin Hao appeared oblivious, his attention unwaveringly on Chen Hui. Yuan Hong, witnessing this, curled her lips into a sneer. To her, Lin Hao's stillness was a testament to his abject terror, so paralyzed with fear that he had forgotten to evade. A weakling is but a weakling. Before me, you are merely a lamb awaiting slaughter. The knife, imbued with a chilling aura, drew ever closer to Lin Hao's face, its icy touch palpable. A victorious smirk graced Yuan Hong's lips as her mind began to envision the gruesome spectacle of Lin Hao's flesh being sliced away. However, in an instant, her smile froze. Just as the blade was less than a centimeter from Lin Hao's face, he shot out his hand with lightning speed, his fingers deftly pinching the blade's edge. At that moment, time seemed to stand still, the knife rendered immobile. How? Is this possible? Yuan Hong's voice trembled, her expression one of disbelief. Lin Hao's eyes shimmered with a chilling light, and then, like a cannonball, his fist launched forth. The air erupted with a deafening roar, the force of his strike tearing through the atmosphere, creating visible ripples. Before Yuan Hong could react, her head was obliterated by the force of his punch. Blood and brain matter erupting like a watermelon smashed to the ground. Her body was hurled backward, crashing violently against a great tree before slowly slumping down. The tree trembled violently, leaves cascading to the ground. Hua Guang swallowed hard, his gaze shifting to the composed Feng Jingyan, his voice laced with trepidation. Master Feng Yu, you must intervene at once. Yet, Feng Jingyan's eyes remained filled with disdain and contempt. To him, Lin Hao was still unworthy of his personal involvement. He turned to the three adept fighters beside him. You three attacked together. The three masters exchanged a fierce glance, a glimmer of ruthlessness flashing in their eyes. In an instant, their figures moved like three streaks of black lightning, charging towards Lin Hao. Lin Hao raised his hand to gently wipe the rain from his face, then leapt forward, confronting the three masters head-on. In the next moment, a chaotic melee erupted among them. Their movements were astonishingly swift, each punch and kick accompanied by a howling wind, rendering them indistinguishable from one another. Only blurred silhouettes weaving through the curtain of rain could be seen. In less than 30 seconds, the battle abruptly ceased. All actions froze at that moment, and one by one, the three masters collapsed to the ground. Lin Hao, however, stood resolutely like a mountain, rainwater cascading down his hair and clothing. Hua Guang and Hua Weidong's expressions turned pale in an instant. They were aware of the Wolf King's strength, yet they had not anticipated it to be this formidable. In contrast, Feng Jingyan maintained an air of calm, his gaze sweeping over the scattered bodies, a fleeting disappointment crossing his features. Utterly useless. They deserved to die. With that, he stepped through the puddles towards Lin Hao. Finally, Feng Jingyan stood before Lin Hao, declaring, "Wolf King, I must concede that you are indeed powerful, but before me, you are merely a weakling. I can take your life in no more than 3 moves. You talk too much." Lin Hao retorted, unwilling to engage in further banter, and unleashed a punch. He sensed Feng Jingyan's formidable strength. Thus, he held nothing back, channeling all his power into that strike. The smirk on Feng Jingyan's face, once tinged with disdain, froze at the moment Lin Hao moved, replaced by an unprecedented gravity. A profound sense of danger caused his hair to stand on end. He attempted to evade, but it was too late. In a frantic rush, Feng Jingyan gritted his teeth, summoning all his strength to deliver a punch in response. Aiming to meet Lin Hao's blow head-on. Bang! Their fists collided with a resounding thud, sending visible shockwaves rippling outward. Feng Jingyan stumbled backward repeatedly, his sleeves torn to shreds by the violent gusts, exposing muscles that twisted grotesquely like a contorted piece of dough. The intense pain caused his face to twitch uncontrollably. "This is impossible. This cannot be," he exclaimed, disbelief etched across his features. "You cannot be this strong. Stop your whining." Lin Hao bellowed. With a roar, he struck once more. Severely injured, Feng Jingyan was no longer able to resist. Bang! Lin Hao's fist connected with Feng Jingyan's chest, sending him hurtling through the air, crashing violently into the wall behind him, which collapsed instantly, debris scattering in all directions. Feng Jingyan was left embedded amidst the rubble, appearing utterly wretched. Struggling to support himself on his hands, he painfully attempted to rise, gazing at Lin Hao with a mixture of defiance and despair. Suddenly, he coughed violently, a spurt of blood erupting from his mouth, before he collapsed once more to the ground. Lin Hao then slowly turned around, his icy gaze piercing like a sword, directed at Hua Guang and Hua Weidong. "Now it is your turn." Hua Guang and Hua Weidong leaned on each other, retreating incessantly, their faces etched with terror. Hua Guang hastily implored, "Wolf King, do not approach. Listen to me. My family has connections within the court. Should you lay a finger on me, they will not let you go unpunished." Lin Hao, as if impervious to his words, continued to advance, his footsteps resonating like the cadence of death. Observing that Lin Hao remained unfazed by his threats, Hua Guang was drenched in cold sweat and urgently continued, "Wolf King, if you spare us, I can offer you a substantial sum of money, whatever amount you desire. Just name your price." Chapter 91. The fall of the Ho family. Lin Hao's gaze was frigid. "You have tormented my brother to this extent. Do you truly believe that money can buy back your life and that of your son?" Hua Guang, unable to maintain his once lofty status, fell to his knees before Lin Hao, his forehead striking the ground heavily. "Wolf King, I was wrong. I am willing to give everything, just to ask for your mercy, to spare me and my son." Hua Guang's voice trembled with desperation. He understood that dignity pales in comparison to life. Survival was the only truth. Hua Weidong, paralyzed by fear, collapsed to the ground, his face as pale as a sheet. A pool of yellow liquid silently spread between his legs, filled with boundless regret. Had he known, he would never have provoked the Wolf King. He hastily knelt down, his forehead slamming against the cold ground. "Wolf King, I was wrong. Everything I did was incited by Gao Qingyue and Gu Jingming. I implore you, show mercy and grant me another chance. I am willing to toil endlessly to atone for my sins." In response to Hua Weidong's pleas, Lin Hao replied nonchalantly, "Very well. I may spare your life." To Hua Weidong, these words were akin to celestial music. He kowtowed fervently, "Thank you. While you may escape death, the consequences of your actions remain." Interrupting Hua Weidong's gratitude, Lin Hao continued, "Did you not relish in the degradation of virtuous women? Where you have committed wrongs, punishment shall follow." With that, Lin Hao delivered a brutal kick to Huo Weidong's groin. Huo Weidong's eyes bulged, blood vessels engorged, the pain rendering him voiceless. Instinctively, he clutched his groin, his expression contorted in agony, before collapsing to the ground, unconscious from the torment. It was not that Lin Hao was merciful. Rather, for someone like Huo Weidong, a fate worse than death was far more fitting. Lin Hao then approached Hua Guang, who trembled violently, his facial muscles twitching uncontrollably as beads of sweat trickled down his pallid cheeks. Lin Hao spoke no further, simply reaching out to snap Hua Guang's throat. Afterward, he turned to Chen Hui, bent down to lift him, and departed from the Ho residence, soon disappearing into the rainy night. Inside the Ho family estate, a profound silence prevailed, broken only by the sound of rain. Bodies lay sprawled in disarray, blood mingling with the rainwater, the air thick with the stench of blood, reminiscent of hell. At the Gao residence, Gao Qingyue and Gao Qingyue returned home, desolate, after cremating Wang Milan's remains. Gao Qingyue's eyes were red, tear-streaked, while Gao Qingyue kept his head bowed, his gaze vacant. At that moment, Gu Jingming hurriedly entered. "Qingyue, have you seen the news? Last night, the Wolf King annihilated the Ho family. I had hoped Huo Weidong would slay that worthless Lin Hao to avenge you." However, Gao Qingyue merely replied, "Jingming, I simply wish for some peace right now." Just as Gu Jingming was about to speak further, Gao Qingyue's phone rang abruptly. It was her secretary calling. Her heart tightened with anxiety, fearing yet another piece of bad news. She quickly answered, "What is it?" The secretary exclaimed anxiously, "Mr. Gao, we have just received news from the 4 Stars Group. They are exceedingly dissatisfied with our design proposal. They have stated that if we cannot present a satisfactory revision within a very short time frame, they will cancel this order and refuse any future collaboration with us, in addition to demanding compensation as per our contract." "I understand," Gao Qingyue replied, and in the call, a veil of concern shrouded her typically composed visage. Gu Jingming hastily inquired, "Qingyue, what is wrong?" With her brow furrowed, Qingyue's eyes flickered with anxiety and unease. "Jingming, your friend is utterly unreliable. The 4 Stars Group is dissatisfied with the design he submitted and is now demanding a redesign. If we fail to meet their expectations again, not only will this order dissolve into nothingness, but we will also face substantial compensation costs." She inhaled deeply, seemingly attempting to expel her frustrations, her gaze fixed firmly on Gu Jingming. "What am I to do now?" Gu Jingming looked remorseful. "I'm so sorry. Qingyue, I feel useless." "Enough. This is not your fault." Qingyue gently waved her hand. Her voice, though soft, was laden with an overwhelming bitterness and helplessness. She understood that blaming would yield no results. Only by finding a solution could they navigate the group out of this predicament. An idea sparked in Gu Jingming's mind, and he suddenly smiled. "Qingyue, I have a plan." "What plan?" Qingyue's eyes lit up with a glimmer of hope as she eagerly pressed for details. Gu Jingming replied with a grin. "I actually know a high-ranking executive at the 4 Stars Group's Longwo office. This individual holds considerable influence, and if we offer him a little incentive, he will likely ease our troubles. This way, the group's crisis might be swiftly resolved." Gao Shengdong promptly chimed in, "Exactly. Money can work wonders." Qingyue nodded and said to Gu Jingming, "I will transfer 1 million to you now. Take that executive out for a meal. Be sure to select an elegant restaurant and buy him a respectable gift. Compliment him generously, ensuring he feels our sincerity." She then transferred the funds into Gu Jingming's account. The moment Gu Jingming received the notification of the transfer, his eyes gleamed with a mixture of excitement and greed. In truth, he had no acquaintance with any executive from the 4 Stars Group. He intended to indulge himself with the money, feeling no remorse since it was not his own. Quickly, he composed his expression, regaining his usual demeanor of calmness and seriousness. "Qingyue, rest assured, I will handle this matter for you." With that, he turned to leave the Gao residence. At that moment, the secretary's phone rang again. Qingyue frowned, wondering what further trouble awaited. This time, the secretary's tone was even more frantic. "Mr. Gao, this is dire. The companies that were initially cooperating with us have seemingly conspired, all issuing statements to terminate their partnerships with us effective immediately. To make matters worse, several major lending banks have also sent notifications demanding that we repay our loans immediately. The high-definition you exclaimed incredulously. How could this happen? Wasn't this matter already resolved? The secretary sighed and responded, Mr. Gao, you are indeed correct. This issue had been addressed previously. However, it was due to the threats from Huawei that those enterprises and banks hesitated and resumed their collaboration with us. Now that the Wolf family has been eradicated, the Tang family has issued stern warnings, declaring that anyone who dares to continue their partnership with Gao Group will face their complete ostracism. Consequently, those enterprises and banks, prioritizing their own interests, ultimately chose to sever ties with us for their own protection. Upon hearing this, Gao Qingyue's face instantly turned as pale as a sheet, and she stumbled a few steps, nearly collapsing to the ground. Chapter 92. Bullying the weak in the dimly lit casino of the Heaven and Earth Entertainment Club. Gu Jingming was engaged in a game of mahjong. Just after the first round commenced, he inadvertently allowed a pung that led to his downfall. Reluctantly, he pushed all his chips towards the victor, whose grin stretched from ear to ear. Not only did he lose the 1 million yuan that Gao Qingyue had entrusted to him out of faith and expectation, but he also squandered another million that he had borrowed in hopes of turning his fortunes around. The man who claimed victory wore a smug smile, inquiring, Mr. Gu, shall we continue? Gu Jingming's countenance darkened as he slowly rose from his seat. At that moment, a woman of exquisite beauty, her figure entrancingly draped in a form-fitting gown, sauntered towards him. Each step she took exuded a lethal allure, reminiscent of a femme fatale from a bygone era. She positioned herself in Gu Jingming's path, her voice soothing yet laced with a hint of menace. Mr. Gu, I must remind you that according to our agreement, the 1 million you borrowed along with interest totals 1,500,000. It must be repaid in full within a week. I trust you will not forget. Otherwise, you are well aware of the consequences. Her words sliced through the air like a sharp blade, each syllable piercing Gu Jingming's heart. He abruptly lifted his head, irritation bubbling over as he retorted, Are you incessantly annoying? I am aware. Must you remind me repeatedly to showcase your so-called professionalism? With a dismissive gesture, he seized a complimentary bottle of whiskey from the table, crudely twisting off the cap and tilting it back, the amber liquid rushing down his throat, momentarily alleviating his agitation while amplifying his intoxication. After consuming half the bottle, Gu Jingming's gaze began to blur, his balance wavering as he stumbled through the casino, brushing past faces brimming with joy or despair, and made his way out of the Heaven and Earth. At the entrance, a Lamborghini rolled up and came to a halt. The door swung open to reveal a dashing young man clad in a bespoke suit, exuding confidence and nonchalance. As he wrapped his arm around a stunning beauty while entering the venue, Gu Jingming cast a glance at the young man. Then his eyes fell upon the Lamborghini, jealousy flickering within him. Why was it not I who possessed all this glory and luxury? At that moment, Lin Hao, clutching a bouquet of flowers, was making her way towards him. A smirk of amusement crept across Gu Jingming's lips as he recognized her as the same unfortunate girl from before. Approaching Lin Hao, he suddenly extended his foot, causing her to stumble unexpectedly and crash to the ground. The flowers scattered, vibrant petals littering the floor. Her face struck the unforgiving pavement, pain surging through her as blood oozed forth, staining her visage. Gu Jingming stepped over the fallen petals, bellowing, You blind wretch, you've soiled my shoes. Do you realize that? Lin Hao lay on the ground, her voice trembling with unmistakable fear and helplessness as she replied, I'm sorry, I truly didn't TC. Smack! Gao Jingming delivered a brutal kick to Lin Hao's abdomen. You soiled my shoes, you must compensate me. Otherwise, you shall not leave this place today. Lin Hao clasped her hands around her stomach, her face contorted in pain. Gao Jingming approached her, crouched down, and seized her hair. Let me make it clear. These leather shoes are handcrafted by the finest Italian artisans, valued at 10,000 euros, which translates to 1 million in Dragon Country currency. Upon hearing this, Lin Hao momentarily forgot the agony in her face and abdomen. Her lips parted slightly, yet no sound emerged for an agonizingly long moment. 1 million, a figure that seemed astronomical to her. How could she possibly repay such a sum? sorry. I don't have that much money. After a brief pause, her voice emerged, tinged with a sob. No money? Gao Qingyue rose to his feet and, in a fit of rage, delivered a vicious kick that sent Lin Hao rolling to the ground. I'll teach you a lesson about being broke. If you're penniless, I'll strip you of your clothes. Lin Hao instinctively clutched her chest with both hands, her eyes filled with terror and helplessness. Sir, I beg you, please spare me. I truly have no money. A cruel smile twisted on Gao Qingyue's lips. Pathetic blind girl, since you lack funds, I have a quick way for you to earn some. You're not unattractive. Although you cannot see, your face and figure are quite presentable. Why not sell your body inside? Once you save enough, you can repay me. This way, you can settle your debts and sustain yourself. What a win-win situation. Lin Hao shook her head vigorously. No, I cannot do that. Gao Qingyue's expression darkened, a flicker of fury igniting in his gaze. If that is not an option, are you simply refusing to repay me? Curled up on the ground, Lin Hao continued to shield her chest with her arms, her eyes brimming with despair and struggle. Gao Qingyue approached her, yanking at her disheveled and slightly withered hair, attempting to pull her to her feet. Listen here, blind girl. You are not leaving today. It would be wise for you to follow me and make a fortune selling your body. With all her strength, Lin Hao fought back, flailing her arms in a desperate attempt to escape his grasp. However, her strength was inadequate, and she could not break free. In a moment of desperation, she instinctively opened her mouth and bit down on the hand that clutched her hair. Gao Qingyue howled in pain. You dare to bite me, you filthy blind girl. With a violent jerk, he finally freed his hand, rolling up his sleeve to reveal several clear bite marks on his arm, blood seeping from the wounds. Consumed by rage, he retaliated with a fierce punch that struck Lin Hao's already frail head. A dull thud resonated, and Lin Hao felt her world spin, a ringing echoing in her ears. Her body crumpled to the ground, utterly devoid of resistance, leaving her helplessly sprawled on the cold floor at the mercy of fate. Yet, Gao Qingyue's brutality did not cease. He appeared to be driven by an inexplicable emotion, his expression twisted like a demon from the depths of hell. He strode forward, each step deliberate and unyielding, mercilessly delivering kicks to Lin Hao's defenseless body. Just then, a sharp slap resonated against Gao Qingyue's face, igniting a searing pain. Enraged, he bellowed, "Which scoundrel dares to strike me? Do you wish for death?" When he turned his head, he was met with the grim visage of Lin Hao. An inexplicable dread surged within him, causing his legs to instinctively retreat 2 steps, nearly losing his balance. Lin Hao, it's you, this useless wretch. How dare you?" Before he could finish, Lin Hao delivered another resounding slap, landing forcefully on Gao Qingyue's other cheek. This time, the blow staggered Gao Qingyue, nearly toppling him to the ground. He covered his face with his hands, his eyes reflecting both humiliation and fury. "By what right do you strike me?" "For bullying the weak," Lin Hao declared, raising his hand once more, delivering a third strike across Gao Qingyue's face. Chapter 93. The common people are truly happy tonight. Gao Qingyue was filled with rage, yet he could only suppress it deep within his chest. For Lin Hao was a notorious brute. Reluctantly, he turned to flee, shouting back in anger, "Lin Hao, you worthless fool. Remember this day. I, Gao Qingyue, will never let this go unpunished. One day, I shall reclaim this debt 10-fold, 100-fold. Lin Hao, however, paid no heed to Gao Qingyue's threats and walked directly towards the crumpled figure of Lin Hao on the ground. He knelt beside her, gently and cautiously helping her to her feet. "Little sister, how are you?" Lin Hao managed to muster a faint smile, responding, "Thank you, sir. I'm fine." Lin Hao looked at the girl before him and felt an inexplicable warmth, a sensation of familiarity. Alas, her face was marred with blood, obscuring her features. Thus, he softly inquired, "What is your name, little sister?" Just as Lin Hao was about to respond, she recalled Uncle Wang's warning. Under no circumstances should she reveal her name, lest it fall into the hands of her enemies. "Lin Hao, you're under arrest." At that moment, a squad of uniformed law enforcement officers swiftly converged from all directions. Led by Shun Fei, with a gentle wave of his arm, The officers surrounded Lin Hao, sealing him in a tight circle. Yet, Lin Hao remained remarkably composed, his face betraying no sign of panic. He offered no resistance, merely extending his hand slowly. The officer stepped forward and clasped cold handcuffs around his wrists. From a distance, Gao Qingyue, having escaped, witnessed Lin Hao's arrest and realized that Lin Hao was unjustly bearing the blame for Wang Mailan's murder. A smirk crept across his lips. "Thank you." He then began to hum a tune. The common people are truly happy tonight. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he eagerly fished out his phone from his pocket, dialing Qingyue's number. "Qingyue, I have some tremendous news." Qingyue's voice was tinged with excitement, laced with a trace of anxiety and anticipation as she asked, "Jingming, did you manage to deal with the executives of the Four Stars Group?" Gao Qingyue replied, "Not exactly." A knowing smile graced his lips. "I just saw that Lin Hao, that fool, has been apprehended by the authorities." Upon hearing this, Qingyue's eyes instantly filled with tears, brimming with emotion. She bit her lip, her voice trembling. "Mother, if you are watching from above, you can finally rest in peace. The one who took your life has finally received his just deserts." With a deep breath, she seemed to struggle to calm the tumult within her. "Jingming, the most important thing now is to swiftly deal with the executives of the Four Stars Group." Gao Qingyue reassured her. "Qingyue, do you not trust my abilities?" After hanging up, the smile on his face widened, embodying the pride of victor. "Lin the Great Fool, you will never fathom that you are taking the fall for me, enduring prison and its hardships." He then, lost in his own revelry, approached the law enforcement vehicle, smiling provocatively at Lin Hao. "Lin the Great Fool, congratulations on your new silver bracelet." Lin Hao turned around, his gaze falling upon the girl not far away. "Officer Shun, this girl is the one he has beaten to such a state. Instead of fleeing, she provocatively approached you." Gao Qingyue, upon hearing this, was momentarily stunned, realizing he had completely forgotten about this matter, even presenting himself before the law enforcement officers. Just as he was about to run, he was already restrained by Shun Fei. "Gao Qingyue, do you truly hold us in such low regard? Come with us." "No, it's not like that." Gao Qingyue attempted to explain, but he too was adorned with a pair of silver bracelets. Lin Hao was once again confined to that familiar interrogation room, though this time, the person seated behind the interrogation table was Shun Fei. With his hands crossed upon the table, Shun Fei's usually calm and composed visage now bore an extraordinary seriousness. "Lin Hao, I know you're the Wolf King, a hero who has carved a path through adversity for the nation and achieved remarkable feats. However, here, there's no distinction between heroes and mortals under the law. All are equal. You have broken the law and must accept its consequences." Upon hearing this, Lin Hao's lips curled into a faint, indifferent smile, one that concealed past glories and present helplessness. "I understand, which is why I do not resist. Otherwise, with your capabilities, you might not even be able to touch the hem of my garment, let alone capture me." Shun Fei silently acknowledged this in his heart. He knew Lin Hao spoke the truth. This former hero possessed extraordinary wisdom and skill, and if he truly wished to evade capture, it would be exceedingly difficult for them to apprehend him. A flicker of complex emotion passed through Shun Fei's eyes. A recognition of Lin Hao's accomplishments intertwined with a steadfast adherence to the law's dignity. He sighed softly. "In that case, Lin Hao, let's confront this together. The law will not wrong an innocent person, nor will it spare any wrongdoer. Your past and your glory will receive the appropriate consideration in this trial. I hope you understand that this is not merely a judgment upon you, but also a test of justice." Lin Hao's eyes shimmered under the dim light as he slowly nodded. "Ask away. I shall be forthright with you, leaving nothing unsaid. Yet before we proceed, I must clarify one matter. Indeed, I single-handedly eradicated the Wolf family. Gao Qingyue and Ma Chong were also among my casualties. However, the death of Wang Mailan has nothing to do with me. I, Lin Hao, can swear to the heavens on this." Shun Fei's brows furrowed deeply, pondering for a moment before responding with a hint of barely perceptible doubt in his tone. "Wang Mailan was truly not killed by you?" Lin Hao smiled gently. "Lin Hao, act according to my principles. The matter of the Wolf family is a personal vendetta between us. Gao Qingyue and Ma Chong deserve their fates. Yet, even in my most ruthless moments, I would never harm an unarmed woman. Having already admitted to the grave crimes of annihilating the whole family and killing Gao Qingyue and Ma Chong, what difference would one more accusation make? Nevertheless, the truth is the truth. I, Lin Hao, disdained a lie. Shun Fei nodded slowly, a flicker of complex emotion dancing in his gaze, as if weighing the veracity of Lin Hao's words. After a brief pause, he slowly spoke, his voice deep. You make a valid point, Lin Hao. Your candor has revealed a different side of you. However, the death of Wang Milan has had a profound impact, and we must pursue the truth relentlessly. Although you deny any involvement, the investigation shall not cease. Returning to the matter at hand, how do you explain the necklace of Wang Milan found at your doorstep? Lin Hao replied with a faint smile, that is something your law enforcement agency must investigate on its own. Chapter 94. The impending storm. Shun Fei fell into a prolonged silence. Realizing that the necklace alone could not substantiate the claim that Lin Hao was the murderer of Wang Milan. The necklace had been placed in a blind spot of the surveillance, its origin shrouded in uncertainty, and it bore no fingerprints. Although Shun Fei had once harbored suspicions against Gu Jingming, he regrettably found himself devoid of evidence. Finally, with a resigned sigh, Shun Fei conceded, very well. Let us momentarily set aside the Wang Milan case. However, Gao Qingyue and Ma Chong were law enforcers. What compelled you to take their lives? Lin Hao, seated across from him, maintained a serene demeanor as he replied, this world is often far more intricate than one might imagine. Had I not acted, it would have been my life at stake. Upon hearing this, a flicker of astonishment crossed Shun Fei's eyes. They sought to take your life? Please elaborate. Taking a deep breath, Lin Hao continued, they were simultaneously acting under the directives of three prominent figures, Hu Weidong, Fu Hongyu, and Wen Tianlong, all intent on eliminating me. Subsequently, Lin Hao recounted in detail how he had dispatched Gao Qingyue and Ma Chong, as well as the eventual downfall of the whole family. Shun Fei, after absorbing the information, wore a complex expression. Lin Hao, you acted with such impulsiveness. He sighed, his tone laden with exasperation. You have eradicated the Hui family. Yet are you aware that they still possess allies within the government? Their influence is deeply entrenched, far more convoluted than you envision, and they will not simply relent. A sardonic smile curled at the corners of Lin Hao's lips. Hu Weidong harbored a singular desire to see me dead. If he remains alive and the Hui family is not extinguished, would you dare to stand tall and apprehend him according to the law? The transgressions of the Hui family are beyond enumeration. Let us not forget that day, at the entrance of the Longting Hotel, when Hu Weidong's bodyguards brazenly brandished firearms against me in broad daylight. I battled those henchmen for an extended duration, yet you, who bear the sacred duty of safeguarding the populace, did not arrive in a timely manner. Lin Hao's words struck Shun Fei with the sharpness of a dagger, rendering him momentarily speechless as he sat there, his countenance shifting unpredictably, ultimately settling into a profound sense of shame. As an enforcer of the law, he bore the weight of upholding justice. However, the harshness of reality forced him to confront the disheartening constraints of his position. The intricate web of power behind the Hui family extended into realms unimaginable. For the law enforcement agencies, the Hui family loomed like an insurmountable mountain, impervious to any perturbation. Very well, this concludes our discourse for today, Shun Fei declared before departing the interrogation room. He made his way to a relatively secluded corner at the end of the corridor, retrieved his phone from his pocket, and dialed Hui Fading. Director Hua, Lin Hao has confessed to the murders of Gao Qingyue and Ma Chong, as well as the eradication of the Hui family. However, he vehemently denies any involvement in the death of Wang Milan. After a brief silence on the other end, Hui Fading sighed, this case shall cease here. The Hui family has formally requested that this matter be transferred to the Ministry of Security in Kyoto for further handling. Upon hearing this, Shun Fei likewise sighed, realizing that Lin Hao's fate was dire. Hui Fading, with a sense of helplessness, remarked, he is the pride of our nation, a hero to the people. How I wish to preserve him. Yet, the Hui family wields immense power, far beyond the reach of our local law enforcement to quell. Lin Hao, he may have to confront far harsher trials. After hanging up the phone, Shun Fei stood beneath the dim light, gazing into the endless night, his heart heavy with worry for Lin Hao's destiny, while simultaneously grappling with doubt over the notion that justice will ultimately prevail. In Kyoto, at the War Department Hospital, Chun Hui lay on his hospital bed, having learned that the Hua family demanded Lin Hao's transfer to the security department. He slowly turned his head, his gaze landing on Lu Qingqing, who was anxiously pacing nearby. Did not Brother Hao eradicate the Hua family? How can they still exist? Upon hearing this, Lu Qingqing halted her steps, her elegant brows knitted together, her voice tinged with a barely perceptible tremor. The Hua Weidong family is merely a branch of the Hua clan. The true menace lies within the Hua family itself. They hold significant sway in both political and business realms, especially the elder Hua Zhenghua, who, prior to his retirement, occupied a high-ranking position in the court. Chun Hui's clenched fists, straining with tension, turned veined and taut. Lin Hao had offended Hua Weidong to stand up for him. Now, he lay here powerless, engulfed by a sense of helplessness. It is because of my troubles that Brother Hao is in jeopardy. Urgently, he continued, General Liu, at this juncture, it may be prudent to hand me over to the Hua family. With my life, perhaps I can bargain for their leniency towards Brother Hao. My life is of little value. I would not lament its loss, but Brother Hao must not come to harm. Lu Qingqing, her brow furrowed, wore a countenance usually marked by calmness, now marred with gravity and resignation. She gently shook her head, her gaze fierce. You are too naive. Lin Hao obliterated the Hua family and rendered Hua Weidong a eunuch. Can your singular life atone for that? Even if you surrender, it is likely the Hua family will not spare Lin Hao. Upon hearing this, Chun Hui's complexion turned even paler, his hands clenched into fists, nails almost embedding into his palms, oblivious to the pain. What? What can be done? Is there truly no way out? Suddenly, Lu Qingqing lifted her head, enunciating each word with a resolute finality. If no other means can be devised, I shall rebel. Chun Hui's eyes widened in shock, disbelief coursing through him as he stared at Lu Qingqing, his voice trembling with astonishment. What do you mean? Lu Qingqing bit her lip, her fair face flushed with fervor from her steadfast resolve. If Lin Hao is indeed handed over to the security department, I shall lead the Wolf-Tooth brothers to raise their headquarters to the ground. Chun Hui's eyes widened further. General Liu, if you pursue this course, there will be no turning back. I do not wish for you to be embroiled in this matter. In response, Lu Qingqing's lips curled into a determined yet sorrowful smile. For Lin Hao, I will risk everything, even if it means tearing the heavens apart. If the heavens obstruct me, I shall shatter the skies. If the earth hinders me, I shall rend the ground. The safety of Lin Hao is of paramount importance, surpassing all else. Chun Hui never anticipated that the destruction of his beloved's grave by Zhou Mei would trigger such a cascade of events. He lifted his head. No, even if it meant reducing the security department to rubble, it would be my doing. I refuse to drag you into the abyss because of my own troubles. Lu Qingqing's gaze remained resolute, a sly smile dancing at the corners of her lips. Ignoring Chun Hui's words, she murmured to herself, Humph. Lin Hao, if I manage to save you this time, you shall owe me your undying gratitude. Chapter 95. The Hua family Gu Jingming and Gao Qingyue emerged from the law enforcement building. Lin Shui, fearing the exposure of her identity, chose not to dwell too much on the matter with Gu Jingming. She merely accepted 30,000 yuan in compensation and signed a letter of understanding. During this period, the Gao family faced incessant troubles, and it was precisely at this moment that Gu Jingming stirred up such a significant incident, which left Gao Qingyue feeling discontent for the first time. Her voice, though calm, carried an almost imperceptible chill as she addressed Gu Jingming. Jingming, tell me, did you indeed approach that executive from the four-star group? A fleeting glimmer of disdain crossed Gu Jingming's eyes as he took her hand and replied, I did. But unfortunately, that executive happened to be attending an emergency meeting at the headquarters in South Korea. What shall we do then? Gao Qingyue's brow furrowed, her eyes shimmering with anxiety. If we cannot manage the four-star group, our Gao enterprise is finished. Jingming, you must think of a way for me. Upon hearing this, Gu Jingming's brow also knitted into a tight frown. He took a deep breath and said, Qingyue, I am equally perplexed at the moment and cannot conceive of a solution right away. Suddenly, he recalled Du Feng. The Du family was a prominent name in the capital, and their pharmaceutical company was the largest in the Dragon Country. However, Du Feng was also involved in the production of counterfeit medicine. The Gao Group, apart from its clothing enterprise, possessed other industrial chains, including a sizable pharmaceutical factory and a cosmetics factory. If they could devise a means for Gao Qingyue to procure a batch of counterfeit medicine from Du Feng, perhaps, in his delight, Du Feng would offer a substantial commission. With this thought in mind, Gu Jingming grasped Gao Qingyue's hand and declared, Qingyue, I have conceived a method to alleviate the crisis facing the Gao Group. Though it is rather risky, it may be worth a try. Gao Qingyue's eyes sparkled with intrigue, and she eagerly inquired, What is this method? Jingming, please do tell. Gu Jingming continued, Currently, the executive from the 4-star group is unavailable and cannot return in the short term. We may have to forfeit their orders. However, I happen to know a remarkable individual, the young master Du Feng from the illustrious Du family. Their pharmaceutical enterprise is a leader in the domestic industry, with products exported worldwide and renowned for their excellence. At this juncture, Gu Jingming intentionally paused, a hint of cunning glimmering in his gaze. Gao Qingyue's heart raced, and she clutched Gu Jingming's hand tightly, wholly focused on what he would say next. Gu Jingming proceeded. Young master Du Feng not only comes from a distinguished lineage but is also a commercial prodigy. He personally oversaw the development of a revolutionary powder that remarkably accelerates coagulation and healing of wounds in a remarkably brief period. Its effects are truly a monumental breakthrough in the medical field. Currently, there are few comparable products on the market and none that match its efficacy. If we could secure the rights to distribute this powder and integrate it into our sales channels, it would yield immeasurable wealth, allowing the Gao Group to firmly establish itself in the pharmaceutical realm, potentially even propelling it to the forefront of the industry. An incredulous smile blossomed on Gao Qingyue's face. She was well aware of the Du family's pharmaceutical enterprise, a coveted partner for countless individuals in the medical field. Images began to materialize in her mind. The bustling launch of the new drug powder, the company's stock soaring, employees jubilantly celebrating. All of it seemed within reach. With eagerness and hope, she exclaimed, Do you truly know Du Feng? Gu Jingming, aware that he had caught her interest, allowed a sly smile to grace his lips. Would I deceive you? The face of Gao Yuehua instantly blossomed into a radiant smile, excitement bubbling within her. If you can indeed assist me in securing the exclusive agency rights for this miraculous hemostatic powder in Jiangsheng, the crisis facing the Gao family would be effortlessly resolved. Jingming, you are truly my savior. Please contact Du Feng without delay. As she spoke, she planted a kiss on Gu Jingming's cheek. All right, he replied with a smile. Rest assured, Du Feng and I share a long-standing friendship. He will certainly grant me the agency rights. Meanwhile, in the main residence of the Wolf family, Huo Weidong was slowly wheeled into the living room by a servant. Huo Zhenghua, the patriarch, sat solemnly in the center of the room on a Zeton wood armchair, his expression grave, eyes flickering with complex emotions. The Huo family, a lineage of prominence, had many descendants, yet only Huo Weidong stood as the sole grandson, the rest being granddaughters. Thus, he was the last hope for continuing the whole bloodline. However, Lin Hao had rendered him akin to a eunuch, stripping him of his dignity as a man. Huo Weidong clutched Huo Zhenghua's gnarled hands tightly. Grandfather, his voice trembled, tinged with a hint of weeping. You must find a way to save me. I cannot become a eunuch. I implore you, grandfather, seek the best doctors at any cost. I must recover. Huo Zhenghua's expression darkened, as if he could squeeze water from it, and he slowly shook his head. Weidong, I have summoned numerous esteemed physicians to treat your injury, but regrettably, they are powerless against your condition. What? Huo Weidong's face turned as pale as paper in an instant, his eyes wide with despair. So, does this mean I will become a useless person, a eunuch? Upon witnessing this, a fierce glint flashed in Huo Zhenghua's eyes. Weidong, do not fret. I will ensure that you have your revenge, that the Wolf King pays 100-fold for his actions." With that, Hua Zhenghua abruptly turned his gaze to the butler, Deng Kue, who stood nearby, equally somber. "Deng Kue, has the Wolf King been successfully transferred?" Deng Kue hastily replied, "Patriarch. The Wolf King is currently imprisoned in the dungeon of the Ministry of Security." Hua Zhenghua's face darkened further, a ruthless light igniting in his eyes. "Break his limbs and gouge out his eyes." At that moment, a girl dressed in sports attire stepped forward. "Grandfather, allow me to handle this matter." This girl, Hua Tingting, was Hua Zhenghua's granddaughter and Hua Weidong's cousin, a paragon among the younger generation of the Hua family. She stood tall, her brows hinting at an indomitable spirit. Despite being a girl, she has displayed extraordinary martial prowess since her childhood, emerging as an unparalleled martial artist within the illustrious family, a rare gem in a century. Her skills even surpass those of many male elders within her clan. However, what truly incites fear regarding is not merely her exceptional martial abilities, but rather her ruthless and merciless disposition. In her world, vengeance is paramount, and she never hesitates to act. I shall make it known to all that the consequences of offending the family entail not only physical torment, but also a tremor of the soul, a despair so profound that it is akin to a fate worse than death. Gazed upon his proud yet fearsome granddaughter and ultimately nodded, tacitly granting her request. He seemed to recall something and added, to prevent anyone from attempting to rescue the Wolf King, arrange for additional personnel to lie in ambush near the security department. Anyone daring enough to attempt a rescue shall be dealt with ruthlessly. Chapter 96. Hua Tingting in the War Department building, within the highest command office. Lu Qingqing stood resolutely before Chen Tai, her eyes shimmering with an indomitable spirit. "Commander, Lin Hao has once carved a path through adversity for our nation, achieving remarkable military feats. Are you truly prepared to stand idly by as he faces demise?" At that moment, Chen Tai's countenance darkened, revealing an ineffable complexity in his gaze. "Qingqing, it is not that I lack the will to save him. Rather, I am utterly powerless. The mistake Lin Hao has committed this time is far too grave." Lu Qingqing nodded gently in understanding. "I comprehend your predicament. Since you are unwilling to assist him, I shall take it upon myself to rescue him." With that, she turned to leave. "Stop." Chen Tai's voice resonated with an authoritative insistence. "Lu Qingqing, do not act recklessly. The matter concerning Lin Hao will be adjudicated by the law." However, Lu Qingqing's steps did not falter. She did not even glance back. "Adjudicated by the law?" She shook her head defiantly. "Does the law dare to intervene with the whole family?" "Lu Qingqing, I command you to halt." Chen Tai rose abruptly. Yet, Lu Qingqing remained undeterred, swiftly departing. "Dolong, summon her back immediately," Chen Tai called out, his voice echoing in the room. Yet Dolong did not move. He spoke slowly, "Commander, should you order me to face fire and water, I would not hesitate, not even a moment. However, this time, I must defy your command, for should I comply, Lin Hao would indeed be lost." Chen Tai's eyes narrowed sharply at these words. "Dolong, do you dare disregard my orders?" Dolong inhaled deeply, locking eyes with Chen Tai. "Commander, Lin Hao once stood alone against external threats at the border, safeguarding the safety of countless compatriots. His valor is a source of national pride. Now, not only do you refuse to save him, but you also seek to prevent Lu Qingqing from doing so. I cannot fathom this. Were I in your position, I would unhesitatingly rally every available soldier to ensure Lin Hao's rescue." Upon hearing this, Chen Tai trembled slightly. Sinking into his seat, his resolute visage marred by an array of unutterable emotions. "Am I truly wrong for not rescuing Lin Hao?" Dolong nodded slowly, his voice deep and resolute. "The Hua family, emboldened by their wealth and influence, has engaged in numerous unlawful acts over the years. Yet, who among us dares to genuinely challenge this behemoth? Do our laws in Long Country truly lack the strength to restrain them?" At this juncture, Dolong sighed, gently brushing his military uniform. "When I first donned this uniform, my heart brimmed with aspiration for the future, yearning to protect our homeland and every citizen upon this land. Yet now, I gradually realized that some matters are not as straightforward as I had envisioned. The games of power, the darkness of human nature, the entanglement of interests. All of these weave an invisible net, binding us tightly. Commander, do you believe we are worthy of this uniform we wear? Shen Tai's expression turned to one of shame as he sighed. Do Long, there are things you do not understand. I have my own difficulties. Enough, you may leave now. I wish to be alone for a while. In the deep of night, a pitch-black darkness enveloped the earth, pierced only by the sparse twinkling of stars in the sky. At this moment, Lin Hao found himself shackled, his hands restrained by handcuffs and his feet bound by heavy chains, being escorted by several solemn-faced soldiers into the woods behind the security department. The wind whispered through the trees, and the leaves rustled softly, as if nature itself mourned the impending tragedy. The soldiers, clad in security uniforms, marched with heavy steps, their eyes betraying an unmistakable sorrow and helplessness. They were acutely aware of Lin Hao's identity. He had once been their idol, a celebrated hero who had rendered great service to the nation. Yet now he was on the brink of a fate that would see his limbs cruelly severed. Conflicted emotions churned within the soldiers. Although they were the executors of this grim task, their steadfast commitment to justice and reverence for the hero made their feelings exceedingly complex. At that moment, the squad leader stepped forward from the ranks, holding a bowl of liquor. Wolf King, drink this, he urged. When I strike, I shall do my utmost to be gentle, sparing you some pain. Lin Hao tilted his head back and downed the contents of the bowl in one swift motion. Come on, do it. He harbored no fear of death, yet he felt a pang of reluctance, for the vengeance for his family remained unfulfilled. The squad leader slowly picked up an iron rod from the ground, muscles tensed as he raised it high. Just then, the blinding glare of headlights approached. An off-road vehicle sped to a halt, and Li Wenkai along with Hua Tingting emerged from it. Stop! Hua Tingting stepped forward, extending her hand coldly to take the iron rod from the squad leader. I will do this myself. Li Wenkai abruptly waved his arm. You all step back for a moment. The soldiers exchanged glances, exhaling resignedly before turning to leave.